I hated the rain. Every time it fell, it dragged me back to the day I died. The damp, airless hush. The drip that echoed until it sounded like memory itself. In places like that, the rain always found a way to wake feelings I had buried. Listening to it now, somewhere beyond these walls, I took stock. I had tried and failed. The number didn't matter. Counting was just another way to lie to myself. This life was a mess. Most of mine were. I braced a hand against the wall. Cold bled through the stone and into my bones. The floor held winter and gave it freely. Feeling slipped from my feet, frostbite. I wondered why I hadn't gotten it, then realized I already had. I eased down, hissing at the sting. It had been about a week in this room, too narrow to stand straight and too tight to sit comfortably. With no window, time was a rumor. Only the meals kept score. 6 plates so far. One more would make 7. Footsteps creaked overhead. I twisted my sore body, then laughed under my breath. "You're finally here. I thought you might try starving me." The board stilled. 2 pairs of steps quickened toward my door. "How brazen," a woman said, voice knifing through the dark. "Or do you truly not know your own sin?" Even blinded, I felt her gaze. Blue eyes like winter lightning. I had seen them too many times to forget. "Be grateful I let you live a week. Someone like you is repulsive to face at all." Her disgust coaxed a laugh out of me. She hadn't changed. Whatever I did, however our ties tangled, her eyes always ended at the same frost. "Your fiancé came," she added. "Say your goodbyes. It may be your last chance." I couldn't see them, but the other voice told me enough. Robert. Once, that voice had said it loved me. Now it was stripped bare and edged with thorns. If there was a moment where it all went wrong, it was probably the whole of my living by clawing at survival. "I regret every day with you," she said. I had heard it so often the words no longer landed. "I melted the rings and the necklaces. Why did you come to me? Why did you ruin me? Why?" I let the words pass and looked at the small vial they set before me. Even in the dark, it caught the air like light. It felt like an answer, or an ending. Poison, then, if only it worked quickly. I lifted my head and met the Duke's stare where he steadied my trembling fiancé. My father, technically, in practice, a man who had long since filed me under problem. "This," I asked, fingers closing around the glass, "will it be quick?" "So you know what it is," he said. "A waste on you, but die and call it atonement." I pulled the stopper. Almond drifted up, sweet as a lie. I knew that scent. Last time I'd found the antidote. This time there would be none. Relief? No, just the end of choices. I drank. Warmth slid into my chest. My heart stumbled, then raced. Heat coiled up my throat. I coughed and felt the thick tack of blood in my palm. So this was it. My body folded to the stone. Cold rose and narrowed the world to almost nothing. And then the voice that always came at the edge of death, patient and clear. "You have reached the 100th bad ending. You wish for mended ties and a life without regret. Before beginning the 101st loop, I will ask, do you still wish for the same thing?" The Reaper had been kind to me in its way. It rewound time whenever I broke it, pulled me back to before I sinned, and told me to try again. Did I want to live? Could I stand more deaths, more eyes that looked at me like I was less than a bug? I was tired. I was done. In the last slip of awareness, I asked for the loop to end. Let the next thing be rest. The 101st loop will begin. The voice by my ear was crisp and merciless, crueler than any demon. Everything started with a relic, a jewel that promised any wish. I only wanted to undo one turn of fate. Instead, it opened the door to a life I would not wish on anyone. I tried to fix what I had ruined. Friends, family, the people I had driven away with my own hands. Reality did not care. The cold stayed cold. Chances to atone were rare. I failed and died. I pushed too hard and died. The relic pulled time back each time, but the loop held no hope. At first I thought I could change it by changing myself. If I showed remorse, if I acted right, surely things would reset to normal and the people I loved would take me back. Then came the second death. The third, dozens after that. My mind wore thin. I tried being a courteous gentleman. I tried being an expert at people. I even turned myself into a scandal, a seducer whose name became a byword. In one loop I won over a princess. In the loop where I lost my mind and killed everyone, that same princess cut off my head. No matter the path, every life ended ugly. The world seemed to whisper that my fate was ruin and that I should stop fighting it. So I did. After 100 deaths I aimed for rest. How relieving. The same ceiling greeted me, every line memorized after 100 arrivals. The same clothes, the same bed, soon the same servant come to check if I was awake. Routine etched into me like a brand. Knowing it would end the same way made remembering it worse. No matter how humble I acted, I always died like a dog. Still, I was back. I had to choose how to move. In every loop I had acted to survive, to live with everyone except myself. I swallowed insults and knelt if there was even a sliver of a chance. I cut variables until my life was a checklist. After a few deaths the obsession faded. Looking back, it was all useless. I did not need to live like that now. Better to reach my goal and die on my terms, or skip goals and live for pleasure. I had tried that once. It bored me. Maybe I'll just do what I want. I did not want much. I wanted to see the southern sea at least once. We lived close to the north and stretched through the center. There was never an ocean in reach. I also wanted to repay a debt to a woman who once saved me. She would not remember, but in the best of my lives her kindness had changed everything. My aim now was the cleanest possible death. If the voice at the end of the last loop was right, this would be the final one. A knock. Then the door opened. An old servant stepped in. Renaud, if I remembered right. He spoke in his usual flat tone. "You are awake. I thought you would sleep in again today. I was ordered to have you." "Listen, servant." I knew this tone from them. In the Taylor house my standing was low enough that even a servant could forget himself. That did not mean I would allow it. He blinked startled when I cut him off. "What is my name?" "Pardon, do not make me repeat it." "Robert Taylor, sir." "Right. Whatever else I was, this house was not so low that a servant could sneer at its son. And yet you walk in as if we are equals. Was knocking too much trouble? If so, remove the door. I would love to learn which country teaches that you knock and enter in the same breath. For all my scandals, the Taylor name still worked on people. His shoulders twitched under my stare, but his voice stayed steady. If word spread that a servant entered his master's room at will, what would that do to the Taylor name? Who would answer for it? You. That is not what I. Then correct yourself. If you do this again, I will inform father. He went pale, bowed again, and promised to bring my meal with proper respect. When he left in a hurry, I felt my mouth tilt. This is better. Keeping the staff in line was simpler. I had learned that much. By the time I went to eat, the house already buzzed with gossip about my scolding a servant. The stares were loud. Their shock almost made me laugh. How meek did they think I was? I would not be stepped on anymore. I had nothing to fear. If someone killed me, they would be doing me a favor. Life held no ambitions left for me. You must have just made this. Yes, sir. After your orders, I had the kitchen prepare everything fresh. Renaud sounded sharper now. Good. I had not actually ordered a remake, which meant I would have been served cold scraps if I had stayed quiet. I already knew the answer. Today the steak cut clean under the knife. As I ate, I felt Renaud watching me. I set down my fork. He took the cue. "The Lady Uriah is on her way. How would you like to proceed?" "My sister, father's heir. In one life she gave me the poison. I was grateful for that one. It had been quick. I did not want to see her while I ate. I opened my mouth to say I would meet her later. The door opened. Uriah walked in without pause. People here seemed allergic to permission. It was not a habit, it was contempt. "Your color looks good for someone who pulled that stunt yesterday," she said, voice frigid. No remorse left at all. What did I do yesterday? I knew the scene, I had lived it. I chose ignorance. It would not change anything. Whether I knew or not, the ending never shifted. She stared like she had never seen me pretend not to know. Maybe it was the first time I had not apologized. I had built my lives on apologizing for deeds I did not remember and taking blame I did not owe. Not anymore. She passed the servant and stopped in front of me. Her blue eyes always held the edge of disgust. I used to drop my gaze. That was before. I had done my share of wrongs, but this time I had not committed any crime. Petty faults at most, so I looked her in the eye, knife still in hand from cutting my steak. "Have you grown so brazen you cannot even apologize?" she said. "How much uglier do you plan to get, Robert Taylor?" "I have no plan to be ugly. I judged it proper to offer my apology to the Duke directly." "Since when did etiquette matter to you? If it did, why have you not?" "Since today." My voice was cool and even. I realized I felt nothing toward her. No pity, no hate, no fear. No dislike, just empty air where a bond should be. Uriah Taylor was my elder sister and the lady of the estate. That was all. It would never be more. I intend to do so, I added. She studied me, then said, I will assume your wits are dulled from sleeping late. You insulted the one servant who works hard for you. Worked hard, she said. A man who barged in and served leftovers. Renaud flinched under my glance, so he still had a conscience. I did not smile. Uriah did not care about me as a person. She never had. If I pushed this, I would lose a useful piece. She would punish the servant, replace him with her own man, and put me under watch. I had lived that script before, so I bowed my head. My apologies for the disturbance. What? I should have been more mindful. I made noise early. I ask your understanding. The words were flat on purpose. They were not meant to mean anything. It was a formal bow to close the scene. Why was I apologizing after correcting my servant? Because it was the cleanest play. She stared blank for once. I turned to leave. My lady, I said. In other loops I might have called her sister. That did not fit us now. Whatever we were had knotted too tight to untie. She did not stop me as I left my meal half finished. She only watched, eyes unsteady, while I walked away without a hint of doubt.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Uriah's gaze remained fixed on one spot, the place where her brother Robert had just apologized and left. Robert was truly a pitiful existence, a feeble fool who only knew how to act under the household's prestige. Thus she had thought he did not suit the family. Whenever she saw the coward who could not even meet her eyes, it only worsened her mood. My lady. She almost felt annoyed when he referred to her as sister, a term she did not want to hear. But Robert avoided that option. Only his eyes, lacking any emotion, caught her attention. The eyes that used to waver when looking at her were nowhere to be seen. That meek demeanor had vanished, even seeming to confront her instead. But she soon brushed off that notion. It didn't matter if he had changed. To Uriah, the name Robert held no meaning at all. This change would likely not last more than a few days either. Those eyes would surely revert to their pitiful gaze soon enough. Uriah turned her back and began walking in the opposite direction from where Robert had disappeared, accompanied by a subtle, strange feeling in her chest. Basically, I was being treated quite severely during this period. The Taylor household, being of high prestige as Duke-S, likely did not look too favorably upon their feeble son. As the only son, expectations were high, and having failed to meet them, I was naturally neglected. So I drank. Indulging in intoxicants, father caught me in a dazed state and beat me. Even with my hazy memory, I clearly recalled being beaten. Perhaps bad memories stick out the most. I first attempted reincarnation right before my death. More precisely, it was just before my first death when I was to be executed on charges of treason. The relic in my pocket reacted then. Dazzling lights enveloped me, followed by a soft voice in my ear that I still cannot forget. What is it you truly desire? And then the words that second loop would begin. At first I saw it as an opportunity, but later it felt like a personal hell only I experienced. Recalling most of my lives until I decided to try again, I was insane in the majority of them. Coming this far, I have no desire to restore any relationships. There are those I would thank, but they would not even remember my gratitude. However, if there is one fervent wish I have, it is to bring about the downfall of the Crown Prince Keitel by my own hands. Previously, out of trepidation, I could not act against him, but Keitel, the Crown Prince who framed me as a traitor, I definitely wanted revenge against him. He was the catalyst for these 100 deaths, was he not? Just counting the times I died branded as a traitor by Keitel after that first death amounts to dozens. The reason I received poison in the previous loop was also due to accusations of treason. Although I had clarified that I was not a traitor, the troubled relationships from obsessing over the treason charges led to my death. Guillotine, gallows, poison. I realized I had died in quite varied ways. And the cause of those deaths crowned Prince Keitel. Killing Keitel was not my original goal. I had believed that if I gained everyone's trust, I would not die. But as the loops repeated, I realized one thing. My death always involved Keitel's interference, no matter what happened. Unless I committed suicide, Keitel's name would definitely come up, so I took notice of this strange fact and had been tracking it for nearly 10 loops now. I had reincarnated 100 times, and excluding the fruitless ones, I think I had lived properly around 40 times or so. The sheer number seemed excessive, but it made me newly aware of my disdain for those who never changed despite such efforts. What was the point of all that struggle? As much as I had risked my life over Keitel's actions, I had sufficient evidence. All that remained was waiting for the right moment to strike. Though I could not yet prove my innocence of treason, I still had about 2 years left, which was plenty of time. I had gathered all the evidence to prove I was not a traitor from previous loops. All that was left was how to bring about Keitel's downfall. I should exclude borrowing the family's power. When I was accused, the Taylor household disowned me as a black sheep. I wonder what they thought, seeing me being led to the gallows with a despondent expression. Perhaps they inwardly grieved, but after several reincarnations, I now know they felt a sense of relief instead. To them, I was merely a good-for-nothing disgrace. It was a fact I had vaguely known already. I had only denied it and tried other methods. I reincarnated repeatedly to be loved again, and to love, for I believed that was the value of my life. If I believed in them, they would believe in me too. If I somehow reformed my actions, they would change their hearts as well. Most of my past reincarnations must have been lived with such thoughts, but it turned out to be meaningless. The me reflected in the mirror was smiling, but it was not a true smile. A bitterness lingered in my mouth, slowly spreading across my tongue to the surroundings. I brushed back my neatly groomed gray hair. There was a time when this hair had turned completely white. My skin became so coarse it cracked, and there were times when the nails on these hands were all torn out. But now I was unscathed. Reincarnation left no physical marks, naturally. Yet my soul still remembered those scars, so glimpsing the mirror would occasionally trigger hallucinations. It was the same when seeing others. Recalling the cruel words they had said, no matter how they smiled, I could only see them differently. How did I endure it? Didn't it seem strange, even to myself, that I remained so intact after enduring those countless deaths? Perhaps it was quite a relief thinking this would be the last time I went through this. What I desired was no longer improving relationships or anything of the sort. Eternal rested death where I could close my eyes once and be buried in the ground, never to open them again. Then suddenly, the scenery beyond the window caught my eye. Outside was a bright, sunny day. Not a single cloud marred the vivid blue and lush greenery of summer. The shrill cries of grasshoppers brought a sense of tranquility. Perhaps this peacefulness would not last long, but feeling such trivial emotions might be a privilege unique to this moment. So I cleared my mind of stray thoughts. Casting aside pointless notions of revenge and the like, I slowly brushed my face. This was one of the few moments of respite I could feel when I had just reincarnated. Come to think of it, this might finally be when I truly die. From now on, I wanted to take in the sights I had missed while struggling to live. Knock, knock, it's Renaud, my lord. Though my thoughts were interrupted, which was vexing, Renaud's demeanor was quite satisfactory. It seemed my words from earlier had effectively taken hold. Recalling the servant who now admirably did not barge in, I spoke. Enter. Renaud entered with great caution, eventually glancing at my empty teacup before bowing his head. His manner might have even seemed a tad servile, but I thought he had taken to heart that he could be dismissed from here. If dismissed, Renaud would likely have nowhere else to go. What is it? The Duke previously sought you out, my lord. When do you intend to meet with him? I turned to ask, and Renaud answered with his head bowed. The Duke, meaning father, had summoned me. Fortunately, I remembered that matter. The treatment I received for forgetting and failing to address it was so poor that I could not forget it if I tried. I supposed I should go see him, but not right now. Coincidentally, today happened to be a day I would see a rather welcome face. Recalling that made me think I knew why Renaud had come to me. It seemed someone would be arriving here soon to meet me. It must be my fiancé. Indeed. Renaud's eyes narrowed briefly as if startled, but he soon nodded in affirmation. When I said fiancé, it referred to one woman across all my lives, Teresa Violet, the woman I had loved, and who had loved me in return. But at this point, our relationship had already become strained long ago. A rumor had spread that I had embraced another woman despite having a fiancé, so my current situation was dealing with that gossip. I wondered who had started that rumor. Teresa was the one who consoled me in my confusion, saying there was no way I could do such a thing, that it was merely a misunderstanding. But as the rumors gradually spread, the way she looked at me changed. The scornful, loathing gaze was from the one who had loved me, questioning if it was really untrue, demanding I prove my sincerity if that was the case. But how could I prove such a thing? That was what I had thought back then. Then prepare some tea. No, there's no need to prepare tea. Don't make any preparations at all. When the time comes, I'll go out and greet her directly. A faint hint of laughter tinged my words. The startled Renaud stared at me intently, but realizing I spoke sincerely, he carefully parted his lips. But if you do that, will you be all right? Of course I'll be fine. They likely don't expect such lavish treatment anyway. I vividly remember the expression I made when I realized Teresa had approached me with designs on the Taylor wealth from the start. The feeling of being betrayed is truly wretched. Realizing that the feelings I had harbored were one-sided, that they too were an illusion, it was enough to drive one mad. Very well, I shall do as you say. She should be arriving soon. Renaud seemed troubled by my intentions, no doubt thinking the affluent Violet household would take offense at such treatment. I too felt trepidation, but it was not unease. It was more akin to exhilaration at finally being able to voice words I had never uttered before. The Violet household was likely behind spreading the rumor that I had met another woman, and Teresa knew this yet said nothing to me. Naturally, I could no longer harbor any warm feelings. Eventually, when Renaud had left, I let out a soft laugh as I gazed at the empty space. I wonder. The reason Teresa came to see me today was to get my approval for the annulment. However, up until then, I had been clinging to Teresa for the slightest glimmer of hope, because if I lost her, I might die. Even if she was using me, I acted that way to stay alive. But I had long known it was useless. I was just holding on in case, on the slim chance. I wonder what expression she'll make if I propose the annulment first. The feeling of severing past ties one by one was more thrilling than anything else. Teresa first got to know a man named Robert at a dance party, unusually frail for someone from the prestigious Taylor family. Despite his tall stature, his pale skin made him look unbearably delicate. Indeed, his personality lacked boldness too, so Teresa eventually hatched a plan to use him. She would have an engagement ceremony, anticipating he would fall for her, then spread a scandal. In that situation, if she alone understood Robert, he would likely depend on the only one who understood him. When his feelings reached their peak, wouldn't that be the best time to let him drop? Today was the day she would put that plan into motion. Just days ago, when she received his letter, how she laughed, demanding jewelry and gems to prove his love for her. Foolishly working hard to send them allowed the Violet family to amass considerable wealth. Likely today, too. Even if she demands an annulment, this pathetic man will offer her his fortune. But the moment Teresa entered the Taylor estate gates, her expression froze. Please come in. Normally, multiple guards should have welcomed her, yet the empty entrance held only one person, the man she meant to meet today. The same man she had just mocked as pathetic. Teresa caught her breath, meaning to say something to that greeting. The moment their eyes met, a chill ran down her spine, making her body tremble. Why such an expression, Teresa? Though it was a soft, smiling expression, to Teresa it didn't look like a smile. Rather, it seemed like a snake finally revealing its true form, ready to devour her. On this wonderful day, Robert let out a small laugh. The kind impression remained unchanged even when Robert met Teresa again. The softly smiling face was the same as the man who had once vowed to prove his love to her. Didn't he foolishly bring her gems, asking if she could trust him now. She had mocked him for that. Yet while acknowledging this, Teresa did not miss Robert's somewhat changed demeanor. Though he still seemed gullible enough to fall for her words, she felt an odd chill for some reason. Moreover, shouldn't there have been preparations to welcome her as usual? But this time there was nothing. Literally nothing, so Teresa's eyes narrowed at the strange atmosphere unlike usual. "Robert, did something happen to put you in a bad mood today?" "Not at all. I was simply waiting for you. Please come inside, I've brewed some tea." Staring at Robert, who extended his hand to escort her, she eventually took it and stepped down from the carriage. There was nothing strange about Robert's manner. Perhaps it was just her imagination. She had arrived unexpectedly without notice after all. Surely there was no time to prepare a welcome, Teresa thought with a wry smile. "The rumors are gradually disappearing now. Your name will be cleared soon." "That's fortunate, Robert." "Is that so?" With a swish, Robert withdrew the hand he had been holding and muttered. Still, Teresa's gaze was focused ahead. Her mind was filled only with the annulment she planned to request today and the foolish expression Robert would likely make. "By the way, your fashion seems more extravagant these days." On the way to the garden where they often chatted, Robert casually spoke up. Though momentarily startled by the question, Teresa answered reassuringly after seeing Robert's still gentle expression. Of course, it was thanks to a certain fool that her wealth had recently increased. Normally she would have felt burdened buying such things with just an allowance, but Robert had directly supported it all, insisting she accept the gifts to prove his love. Dresses, accessories, jewels, and more. She had gained quite the popularity at society events with them lately. "Father gifted them to me recently. It's almost my birthday after all. Surely you haven't forgotten." "How could I ever forget?" Inwardly mocking him, she outwardly smiled as if she truly loved him. Wearing masks was all too familiar to Teresa. Her past was already rife with such deceptions, so in the end this man Robert was just another fish caught in her net, a relationship that would end after today at that. With this thought, Teresa smirked and quickened her pace. After requesting the annulment, she planned to move on to other schemes. Even if she didn't exploit men like this time, deceiving the various fools out there would be easy. An unusually pleasant breeze caressed her cheeks today. The Taylor estate gardens were comparable even to palace grounds, the vibrant greenery alone enough to soothe the heart. The butterflies flitting amid the flowers were like a living painting. She walked through that garden, surely towards the round table where her favorite chamomile tea would be set. Her uncommonly light steps today brought an unbidden smile to her face. The strange feeling from earlier was surely just her imagination. So absorbed in her thoughts, Teresa failed to notice Robert had stopped walking. After some distance, she finally turned back, realizing she was alone, about to ask why he didn't follow with a petulant look and pursed lips. That's when Robert spoke. "Teresa." "Yes, Robert. Come on, your legs will get tired standing over there." The gaze Robert fixed on her was different from before. His eyes, always carrying a gentle fluidity, were now frozen cold like the lord of this estate. His once warm and mild tone had flattened, devoid of any inflection, like speaking to a doll, causing Teresa's eyes to narrow. "Robert, what are you doing?" "There is something I wish to ask." After that pause, Robert started walking again, striding straight towards Teresa until their faces were just inches apart. An expression of pure puzzlement remained on the woman, gently stroking her tousled golden locks. How brazen of him! Even knowing what she planned to say today, Robert showed not even a hint of amusement at her audacity. He no longer smiled. Perhaps he would not show Teresa many more smiles after today. Instead of tender smiles, he would offer her sneers. Instead of a warm voice, cold indifference. For the woman who had cultivated a field of flowers in her mind until today, a rather fitting gift was also prepared. "Are you perhaps hiding something from me?" At Robert's question, Teresa's expression instantly contorted. It was the same look she always used to pressure Robert. The smiling woman from moments ago vanished as Teresa jabbed a finger into Robert's chest, her voice turning sharp. "Are you suspecting me now? Have you already forgotten that I'm the only one who's believed in you this whole time?" "How absurd! You said you loved me, kept insisting how much you loved me, yet the first thing you say is asking if I'm hiding something. Yes, there is one thing I've hidden: just how hard I've worked to find the person spreading rumors about you. Lies. The voice that cut through her words was cold, enough to instantly chill the emotions that seemed about to erupt from Teresa, like her heart had frozen over. Teresa's body went stiff as she blankly stared at Robert, the finger jabbing his chest. The steps she had taken to push against him all stopped, as if time itself had halted, leaving the woman motionless. A small smile crept across Robert's lips. "How long did you think I would keep acting the fool, Teresa?" What are you saying?" Though she tried to sound self-assured, Teresa's tongue had long been tied. Lies. No, there was no way Robert could have found out. She had handled everything in total secrecy, hadn't she? Surely he was just bluffing, Teresa thought as she tried to regain her usual composure. How absurd. Just who was trying to bluff whom now? "I want an annulment, Lady Violet." But Teresa's defiant thoughts ground to a halt there. As if he had anticipated everything, the man gave a slight smile, his eyes rounding. Annulment, the very thing she had come to request today. She felt something drop in her chest with a thud. It was then that Teresa realized Robert had changed. The eyes looking at her no longer held any kindness, just empty, emotionless pupils, like staring into the depths of a lake. "Do you understand? Annulment." Teresa's expression was truly laughable. Her eyes were wide, the pupils trembling, clearly showing her dismay to any observer. She should have acted more convincingly. I had thought she wouldn't falter even if I brought up annulment, but seeing her so flustered drained my amusement. Did she serve me poison so smoothly before? Yet to be so shaken now. It seemed her true talent was deceiving me. The million jewelers. When I mentioned the name of the jewelers where she spent the riches extracted from me, the body that had been about to push me froze, slowly retreating backwards. "Designer Roberta knew Lady Violet well too. How many dresses must you have bought to be remembered as a regular customer?" "Thaw, that can't be. Something must be mistaken." "What is mistaken?" "There is no alibi. Given this brazen woman used the Taylor family's wealth to indulge her own greed, that alone is enough to pressure the family. No matter how foolish I may have acted, surely my father would not do nothing about such conduct. Not that I truly intended to inform my father of all the facts, because, are you afraid? I knew well that merely whispering thus would instantly terrify this foolish woman. I had little more to say, only that we would annul the engagement and be sensitive about what she may experience going forward. If something unfortunate befell the Violet family, then she would think it was my doing. Watching her face drain of color, I eventually reached out to gently stroke her jaw. As my fingers traced along her slender neck, her frail body trembled violently. I had hoped for a bit more audacity, but like this there was no fun in intimidating her. Just the kind of woman she was. To think I had been so thoroughly deceived by such a woman. I found my past lives increasingly regrettable. "Bert, please don't do this to me. You said you loved me, remember? Why are you suddenly acting this way?" A scoff escaped me as she blubbered those words. A woman who had never loved since her first death. She had simply wanted to survive, to continue this charade in case some unforeseen variable arose. My heart had long been torn and crumpled, had it not. All I would give her were cold looks. I had forced smiles in the past, but had no intention of doing so this life. I held no thoughts of revenge, but I did wish for her to experience at least a fragment of what I had felt. 3 times the number I was directly killed by Teresa. 10 times the number my death was tied to Teresa. I had lived through madness upon realizing this. Though she was not worthy enough for true vengeance, I could not bear to see her, live happily before my eyes. Watching Teresa collapse weakly to her knees, I crouched down to meet her eye level. The eyes staring back at me hopelessly already lacked any spark of life. No doubt she had realized the full extent of her exposure. What thought must be going through her mind? Perhaps she feared I would do something heinous right here. That I might bring harm to her family, that she now regretted hiding her true nature from me this whole time. But she was entirely mistaken. I would take no action against her. That itself would become the shackles binding her, making her think of me whenever anything unfortunate occurred. Whether her brother died, or a servant perished, While merely amusing from my perspective knowing the future, I extended my hand to Teresa with feigned kindness as she remained crumpled there. It would raise suspicion for her to stay fallen in such an undignified state. After a momentary trembling of her lips, she quickly grasped my hand and rose when my eyes narrowed. "Robert, do not call me by name. There is nothing between us. Taylor, I was wrong, so please forgive me just this once. I beg you, I'll do anything. I'm yours, aren't I? Isn't that right? I never had any intention of possessing someone like you, nor did I intend any harm against Lady Violet." Then, her eyes flickered momentarily with relief at my words of taking no action. A hint of color seemed to return to the pallid complexion mingled with her relieved expression. I had no intention of lying to her. Rather, would that not place an even greater weight upon her after hearing this? Come to think of it, you had an elder brother, didn't you? Having undergone 100 regressions, I knew the future that would definitely occur, a future that did not change no matter what I did. Among the events included was my own death, but Teresa's brother's demise was there as well. The timing would be a few weeks from now, if I recalled correctly. He died of pneumonia, though from the outside it appeared quite sudden. The rumors said he had been healthy just days prior, then died abruptly. He definitely died of pneumonia. I had witnessed that death with my own eyes before. I would certainly like to meet him once. In good health, that is. Why my brother? But how would this loop's Teresa take that death? At my contextless words, Teresa's complexion drained ghostly pale. Her already fair skin turned an ashen blue, her teeth clacking audibly as her whole body trembled. There was no stopping her brother's death. No medicine existed then to treat acute pneumonia. Calling a physician would only make his final days comfortable, not cure the deep-rooted illness. So she would become suspicious going forward, that it was not pneumonia but my doing that killed her brother. Even if not me, that it was retaliation from the Taylor family for using their wealth so selfishly. I may deny it, but could she truly accept my words at face value? I gently stroked Teresa's shoulder as she lost strength in her legs, sinking to the ground. Donning the tender smile I had once feigned, I whispered to her softly, "We should annul the engagement, shouldn't we?" The nodding of her head, creaking like a winding puppet, was a truly pitiful sight. Sitting alone at the round table with only a teacup placed on it, Robert gazed pensively at the empty garden. Teresa had fled this place, insisting she would seek an annulment. Someone would likely say the relationship between Robert and Teresa had become twisted. Just days ago they were lovers on good terms. What rumors would spread about their abrupt falling out? Perhaps Teresa would skillfully handle it herself. If she wanted to save her brother, she would surely be cautious, even without Robert saying anything. Even so, her family would die, but that was no longer Robert's concern. After all, there was no reason for him to save someone destined to die, nor could he. "Has your fiancée left already?" She went home early. "She's not my fiancée anymore. You can call her Lady Violet or something casual now." "I see." Though the servant Renaud who brought the tea looked bewildered, Robert simply smiled wryly and shook his head. News of the annulment would surely spread soon, but he had nothing to fear. Uriah would not meddle in his affairs, and this was a marriage their father had opposed from the start. Perhaps his father would even sincerely rejoice at the annulment, maybe even offer Robert a gift, saying he had finally come to his senses about such frivolous emotions as love. A slight laugh escaped him, prompting him to raise the teacup to his lips. The aroma of chamomile filled the garden. Among the many things he remembered, one was that Teresa had favored this chamomile tea. Slowly taking a sip, savoring the fragrant herbs filling his mouth. "I likely won't be coming back here." In 100 lifetimes, the woman Teresa had always been present, ever his fiancée, often there when he died. But not this life. In this 101st life, he no longer wished to see Teresa. She was the first thing that reminded him of his foolish past lives, best forgotten now. Lost in such contemplation, his hand slowly tilted until the tea spilled from the cup. "Sir, your tea." "It's fine, I did it intentionally." Watching the chamomile tea trickle to the floor, he pondered. Wasn't chamomile's effect to aid sleep? Perhaps he would sleep quite deeply tonight, a very long time since he last could. Whether due to the chamomile or severing that past tie, Robert's physical state upon waking was nothing short of superb. How long had it been since he slept so well? He always had nightmares whenever he laid down, reliving each death in turn, until the end where his most recent demise played out. It was tormenting at first, but lately he had grown numb to it. Still, not having the dreams made his body feel light. If only it could always be this way. He stroked his disheveled hair, wiping his face with his calloused hands. The tomorrow after a regression was not always a good day. There were times he died on the second day, so he could not relax until seeing the prince's face at least. But well, this was manageable. More than manageable, absolutely fine. While Uriah was family he could not easily cut ties with, Teresa was someone ultimately unnecessary in his life. His first thought starting this 101st life was that he no longer needed to cling to any attachment regarding Teresa. No more striving to survive. No more foolishly nurturing a wish, just in case some variable arose. The process was to cut what needed cutting and take what needed taking. At the end would be his eternal rest, thinking a bit more calmly now. With that thought, as he dipped his hands in the water brought by a servant, something occurred to him. Just as on the day of regression, he had an appointment the next day too. But events would likely unfold quite differently than he remembered. Wasn't today Princess Merigen Juliet's birthday party? Just recalling that name always contorted his expression, unlike with Uriah or Teresa. He was not bound by ill fate to her. Rather, theirs was a more wistful, complex relationship. Today we shall pass judgment on a sinner. One who killed family, killed friends, killed the innocent. We shall judge such a heinous person. The woman reciting that solemn declaration had puffy, reddened eyes, swollen enough to see even as she knelt. She must have cried immensely, he supposed. A memory from when he had lost his mind, living aimlessly, entirely unrelated to the present, a memory only he recalled. He had even considered using the princess once. There were lives where he loved her, but those were faded memories by now. He doubted he could embrace human emotions again from the start. What awoke him to his true nature was realizing why he could only meet such wretched deaths. The prince and the woman who would link to him the princess. He wished to avoid that if possible, but was prepared to approach if necessary. Will you be taking meals separately again today? Drying his face with a towel, Renaud inquired. Come to think of it, he had avoided dining together recently. Seeing their faces triggered memories of his deaths, leaving him unable to eat properly. But now, there was likely no need to keep avoiding it. By this point, news of yesterday's annulment had probably reached his father too. Whether he would smile approvingly or rebuke Robert for acting alone remained to be seen. Shaking his head, Robert spoke up. No, I'll eat together today. Understood. Renaud seemed surprised by Robert's abrupt change in behavior. It was only natural for a person's demeanor to shift so drastically overnight. Of course, having witnessed such shifts too many times, it was not that surprising either. There were occasional extremes where Renaud even attempted to assassinate him upon such drastic changes. Still, Renaud is the most suitable. But those were truly exceptional circumstances, and in situations like this, Renaud was ideal. He was Robert's dedicated servant after all. As a means to keep informed of any happenings in this estate, Robert did not intend to easily dismiss him. Will father be there as well? Yes, he has already started eating downstairs. He'll likely comment that I'm late, or perhaps my plate won't even be set anymore. Heading down to the dining hall, his father and Uriah were already cutting into steaks. Spotting Robert, Uriah rolled her eyes as if unsurprised, but he simply shrugged nonchalantly and took a seat. Fortunately, his plate was present, but the servants hurriedly brought more food, clearly not expecting him to join. As he calmly observed the table, Uriah dabbed her lips with a napkin and glanced at him. Well, so you've decided to grace us directly. Didn't you say eating alone was more comfortable? I should dine together with family occasionally, as I am part of the Taylor household. I suppose you've regained some sense at least. Tusk, dissatisfied with his response, Uriah clicked her tongue and looked away. Her reaction was expected. Still, Their father's continued silence was somewhat concerning. An ambiguous relationship. He had never directly killed Robert, but had always indirectly sanctioned his deaths as the Taylor patriarch. Had he not? How this life's father would regard him was quite the curiosity. "Sir, I've brought your meal." As plates were set before him just as he reached for the steak, a low voice came from nearby. "Yesterday there was contact from the Violet family. Is that so?" "Annulment without even informing me first. What were you thinking?" He spoke directly instead of beating around the bush. But this was preferable. It meant this was his father's sole question for him. Uriah looked slightly startled at the words, glaring at Robert, but he calmly sliced the meat as he responded. "Our minds did not align. Human hearts cannot remain the same forever, can they? When I said as much before, what was your reply?" "I believe the heart could be eternal at times." The words of the first loops Robert held many contradictions. Unable to precisely recall them all, he answered vaguely, causing his father's eyes to narrow. The bushy beard always highlighted his formidable presence. Despite nearing 60, that piercing gaze remained sharp as Robert met it, stilling his hand. "Then your current words imply you believe that was wrong. A foolish, misspoken statement from my naive days. I dislike word games." Those blue eyes I inherited seemed to penetrate my very mind with an insight akin to physical dissection. As the man who single-handedly established this duchy, I had never successfully deceived my father. Of course, I had no intention of lying now either. Father eventually blinked and swallowed audibly. There was a time I believed hearts could not change, but that was long ago. The very wish I harbored had since transformed, had it not. It's fortunate if you think that way. You weren't entirely useless after all. My apologies for acting without informing you first. I will be more cautious going forward. It's fine. It wasn't just a day or two you acted immaturely. Besides, I never took a liking to the Violet family. We are Taylors. Our noble blood cannot be scattered recklessly." I nodded, and Father gestured for me to continue eating. Conversing with Father has always been relatively straightforward. Thinking only of the family's interests, I simply emphasized that all my actions are for the family's sake, which satisfied him. But in the past, my lingering attachments clouded such judgment, causing me to fall out of Father's graces, and likely why he permitted my deaths. If asked if I resent him, no, I do not. I realize now that my past self was foolish. Not that I truly considered him a father either. If he could be utilized, I would utilize him. As the Taylor patriarch, there would surely be situations where using the family head's power under that name would prove useful. By the way, there is a palace party today, is there not? Indeed. I was planning to attend, as was Robert, in fact. Nearing the end of the meal, Father mentioned today's palace party to Uriah. It was an expected topic. Originally, I would have attended with Teresa as my partner. Without her, I needed to find an alternative way to participate. Uriah nodded at Father's words, but he seemed to recall something and continued. "Have you decided on a partner?" "I need no partner. As the young lady, I can attend alone without issue." "Then you could attend as Robert's partner." Uriah's eyes widened at those words, so even she could make such an expression. As I watched the exchange with interest, Father turned his attention back to me and added, "You have no partner now either, do you? As the young lady is the family head, it wouldn't hurt to have you support her as a partner, unless you object." "No, I don't mind." "Then it's settled. I won't hear any more about it." "Understood." Though Uriah gave me a frosty look once Father had decided, there was no changing it. He was still the Taylor patriarch, and as the young lady, Uriah had to obey. Besides, attending as Uriah's partner meant relatively more freedom for me. Perhaps I could meet someone else besides the princess. Another woman attending today's party, one I did not recall crossing as an ill fate among those women in my memories. I had a premonition I might encounter Adele Ygritte, the Northern Duchess. The Crown Prince had been absent from this banquet. While that one fact had indeed made me lose most of my interest, it did not mean it was completely meaningless. The mere fact that I did not go with Teresa could be quite meaningful. Moreover, Uriah would not even consider me as her partner, so it was obvious that she would not say anything even if I mingled appropriately and then disappeared. Rather, she would probably find it convenient if I disappeared. In that case, the possibility opened up for me to meet someone at this point whom I had never encountered in my previous life. For instance, I might unexpectedly run into Meridian, or if not, I might accidentally come across Adele. Either way, it would not be bad for me. Moreover, wasn't it quite interesting that the possibility had opened up, something I had not experienced in my past 100 lives? For me, who had grown weary of this eternal life, a new experience was more intriguing than anything else. Do you intend to stop your preparations at that? Renaud's eyes had narrowed for a moment, but I had nodded in affirmation. The reflection in the mirror did not differ much from my usual appearance. If I had to point it out, perhaps it was just that I had put on an outer garment. The unflamboyant, simple dark green outfit suited my circumstances quite well. Since it was better for me not to stand out today, it was probably better to make the flashily dressed Yuria stand out. Even so, since you are not attending as a partner, it would be better if you paid a little more attention. It's fine. I'm not the main character anyway. Furthermore, if I had dressed up extravagantly, it could have become a problem in itself. Didn't someone immediately come to mind who would scold me for not knowing my place? There was no reason for me to listen to such words, and it was better for me to have a low profile. It was obvious that if someone had heard the news of Teresa's broken engagement with me, they would bother me. I had dressed up appropriately and groomed myself to look like a proper nobleman, and it had turned out quite stylish in its own way. I had smiled slightly to try to fix my slightly sharp impression, but it had ended up looking awkward, so I had returned to my original expression. It seemed that the more I repeated my regression, the more unnatural smiling had become for me, unlike before. Was it because there were not many reasons for me to smile? But it was not something I could blame anyone else for. In the end, it was my own foolish choice that had led to this, wasn't it? As I leaned my head back on the chair, recalling Renaud's perplexed gaze fixed on me, I had the feeling that I would often see that strange look in the future. But what could I do? Our relationship had already become so twisted. She had chosen to live the life of a viscountess heir from that time. It was predetermined that things would turn out like this ever since my feudal attachment had tried to somehow undo that decision. Had I not resolved not to harbor such feudal attachments anymore, I would never treat Yuria like a sister again. Perhaps never. It was a little while later that the lurching and shaking carriage finally came to a stop. The night had already fallen over the capital, but the only thing shining brilliantly amidst the darkness was undoubtedly the lights of the imperial palace. The stars that should have adorned the sky were nowhere to be seen. Only the lonely full moon emitted a pitiful glow, serving as proof that the palace's lights were more radiant than the stars. As the Taylor family's carriage entered, the eyes of the surrounding nobles instantly turned in our direction. Someone whispered as Yuria alighted from the carriage, while another murmured as I extended my hand to assist her. So it seems true that he broke off the engagement, despite all his proclamations of love for her. As expected, the rumors had already spread, and the nobles added their own comments as they looked at me. Still, there were no outright negative remarks about me. There were some comments that Teresa had done something strange or gone mad, but I suppose I had conducted myself properly. You did something unnecessary, causing such strange rumors to spread. Yuria, who had taken my hand and stepped down from the carriage, opened her mouth in a cool tone. It seemed that she was not displeased that I was being insulted, but rather that the Taylor family's affairs were being discussed by others, which she found uncomfortable. With a resigned mindset, I nodded my head, and a cold voice immediately pierced my ear. It would be good for you to make the right judgment. If you act recklessly like before, it was the indifferent expression of one looking not at a brother but at an unruly vassal. This time I will issue a disciplinary order. Yes, I understand. I will be careful. In any case, my role today was only to accompany her to the entrance under the pretext of being her partner. Once we separated, it was likely that the nobles would approach me and bother me, so I planned to simply loiter in the garden. Yuria stared at me for a moment as I readily acquiesced, then extended her hand to me again. I grasped her fingers just enough that our hands did not fully touch, and only then could I take a step forward. Presenting Lady Uriah Taylor, Viscountess of the Taylor Duchy, and Lord Robert Taylor. The noisy palace party fell into silence. Although I often forgot, the Taylor family was undoubtedly a family at the pinnacle of power. A family that no noble could easily dismiss due to their near-neutral stance. A family that had always walked a tightrope but never slipped. Was it not the Taylor family that even the Crown Prince could not easily meddle with? That was why I was all the more curious about what exactly the Crown Prince had seen in me that made him pin false accusations on me. Of course, the Crown Prince was not present here. He was probably dealing with a small rebellion that had occurred in the borderlands at this time. Since it would take at least a year for the Crown Prince to return, I had to complete my minimum preparations before then. As I passed through the entrance, the sensation in my hand disappeared. Uriah had let go of the hand she had been holding, and before I knew it, she had walked away briskly on her own, leaving me in an awkward position. It's not that bad. People's attention was focused on Uriah, the Viscountess of the Taylor family. The princess would probably appear soon and say something, but that was it. There were not many benefits for me to gain at this occasion today, and even those would only come if I had the chance to converse with the princess. Well, I could look for an opportunity after the princess appeared. Since there were so many people that it felt stuffy, I managed to squeeze my way out and headed toward the garden. Seeing the roses blooming among the grass that the gardeners had meticulously tended into a maze-like pattern, I turned my steps in that direction. It was merely a complex design, not an actual maze. It was a garden created on the vast grounds of the imperial palace, larger than any ordinary large farm. Of course, it could not be ordinary. It was a place where one could find all the flowers that would bloom in summer. The wind carried a blend of countless fragrances, better than any ordinary perfume. With the full moon behind me, I strolled through the garden. Although the deserted garden was quiet, this very tranquility was what put my mind most at ease. The leisure that I could only feel right after a regression, perhaps I would not be able to experience it at any other time. If it had been like before, I would have rushed around trying to build my own connections. I had thought that if I could somehow gain even one more person on my side, they might be of help to me later. But the result had been disastrous. There was not a single person I could trust. When an unfavorable situation arose, they all turned their backs on me. Even the one who had claimed to be my closest friend, the one who had said they truly loved me. In truth, had they not approached me to take advantage of the Taylor name behind me? Pathetic fool. As I uttered those self-deprecating words, my heart felt a little more relieved. My resolution for this life was to never again commit the same foolishness I had in the past. If I killed the Crown Prince and died as well, perhaps then I could close my eyes without any lingering attachments. Gazing absent-mindedly at the sky as I stood there, the palace lights had dimmed somewhat, and the faint lights of the stars were now visible in abundance. The points connected to form lines, and those lines gathered into clusters. As I was immersed in this celestial shower of light, where not even the smallest darkness could be found, a voice reached my ears. It is not good to insult oneself like that. The feminine tone carried a peculiar chill to it. It was not born of the hostility towards me that Uriah had, but rather a rebuke, no, a more accurate assessment of my attitude. Startled for a moment, I turned my head, and my eyes widened at the attire that was so ill-suited for the imperial palace. It has been a long time since I visited the palace, but to have you be the first person I see, perhaps I should consider myself fortunate. While everyone else wore elaborate clothing, her outfit was an ashen black. In contrast to her silvery white hair mingled with moonlight, the black attire blended perfectly into the darkness. No, it was less of an outfit and more akin to a cloak. The cloak said to be worn by those living in the northern regions, with the fur of a wolf encircling the neck, fluttered in the wind as if confirming its authenticity. Lady Adele, the ruler of the North, one whom even the crown prince could not easily confront, the possessor of absolute power granted by the empire, called the Iron Fortress for guarding the borderlands, but that title referred not to a man, but to a woman. I caught a glimpse of her snow-white hair, whipping about like falling snowflakes. Yet her beautiful features did not pale in comparison to the stars, and my gaze remained fixed on her face. Behind her was the round full moon, and even through the silhouette darkened by the backlight, her faint smile was evident. For a moment, I muttered in a daze. I had expected her to come, but I had not anticipated meeting her at this point. I didn't think we would meet like this. I feel the same way. My coming to the garden was mere coincidence. Adele Ygritte, the Grand Duchess of the North, smiled at me. "It's good to meet you, Lord Taylor. You know who I am." I had expected that she would likely know me. Even though she was entrenched in the North, she had consistently shown interest in the capital, so if she had heard rumors, she would have known about me to some extent. Rather, it would have been strange if she did not know. When it came to bad rumors, there were few more famous than me. As I asked with a perplexed expression, she stared at me for a moment before letting out a chuckle and opening her mouth. "People think I have little interest in politics. Since the North is always busy, they assume I'm just someone skilled with a sword. But I don't think that way." "No, most people do think that way. But I'm different. I'm quite interested in the capital." The blue gemstone embedded in her black waist sash exuded an unmistakable presence. After briefly glancing at her sword, as if sensing my gaze, she brought her hand to it. "Are you interested in swords?" "No, not really." "Well, these days, there are also people who find success through scholarship. Anyway, the reason I know you is because of that. The rumor that a man who dreamed of romance realized the harsh reality and broke off his engagement had even reached the North. Is it true?" Rather than the rumor having spread to the North, it meant that she already had her claws embedded within the capital. Understanding that meaning, I smiled faintly, and Adele followed suit with a slight smile as she drew her sword. With a smooth sound, the unsheathed sword emitted a clear radiance. It was no ordinary sword. I immediately realized this because of the transparent brilliance of the blade shining in the moonlight. As Adele caressed the icy transparent blade, her gaze turned towards me. What should I say? She still seemed as unfathomable as ever. In fact, the Grand Duchess of the North had many nicknames. At times, she was called a tyrant, while at other times, she was called the guardian deity protecting the empire's northern regions. Despite receiving both adulation and condemnation, she herself did not seem too concerned about her reputation. She simply wanted to live as she desired, and perhaps her attendance at today's party was for no particular reason. If I had to speculate on a reason, perhaps she had come simply because she wanted to. "Your eyes seem vacant, quite different from what I had heard. What did you know about me?" "It was just a rumor, but I heard you had a weak and pitiful personality and that you were utterly useless. I heard that Lady Violet would be miserable marrying such a man." In an instant, the atmosphere around Adele, standing before me, changed. A chilling sensation enveloped my body, and it felt as if my entire being wanted to scream and flee at that very moment. It was a sensation I remembered all too well. Indeed, I did not need much time to recall the feeling I had experienced just before dying. However, I did not evade her. Since I already knew how she would move, I realized that remaining still would be safer for me. Lowering my gaze slightly, I saw that Adele's sword was pressed against my neck. Although it did not touch me, a trickle of blood flowed as if drawn by the mana emanating from her. This was one of the reasons for Adele's notorious reputation. Due to her bad habit of acting solely as she pleased, few dared to approach her. I had expected to experience something like this upon meeting her, but the experience came sooner than I had anticipated, causing my eyes to narrow slightly. However, that was all my gaze returned to meet Adele's unwavering eyes. For a brief moment, a blue ripple passed through them. There was no need for me to be flustered. I already knew her well enough. The reason for her action towards me was likely a test. Well, do I seem similar to the rumors? Since death no longer held any fear for me, my expression remained perfectly calm. I had even been torn apart and devoured by beasts while still alive. Dying from a slashed throat would almost be a luxury in comparison. Adele seemed slightly surprised by my response. Completely different from the rumors. I certainly understand now. That's quite fortunate then. As she sheathed her sword, her gaze turned towards my neck. Blood trickled down, and as I moved to wipe it with my sleeve, she hurriedly grabbed my wrist. Wait, don't wipe it with your sleeve. She took out a handkerchief from her pocket and brought her hand to my neck. The menacing aura she had exuded when she had pointed her sword at me had long since dissipated. Instead of the rough hand that had gripped the sturdy sword, a soft, warm sensation touched me as she slowly began to wipe away the flowing blood. As I had guessed, she had merely tested me to see what kind of person I was. Whether I was the pitiful man described in the rumors, or someone worthy of her interest. If I had reacted as expected, she might have responded accordingly, but it seemed that showing her my true self had worked in my favor. In other words, it appeared that I had piqued her interest quite a bit. My apologies, I didn't intend to go that far. Do you think an apology will suffice? Thus, I retorted slightly. Ordinarily, I would not be able to speak this way to her, the Grand Duchess of the North. But was I not clearly the victim here? The handkerchief she had given me was soaked in the blood seeping from my neck. A sigh involuntarily escaped me as I thought about how poorly she had controlled her strength, cutting me so deeply. As my eyes narrowed, Adele averted her gaze and cleared her throat awkwardly. It seemed she realized her mistake. Meeting someone and immediately pointing a sword at them was something she should correct, but I knew well that it would not be easy for her to change that habit. Even the version of her I had met much later would still suddenly point her sword at my neck. A chronic condition, perhaps. This was why I had hesitated to return to the capital. Adele's body flinched as she noticed the blood that had trickled down to the collar of my shirt. What do you intend to do? I didn't expect you to be so frail. To bleed even without being touched. What will people say if I return to the capital like this, with blood dripping from my neck? What could I possibly accomplish in such a state? My plan to meet the princess had also been disrupted. For various reasons, a frown creased my brow, and Adele regarded me with a peculiar expression. Unlike her earlier apologetic demeanor, her golden eyes now held a distinct sense of perplexity, as if observing something wondrous. What was she so surprised about? However, that perplexed feeling soon vanished, at a speed that made me doubt whether it had been a mere momentary illusion. After briefly contemplating something, Adele stepped closer and spoke. Come to the north later. Have a drink with me. A drink, you say? You speak in earnest. Yes, you know well that I don't extend such invitations to just anyone. Shall I be more direct? I tilted my head slightly at the mention of being direct, and a frown formed as a certain idea crossed my mind, and Adele continued, confirming that my assumption was correct. You've piqued my interest. Ah, I see. It was a remarkably candid response, and one that made her regret her earlier actions. While it was true that I was more well-disposed towards Adele compared to others, I did not wish to become deeply entangled with her. Thus, I displayed a somewhat insolent attitude, but that seemed to have the opposite effect. If I may be so bold, I am curious as to what aspect of me caught your interest. I had assumed that my composure in the sudden situation had piqued her interest, but the response I received was quite unexpected. Your eyes intrigue me. My parted lips froze. For a moment, I was at a loss for words, unable to find a response to what I had just heard. After a brief pause to contemplate the meaning of those words, a somewhat cold voice flowed into my ear, as if denying me the opportunity to speak. The calmness you displayed just now was akin to someone accepting their impending death, as if you knew the sword was coming and death would simply be the end, or even if you died, it would be more convenient for you. Ha ha. So, come to the north next time. I would like to hear the reason behind that if you don't mind. The Grand Duchess of the North did not elaborate further. It seemed she had said all she wished to say, for she abruptly turned to leave, just as she had when she first appeared. As Adele turned her back, the wolf's fur glistened in the moonlight. While I gazed blankly at the silvery white hair cascading over her shoulders, she added one more remark. And don't die before then. It felt like a direct hit, leaving me unable to offer any rebuttal. The figure of Adele walking through the garden soon vanished from sight in an instant. If the handkerchief around my neck had not remained, I might have mistaken our encounter for a mere dream. I had certainly understood her invitation to the north. She would likely extend a formal invitation, beckoning me to come as far as the hospitality offered under the name of the Grand Duchess of the North would allow. It was certainly an excessive reward for a mere scratch on the neck. However, there was still a reason why I did not wish to become too involved with her, for she was someone who would depart this world even earlier than I would die. Just as I had been falsely accused, she too would be executed under false charges. Truly, it was a peculiar connection between us. I stood there, gazing at a secluded corner of the deserted garden. More precisely, I looked at the full moon hovering over the spot where she had vanished. I gazed at the moon. The pale, almost frozen light of the moon was no different here in the capital than in the north. That was why I had not come to the capital. Unlike when I remained in the north, in the capital, I would face various restrictions. Yet the reason I had come for the princess's birthday celebration was simple. It was merely because I had wanted to. Or rather, I had felt a strong urge that I had to come here. Grrrr, instead of a carriage, I had ridden a dire wolf larger than a carriage, and the lone wolf left in the secluded spot let out a low howl as its master approached. Yes, you've been waiting. Oh, as I stroked the wolf, much larger than myself, as if it were a dog, it merely shuddered. Having grown up together since childhood, this creature was a unique companion, so close that it would not be strange to call it my only friend. It was lamentable that animals seemed more trustworthy than humans, in reality. As Adele stroked the coarse fur, she recalled the earlier encounter. The man she had met by chance in the garden, where she had gone due to her dislike of crowds, had piqued her interest quite a bit for a chance meeting. Had there not been quite a few rumors about him circulating in the capital? I had thought him an unremarkable man. Weakness was one of the personality traits Adele disliked the most. She knew well the hardships of dealing with an indecisive superior, recalling the few such memories she had in her life. Even now, when she had no real superiors, the memories of her past struggles were not something she wished to relive. Thus, her initial impression upon meeting him had been one of displeasure. However, it did not take long for that feeling to turn into curiosity. The nobles who typically encountered her would invariably have a glint in their eyes. Whether it was reverence or fear, she was well accustomed to the gaze of those looking upon something inhuman. But Robert Taylor had merely seemed slightly surprised upon seeing her. The emotion in his eyes was closer to nonchalance. No, it would be more accurate to say they were vacant. Even when she brought her sword to his neck, his eyes did not change. The hazy blue hue reflected nothing, and within that murky color, only her own face was visible. Moreover, he had even brazenly demanded an apology from her. That aspect had piqued her interest, or rather, it seemed more accurate to say that his eyes had intrigued her. Perhaps I should have him hold a sword next time. However, her interest did not extend beyond that. It was simply that his vacant eyes, devoid of fear towards her, were unsettling. To label it as any particular emotion might be too hasty. Let's head back, home, Adele murmured as she mounted the wolf. Originally, she had intended to find the reason for the urge that had brought her to the capital, but upon meeting Robert, the tightness in her chest had instantly dissipated. The cause of that feeling had been Robert. Why, she did not know. Pondering reasons before acting was something she had rarely done in her life. As she contemplated the reason, the corners of Adele's lips curved into a slight smile. There was no need to ponder it urgently. Was not life about going with the blowing northern winds following the drifting snow? She would likely meet him again soon, and even if not, she could make it so. That was the way of the north and Adele's way. My clothes were in such a state that I could not go back. But if I were to return home like this, what would they say? Various thoughts came to mind, but no matter what, I could not choose the option of going back. If I went to the ball with my throat slit and bleeding, wouldn't people be terrified? When I took off the handkerchief I had received from Adele, I realized that the bleeding had stopped. However, the wound remained. With the blood still on the collar of my shirt, there was no other option but to go home. A chance to meet the princess. Although today was a special opportunity, it was not like there would be no way to meet her again. Just from what I could remember, there were dozens of opportunities, and if fate allowed it, I would probably meet her again. So I let go of my reluctance. If I were to meet her someday, there was no need to be overly concerned about something as trivial as a ball. Even if my father asked what happened, wouldn't it suffice to say I met Adele? For the handkerchief in my hand would serve as proof of that encounter. For such a woman's character, it was quite a plain handkerchief. Just a white handkerchief with the Ygritte crest embroidered on it. I gazed intently at it, then began walking across the garden. Come to think of it, did she really mean for me to come see her, come to the north later, have a drink with me? Given her nature, she would not have uttered an empty promise. Both telling me to come and inviting me for a drink were probably sincere. Then I can use this as an excuse to slip away. If I say I have a connection to the Northern Duchess, even a man of my father's character would have nothing to say. But perhaps it would be better to avoid getting too close to Adele Ygritte. The reason I thought that was because of her future. In any future, in any situation, she too would be accused of treason and purged like me. It was not a memory I wanted to dwell on for long, so I let out a wry smile and shook my head. Being around a woman like Adele made many things come to mind. For example, the regrets I had harbored before, or sights I would never see again. Thud, oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. I was lost in thought for a moment. My thoughts were interrupted when I bumped into someone. I bowed my head, blaming myself for not looking ahead, but the other person merely stared past me and responded, as if unaware of my presence. It was then that I realized the person I had bumped into was a woman. Gold embroidery on a pure white dress, a spotless white garment that only one person in this country could wear. Saint Adriana. As soon as I recalled her name, I couldn't help but laugh. So the saint was here too. I'm over here, your holiness. Ah, I see. I cannot sense what I cannot touch. My apologies. Having lost her sight as the price for gaining holy powers, the saint had long been a symbol of this country. With authority greater even than the Pope of the Tiger's faith, the state religion of the empire, and possessing immense holy powers capable of reviving those on the brink of death. In fact, there were some who praised the saint more than the emperor himself. Upon hearing my voice, she inclined her head with a gentle smile. Did she not have any attendants? It was quite unexpected to see her wandering alone in a place like this. Just as I was wondering, Adriana spoke first. You have not said a word. Is it because I am alone here? Yes, at first. Merigen is my friend, you see. Although the Pope objected, I still managed to come out with some attendants. They should be here soon. I asked them to leave me alone for a while. Then, briefly placing her index finger on her lips, she turned her head and smiled faintly into the distance. There may also be some who have secretly followed me, so you need not worry. If that is the case, then it is a relief. She must be referring to the paladins who guard the saint. I understood why she was here. What was a little surprising, however, was that this was the first time I had met her in all my lives. I had heard the name Saint Adriana many times, but I had never had the chance to meet her directly. It was only recently that I had even considered meeting her, as a means of approaching the crown prince. Why would I, who had hesitated even to recruit those around me, commit the foolish act of increasing the number of people involved? As the sole saint of this country, she was someone even the emperor only met occasionally, let alone me, a family disappointment with no standing. Her pure blonde hair seemed to glow with light. I had heard her hair color change the moment she received her holy powers. She was truly a mysterious woman in many ways. By the way, are you injured anywhere? I smell blood nearby. I was slightly injured. It's a small wound, so please don't worry about it. Sniffing intently, she looked at me with a concerned expression. The scent must be from the wound on my neck. After a moment's thought, when I nodded, Adriana looked slightly startled and turned in the direction of my injury. Although her eyes were closed, she was clearly looking at the wound. A strange feeling. Blind eyes that could not see were piercing through me, seeing right into my soul. Now I could not deny it. Did you injure your neck? It was just a small cut due to certain circumstances. While I said it was due to certain circumstances, she would surely know that such a neck injury was no trivial matter. However, Adriana did not inquire further. Instead, she approached me and gently touched the wound on my neck. A warm sensation seemed to seep into my body. A yellow glow emanated, illuminating the surroundings, and then Adriana withdrew her hand and spoke in a calm voice. The shallow wound should have healed completely, but was your injury due to personal circumstances? She seemed determined to know the reason for my injury. I did not understand why a stranger would be so concerned about my injury, but I supposed it was simply her nature. That was likely why she was called a saint, a woman who healed others' wounds, embraced them, and felt empathy and compassion. I let out a wry laugh and replied, "Yes, personal circumstances. I see." As if expecting such a reaction, Adriana's face relaxed into an easy expression as she turned back towards me. When I tried to keep some distance given our proximity, her small hand clasped my wrist and would not let go. "Your Holiness, may I make one request of you?" "A request? Well, since you healed my wound, I can certainly hear you out. I would like to know your name." "You may know me, but I do not know you." A little taken aback by her sudden request, I soon regained my composure. Come to think of it, with her blindness, she would not know my face. Since we had never met before, she would not know my voice either. After a moment's hesitation, I slowly parted my lips. "I am Robert Taylor of the House of Taylor, St. Adriana." "I see. What a good name." Chuckling, she stepped back slightly, then bowed her head and made the sign of the cross in the air. As if praying for someone, after tracing the cross, Adriana spoke again. "The next time we meet, I hope you will not be injured." A warm, gentle smile drifted away on the summer breeze, yet its tenderness lingered, enveloping the surroundings in a serene aura, unlike when I had met Adele. As we gazed at each other for a moment, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard in the distance. "Ah, it seems I should get going now. I'll go on ahead." "If that is the case, please go first." Adriana began walking away, saying her attendants seemed to be coming, deftly making her way despite her blindness, until she disappeared into the distance. I quietly watched her retreating figure, the saint I had never met in 100 lifetimes, the saint who always seemed to vanish whenever I sought to meet her, as if fate itself refused. What did it mean that I had met her in this life? Touching my neck, there was now only smooth, unblemished skin remaining, the wound completely healed. "My lord, did you come alone?" "Yes. There's nothing for me to do even if I go." Renaud looked at me with an expression he had been showing quite often lately. What was there to be so surprised about? Even if I had attended the party, I would have only been a bystander. A partner was just a formality. The one who had to stand out the most in the Taylor family was Uriah. Perhaps he was annoyed that I was absent, but it was clear that my absence would not cause any issues. Even when I had missed a few balls before, nothing happened, so it should be fine. Seeing the blood-stained shirt, Renaud seemed to have a lot to say, but since there were no wounds, and I had simply returned alone from the ball, well, he would probably figure it out on his own. At least by tomorrow, word would spread among the nobles that I had met Adele. No matter how vast the place, rumors spread faster than anything. Still, this time I do not intend to hold back. I'm also curious to see what foolish expression Uriah will make when she hears the exaggerated rumor and comes to confront me about meeting Adele. It will be quite amusing. She is a woman who believes I would never take any action that benefits the Taylor family. I'll be resting in my room today, so unless it's urgent, don't come find me. If the young lady is looking for me, just tell her I'm sleeping. I have no intention of meeting her. Understood. Uriah's irritation would likely fall on Renaud to bear instead, but I did not need to worry about such things. Today I would rest and collect my thoughts, and from tomorrow I would gradually start taking action. Click. As the door closed, the silence welcomed me. Not a single sound could be heard in the stillness, only the ticking of the clock's hands ringing out in the room. I trudged over to a chair and plopped down heavily. Perhaps due to the many events of the day, fatigue suddenly washed over me, making my eyelids feel heavy. I thought about taking a nap, and as I slowly closed my eyes, "Robert, what I'm most curious about is when you will finally take your own life. Yuria's voice began pouring into my ears. I knew it was an auditory hallucination, likely a voice from a corner of my memory. Yuria was currently at the ball. There was no way I could actually hear her. However, no matter how I tried to convince myself, this memory seemed to choke my throat and rob me of my breath. With a creaking sound, one of my arms began to be cut open. My fingernails were crushed and fell out, my mangled fingers already missing a few. It must have been a memory of when I was being tortured. That torturer was quite cruel. He was very skilled at inflicting pain, rarely letting me lose consciousness. My head, fallen to the floor, was grasped by Yuria's hand. With that hideous touch, she raised my face and proceeded to hurl malicious words at me. You should never have been born. If I had strangled you the moment your mother gave birth to you, nothing would have gone wrong. Not resentment, but an outright insult bordering on vulgarity. Those words felt more painful than having my chest ripped open. For at that time, I was a man who respected the woman named Yuria. Should I really never have been born? There was a time when I was consumed by such thoughts. My arms and legs were gone. Only my torso remained, still breathing, but what poured over my face was cold soil. Unable to scream properly with my teeth mostly gone, the shovel continued burying me in dirt. My vision grew obscured, dark and cold. I could only desperately thrash about with my motionless body. I had no legs, did I? But no matter how hard I struggled, that was simply how one of my many lives ended. In the deafening silence, accompanied only by the stillness of death, the last thing I remembered were those frozen blue eyes watching me being buried in the ground. Yuria. It was only after uttering her name myself that I finally regained my senses. A cold wind brushed against my body. Instead of the dazed feeling, a damp sensation made me slowly open my narrowed eyes. When I opened my eyes, my body was drenched in cold sweat. Looking around the quiet surroundings, I realized quite some time must have passed, and what I had just experienced was a dream. It was because I had naively thought I would no longer have that dream if I did not have it for a day. I had let my guard down, thinking I would no longer see it. But this nightmare will never end. How long will it keep chasing me, branded like a scar, clinging to me until the moment I die? Wiping the sweat from my brow, I let out a faint sigh. My body was intact, so this pain I felt must have been a non-existent illusion, just an illusion conjured by my own flawed thoughts. In my many lives, Yuria was the person who had killed me the most times, and yet how could I possibly think about it so indifferently? Perhaps I had lied, that I no longer had any feelings left, that even if there was a past, it was in the past and I could simply forget it all. I glare into the empty space. The darkness offered no answers. It only told me to find the answers myself, keeping its eternal silence. When I looked in the mirror, a pale face stared back at me. My face already looked sickly, but like this, wouldn't I appear to be on the verge of death? I could understand why Adele had said I looked like someone about to die. If anyone saw this face, they would probably think the same thing at least once. Considering she was quite healthy herself, it was only natural for her to think I looked frail. Of course, her words seemed to cut right through my condition. The reflection in the mirror showed a face exactly as I remembered it, eyes devoid of life. It made sense. While my mind may differ, my body had always reverted to that of a 20-year-old summer. They say the eyes are windows to the soul. Perhaps my appearance had changed slightly, as she said. Come to think of it, how long had it been since I last smiled sincerely after beginning the regression? Any upturned lips felt unbearably awkward, forced. Shaking my head, I turned to see Renaud standing there sheepishly. How long had he been here? I told you not to enter without my permission. I had permission. Didn't I explain your schedule for today earlier? Preoccupied with the mirror and my own thoughts, I had completely forgotten that Renaud was in my room. As for today's schedule, truthfully, there was not much for me to do. My father and Yuria handled the family's affairs, while the servants took care of miscellaneous tasks. It wasn't that I was deliberately wandering about aimlessly. As if I were not a part of it, my name was always excluded from matters handled by this nobility. If there was any difference, it was that I had to meet my father directly today. Is he calling me because of yesterday's incident? Probably. That must be the case. The rumors have spread quite far. That you harmed someone, yes. But surely that cannot be true. If I had killed someone at the imperial party, I would be in prison, not here. Isn't that a rather impoverished imagination? I did not spread those rumors. Some of the maids did. Yes, yes, I get the picture. With no injuries but returning covered in blood, and the young master shutting himself in his room, that was one fact. I could roughly gauge the extent of exaggeration and distortion that had occurred. In reality, there were quite a few among the servants who disliked me, so some malice was likely mixed in as well. I wondered which of Uriah's dogs had been yapping about this time. It irritated me just a little. My lord, as I always felt, an unusual amount of attention seemed to be drawn to my actions. Just the act of stepping out of my room caused so many to react. When I grasped the chin of the maid standing in front of my door, she flinched in surprise. An unfamiliar face. It seemed vaguely familiar, but still a face I had not seen much despite my many regressions. In other words, someone who had little direct dealings with me. So what did it mean for such a maid to be loitering right in front of my door? The possibilities narrowed down to two choices. Either she was genuinely a new maid or someone's pawn. Moreover, what reason could she have for being in front of my door? Renaud had just entered and was standing right behind me. The way she trembled like a frightened mouse was quite suspicious. If she had simply been passing by, she would have been carrying something, but this woman's hands were conspicuously empty. As it was, she only appeared to have business at my door. Who are you standing in front of my room? I'm a maid of the Taylor household. Since when were you a maid? This is the first time I've seen your face. Gripping her chin tighter, I applied more pressure with my fingers. Gradually feeling the strain, the maid's brow furrowed slightly from the pain. I know every single maid in this household. I've seen them too many times to count. I could never forget faces I had seen dozens of times over. I knew where each of them lived, what tasks they performed, everything. Memories remained of investigating them one by one, fearing they might help in my killing, or that one of them might try to kill me. I never expected such an obsession to prove useful now, but one thing was clear: this maid was suspicious. With her strength failing, the maid whose chin I held sank to the floor. For the household to employ someone so spineless. The young lady certainly has a peculiar way of handling matters. To have a novice maid eavesdrop like this. That's not. I don't much care for lies, just keep your mouth shut. Pressing her lips tightly together, she gave a pained nod. Glancing at Renaud's expression, his eyes were widened in apparent shock. At the very least, it meant Renaud still had some value to me. She was no assassin. At this point, there was no reason for anyone to try killing me, and it seemed she was simply an easy target, tasked with some menial duty. The maid did not say another word. Only her tear-brimmed eyes made it clear she was unaccustomed to such treatment. In that case, there was no point holding her any longer, only harming myself. Releasing her chin, I gave Renaud a look to handle the rest. Very well. There's no reason for me to take it out on you. The rumors from yesterday must have caused quite a disturbance. Hick hick. Not just my early return, but surely the rumors of me being covered in blood had also spread. Naturally, she would suspect I had done something. Her reaction was hardly unexpected, prompting an amused laugh instead. Disappointment requires some expectation in the first place with Uriah. Well, her response lacked originality. After dealing with the maid, Renaud bowed his head to me and left. As I had noticed since yesterday, Renaud seemed to show me quite a respectful attitude. Whether because he felt I held his leash, I did not dislike such an attitude. As long as he kept it up, it only benefited me. Uriah moved too hastily. No matter how lightly she may have regarded me, to spread such rumors and then gauge my reaction. The laughable part was that in my first turn, I would have been completely flustered by this. What she likely failed to consider was that I had experienced such situations dozens of times before. Then again, no one but me would know that. With those thoughts in mind, my steps towards where my father would be suddenly halted. The rapid footsteps approaching from behind were the reason. As if I were the target, the reckless sound slowly softened as I stopped. Robert Taylor. As always, that icy voice sent a chill down my spine. For a moment, it felt like a biting wind was blowing. Despite the sweltering summer, Uriah's eyes always radiated a cold indifference. Why did you return to the manor alone yesterday? I told you not to cause any more trouble. You did indeed say that. I'm asking you now. Why did you return to the manor covered in blood? Instantly, a laugh escaped my lips. How ridiculous to interrogate someone without even properly confirming the facts. No matter how perfect a young lady she claimed to be, she lacked refinement. Did she really think she could intimidate solely through her status? This was precisely one of those moments. You are mistaken, young lady. It seems the servants have relayed incorrect rumors. I am mistaken. Ha, Robert. You still say that despite this evidence. She produced a shirt stained with blood around the collar. Had she directly instructed the laundry to find it? The blood stains were certainly there, but that was all. No one would describe such a shirt as being covered in blood. Yet Uriah's manner was quite self-assured. As if her words alone were the absolute truth, she seemed convinced of the hypothesis she had constructed herself. Would you call that much blood covered, young lady? It seems a bit different from my understanding. That's not the important part right now. Where did you get that blood from? You have no wounds on your body, so for you to be stained with blood, it must be someone else's. Don't tell me you actually killed someone. Ha! Letting out an exasperated sigh, Uriah's expression hardened for a moment. I had intended to listen quietly and apologize a few times to end it, but her misunderstanding seemed greater than I thought. Murder. Surely she knew better than anyone that I had never so much as held a sword. This was simply absurd, mere pretext to make a big deal out of me acting alone. With her authority, she could easily treat it as fact and bury me under it. Even if the truth came out and it dissipated, my father would have scolded me for disgracing the family honor upon hearing the rumor. In other words, her aim of casting me out from my father's graces would be admirably achieved. So you believed the words of some servants over me. I never said I heard it from the servants. Then did you see it directly? Did you see where I was injured, who I met at the ball that got me bloodied? You didn't, did you? No, of course you didn't. My previously calm voice had grown quite sharp, likely because my mood was not particularly good. The old memories I had recalled as I slept seemed to overlap with her image. The hands that had strangled my neck, the face that had mocked me as I died, the cold eyes that had tortured me directly it was provoking me. In the end, you have no interest in me whatsoever, do you, young lady? To Uriah, I was not a brother, merely someone who shared her blood, perhaps a rival who could take the position of young master if she made a mistake. That was why she tried to keep me in check, scolding me for mistakes, torturing me for wrongdoings. It was all because she saw me not as family but as a rival. My raised voice gradually lowered, eventually regaining its initial calm. It even seemed colder than before. My mind, stripped of what little emotion remained, was like a still pond without so much as a ripple. Uriah was still watching me, but unlike before, there were now cracks in that hardened expression. Her slightly trembling lips, her wavering eyes were proof of that. You're saying you were injured. I met Lady Ygritte. She cut my neck. At the mention of Ygritte, Uriah's eyes narrowed. Ygritte, that name could only refer to one person. She seemed doubtful, but fell silent upon seeing the Ygritte crest embroidered on the handkerchief I showed her. How ridiculous that she still doubted the words of her own kin, yet firmly believed the crest of a duke she had never met. I was injured. Do you really think someone who has never even held a sword could kill another person? Her tightly closed mouth seemed to admit defeat, unable to refute me further. The face that had glared at me was gone. I looked at the small cracks that had formed. Seeming flustered, her wavering eyes prompted me to speak quietly. If you don't know, it's better not to say anything. If you wish for me to disappear, you should just tell me so. To her continued silence, I added as I turned away, then I will quietly disappear, young lady. I started walking towards my father's room. My original goal had been to speak with him, the delay was merely that. But as I took a step forward, Uriah muttered softly, "It's not that I have no interest in you." The words I had been about to refute caught in my throat, because Uriah was looking at me, with an expression so distorted it seemed it might shatter at any moment. Robert thought to himself, "Forget what I just said, Uriah." He recalled the words Uriah had spoken. They were perhaps the most nonsensical words he had ever heard in his life. She claimed she wasn't uninterested in him. If her torturing and trying to kill him was her way of showing interest, then he didn't want that kind of interest. What had been her intent behind those words? What was the meaning behind that fragile expression she had briefly shown, as if she was about to crumble? He pondered this as he walked, but could not arrive at a satisfactory answer. There was no need to dwell on it deeply. It was clear she had merely said those words to diffuse the situation. He had never imagined he would hear such an ugly excuse as, "I'm not uninterested in you." It was rare to see Uria's composure break down like that. Perhaps the only other time was when he had killed her in a previous cycle. He had acted on the thought of killing everyone and being alone, but even with no one left in the estate, there was no one to acknowledge him as its master. There were a few other similar incidents, but in most situations, Uriah chose to become even more cold and dispassionate rather than break down. So what did that recent expression mean? Was she so affected just by him saying he wasn't interested in her? TCH. Regardless, there was no need for him to be interested. He knew very well that he and Uriah could no longer be as they once were. Even if she had intentions different from what he assumed, he could not view her favorably all the same. Knock, knock, brushing those thoughts aside, he rapped on the door to his father's study. It was quite important that he inform his father about his encounter with Adele. There may be a few benefits to gain from this, perhaps even more fortuitous circumstances than he expected. "It's Robert, my lord. Enter." At his father's permission, Robert entered and bowed his head. He checked his father's expression, but he simply stared Robert down without showing any discernible emotion. Only his slightly furrowed brow hinted that he had given this rumor a great deal of thought. Unlike Uriah, his father would not misunderstand. However, it was a fact that Robert had returned covered in blood, so his father was undoubtedly curious about the reason. It would be troublesome if this caused an uproar. As Robert expected, as soon as he fully entered the study, his father immediately asked about the previous day's events. "Where did you go yesterday?" "If you ask where I went, I returned to the estate." "What was the reason?" "I judged that I had no business being there." His father surely knew that the partner arrangement was just a pretext, meant to outwardly show the younger branch's cooperation and the family's unity. After a momentary silence, he asked in an indifferent tone, "When I asked where you went, I was asking where you got that blood on you." "It's less that I got it on me, and more that I was cut." At the mention of being cut, his father's eyes narrowed, as if to scrutinize whether Robert was lying. But he had only lived around 60 years. Measured in years lived, Robert had experienced several times more than him. How could a mere look discern his true intentions? Of course, there was no need to feign anything since it was the truth. Taking out a handkerchief from his pocket, Robert continued, "I met Lady Ygritte." "Adele?" "Yes. I stepped into the gardens for a bit and happened to run into her. We exchanged some conversation." It sounded a bit odd to say he got his throat cut after that, but his father was well aware of Adele's unrestrained personality. For a free-spirited woman who did as she pleased, drawing a blade to verify something was certainly within the realm of possibility. In the process, she lightly cut my throat and told me to come to the north. His father's gaze changed in an instant. Muttering something under his breath in a gravelly voice, his expression was like that of a ravenous beast discovering delectable prey. He coveted it, seeking to derive some gain from the situation. For his father, the family's interests took the highest priority. He must have been considering what advantages could be obtained through this information I brought, and I knew better than anyone the answer he most desired to hear. "So, you're considering going there yourself, I take it?" "No, I am not." With a dismissive tone, I shook my head firmly and let out a small laugh. There would likely be no need to actually go to the north. Since I had judged it best not to entangle myself with her, there was no reason to set foot in the north even if I ended up helping her at some point. It would be better not to go to the north. That way, she may become a bit impatient. Why do you think she would become impatient? Adele Ygritte is the Grand Duchess of the North. Do you really think she would react that way just because she lightly cut your throat? Yes, Adele Ygritte is that type of person, is she not? Adele was a woman well suited to the northern lands. She did not forget promises. However, she also did not forget grudges. It was a habit of those often called barbarian tribes, but Adele respected and embraced that habit. Her actions in completely repelling the northern invasions had become a source of pride, and criticisms of Adele had disappeared. She was a woman who had risen to the position of duchess with just a sword, and I knew better than anyone that her personality would not change over time. She will surely not forget that I cut her throat. Since she told me to come, she will undoubtedly continue to harbor that thought. Yes, I suppose so. A faint smile briefly crossed his father's lips, indicating he agreed with Robert's reasoning. Now the main issue was how to take advantage of this, but he did not seem inclined to discuss it further with Robert, changing the subject instead. Well, at least you're showing some sense now. Have you finally decided to change? In a way, yes. As you should have. You can't keep living so shamefully forever. Well thought out. Seeing his father's satisfied smile stirred some conflicted feelings within Robert. His father did not understand the meaning behind Robert saying he had changed. He did not know the mindset behind Robert's desire for change, nor the abandoned heart that had led to it. Despite hearing the praise he had once coveted so much, Robert felt nothing, just a vague sense of melancholy. I have changed quite a bit, he realized. Despite all the efforts he had made to hear such praise before, these trivial words of commendation no longer provoked any feelings in him. The him of the past was gone, perhaps never to return. Yet as his father continued to beam with satisfaction, Robert could only remain silent. You are the proud scion of the Taylor family. In any situation, you must keep the family's interests in mind. I will keep that in mind. Robert wondered what expression his father would make if he knew Robert took no pride whatsoever in the name Taylor. A warm summer breeze blew. Even the sweltering wind felt pleasant. Thanks to his encounter with Adele, Robert's actions had become freer, and he could now go outside as he pleased. At the previous ball, he had been bound by the pretense of being her partner, so going out alone like this was quite a long time coming if he thought about it. In fact, in his previous life, hadn't he been imprisoned in a basement before his death? Just walking these streets was a rarity in itself, leaving him with a sense of refreshing openness in his heart. Every sensation, the wind ruffling his hair, the sunlight enveloping his skin, felt wonderful. This came about quicker than usual, didn't it? Typically, this level of freedom in his actions wouldn't arrive until much later in the cycle. But thanks to a fortuitous series of coincidences this time around, events had unfolded rather smoothly so far. Just walking outside was enough to lighten his mood. There were those who wondered what awaited after death, were there not? Having experienced it dozens of times himself, Robert often found various emotions welling up after each revival. At times he doubted whether he was truly alive, unable to believe that what he was seeing was reality and nearly losing his mind as a result. So going outside like this helped him regain his bearings. Feeling the breeze, the warmth of light, the sensation of treading the earth, these allowed him to sense that he was indeed alive. He was alive, and this time he intended to succeed. Up until now, that was the mindset he had lived with. But this time, he harbored the rather chilling desire for his permanent demise. That was why his reason for venturing outside was quite different. The information he sought to gather was not new. He already knew everything. It just wasn't in physical form yet. He needed to collect tangible evidence. A proper informant would likely appear later, but there was no harm in getting a head start. As he was heading toward the area where informants gathered, a child came running and accidentally collided with him, falling over with a thud. The child must not have been watching where they were going, as they let out pained groans while curled up clutching their head. "Oh," Robert briefly considered whether to help the fallen child up, then crouched down to check their condition. Their hands that had braced their fall were a bit scraped, with reddened skin visible. If left alone, they would likely start bleeding. Watch where you're going next time. Who knows what could happen if you run into some shady character. Sorry about that. Are you okay? I'm not the one who needs to be asked that. You're the one who fell after crashing into me. Robert took out a fresh handkerchief and wrapped it around the child's hand. Upon seeing the pattern on the handkerchief, the child's eyes went wide. After a momentary dumbfounded pause as they processed the situation, the child suddenly went pale and bowed their head deeply. "I truly didn't realize you were of the Taylor family. Please forgive me just this on SHHH. There's no need for any of that. Just be on your way and it will be finished. You understand what I'm saying, don't you?" As the child kept bowing repeatedly, Robert covered their mouth with his hand. The child blinked slowly, indicating they understood. He disliked this sort of thing, how people's attitudes changed instantly just because he was the son of a famous, noble family. His licentious behavior in his first life stemmed from this very feeling. Although it led to his demise without being understood, this mindset had not changed to this day. Taking the child's hand, Robert helped them up, and they immediately turned and scampered off down an alleyway. This area had many ill-mannered nobles. If it had been someone else the child collided with instead of Robert, there may have been those who would have used it as an excuse to torment them. After watching the child disappear into the back alley, Robert turned to resume walking. No, it was at the very moment he tried to turn his back that's her. There was a woman looking around the surroundings, seemingly in search of someone. A person was standing right beside her, as if assisting the woman. It certainly appeared she was looking for someone specific. The instant he saw her white blonde hair, a name flashed through his mind, and he found himself unconsciously muttering it aloud. Adriana. Dressed not in her holy vestments but in ordinary clothing, she looked just like a commoner at a glance. Her dust-stained attire made it seem plausible she had just finished some sort of cleaning task. But why was she garbed in such a manner? With that question in mind, Robert's feet began striding forward of their own accord. He didn't know the reason, but the thought arose that he should meet with her. The life of a saint was one of the most boring lives a human could possibly lead, and that was fine. Even if people adored her, that was all there was to it. What meaning was there if someone who couldn't even look her in the face adored her? She had lost her sight in exchange for gaining God's blessing. The only world she could remember since birth was one with merely differences between light and dark. She only learned what colors flowers were through learning. The name, saint. The position of standing at the summit of the church to bestow blessings upon the citizens of the empire. She had never doubted that, but the world itself was always one of the things that piqued Adriana's curiosity, the unknown realm of what lay ahead, though she had heard about it only through books and fairy tales. Adriana had always harbored the desire to talk to someone other than priests or the Pope. It was for that reason that she first escaped from the church at age 13. The world she set out into with the help of a close priest friend being unable to see was an extremely mysterious place. The various sounds reaching her ears were different from the ringing of bells. Instead of the organ sound she always heard, people were truly chattering and talking about something. Princess. Palace. She didn't know it at the time, but she later learned that the first friend she made after leaving the outside world was a princess. If she hadn't happened to run into the princess's carriage by chance, what might she have been doing now? Perhaps she would have met some strange person and gotten caught up in some suspicious business. Adriana let out a small laugh at the sudden memory. Your Holiness. No, I was just reminiscing a bit about the old days. Although she had been severely scolded after being caught escaping once, she was able to freely go outside after that. However, since she had to hide her status as a saint, she wore these plain clothes. What Adriana did when she went outside was simple. Sometimes she would go up to the meadow and blankly gaze at the sun, and sometimes she would visit the slums where young children lived and keep them company. While learning about what was happening in the world, there were often times when a child insulting Meridian would get severely scolded by her. Today was the day she visited the orphanage where those children lived. She had set out with some anticipation for the weekly outing, but Adriana was perplexed by the somewhat rowdy atmosphere. Although she couldn't see, she could sense the atmosphere. Normally, the children would run up to her when she came, but today only a few children came over, and it was just noisy. Is something the matter by any chance? When Adriana, kneeling, asked that, one of the children fidgeting nearby answered, "Hans got into a fight with Kato and ran away. He'll probably be back soon." Ah, with a small sigh, Adriana stood up. Children fighting happened quite often, but since he had run away, she had to find him, didn't she? Moreover, Hans was a child who frequently got into trouble. If he went outside and happened to run into an ill-tempered noble, things could take a strange turn, so it was better to find him before that happened. "Sister will go look for him for a bit, but is anyone hurt?" "No, no one's hurt." "That's good then." Leaving the children behind, Adriana wandered the streets to look for Hans. However, the truth was that she couldn't move as quickly as she had imagined. It was not so easy to walk without someone by her side. She could use her holy power and it would be a bit better, but she couldn't use that power in a place like this. "I wonder where Hans is." She had to find him before it got dark, and with that thought in mind as she listened to the sounds around her, Adriana flinched at the sudden voice that reached her ears. Excuse me, are you perhaps looking for someone?" "Hiya." After the shriek that came out of her mouth without her realizing it, silence fell. For the saint, who always maintained her composure and didn't raise her voice, it was just an extremely embarrassing accident. Calming her pounding heart from the sudden surprise, Adriana carefully parted her lips. She had definitely heard that voice before. Searching her memory, the name that came to mind was quite unexpected. She had thought she might meet them later, but she truly hadn't expected to meet them this quickly. "It's you, Sir Taylor." The voice she answered with, trying to remain as composed as possible, was slightly trembling. She probably thought she wouldn't be found out, and Adriana, waiting for a response with that expectation, soon saw her hopes shattered miserably. "Ah, yes, that's me." The voice, tinged with a hint of laughter, meant that even an idiot wouldn't fail to notice. At the voice that now seemed to be openly laughing, Adriana's expression crumpled completely. "So this is the child you were looking for." The child Adriana had been looking for was the one who had just bumped into me. Remembering where they were, I brought them over, and she smiled brightly while stroking the child's head. Perhaps this was a child who caused a lot of trouble often. Seeing her more relieved that no accident had occurred than happy to have found them, I couldn't help but let out a laugh. "You're laughing again." At that, Adriana glanced at me slightly. Her eyes were closed, but if her sight had been intact, she would probably have looked at me sidelong. Perhaps because I had laughed a bit after hearing her shriek earlier, she was reacting somewhat sensitively to my laughter. "It's because the scene was pleasing to look at. Isn't the picture quite nice?" "If that's what it is, I have nothing to say." "Well, I think people can let out a shriek when they are surprised. I've never shrieked like that before." She had clearly let out quite a shriek earlier. The "hiya" sound she made was rather unexpected, it seemed to me. Wasn't she always dignified, rarely even raising her voice in public settings? Seeing this more casual side of her was a bit of a surprise. Who would have thought she would be working at an orphanage like this? Could she really be a saint? It probably wasn't easy for her to go out often, but the fact that she was using even those scarce opportunities for volunteer work made me admire her a little. I had never met anyone like her before. If there was someone like her, one could fully trust them. The thought suddenly occurred to me that if I had built a connection with her in previous regressions, my ending might have been a little different. It wasn't that I had never tried to meet the saint before. It was just that, strangely enough, I was unable to meet her. Whenever I tried to meet her, the saint had already fled to another country, or if it was finally a time when I could meet her, I would be ambushed and struck down. So I had almost given up on the expectation of meeting her. But in this turn, through a coincidence, I met the saint twice. It was a bit anticlimactic, but I didn't think negatively of it either. "By the way, Sir Taylor, where were you headed?" "I had some business to take care of, but aren't you having trouble carrying that heavy load alone?" Seeing her struggling to carry the heavy load alone, I asked, and Adriana nodded, saying it was fine. It was probably bedding or something used by the children. But after seeing her stumble a few times on her own, I naturally couldn't just leave her be. "Let me take that for you. I think I can move faster with it." "It's okay, you don't have to take the trouble." "Ah, no, I'm the one who's not okay with this." Her movements looked precarious at a glance. It was quite impressive that she had been doing this until now, but on the other hand, I glared at the servant who was just watching from the side. Even if she had to act like a commoner outside, she was still a saint. Wasn't this too much? However, the servant just shook his head as if protesting his innocence. He probably knew the situation more or less. Perhaps it was Adriana's stubbornness that made her use her own strength in a place like this. Really, you don't have to help me. Adriana pouted her lips and grumbled. It seemed she couldn't stand that I was carrying the heavy load, and she finally quieted down only after taking the top item from the pile I was holding. She was quite an unusual woman. Normally, a noble would hesitate to come to a place like this, but as a saint, she came here. Adriana moved with several children clinging to her as she carried the bedding. They would blurt out what they had to say, and she would respond with various remarks while listening to them. Kids, if you keep clinging to me like this, I won't be able to go any further. Sister, Hans has been hitting Kato since earlier. I didn't hit him, I just touched him. Hans, if you keep doing that, sister will leave early. At that, the boy named Hans shut his mouth tightly. It seemed Adriana wielded quite a bit of influence at this orphanage. No matter how you looked at it, he was just a troublemaker, but he listened well to her words at least. The person who seemed to be the director of the orphanage was just watching this scene with a pleased expression. Adriana blended in quite well among those children. I didn't know how long she had been doing this work, but there was no denying that she found joy in it. Just the thought of that made my expression darken, if only a little, just a bit. It was almost like looking at someone from another world. Despite being unable to see, her laughing amidst the children was a sight befitting of her name as a saint. Different from me. The sunlight seemed to be shining and sparkling on her. In contrast, a shadow was cast over where I stood, and the light was only directed towards Adriana along with the children. I let out a bitter smile at the scene that made it seem like I was being discriminated against. Well, since she was the saint chosen by God, it was only natural that she would be treated differently from me. Sir Taylor, could you help me with this for a bit? That's when Adriana spoke to me, standing in the shade. She hadn't made any noise, but her gaze was accurately directed towards where I was standing. I flinched for a moment before answering nonchalantly. What is it? The children won't leave me alone. Could you watch over them for a bit? So many children were clinging to her clothes that she seemed to be in quite a predicament herself. And yet, she seemed apologetic about asking me, so I readily agreed and started peeling the children off her one by one. Perhaps the boy named Hans had already told them about me, as the children immediately let go of Adriana once I stepped in. It was a relief that they didn't outright disobey. I had never really experienced how to handle young children before. Adriana nodded slightly to me, then left with her servant. She seemed quite familiar with the surrounding terrain, walking away with ease. Come to think of it, if Adriana was coming, I should probably head out too. I had originally planned to go to the guild, so I figured I should go do my work once she arrived. Mister. Then one of the children tugged at my sleeve. Mister. Not a bad title. Considering my mental age, I was probably more like a corpse, so I glanced over and the startled child looked in the direction Adriana had left before carefully opening their mouth. Do you know sister? I just know her name. Why ask that so suddenly? I was wondering if you two were lovers. You're both adults after all. That's not it, so you don't need to worry. At that, several children let out a relieved few sigh. Perhaps they thought Adriana and I wouldn't make a good match. Of course, I had no intention of becoming her lover, but their reaction still left me feeling rather uneasy. Are you still here? My wandering thoughts were interrupted by a voice coming from elsewhere. Adriana and her servant were approaching, carrying full water bottles. Perhaps it was because it was summer, and some of the children were drenched in sweat. I'm still here. Ah, I was worried you might have left already. Thank you for your help earlier. Here, have some water. Adriana's body started leaning forward abruptly. It seemed she had failed to notice the protruding rock on the ground as she hurriedly approached me. Her previously serene expression crumpled, and the water bottle in her hand flew up into the air. Her flowing hair, like sunlight, fluttered in the air in a way that resembled fading light. If I hadn't caught her, she probably would have been seriously injured. Herg. Adriana, her body caught in my arms, let out a short breath. Since I had grabbed her just before she hit the ground, I had no choice but to pull her into a tight embrace. I could feel her warm breath on my ear, draping her neck over my shoulder as I held her. Her heart was pounding rapidly. For a brief moment, Adriana tightly gripped my shoulder before pulling her body away and slowly parting her lips. A faint blush tinged her cheeks, seemingly embarrassed to have been seen stumbling. "You caught me, thank you really. Are you all right? I apologize for touching you. I did it to catch your fall." "It's fine. It couldn't be helped, could it?" "Ugh, I don't usually trip like that." As she tried to stand up with my support, Adriana eventually let out a groan and grabbed her ankle. It seemed she had sprained her ankle in the fall, as she muttered softly after using her servant's help to get to her feet, lamenting that she had a lot to do today. The look of disappointment on her face was so palpable that even the children could only gaze at Adriana with dejected expressions. Then suddenly, the children's gazes turned to me. Their eyes held the blatant intention of asking if I, the mister, could help her instead. I probably would have ignored them under normal circumstances. If the woman with me wasn't the saint, I definitely would have ignored it and gone about my business. Huh. My hand unconsciously touched my neck. The scar from the wound Adriana had healed last time was now completely gone without a trace, so perhaps I should help her out this one time. Maybe this too was a way to build rapport with the saint. If it's not going to take too long, I think I can help you out a bit. Really? Yes, I've received help from you before, haven't I? I ended up nodding in agreement at the visibly brightening expression on the saint's face. That I had come outside today was a coincidence, and that I had met the saint again was also a coincidence. If these coincidental encounters repeated several times, wouldn't that become a fateful connection? It wasn't bad. In fact, I thought I could take a positive view of it, though it might just be a convenient excuse. There are things that are cold and bitter, and there are things that are warm and gentle. If one had to describe this woman named Adriana, perhaps she leaned more towards the warm and gentle side. A woman who made it difficult for others to utter harsh words, instead making them smile. Innocent and guileless, yet not foolish. Despite embodying purity as a saint, she never swayed from misguided temptations. Thus, one could say she was noble. Through experiencing countless lives, that was the impression I had formed about the woman called a saint. So pure and noble that not a single flaw could be found, or so I had thought. "Children, don't pull on my hair, it hurts." Surrounded by children, endlessly tormented, it was quite different from the image I had held of a saint. How should I put it? Perhaps it was most fitting to call it trivial. Even as they tugged and yanked her hair this way and that, she laughed like a fool and seemed to enjoy being with the children. And yet, from moving various loads, her clothes were covered in dust, her cheeks and forehead smudged with grime. Perhaps I had been mistaken in thinking of her as a noble saint. However, I became convinced that no one suited the name of saint better than Adriana. It was not because she possessed holy powers that others lacked that she was called a saint, but perhaps it was precisely because of that personality that she had been chosen as one. Seeing that sight stirred quite a peculiar feeling in me, prompting me to avert my gaze from the saint mingling with the children. I was helping out in place of her, as she had sprained her ankle and could not move freely, but I began to wonder if I should really continue staying here. Wouldn't my presence here somehow ruin the atmosphere? I was assisting her to repay the favor of healing my neck wound last time, but no particular connection seemed to form between the saint and me. At this rate, wasn't I just wasting time? Such a cold thought suddenly crossed my mind, but it soon dispersed at the voice that came from beside me. "You were here alone." In the setting sun, her hair was dyed red, the platinum-colored waves now tinged with a murky hue, and yet it remained clear. Even with her eyes closed, a pristine aura seemed to envelop her. "How did you know I was here?" "The children told me you were under the tree." "I can get anywhere around here without looking," she added with a laugh. Then she plopped down on the spot, hugging her knees. Glancing around, I realized it was quite a pleasant scenery. As if paint had been splattered, the sky dyed red by the sunset disappeared beyond the horizon. An unusually not-so-hot breeze rustled the grass, with a lone willow tree towering overhead. Such a scene. The children were gathered together doing something, so it seemed Adriana had quite a struggle extricating herself from that group. As I stood there in a daze for a moment, Adriana parted her lips with a small laugh. "How is it? I can't see, so I only feel the brightness." "Well, it's just ordinary." "That's a lie. Louis loves it here so much." Pointing in the direction of the children's laughter, she briefly reached out her hand towards the sky. As if trying to grasp something, she waved her hand in the air, then let it fall limply again with a thud. Children see so many things, not only because I can't see, but sometimes they tell me in more detail than adults do, even though they haven't learned much yet. That does happen at times. Louis always came here to watch the sunset. He said it was red, but I didn't know what red was, so I couldn't react, so I always wondered, is the color red pretty? Her closed eyes turned towards me. It was not that she wanted consideration. She seemed genuinely curious if it was pretty. There is a color that can only be seen at this time. The time when the sun sets and the moon rises, the brief moment when day and night overlap. Out of the 24 hours in a day, could this color be seen for even 10 minutes? The blue sky was dyed red at the edge of night. As if to pour out all its remaining light, the sun, brighter than at noon, emitted a final burst of crimson before vanishing into the night. Thus only the twilight of day, visible at last, could be called the sunset. Unable to fully express in words the appreciation she desired, I merely muttered briefly, "It's beautiful, very much so." "Is that so? I want to see it too." Adriana smiled with a look of relief. Then, after gazing at the sunset for a while, she opened her mouth as the light slowly faded. "Actually, these children, they're not the kind you'd easily see around here." "Is that so? These children came from the south. Do you know of the existence of wizards by any chance? There are many magical items too. I'm aware of them. Wizards, how could I not know of their existence?" It was just a bit strange for the word wizard to come up while discussing children. Adriana added that she was not talking about ordinary wizards like that. The southern region is a place where the Empire's influence has not yet fully penetrated. Perhaps because of the great forests or different races that exist there, it remains undeveloped and is practically a lawless zone. I was aware of that much. But the South and wizards, they were quite mismatched words. Yet it was not that nothing came to mind. As she said, the South was a place where the Central Empire's influence barely reached. As such, it was a place overflowing with various folk beliefs, and thus occasionally, there were those who engaged in acts that people might mistake for magic. To the Empire's people, they may appear like wizards, but they held far more brutal ideologies. "Don't tell me they were victimized by shamans." Adriana seemed momentarily startled, then carefully nodded her head after confirming the children were not listening. "As you know, being a saint, I can't help but be sensitive to things God does not permit. These children are the ones I rescued some time ago. So that's why they are here. It operates under the name of an orphanage, but in reality, I'm simply taking care of children who were victimized by shamans. Even though they're smiling now, each of them probably carries a scar, don't you think? Shamans considered offering sacrifices to something as part of their rituals. They were carrying out the practice of offering sacrifices to summon the gods or spirits they believed in. In other words, they were kidnapping children, whom they considered the best sacrifices. If Adriana had not noticed, they all likely would have died. Perhaps aware of that, she gazed in the direction of the giggling children with a slightly gloomy expression. Then, as if recalling something, she smiled faintly to herself and moved her lips. "Don't tell anyone else that I talked about this. Actually, it's something I shouldn't tell just anyone. You understand, right? I have no intention of telling. I'll just keep it in mind." "That's a relief then. Actually, I told you knowing you'd respond that way." The sun had nearly set now, and the surroundings gradually began sinking into darkness. Adriana gazed at the empty air, hugging her drawn-up knees. She must have realized the sunset had disappeared by now, and that it was time for her to return. But as if still lingering with regret, she did not seem inclined to get up readily. Her ankle should have healed completely by now, but she let out an "oh" and glanced at me. "You're still there, right? I don't hear any sound." "I'm here. I plan to stay here until you get up and leave at least." Perhaps reassured by my gentle voice, Adriana gazed at me intently for a moment with a faint smile. In the dimly remaining light, her face was illuminated, and for a fleeting instant, the dust on her cheek caught my eye. It seemed to have been there for a while, but apparently the children had not particularly told her. Naturally, Adriana was unaware of that fact. She simply launched into a lengthy explanation of how kind the children were, then, as if exhausted, plopped down and began describing the children one by one. Hans, Cato, Louis, Ellen. After listing their names, Adriana caught her breath and continued. The children seem to have taken quite a liking to Lord Taylor. It's probably the first time a noble has helped them out. Come to think of it, isn't the saint here too? They don't seem to realize that, though. I don't like being called a saint. At that moment, the last remnant of light vanished and night fell. Instead of the sunset, a pale moon. Instead of the reddened clouds, stars took their place and shone brilliantly. Her glistening hair had darkened a bit, but my eyes narrowed at the fleeting glow that passed by. It was around then that I realized she had opened her eyes. Gray eyes, their color faded, eyes that reflected nothing, were gazing at the sky. With a slightly sorrowful look in her eyes, she continued, "I prefer the children remembering me as just a close sister or older friend, rather than as a saint. It's awkward for both of us. If they call me a saint, it becomes uncomfortable, and there have been too many people like that. A friend. Murigen is my friend too, but because of our relationship as saint and princess, we can't meet often. The last time we met on her birthday was after a whole year." The glow that had dazzled my eyes disappeared from her eyes, now closed again. Her expression had darkened a bit, as if she felt guilty for saying such things. Sometimes, just sometimes, I wondered what it would have been like if I weren't a saint, if I could have just lived as friends with peers my age, what it would have been like. There was no answer I could give her. I would simply listen in silence until she had poured out all she wanted to say. What could I do for a woman called a saint? I did not know her well. We had only met by chance in this run, a mere coincidence. But I could understand that feeling, if I had not regressed before that. Hadn't I imagined what it would have been like if I could have steered all my conduct in the right direction? It might seem a bit pathetic for someone called a saint to be like this. I don't think that way. My tone was firm. There was someone else who deserved to be called pathetic, compared to me who had been trying to repeat endless regression, unable to let go of lingering attachments. Couldn't one say Adriana was plenty admirable? I wanted to add something, but no words came to mind. I approached Adriana, deliberately making noise with my steps so she could fully sense my presence. Realizing I had come to her side, Adriana turned her head. "Lord Taylor, let's go. Isn't it time for you to return?" "Huh." As I grasped her hand that had been sitting still, Adriana flinched for a moment, then lightly clasped my hand. I pulled her hand and helped her to her feet. Once standing, she let go of my hand and bowed her head to me. She seemed to have realized it was time to leave now. "You're right. I should go now." The children's laughter had also ceased at some point. Her tone was clearly tinged with regret as she said that, prompting an unbidden smile from me. "You smiled again." "No, I didn't." "I think you just smiled a little." Was she sensitive to such things? I was a bit surprised she had noticed my smile, but I denied it and looked in the direction of the children. "I think I should get going now, but shouldn't you say goodbye to the children before leaving, Saint? You go first. I'll head back as is. The children will be disappointed. It will be difficult to see them often. I have my own matters to attend to." "I'll be disappointed too." For a moment, I did not comprehend what she had said. By the time my expression had contorted strangely upon realizing the meaning of "I'll be disappointed," Adriana began moving away from me with a nonchalant expression. Taking a few steps back, she waved at me in farewell. "See you next time. I don't know where we might meet, but I have a feeling." Her tone sounded as if she was certain we could meet again next time. As if, since we met this time, we would definitely meet next time. I did not respond. I shook my head slightly, but she would not have seen my movement. Opportunities to meet the saint were rare. I could not be certain she would come here again next time. Access to the cathedral and ascending the moon tower was limited to a select few. I could try to be among them, but it would likely take a long time. I thought it would be difficult to meet her. unless this was truly fate. I merely watched blankly as Adriana headed across to where the children were. Only silence remained where the light had vanished. Even the moon that had been so bright just moments ago was now obscured by clouds, leaving only a cold shadow. Isn't it amazing? Just one person disappeared, yet the surroundings felt so empty. All that remained was the impression that she was a woman mysterious in many ways. Instead of the pure and noble saint I had imagined, the impression Adriana left was that of quite an enigmatic woman. "Shall we go?" After standing still in that spot for a while, I slowly began walking towards home, erasing the lingering thoughts about a certain woman still in my mind. The dust that had remained on her cheek felt strangely irksome. Several days after the regression, I thought quite a lot had happened. I met the saint, sent off Teresa, and encountered Adele. Meeting Saint Adriana, whom I would not have met under normal circumstances, was encouraging, but I felt a bit anxious about the future I was experiencing for the first time. However, the reason I still thought it would be all right was because I still had countless memories remaining. I could handle it. Even if it was something beyond my imagination, I had already experienced it beforehand. The only reason for regret was that I had harbored lingering attachments for far too long. "Young master, a letter has arrived." Renaud, whose attitude had become much more polite now, held out a single letter to me. Come to think of it, it had already been about 2 weeks since I returned to this summer day at age 20. A letter that would come to me at this time. Accepting the letter with a puzzled feeling, my eyes narrowed upon seeing the emblem engraved on it. I had forgotten that I had cast out Teresa. Was this all the significance Teresa held for me? How meaningless must it have been for me to forget her after not seeing her for a mere few days. This was why I couldn't help but think my past runs were pathetic. If I had given up on everything and made up my mind like now, I sometimes imagined that I could have concluded everything with just about 10 regressions. Of course, I knew well that such imaginings were meaningless now. It was foolish to dwell on the past that had already passed. However, the scars that remained from that time still tormented my soul. Though my intact body bore no scars, the traces of torture, once engraved, showed no signs of fading even with the passage of time. Rustle suddenly. The letter crumpled in my hand. Cold sweat trickled down and gathered on my forehead. My vision blurred and my head began to spin. The sensation of past memories flooding in like a deluge, shattering the dam and pouring out. The breath caught in my throat as I clutched my chest and dropped the letter in my hand. Such reactions often came when I thought deeply about the past. The illness that soldiers who returned from war were said to experience. But what I had was even more cruel than that. The poison I had drunk, the arms that had been severed, the legs that had been shattered overlapped on my body. The eyes that had disappeared without a trace sometimes lost their sight. The vocal cords ruined from screaming occasionally forgot how to produce a voice, and very rarely I would forget my own name. I saw my trembling hands. Would these hands crumble to dust at any moment? No, there was a time when all my fingernails had been torn out. A minor torture. I had received that level of torture so many times that I could now accept it with a smile. There was a time when I had cut off my own arm, and a time when my arm had fallen off while swinging a sword. My vision turned bright red. Blue, green, yellow colors that should not be visible swirled all around. Countless memories entangled, and at the same time, the sound of rain piercing my ears made me grit my teeth. What I needed to remember now, I desperately moved my lips to calm my wildly pounding heart. My name, what was my name? Robert Taylor. Within my gradually returning consciousness, I slowly wiped the sweat from my forehead. The breath I had been holding returned and my shrunken lungs regained their elasticity. It was still all right for now, I thought, pressing my temples. I calmed the expanded blood vessels throbbing in my head as if they would burst at any moment. Though there was a metallic taste in my tightly closed mouth, it was fine. Such things happened often. Rather, I had been waiting for when such a reaction would come. The specters of the past that tormented me. I wondered when they would let me go, but their intensity had been weakening recently. It was evident from the fact that the frequency of my nightmares had decreased. that I no longer thought so seriously about the past. Actually, out of the 100 times, I had not diligently lived through all of them. Perhaps about 30% of those times I had taken my own life. It was when I was gripped by the delusion that if I died countless times this regression would end, so I clearly remembered stabbing my own throat at least 3 times. Pathetic. The relic was not for nothing. Regardless of my will, life would repeat endlessly until the wish I desired was fulfilled. Now, didn't that wish itself long for eternal death? After completely wiping away the sweat, I picked up the letter that had fallen to the floor. To my dear Lord Robert Taylor. Dear, huh? What an absurd word. It was quite rare for her to add the modifier dear when addressing me. Either she was truly in urgent need of something, or she wanted something from me. When I tore open the letter with a smirking face, inside was a single letter filled with quite earnestly written sentences. Lord Taylor, have you been well? I would like to call you by name, but I am well aware of how hurt you must have been by my mistake last time. At this point, I stopped reading the letter. If I read any further, I might become so enraged that I would vomit. If she knew well how hurt I was by her mistake, she would not have contacted me with this kind of letter. So it wasn't that urgent of a situation. What an arrogant woman. Renaud, burn this letter. As I said that, Renaud, who had slipped through the door and entered, approached and placed the letter in his pocket. Normally, I would have suspected him of having other thoughts even in this situation. But the current Renaud was performing quite well as a faithful butler. At least based on my evaluation of him over the past 2 weeks, he was trustworthy. It was enough to say he was the only one in this ducal estate. If I appropriately employed the carrot and stick approach, he would not betray me. It was not that I completely ruled out the possibility, but I was confident that a mere betrayal from the likes of Renaud would not hinder me. What is father doing? His Grace the Duke went up to the capital this morning saying he had business there. It was about time for that, so only Uriah remains here. Yes, the young lady is staying here. It was likely for the upcoming full moon festival. As it was a major festival of the empire, father needed to head to the capital for the festival that would span the entire empire. Perhaps the ducal estate would soon become noisy. Of course, I also had to move quite busily amidst that. There was one person I had to save, someone who had been my excellent collaborator in almost every life. For me, who needed more information than what any decent information guild could provide, there was probably no one better than her. The alchemist J, saving her from death at this festival was the most important of my current concerns. How would you like your meal? Shall I have it brought to your room? No, I'll eat in the dining room. There's no need to eat in my room anymore. Before the regression, I often ate meals in my room, but after regressing, I deliberately went to the dining room to eat. Even though it was quite uncomfortable to eat with father or Uriah, if I at least showed my face like this, they would remember me to some extent. Another reason was because of Uriah's face, which twisted in a bizarre way every time she saw me. Wasn't her reaction strange since last time? She suddenly said it wasn't that she had no interest in me, as if she felt guilty for no reason. It was not even funny. If what she had done to me was truly just to show interest, then I would not have been able to consider her as even the same blood. Around the time I was thinking that, Uriah happened to be walking towards me from the corridor across. Perhaps she had been planning to eat. Uriah, who was momentarily startled upon seeing me, soon showed a calm expression. Then she passed by me and disappeared, but stopped and called out to me. Robert Taylor, why are you calling me? I haven't done anything wrong, so is there something I need to apologize for without knowing? I retorted sarcastically, but Uriah's eyes only turned a bit chilly, with no further reaction. After staring at me for a moment, she parted her lips in a low voice. I'm not always telling you to apologize when I call you. Since when have I ever told you to do that? Then tell me for what reason you called me, young lady. Her pupils shook very slightly at the words young lady. Such a reaction was amusing. Why would she even react? Since it was an emotion I could not understand, all I did was stare at the current Uriah as if she were a curiosity. She could find it strange that I had changed through the regression. However, I could not understand why she would be shaken by my current reaction, because it was Yuria who had disliked it when I called her sister. So shouldn't she be happy if I did as she wished? Her current reaction seemed like nothing more than finding this form of address burdensome. After keeping her mouth shut for a moment, Yuria opened her mouth with a furrowed brow, as if annoyed. I just wanted to ask if you'll be attending the full moon festival this time. I need to report to Father if you're attending. Don't have any strange misunderstandings and just answer. I will attend, because I have something I need to do. Something you need to do? No, never mind. I'm busy, so I'll get going. Eat or do whatever you want. Yuria, who had turned her head on her own as if to ask about that matter, closed her mouth again, and as if her business was finished, she spat out all she had to say and disappeared. Click, click. As Yuria walked away and disappeared down the corridor, I also turned my back with a peculiar expression. She's probably just acting like that for a bit. This wasn't the first or second time I had seen such eccentricity. She was probably just acting like that for a moment. I soon erased Yuria from my mind and took a seat in the dining room. As Renaud had the servants bring various dishes, I recalled the letter I had received from Teresa earlier. There was only one reason for her to send me such a letter now. It was probably because her brother's illness was slowly becoming noticeable. But it wouldn't be that serious yet. It would be at the level of a mild cold that he occasionally caught, sometimes coughing. Sensing something was up, she must have sent me a letter to apologize. Gauging my reaction and subtly bringing up her brother, probably that level of approach. So I had absolutely no intention of accepting this meeting. If she became desperate, she would contact me again. What I had planted in her was the seed of doubt. I wouldn't do anything, but her doubts would make her anxious about every situation if she took it to heart. At first, she would think it was just a coincidence. People tended to rely on luck when negative things happened, but if the situation changed even slightly, she would become fixated on what might be the cause. Right now, that would be me, but what if I didn't respond? If I responded with silence without a single answer, how far would that doubt spread? I didn't think it would take long. At most 2 weeks, I would be able to witness that entire process before the full moon festival began. I have brought your meal. Around the time I moved my knife as I looked at the plate placed before me, Renaud approached and whispered something in my ear. Consecutive letters have arrived from the Violet family. What would you like to do? Burn them. Will you not check them? The contents are obvious. Burn them well so no one sees. Understood. Consecutive letters. I let out a small laugh at those words. Perhaps another symptom had appeared right after she sent me the letter. But my response did not change. If she kept sending only letters, all I would have to do was painstakingly burn each letter one by one. SSS, the sensation of the knife cutting through the steak was transmitted. I picked up the tender flesh with a fork, put it in my mouth, and savored the delicious flavor and sweetness of the sauce. Soon, the seed she had harbored would gradually bloom and blossom. That doubt would eat away at her and soon devour the Violet family. But it was not my fault. Everything was her fault for starting to doubt, her fault for ruining everything with suspicion. Let me say it again. I had no intention of doing anything. Absolutely nothing. Cough suddenly, someone sneezed due to an itchy nose. The occasional sound was nothing special. Just a sneeze, it was a sound that could be heard often enough in daily life. Teresa, who heard the sound her brother made, thought the same, although it felt a little unpleasant. Do you have something on your mind? No, don't worry about it. If it's about the recent broken engagement, don't let it bother you. I don't think they'll make an issue of it either. I know that too. Let's break off the engagement. Lady Violet, the voice she never imagined, she never dreamed she would hear it directly with her own ears. Wasn't he the man who always smiled at her? Who would have thought he was hiding such a dagger? Even now, when she recalled that moment, she couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. The face that had always smiled gently was no longer there. Only the frigid sneer and piercing eyes remained, seeming to rummage through all the feelings she had harbored. It would be apt to say he was a completely different person. For a brief moment, she was overwhelmed by Robert. Since when had he changed? The moment she heard the name Million Jewelers, she barely managed to hold back from collapsing. Didn't mean he had known everything from the beginning. But even so, the fact that he had endured it made Teresa's shoulders tremble as she recalled Robert's gaze fixed on her. So she broke off the engagement. She returned that very day, put the engagement ring back in the envelope, and immediately proceeded with the annulment. She thought that would be the end of it. It did bother her that he had mentioned her brother, but that was probably just a bluff. No matter how prestigious the Taylor family was, the Violet family was also a renowned noble family. Although they could not compare, there was no way they would fall victim to something like poison. There was no pretext for them to crumble from within, so what could possibly happen just from using a foolish man? He's not foolish. Sighing as she corrected her thought, she felt like she had been properly hit. To think he had been putting on such a foolish act despite knowing everything, even thinking about it now sent shivers down her spine. The plan she had thought was thoroughly established and going well had crumbled in an instant. Even those words about breaking off the engagement seemed like he had uttered them after completely deciphering her intentions. Wasn't breaking off the engagement what she had planned to say to Robert that day? Although she had fled like she was running away, she had been anxious all day on the way home, wondering if she was being pursued. She had worried that by the time she returned, her home might already be in disarray. But even though time had passed like this, not even a minor issue had occurred. You're not making that strange expression these days. You were acting like you had something to worry about. Something like that happened. There have been a few things recently. Well, it's understandable. You liked each other so much and then suddenly breaking off the engagement. It must have been shocking. Cough Arthur, who had coughed a bit more thickly than before, opened his mouth. That cough was irritating. Why was he coughing when he didn't usually do so? Teresa's eyes narrowed for a moment, then she spoke bluntly. Did you catch a cold? You keep coughing. It's not that, but my throat is itchy. It's nothing. It happens sometimes. Drink some medicine later. Don't go spitting everywhere. I'll feel better after a nap. For a moment she found herself biting her lip in irritation that rose without her realizing it. Click. Hearing the sound of her teeth clashing, Teresa was startled and blankly stared into the air. There was no reason to be annoyed, but she had no idea why she suddenly felt this emotion. Her expression reflected in the teacup she was holding was quite eerie. It was an expression that anyone could see she was quite angry, so Teresa let out a small sigh and wiped her face. Perhaps it was because of her pathetic brother's behavior. She had thought it was nothing because she always saw it, but seeing it often must have triggered her anger. Just quietly take your medicine. Don't make me worry. After clearing her throat for a moment and replying, she seemed to calm down a bit. It was just empty words or bluffing anyway. Wouldn't she also look foolish for being swayed by such things? Pressing her forehead once, she brought the chamomile tea to her lips. The moment she savored the fragrant aroma filling her mouth, it felt like she was freed from all worries. Watching her brother grumble and pour the medicine into his mouth was only momentary, as Teresa closed her eyes and relished the tea scent. Didn't just drinking it put her mind at ease. It was merely an unfounded fear. There were worries that kept coming to mind, but Teresa quickly erased those concerns from her head. Instead, she brought up another matter to think about. Since she had failed in her attempt to use Robert, wouldn't it be better to consider the possibility of being exposed elsewhere as well? How did he even find out? She was certain she had handled it without anyone knowing. When purchasing something, she used a completely different name, and when seeking out a designer, she made sure no one but that person knew it was her. Teresa's eyes narrowed as she mentally deducted points for the designer Roberta. Perhaps he truly knew nothing and just stumbled upon those few things. She could have thought about it a bit more slowly, but in the moment, she was so startled that she immediately acknowledged her guilt on the spot. If she had responded brazenly there, the outcome might have been a little different. Rather, if she had gotten angry, saying it wasn't her fault, even Robert would have been flustered. Tusk. Teresa clicked her tongue as she blamed her own foolishness. It seemed not a bad idea to try contacting him once. If she sent a letter apologizing appropriately, he would at least agree to meet. Teresa smirked as she gripped her pen while writing the letter. If this worked, what would she do then? She found Robert quite irksome for surprising her, so she had been contemplating various forms of revenge. Until then, he had sent letters professing his love, so how could she have imagined he would insult her like that as soon as they met? Even now, when she recalled his mocking face, her brows furrowed involuntarily. It should have been a relationship where she held the reins and shook him. She had been shaken for a moment, and it ended up like this. Teresa, who had scribbled a letter with an appropriate apology and a mildly regretful content, stretched. Perhaps a response would come soon. But it was already late at night, so she thought she could send the letter when she woke up tomorrow. It wasn't such an important matter, so it was fine. Even if she forgot, she could send it when she remembered. To Teresa, Robert was still a truly easy target. Cough, rough and ragged breathing echoed. The one with a complexion so pale he seemed on the verge of collapsing was Teresa's brother Arthur. Staring blankly into the air with hazy eyes, he then squeezed his eyes shut and suppressed the erupting cough. He felt like ripping out his itchy lungs with his bare hands. The cough that escaped against his will stirred up many emotions just by itself. Who would have thought that what he had dismissed as just a cold a few days ago would grow this severe? For a moment, a cough that clawed at his throat burst out with every movement. He wiped his mouth, tasting something metallic. Even without blood, he felt his body had already deteriorated to that extent. The cold, he knew, was not such a serious illness, just a sickness that would cleanly disappear after a night's sleep. So he had been negligent in taking medicine, but this seemed like an illness that would not heal no matter how diligently he took medicine. Cough, his chest ached from coughing so much. It had already been 3 days since he lost his appetite and lay idly in bed. How did it come to this? But what Arthur feared most was whether this illness would actually be cured. It must be poison. Teresa, who had been wandering around restlessly beside him, muttered. Gnashing her innocent nails and fidgeting her feet, she looked quite anxious. Wasn't she bringing in doctors to search for poison ever since his condition had worsened? But Arthur himself knew best that it was not poison. Poison was originally created to harm someone. At least as far as he knew, there was no poison that produced symptoms similar to this cold. I'll have to interrogate the servants. The food you ate is suspicious. Teresa, you know that can't be true. What do you know? Brother, what do you even know? No matter how you look at it, it's poison. Why would a healthy person suddenly fall ill? This is poison. Brother, someone sent an assassin after us. It can't be the Taylor family, can it? No, it must be that person. That person, Robert, sent an assassin to us. Gasped Teresa, who swallowed a false breath on her own, turned pale. She seemed to realize it now. That the words he had said to her were not empty threats. She finally realized it now. Wasn't this situation too strange? In the summer, not even winter, what had started as a mere cough, it had driven a person to a state resembling a corpse. At first, she thought it was just a severe cold. If not that, she thought it would just pass, and that was the problem. This was a despicable ploy orchestrated by the Taylor family. Just as Robert had warned, it was clear he had done something to her brother Arthur. I would very much like to meet him next time. In good health, that is. It felt like an electric current zapping through her head. Her breath stopped, and the chill that flowed from the top of her head seemed to escape through her fingertips. Her heart turned cold, and at the same time her dazed mind made her body sway. Not even realizing her legs had given out and she had slumped to the floor, Teresa began to piece together the fragments of memory fitting together in her mind one by one. The reason her brother was sick, it was surely Robert's doing. Otherwise, there was no way Arthur would fall ill, was there? Just because a cold had become that severe. No, that couldn't be. From the beginning, Teresa had excluded the possibility of many other causes. Accepting Robert's words as a warning, her mind filled with that thought naturally clouded her judgment. There was no way she could make a level-headed assessment. If she had thought a bit more slowly, she would have realized there was no such possibility, but Teresa had already assumed Robert was the sole cause. Ned, summon all the servants right now and ask them if anyone put something strange in the food. Actually, the interrogation has already been completed. The old man called Ned replied with a bowed head. Naturally, he had asked all the servants, but there was no one who would engage in such suspicious acts. Moreover, since they did not casually use anything brought in from outside, There was no way poison or the like could have gotten into the food. But he could not ignore the momentum of Teresa, who had her eyes wide open, so Ned carefully opened his mouth. There was no one who acted suspiciously. At least within this mansion, there is no one who would do such a thing, I believe. Then the reason my brother has collapsed like that is really just because he's bedridden with a mere cold. Didn't you call for a doctor? The doctor will treat him soon, and he'll recover after taking medicine. I've also called a priest for any unforeseen circumstances, so you can rest assured for now, can't you? Upon hearing Ned's words, Teresa finally felt her blurred vision returning. Yes, there was no need to think so hastily right now. If she moved too quickly, the Taylor family might put even more pressure on her. A thought suddenly occurred to her, and Teresa's eyes narrowed as she looked around. Could it be that someone was monitoring this situation? It felt like the blood in her head was finally circulating. With her vision spinning, Teresa finally realized she had collapsed on the floor. Yes, then we'll have to wait for a bit, until that esteemed doctor arrives. Yes, I will call you when the doctor comes. Please rest for a while. Click, the door closed. Left alone beyond it, Teresa's body began to crumble towards the ground once again. She no longer even felt the desire to get up. Her mind was filled solely with thoughts about this situation. It might not have been the Taylor family's doing. Making a judgment right now would be hasty. Teresa, who had grasped the situation a bit more calmly, wiped her forehead. If it was truly a cold, medicine should be enough to cure it. If that was the case, the conclusion would be that it was simply a coincidence. Will it really be like that? She was suddenly seized by fear. If this was an illness that even a doctor could not cure, wouldn't it mean the Taylor family had truly manipulated her brother? Teresa's hand, clutching her chest with quickening breaths, trembled. With a pale face, Teresa stared into the air with shaking eyes. Nothing should have happened. This had to be a severe cold that would be completely cured after sleeping a few nights. If it did not turn out that way, it would mean this was all retribution for the greed she had harbored. It will be all right, so she muttered, to erase Robert's voice echoing in her ears like a chant, to not forget the hope that still remained, however faint. Teresa kept muttering like that for a long time. When a person breaks down, it happens in an instant, and sometimes they even forget how they ended up breaking down. What is the reason for it? What is the cause? The collapsed Arthur may not be able to think, but Teresa should have clearly known the reason. Where is Ned? At the chilling voice, the servant trembled. In the room that had turned into a mess with various pieces of furniture broken, a woman with her hair disheveled parted her lips. It was also the woman's own actions that had made the room like that. Perhaps there was someone hiding and monitoring, watching her actions, who knew what mischief they might do, she had said. He's not here. He's in the basement right now. Right, that's how it was. Teresa burst into laughter, chuckling. Ned, who had been her butler, had finally lost her trust as well. Now that she thought about it, wasn't it indeed suspicious? With her brother collapsed and groaning like that, there was no way there could be nothing wrong with the food. Perhaps it was Ned's order to put poison in the food. If only he would confess with his own mouth while being tortured now, this matter would be over. No matter how much her former fiancé had done such a thing, to use poison, he was a more terrifying man than she thought. Since when had he been hiding such a dagger in his bosom? Teresa let out a small sigh and brushed her hair with her hand. The hair was matted and tangled with dried blood. She forcefully pulled it, applying strength until the hair was ripped out from her fingers. Even so, the servant's face turned deathly pale at her expressionless face. Teresa didn't even find this painful. It had already been a week since Arthur's condition had worsened. The doctors who came all failed to find the cause of the illness, and even the priest could not purify that poison. The guy who said he would call the saint. We still can't get in touch. How many times did I say she has to come by today? Bang, Teresa, who slammed the desk that had remained intact with her hand, shouted. Even as she slammed the desk, causing wooden splinters to pierce her hand and drip blood, her mind was still filled with thoughts about that poison. It must have been a poison ingested through food. She wondered what kind of poison it was. Even the servant, trembling in fear, looked pathetic to her. Rather, should she interrogate him like Ned? There was no need to be so frightened right now, was there? Had she gotten angry? No, she had merely asked. She must have asked quite kindly when the priest would bring the saint. Why was he reacting like that? In an instant, the frozen pupils melted again at the sound of coughing coming from far away. It was a sound that could no longer be called a simple cough. With each cough, it expelled the vitality of the entire body, making it evident that he was gradually dying, didn't it? Just what is going on? For the Taylor family to use poison on us. To Theo, the head of the Violet family, it was truly a bolt from the blue. They had not even been on bad terms, and until a few days ago, the children of both families had been engaged to each other. Why on earth would they use poison on them? He, too, did not know the exact truth. He had only heard what Teresa said, and even he could not make a level-headed judgment about this situation. I don't know either why they would do this to us. It might not be poison, right? They never had any interest in us in the first place. Why would they use poison on us? Foolish. How could he suspect a person this sick of merely having an illness? She had heard of illnesses with similar symptoms, but just seeing that it didn't improve with medicine, one could tell it was not a simple illness. Pneumonia? No way. This was poison. The poison that Robert Taylor had personally used to destroy the Violet family that had exploited him. Father, don't worry too much. They can't do anything to us either. It was too obvious a ploy. If only she could get her hands on the evidence by torturing Ned, she would be able to counterattack the Taylor family later. That foolish Robert, did he think she would crumble with this kind of trick? Ha! A sneer burst out, twisting the corners of her mouth. It was such a bizarre and uncanny expression that Theo, who saw that smile, trembled slightly. The cold, frozen pupils reflected nothing. They merely gazed at her brother lying down, coughing up blood. There was no reason, no sense. How was it different from the state of fanatically believing that everything she judged was right? What Theo thought of was Ned. To calm his daughter even a little, wouldn't Ned, who had been with her since childhood, be of help? So Theo opened his mouth to call that name. Come to think of it, I don't see Ned. Where on earth is he at a time like this? Bring him here at once. You won't find him even if you look. Thud. At the words thrown out, Theo turned his head. He won't come. Theo was the only one in this room who did not understand those words. The servants each bowed their heads and squeezed their eyes shut, trying to avoid the words that would be heard next. He's downstairs, that traitor. I have no idea what you're talking about. Traitor, are you referring to Ned? That person hid the fact that he put poison in the food. He probably mistakenly thought we blindly trusted him. He'll probably open his mouth soon. Why, we have them in our family, the torture experts. His mind turned blank in an instant. Unable to believe that the words his daughter uttered were reality, all he could do was blankly gaze at his daughter's smile. A traitor, he knew better than anyone that it couldn't be true. And the basement. His face, which could no longer even force a smile, stiffened, but Teresa, not even noticing it, was muttering words he couldn't understand. Poison, at least in Theo's mind. It was hard to see his daughter's fiancé as such a wretched person. Moreover, there was no way Ned, who had worked the longest in this mansion, would be involved in putting such poison. Teresa, not even sensing the desolate gaze directed at her, still had Robert in her mind. The poison he had secretly brought in, how to obtain the antidote for it. Her father had long disappeared from her mind. Indeed, I need to kneel before him once. She had sent several letters pretending to repent for her sins. She had just been waiting because there was no reply, but she felt the need to directly see that face. Father, don't worry too much. I'll take care of it. She whispered to her father, who had slumped to the floor. It must have been the shock of her brother collapsing that made him like this. How would he feel if he knew that it was all because of one person? Teresa still believed she could resolve this situation. No, wasn't it natural? What Robert wanted was probably for her to apologize. No matter how much he had found out, if she appropriately pleaded guilty and apologized, wouldn't he give her the antidote? If a situation arose where he didn't give it, that would be a bad move for Robert instead. I'll be back in a bit. It won't take long. The sun was still shining brightly outside. She hated even the sun. She was in such a serious situation, yet even the sky seemed to be mocking her. Crumpling the letter in her hand, Teresa rose to her feet. So, I was told she is currently heading this way. I nodded my head at Renaud's words. I thought her reaction was quite slow, but was she lost in her own delusions? She was a more fragile woman than I thought. To imagine a poison I didn't even administer and demand an antidote. Did she originally have delusional disorder? No, she didn't have delusional disorder. Her mind probably just became strange because her family's health deteriorated. I knew well that she didn't have delusional disorder. Perhaps my words had triggered her and drove her mad, or she genuinely suspected this situation. After burning a few letters, she was finally coming. Renaud, who had been looking at my slightly smiling expression with puzzlement, seemed to recall the previous incident and asked about the preparations. But is it all right to not make any preparations like last time? Well, this time, I think it might be better to prepare. I couldn't easily imagine what Teresa's state of mind would be like when she came here. I thought she would probably be quite desperate, but somehow, I felt she would have a quite serious attitude. Seeing her say nonsensical things about poison and antidote, she would probably apologize for this matter. We were not in a relationship to go back with just that. After a brief contemplation, I gestured slightly to Renaud and opened my mouth. "One tea will be enough. I'll go out first." Understood. The entire time I was getting ready to go out, straightening my clothes, what came to my mind was the time I had spent with Teresa, the time I had lived, not missing even the slightest chance to survive, forcibly embracing things that could be discarded. Things that could be discarded without much issue. Hadn't I lived with the thought that a single mistake would lead to my death? At every moment, in every situation, a slight mistake had brought about my demise. Recalling the times I had died merely for a slip of the tongue, I couldn't understand what this world wanted from me. Did it just want me to die? There was a time when I had stubbornly tried to live, resisting that, but now I ironically wished for such a death. My steps heading towards the garden felt lighter than ever. Even though this meeting was not so pleasant, wasn't it rather sending off the 100 ties I had built towards the past? But it was enjoyable, to the point where I couldn't hold back a smile for a moment. I thought the weather was truly nice. The grass I stepped on, the swaying greenery of the garden seemed to be smiling at me. The warm sunshine soaked my body, the warmth of summer enveloping the surroundings. On the round table placed alone in the garden, there were 2 teacups and a pot filled with chamomile tea in the center. Taking out a white chair and taking a seat, I began to wait for Teresa, who would soon arrive. Renaud tried to stand beside me, but I shook my head, saying there was no need for that. There might be unforeseen circumstances, though. There won't be such circumstances. You don't need to worry. The ways Teresa had tried to kill me were quite diverse. As such, I knew well how to handle it. And did you think I had spent those 100 lives just playing around? No matter how enraged a woman she was, she wouldn't be able to lay a finger on me. Nay, the sound of a horse's neigh coming from far away made my closed eyes open. Perhaps the woman I had been waiting for had arrived. Correcting my posture like a gentleman waiting for his beloved. Recalling my past self, I showed a gentle smile. Click, click. The woman I had loved at one point. The woman I had loved. That was why I had smiled, and often suppressed the urge to cry and put on a mask. It was time to bid farewell to such a woman in my own way. The only parting gift I could give her was the most polite and warm attitude possible. I could guarantee that Teresa's appearance upon seeing me would probably be a mess. This smile would be the most harrowing poison for her, more than anything else. Teresa's attitude was quite confident. Rather than coming to seek forgiveness for her sins, it seemed to contain a determination to uncover something from me. I did not know her true intentions, but I had a feeling those intentions would be quite absurd. At the very least, it was clear she was not here to sincerely apologize to me. Watching the woman walking quite upright from afar, I quietly thought about what would happen next. Even as she approached me, stepping through the garden, Teresa's eyes did not waver in the slightest. Was she thinking about what to say in her mind? While waiting for what words she would utter first, Teresa walked up to me and stared intently at the round table. "Where is the antidote? What antidote are you referring to? Don't play dumb and tell me quickly. What poison was my brother poisoned with?" I've never even heard of a poison that even a priest can't cure. Of course, I had never used any poison in the first place. However, it was true that there were no doctors skilled enough to cure acute pneumonia in reality. Could the saint have cured it if she were here? It was not that I had not considered that possibility, but I had never heard of the saint's holy power being able to heal illnesses. The eyes looking down at me as I sat were calm. The darkness was deep and cold, conveying to me that her mind was slowly twisting. Did she hate me or resent me? I did not know which of the two was correct, but one thing was certain: she had come with some sort of resolution. But still, she should not have lost her manners. You're talking about an antidote as soon as you arrive. I haven't heard anything about poison either. Is your brother perhaps unwell? Don't ask when you already know. My brother is dying and you're well. How would I know that? The voice that flowed from my mouth was colder than even I expected, but it was the truth. I may have known the future where her brother would fall ill, but I only learned that it had happened in this turn from the recent contact, didn't I? Are you going to pretend you didn't know about my brother's condition now? Putting aside pretenses, this is quite the improper attitude. I received a message that you wanted to apologize, but it seems someone else must have written it. I will apologize, but you should have apologized first, instead of coming here and immediately demanding an antidote. A sneer inadvertently escaped, twisting the corners of my mouth. My mood had become quite unpleasant. It may have been because of her face and the past that had surfaced, but my feelings towards my past self, who had been swayed by a woman of this caliber, were stronger. I could have discarded her long ago. If I had cast her out a little sooner, I wouldn't have had such regrets. I took no action towards Teresa's surroundings. I had done nothing to her, yet she had come all the way here, doubting my words. The misunderstanding could have been cleared, but that desire had disappeared. Perhaps the moment she came here, her fate had been twisted. The future that could have changed even slightly if she had sincerely knelt and apologized now began to completely disappear from my mind. Suddenly, Teresa's body trembled. The moment our eyes met, she took a step back, narrowing her eyes as if wary of me. I don't understand why you're looking at me like that. Are you afraid of me? If you just give me the antidote, everything will be over. My brother has collapsed like that. How can a person do this? As I said, I don't know anything about it. Teresa's clenched fist trembled. Her attempt to suppress her own anger was quite amusing. Where did that confidence come from? There could be no clear evidence, because it was not something I had done, and poison could not suddenly appear from somewhere. Naturally, there was no poison that produced effects similar to acute pneumonia. Even if there was, the illness of Teresa's brother Arthur was not caused by poison. Teresa was merely gripped by her own conviction. Using my words from last time as evidence, she had come all the way here solely based on that one thing. What a remarkable woman. Despite being so foolish, she had her own beliefs. Could there be a more terrifying woman in this world? I said I wanted to meet your brother because of this full moon festival. What does my brother have to do with the full moon festival? Arthur Violet is one of the executive members of this full moon festival, but perhaps you were unaware. At that, as if at a loss for words, Teresa could only glare at me, unable to utter a single word. Of course, that was not the meaning behind my words. It was something I had said in the hopes that she would act this way, but it was Teresa who had taken the bait splendidly. If asked if it was my fault, well, wasn't it the fault of the one who fell for it? It's amusing to see you come here and cause a commotion without even being interested in what your family is doing. And you said you would apologize, yet you're spouting nonsense about an antidote. You find the Taylor family amusing. I retorted in a low voice. Her actions could be interpreted as sufficiently looking down on this family. It was as if she had tried to tarnish my honor with this kind of suspicion. Even though I had no attachment to the family at all, if I had the mind to, I could use it as much as I wanted. More cruelly than she could imagine. Wasn't it a great opportunity? The most prestigious family in this empire had become the most excellent weapon at this moment. Behind that chilling question of whether she found the Taylor family amusing, I opened my mouth again with an innocent smile. I hope that's not the case. No, that's not it. I didn't look down on the Taylor family. I did not know about the antidote. The Taylor family was not involved either. Mentioning her brother was simply because I wanted to discuss the full moon festival that she was unaware of. Unable to utter a single word, Teresa gazed at me intently with a perplexed expression. Then the reason you came all the way here, was it solely to apologize to me about what happened before? Growing tired of watching Teresa unable to answer for a long time, I raised the teacup. The effects of chamomile were quite good. It calmed the emotions that could be agitated and allowed me to look at Teresa with a solely composed gaze. The past no longer bothered me much. Wasn't it just the past? The specters that were merely memories could not hinder what I had to do in the future. As I smiled faintly, Teresa gritted her teeth. But even so, as if she had nothing to say to me, her closed mouth still did not open. Should I just stay here quietly? Even if I stayed still like this, the fact that she would break down remained unchanged. A woman consumed by her own suspicions and crumbling, hadn't there been such cases often even in my own life? Because I had experienced it myself, I knew well that she had crossed that line. Even if the conversation ended here, I would probably rarely see Teresa again. Still, I had no intention of ending it here. My wish in this life was for Teresa to disappear from my sight. I would not directly kill her, but to not hear that name until I died. Wasn't it my desire to no longer have her influence in my life? So I decided to trample on her. I had planted the seed of doubt in her, and it had blossomed and reached this point. There was not a single reason to stop. As I set down the teacup with a clatter, a gentle smile was etched on my lips. It was a smile that welled up genuinely from my heart. The more I imagined the expression Teresa would show in the future, the more I could not suppress this feeling that bloomed under the name of exhilaration. You should have apologized as soon as you arrived. Then I might have forgiven you, who knows? It sounded regretful, but it was not true. I had no intention of forgiving her from the start, so Teresa's steadfast eyes wavered at my words. Biting her pale lips, all that remained was a blank gaze fixed on me. I knew all about your sins. Using the money you received from me to buy jewelry, get dresses made, including such cute little antics, even the strange increase in the Violet family's wealth. I knew everything. That was my fault. It was something I told my father and asked of him. It wasn't my brother's doing. I'll apologize, so please. No, it's not something you should apologize for. Didn't I already say I don't know anything about your brother's situation? As I politely smiled and retorted, her expression was pitiful. Shaking her head as if it couldn't be true, she now grasped my hand and began to plead. Why was she doing this only now, despite having been so confident earlier? Perhaps she had become a bit desperate now. Coldly brushing off her hand, I continued. I had no intention of doing anything about this matter. I thought our relationship would simply end with the broken engagement. Robert, I was wrong. I'll apologize for my rudeness just now as well. Just give me the antidote. While we're doing this, my brother might die. Please, Robert. I knew. Arthur would likely die tomorrow or the day after. He always died around the time the full moon festival began, so there wasn't much time left. I felt regret about his death, but reversing what was already determined was something only God could do. I was not God, so I could not grant her wish. However, I could further nurture the suspicion she harbored. Clearing my throat for a moment, I muttered softly as if whispering. He must be coughing up blood by now, so it's certain he's dying. It's truly unfortunate. With such a severe cough, he won't even be able to move comfortably. Is he eating properly? The eyes that had been looking at me widened, filled with confusion and bewilderment. It was natural. In none of the letters she had sent me was there any mention of her brother's symptoms. Stuttering, she collapsed to the ground and weakly grasped my hand, as if asking what those words meant. Of course, she would never truly understand the meaning of my words in her lifetime. This was not because I had used poison or deliberately made him contract pneumonia. Who would believe that I knew the future after dying 100 times? Well, he must be having a hard time now, unable to even swallow porridge. With his condition rapidly deteriorating in just a few days, everyone must be busy one way or another. Isn't that right? I never informed you of such details. What filled her eyes was conviction and desolation. She must have been convinced that I had done something. The hand that had been clutching my collar slipped and slid down. Then she laughed quietly to herself and parted her lips, looking at me. It was your doing, wasn't it? Really? No, I have never done anything. Then how do you know about my brother's condition? I never mentioned such things to you. Robert, did you really use poison? If you ask how I know. With a small smile, I shrugged and answered, who knows? How do I know? Teresa's body showed no signs of moving. She merely looked at me blankly, trying to retrace the meaning of my words. The face of the woman who had been so confident until now was filled with cracks. Her shattered and broken heart was reflected in her eyes, and the Teresa I had known was nowhere to be found. I got down from the chair to meet her at eye level. Kneeling to meet her gaze, I gently and lightly grasped the hand that lay on the ground. Teresa, I have no intention of saying anything about your suspicion towards me, and I have no intention of saying anything about you coming here and being rude either. Because there is no need for that. You seem to be under the illusion that you are something, but you are nothing to me. There is no need for you to apologize or come here begging for forgiveness. It was time for me to bid farewell to Teresa Violet in my own way. Let's never see each other again, and if we happen to meet in the future, let's not even pretend to know each other then. Teresa merely gazed at me desolately as I gently held her hand like I had done when we were lovers. She seemed to have a lot to say. From how I knew about Arthur's condition to the existence of the antidote. But I could give nothing to this pitiful woman. I had done nothing, and knowing there was no doctor who could cure his condition, what could I do for her? All I could do for this woman was hold her hand like this. To the woman whose face had turned deathly pale as if she had seen a ghost, I whispered softly, I hope you won't come to me like this next time, because I know nothing about this matter. I would have given you the antidote if I had it, but unfortunately I don't know much about such things. I was wrong, Robert. Just once, can't you forgive me just once, please? Thud, a hollow laugh escaped me at the sight of her now kneeling and rubbing her hands. She banged her head several times, making a thudding sound. Her clothes were soiled with grass and dirt, not at all resembling a noble. She merely looked like a madwoman swayed by something. Thud, in this quiet garden, there was only one thing I could say to her. So, lifting Teresa's shoulders as she banged her head, I smiled gently. I believe I've said it countless times. I did nothing, my lady. Would Teresa ever realize that all of this was the truth? I thought she would never know. Even if she realized by then, I would already be someone unrelated to her. How did those words that I did nothing sound to her? Whether to believe it or not was up to Teresa herself. If she escaped from suspicion and realized it was truly the case, it would end with just her brother's death. But if that suspicion grew further, well, she probably wouldn't be able to live a normal life. I knew well how terrifying it was for suspicion to grow. No matter how sane a person was, if they lost their mind, they wouldn't be able to see anything properly. After watching Teresa slumped on the spot, sobbing blankly for a while, I let out a small sigh. Go now. The sun is setting. The sky was gradually darkening. Obscured by clouds, even the last ray of light only illuminated this garden with a murky red glow. Thus, it was desolate. The woman collapsed on the ground merely looked more wretched than anything else. Even after calling out to her several times, Teresa, who had not answered, finally stood up from her spot, staggering. The moon briefly reflected in her eyes, but that light soon extinguished, leaving only empty pupils. Resentment was evident in the way she looked at me. Naturally, after doing this much, if she had any other emotion towards me, it would be rather suspicious. I will curse you. Go ahead. I will pray more earnestly than anyone else for you to die more miserably than anyone else, for your family, your loved ones, all those people to hate you. Resentment flowed from her widened eyes, then fell as tears. It was a downpour that fell only on her. Under this moon it was raining for her, lingering with her forever. I will curse you, Robert Taylor. Is that so? You know you're really unlucky till the end. I never loved someone like you from the start. I know. I knew that when I met you. At first I didn't know, but now I do. She would never understand the meaning of these words in her lifetime either. It wasn't the first or second time I had received such a curse. Words that I had heard dozens, hundreds of times, no longer even wounding me. As such, my expression was unfazed. It would be better if she directly stabbed me with a knife. A few mere words would pose no threat to me. Watching Teresa's retreating figure as she staggered away, I felt quite relieved. The expression looking at me as if I was incomprehensible, and yet the mixed resentment and hatred. It should have been an unsettling expression, but what was I to feel exhilaration upon seeing such a face? Well, I had already been broken for a long time. How many people could live with a sound mind after dying dozens of times? If the day came when all the spring's wound in my head came undone, I too would likely crumble like Teresa just now. I could only hope that day would be the day my eternal rest arrived. If I repeated the regression one more time, I might really go mad and kill everyone I saw then. Even now, it was precarious. My goal was to live this life well in my own way, so that the string I was holding onto would not break. With this, Teresa will be quiet for a while. Although it would be apt to describe Arthur's death as soon, in her current mental state, she would likely rage for several months afterward. Even if she sought my life, it wouldn't be immediate. I didn't care even if an assassin came. Not only was I not foolish enough to be unprepared for such a thing, but I had experienced assassination to the point of being sick of it. Come at me once, and wouldn't it be a great opportunity to show how the Taylor family responds? Before I knew it, the garden was enveloped in complete darkness, and as I turned my head, I realized I was standing alone. Teresa had disappeared at some point, and it seemed I had been standing there blankly for a while. It had been well over half a month since I began my 101st life through regression. During that period, the only person I had sent away was Teresa, so wasn't it quite slow? But this relieved feeling in my heart was sincere. It was enough that I had severed the chains of fate I had forcibly tried to connect until now. I became convinced that even if I saw her face again, I would no longer be reminded of the past. Didn't she say she regretted having loved me? In the first place, she had never loved me, yet she dared to utter such words. Tusk. As I raised my head, suddenly feeling a surge of irritation, there was a refreshingly full moon in the sky. That pale light pierced through the darkness, swallowing the surrounding starlight and emitting a chilly glow. The moon shadow cast beneath it barely outlined me alone, making me feel strangely shabby. I had repeated time over 100 times, but the reality was that the moon remained the same. How much had I changed during that time? I closed my eyes for a moment and inhaled. Unlike the cold light, the air was surprisingly warm. That warmth soothed my body and splendidly erased even the dizzying thoughts. Even if I had changed, in the end I was still me. Why was I thinking so complexly? I just needed to do my part properly. Slapping my cheek once with a smack, I moved my feet. On the night of the full moon, my footsteps following the moon shadow were light, unlike any other time. You've been looking at the moon often lately. You have something on your mind. A man who seemed to be an adjutant spoke to the woman who was blankly gazing at the night sky alone. His tone was so playful that it seemed like he was teasing her. Adele clicked her tongue for a moment, then opened her mouth, looking at her adjutant Lathos. Nonsense. If you have time for that, go to sleep. If I sleep now, I won't be able to make it in time. Don't we need to leave a bit later to arrive in time for the full moon festival? What puzzled Lathos was the reason for attending the full moon festival. Why was she participating in the festival she always skipped, saying it was bothersome? There was no reason for her to have business with someone. The invasion of the barbarian tribes had not increased, and even the emperor would not care about such a thing. Unable to understand the reason why Adele suddenly said she would go to the full moon festival, Lathos merely widened his eyes and waited for Adele's answer. Adele roughly knew what Lathos was curious about. Surely it would be the question of why she was going to the full moon festival. But that answer was so simple that even she found it amusing. She just wanted to go. That was all. The reason she hadn't gone before was simply because she didn't want to, and the reason she was going this time was just because she suddenly felt like going. Doesn't that happen sometimes? When you suddenly don't feel like doing what you always do and want to try something you've always disliked. It was a whim, But given Adele's position as a Grand Duchess, her subordinates thought she must have had a plan. Of course, someone as close as Lathos could guess her true intentions to some extent. Don't tell me you're going just because you want to. Yes, I suddenly felt like going. There's also someone I want to find. Someone to find. There haven't been any vicious criminals who recently fled to the capital. Do I look like someone who only goes around catching vicious criminals? I'm just saying I'm going to find a man. There was something I wanted to say, but I couldn't say it all back then. At the mention of a man, Lotho's eyes widened. The same went for the subordinates who had been secretly hiding, and Zeke, who had been hiding under the leopard skin, poked his head out. Wait, a man. A man. She said a man. The Duchess said a man. The room instantly became noisy, and Adele ended up rubbing her forehead with a sigh. She thought they would be hiding, but if there were more than 10 of them, could it even be called hiding? She had deliberately pretended not to notice, but seeing them appear so blatantly made her head throb. So you're not even trying to hide now, aren't you afraid of me? We are afraid. So please, yes, please put away that sword. Lathos gently pushed the sword at his neck, then answered with an awkward grin. Adele's face was always expressionless, although there were rare times when she smiled because something caught her interest. When she pointed a sword with an indifferent face, it was indeed a bit scary. As Adele put away her sword, Lathos and the group gathered in one place and waited for Adele to speak. A man. It was quite an interesting thing to hear from someone who seemed like she would grow old and die swinging a sword all her life. Given the lack of topics in the north, the eyes looking at Adele began to sparkle with eagerness. I think I made a mistake. Pretend you didn't hear what I just said. I heard you say a man. The Duchess is embarrassed. Just keep quiet. But doesn't that implicitly confirm it, that she's actually seeing a man? Even though she answered in a monotone, a dozen words followed her single remark. They were already noisy fellows, but it seemed she had made a mistake. She should have been more careful with her words. She regretted that she should have contemplated it when she was alone, and Adele's eyes narrowed. The quick-witted Lathos noticed the signs and kicked Zeke's shin. Oh, be quiet. Can't you see the Duchess glaring at you? I'm glaring at you right now, Lathos. Quite shamelessly, Adele's adjutant merely grinned. She couldn't point a sword at a smiling face, could she? Suppressing her anger for a moment and taking a deep breath, Adele opened her mouth with a slightly calmer expression. Before, there was someone I told to come to the north. At her emphasizing tone that it was not a man, the subordinates nodded their heads. In fact, they had been with Adele since the days when she led a mercenary group before becoming a duchess. No one knew better than those present what she wanted to say. I even gave him my handkerchief. Gasp as someone swallowed a gasp, Lathos glared at the culprit. On one hand, it felt like an alarm was ringing in his head. Adjusting his glasses, Lathos, who had various thoughts in mind, carefully opened his mouth. At least recently, there weren't many men who had visited the north. Even more so for someone who had come to see Adele Ygritte. Then that meant he didn't respond to that request. That man must have been quite something too. To have the courage to refuse the request of the Grand Duchess of the North. Was his family perhaps a ducal house? After much contemplation, Lathos asked, "Don't tell me you're going to find that person." Something like that. I need to get my handkerchief back anyway. Don't tell me your reason for going to the full moon festival is also. I'm going because I want to. I suddenly felt like I had to go. If that was the case, it was still all right. Lathos let out a sigh of relief and wiped his forehead. If this trip to the capital was because of a single man, an emergency would have to be declared throughout the entire Northern Defense Forces. He could envision the ridiculous alert that would sound, something like "Catch the spiteful man who didn't come even after borrowing a handkerchief." In fact, hadn't that happened a few times before? The existence of Adele, the Grand Duchess of the North, was quite special in the north. Not only had she risen to the position of Grand Duchess as a woman, but her unique personality had many similarities to the habits of the people settled in the north. Didn't they say she resembled a wolf? Lathos, recalling the words of an elder of the northern immigrant tribe, furrowed his brow. If rumors spread about the man of the Grand Duchess, who was so widely supported, he felt cold sweat running down his back at the thought of what would happen immediately. As long as that doesn't happen, it'll be fine. I can handle the rest." Just as Lathos was feeling relieved, thinking he had avoided that, Adele added, "And while I'm at it, I'll bring someone back too." "When you say bring back?" "I told him to come, but he didn't, so this time I'll bring him. I took a liking to him, that man." Adele's voice was quite serious, but what surprised Lathos was that Adele smiled, albeit faintly. It meant her words about taking a liking to him were not a lie, but he had no idea where she had met such a person. Adele's visit to the capital had been less than a day, but did that mean she had taken a liking to someone during that time? He would have to see for himself. Whether the person liked it or not, if Adele had made up her mind like this, she would likely stay in the capital until she met him. The light of the full moon entered through the window of the office, illuminating the surroundings. The moon emitting a mystical glow without a single cloud. What kind of fate would this full moon bring? Lathos rubbed his furrowed brow and let out a sigh. He had to believe she wouldn't really try to bring someone back by force. If she really did that, he would have to roll around like a dung beetle. His duchess did the work, but he was the one who had to worry. He could only resent this reality. To the people of the empire, the moon was the most important existence. There was even a theory that the person who received the power of the moon when the empire was founded was the emperor, and the name of the relic that started my regression was also the moonstone. Especially the full moon was considered the most noble and sacred among the moons, and the empire held festivals to celebrate this full moon. That festival was called the Full Moon Festival. In the summer, when the clearest sky could be seen, it was not an exaggeration to say it was a kind of founding day, celebrating the birth of the empire while honoring the moon. Thus, the festival began throughout the empire. Naturally, even this place not far from the capital was no exception, and although it was gradually getting darker, the lights on the streets were becoming even brighter. "From today, it's the Full Moon Festival. I heard you will be participating." "Yes, I never went, so I should participate this time." Considering my father's mood was just a superficial reason. Didn't I have something else I wanted from this festival? What had always been important in my regression was, of course, information. In the beginning, I was caught off guard knowing nothing, but at some point, I collected information on my own and gathered the causes of my death. The information collected that way had continued until now. Whether it was assassination or a death instigated by someone, if it was death, it meant I could exclude the possibility myself. Of course, many things had changed since entering this run, but what I had gathered so far was not just scraps of paper. "By the way, His Grace the Duke seems to have taken a liking to you lately." "As he should. I've done something to deserve it. Not only did I find a way to gain something from dealing with Adele, but I also successfully cut ties with Violet. Considering the indecisive attitude I had shown before the regression, it wouldn't be wrong to say I had turned over a new leaf. Because of that reason, my actions had become freer, and I thought the connection I had gained with the saint in this turn was entirely because I had changed my mindset. How nice it would have been if I had done this from the beginning. Then I wouldn't be suffering like this now. When the festival starts, I'll go out right away. If anyone asks, tell them I'm outside." "Understood." As Renaud bowed his head and went out, my gaze turned towards the distant streets. The alleys that had always been dark were now brightly lit with flames, and people were busy murmuring, waiting for the festival to begin soon. A city filled with only light, being close to the capital, its scale was considerable, so it was filled to the brim with people, leaving no gaps to be found. It was not for nothing that the capital's nickname was the City of Light. Whether it was day or night, it was the only place that emitted a lofty light on this vast continent, thus earning that nickname. The city, symbolizing the light of the full moon, always radiated a dazzling light that obscured even the stars. When the pale light descended and touched that light, and at the same time, a curtain of light enveloped the city, the shadows lost their way and scattered, and only this day could truly be called the Festival of Light, the Full Moon Festival. Jay will probably come here too. To be precise, she was someone who had been living in hiding from the beginning, but in this festival she would be found as a corpse. Naturally, my goal was to prevent that. Although she presented herself as an alchemist, in fact, Jay possessed information-gathering abilities that even the guilds in this empire could not match. So much so that I regretted not discovering her sooner. Perhaps it was because I found hope in Jay's existence that my regression might end, which led me to come to my senses and live like this. Of course, I still had to die after that, but even so, that was no reason to let her die. So if I were to list what I had to do in this full moon festival, it would be to save that person named Jay. I couldn't even enjoy this festival. Rather, I retreated from the light into the shadows, engaging in covert activities that no one knew about, and a bitter smile formed at the thought that this was my life. Even in this bright city at this moment, someone was facing the threat of death. Even though it was so bright that even the shadows were dispelled, darkness still existed. Should I say the emotion I felt now was close to discomfort? Watching the full moon growing brighter and brighter, I quietly let out a sigh. I could only hope that the night would come a little later. Yuria was assisting her father, who was hosting the full moon festival. Knowing that I would be participating in the full moon festival, she probably wouldn't say much even if I disappeared from the ducal estate. It meant that even if I wandered around alone at this dawn, no one would suspect me. Then the only thing I needed to bring was a weapon for self-defense. It would be difficult to obtain one from the ducal estate, but it would be sufficient to find one while wandering around. I considered wearing a robe but took it off and threw it away, thinking it would stand out too much. I could just dress like everyone else. Not many people knew my face since I didn't go out much. As I left the ducal estate, a warm heat touched my skin. The start of the full moon festival was just a few minutes away, and fireworks would explode as the full moon, obscured by clouds, fully revealed itself. Only then could the prelude to the festival be considered open. It's better to have a lot of people. It would be troublesome if I ran into someone I knew halfway. As far as I remembered, neither Adriana nor Adele had ever participated in this festival, but Yuria started patrolling around from the middle. If she discovered someone's death while doing so, it could be said that my plan would be disrupted. As such, my plan was to hide well among the crowds and move to my target destination. Wasn't there plenty of time right now? Having saved him countless times, I could just move as I always did. Boom boom drums beat, and trumpeters blew their trumpets as they walked the streets. The flames created by magic, burning in various colors, became stars in the Milky Way, adorning the pitch-black sky. But that light should not be brighter than the moon. Emitting only a humble light, expressing gratitude to the full moon that gave birth to the empire, was the purpose of the full moon festival. I thought I had seen this sight quite often. In the past, I would have been amazed and my eyes would have sparkled at this sight, but now it was just a tedious festival I had experienced hundreds of times. Didn't I remember everything that happened and what incidents occurred? Walking down this street, I always encountered the same person. As I twisted my body to turn, a child hurriedly ran through that gap. It was a child who had always bumped into me from some point on, and if I lifted my foot here, there would be a piece of meat someone had dropped under it. Covered in blood, there was a time when I was suspected of being the culprit who killed Jay after seeing the blood on my shoes. They were all memories now. I couldn't say the process of being interrogated was a fond memory, though. I had seen it so many times that I was sick of it. The whispering couple next to me, the man staggering drunk. I had already seen them countless times, so there was no emotion. Perhaps my feelings had dried up. Some might think I was a strange person. Even though I was walking in the middle of this festival, I was looking for a weapons shop with only an expressionless face. Nevertheless, I sometimes found myself eerie for remaining indifferent. When was the last time I truly cried, even if I had smiled? If I couldn't even remember, I probably had to go back at least several dozen runs to find out. Even with those thoughts, my steps still did not stop. It was a familiar path, even if I walked without looking ahead while lost in thought. There was a time when I walked with my eyes closed, relying on my memory, but I arrived without bumping into anyone, right? Taking wide strides and then narrowing them, avoiding the protruding stones. Perhaps the moment I resigned myself to everything being the same, I bumped into someone with a thud and was pushed back. Ah, I apologize. I was just thinking about something else for a moment. As I tried to apologize, a familiar voice reached my ears. I found you here. I've been looking for you for a while. And upon seeing the face, I blankly opened my mouth for a moment. According to my memory, she was not someone I could see at this full moon festival. Why was the woman who should be minding her own business, not even paying attention to the capital around this time here? Her silver hair, resembling moonlight, fluttered. The ruler of the north, the sole one in the empire, wearing the fur-lined cloak she always swung. Adele grinned at me, like a predator eyeing its prey. A rather wicked smile hung on her noble face without a single scar. Did she have business with me? Around the time that question crossed my mind, a chilling sensation ran down my spine as I suddenly recalled something. I clearly remember telling you to come to the north. What courage made you ignore my words? You're just the son of a ducal family. I don't think you're the Taylor family itself. Would you believe me if I said I had circumstances? No, but I might believe you if you tell me directly. I guess that was the problem. It seemed I had underestimated Adele too much. Among the rumors I had heard about her, there was a time when she was called a dog because she never let go once she was fixated on something. So was I bitten by a dog now? I was still looking at Adele with a calm expression, but I was quite flustered, to be honest. Why was Adele here? She had never participated in the full moon festival. As my memories intertwined, my eyes narrowed at the same time. By the way, why did you come here? Because I wanted to. Well, and to add one more reason to that. Saying that, she soon laughed softly and abruptly brought her face close to mine. It was a distance where our breaths could touch. Adele, who pulled me by the neck suddenly forward, completely locking eyes with me, reflecting each other's pupils, smiled slightly. If I said I came to see you, what would you answer? The face of the woman smiling seductively was simply beautiful, contrary to her notoriety. Fair skin, contrasting red lips. Judging by her attire, she was undoubtedly the guardian of the North, but her appearance alone could be called saintly. Such a woman was smiling playfully. I, who had been dazed for a moment, came to my senses and quietly retorted, "There's no way. Let me go. Your reaction is too boring. I hoped you would at least blush." She must not have meant those words sincerely either, as she laughed and distanced herself. Then, tilting her head askew, she looked at my attire and opened her mouth. "A man enjoying the festival alone, does our Taylor prince have so few female companions? It hasn't been long since I broke off my engagement, so what would people think if I were with another woman? They would think he's a capable fellow. Isn't it strange to make a fuss about that? You may think that way. Anyway, I'll be on my way now. I have something I need to do." It was an attitude that didn't suit a noble after all. It wasn't that I disliked it, but how should I put it? Rather than her title as Grand Duchess, the mercenary leader Adele seemed more familiar. In fact, before becoming Grand Duchess, she had led a mercenary group, so it must have been natural. Now, as I was about to leave to do my own thing, Adele stopped me. "I never said you could go. I have my own urgent matters to attend to. If you were really busy, you wouldn't have come here. The place Uriah Taylor would be is on the opposite side, and the ducal estate is far away. What's so urgent?" Maybe it wasn't for nothing that she had risen to the position of Grand Duchess. Adele, who had swiftly invalidated my excuse, continued, "By the way, do you know much about the full moon festival, Prince?" "I know it well. I've seen it many times." "That's fortunate. Unfortunately, I don't know much about this festival." "Is that so? I thought you would be like that. Haven't you always been in the North?" "I've been busy with work and war all the time, so today I came all the way here to take a break in my own way." She answered with a casual smile. But why was she telling me this? So I nodded and answered appropriately, but suddenly Adele held out her hand, as if telling me to place my hand on top of it, showing her palm. "What is it?" "I told you, I don't know much about the festival." "You know the festival very well. Don't you intend to escort the lady? I'm a bit disappointed." "You mean I should escort you, Grand Duchess?" Then Adele nodded and waved her hand once. Saying her arm was tired, she urged me to hold it quickly, and I couldn't help but laugh. It was more of a hollow laugh, to be precise. Dumbfounded, I rubbed my face and asked again, "Didn't I say I'm busy and need to go?" "I know, but you can at least guide me through the festival, can't you, or not?" What if I just leave? Do you plan to go back? No. Was she going to kill me? I was inwardly tense, but Adele was just rolling her eyes, contemplating her answer. After a brief moment, she showed a rather serious expression and opened her mouth. I'll be disappointed. Tremendously. Adding that, she waved her hand again. I looked at her hand moving like a leaf swaying in the wind. She had no intention of drawing her sword and would simply be disappointed. It made me doubt if she was really the Adele Ygritte I knew, but I couldn't just stand there. Her face was starting to distort as she urged me to answer. Looking at her swaying hand, I finally held it and Adele smiled slightly. All right, then let's go enjoy this full moon festival or whatever it's called. What was this all about? While inwardly dumbfounded and exasperated, I gauged the time. There was still time until dawn, so it should be fine for a little while. I felt like a nanny taking care of a child. The problem might be that she was about 3 years older than me. There weren't many things to enjoy in the north. Even festivals merely involved roasting the meat of beasts or pitching tents to sleep for a night while singing. Adele's gaze turned towards the light filling the surroundings. Lanterns and light bulbs created by magic, along with the torches people carried. Even the alleys between buildings were bright. When flames burn, shadows are bound to form. But light that filled everything without gaps, wasn't it quite convenient? She was not accustomed to such things, having never attended festivals, let alone the full moon festival. You seem to know the way even without me. I don't. You probably know too, but this is my first time at the full moon festival. That may be so, but why me of all people? Because I decided so. Of course, she had no interest in festivals and such. Adele looked at the man grumbling beside her. He was completely different from the rumors. From what she had heard in the rumors, she thought he would be dull and boring, but could someone who showed such an unruly attitude towards her be called weak? She had felt it when they met last time too, but he was quite an interesting man. There were few who piqued her interest, but Robert Taylor. He fulfilled those conditions quite splendidly. What would Lothos say if he saw this? She had spoken a bit harshly, but she had no real intention of taking him to the north. She had only thought of intimidating him, asking why he hadn't come when she sought him out. But far from being intimidated, he showed signs of trying to slip away, saying he was busy, so she felt a little rebellious, that was all. The result was the current situation. Adele chuckled at Robert, whose face was clearly filled with discontent. Did he dislike it that much? Usually, people would be busy forcing a smile when she was beside them. She had expected this reaction, but now that it really happened, she felt strangely displeased. Should she tease him a bit? But there was no need to go out of her way to do that. Since this was her first time at such a festival, it wouldn't be bad to look around this full moon festival now. Adele, who had been looking at Robert, shifted her gaze to the tower rising high into the sky. What was that again? She didn't come to the capital often, so it was difficult to remember each building. As she furrowed her brow, Robert, who noticed her expression, opened his mouth. That's the Moon Tower. It's where the saint lives. Aha, the saint lived there. I thought she lived in the cathedral. It's not wrong, since the cathedral is right below the Moon Tower, but isn't the saint a special existence? A special existence. Adele narrowed her eyes as she looked at the Moon Tower stretching high towards the sky. What was so special about living in such a stuffy place? She had met her a few times, but she was not a woman whose personality matched well with her. If a person is too kind, they become sick. Sometimes they should move as their heart desires. But the way that woman lived was merely living as it was set. It was strange to accept that as good, but those who showered the saint with endless praise were also strange. She was a woman who suited pity rather than admiration. The woman called the saint. Have you ever seen the saint? Yes, I have. You have? Adele asked back, surprised that Robert answered readily when she was sure he would say he hadn't. Robert also had no reason to hide that fact. That she occasionally went out for volunteer work was something people in the know were aware of. Feeling awkward for no reason, Adele coughed and pouted her lips. It was difficult even for her to meet the saint personally, so when did he meet her? But it was too ambiguous a relationship to inquire about that. Robert looked at Adele with a strange expression as she shook her head a few times, as if shaking off her thoughts. You have an insolent expression. Is it strange to shake my head? I just thought you were a peculiar person. Adele smiled wryly at Robert, who didn't back down a single word. Why were the rumors about this man so bad? It seemed like someone was deliberately spreading malicious rumors. Even when meeting him directly, he wasn't so bad, but just hearing the rumors, one might think he was the worst scoundrel under the heavens. Whenever she looked at Robert, her gaze always turned to those eyes. Her eyes were also blue, but the essence was different. Robert's eyes were only shining blue without any reason. Did they not even reflect any emotion, making it impossible to glimpse into him? It was quite different from hiding one's emotions oneself. It seemed that they no longer reflected through his eyes because they had already worn out enough. But how could a man of merely 20 years have gone through such things? So whenever she saw this man, she always felt a strange emotion she didn't usually feel. Should she call it a sense of kinship or a feeling of déjà vu? As if she had met him somewhere before. She felt a sense of crisis that he would crumble just like this if left alone, even though he seemed really fine in the moments he was grumbling beside her. "Do you have something to say to me?" At that question, Adele laughed for a moment, then shook her head in denial. She couldn't say she had the urge to always watch over him, so she said something else. "Come to the north so I can hear your story," although she was blatantly rejected. "I just looked at you for a moment, because you haven't changed." "I see." Why did it feel like he would disappear like the wind if she didn't keep her eyes on him? The feeling that had always told her the right answer felt quite strange today. When she kept whining, I bought her a skewer to shut her up, and Adele quickly quieted down, munching on it. Looking around here and there, this festival must have been quite novel to her. Well, she had only been in the north, so this large-scale festival must have been a first for her. Although it was said to be held throughout the empire, the North followed its own way of holding festivals. In other words, it followed the way of the barbarian tribes, catching wild beasts to offer as sacrifices and performing rituals in front of burning fires. Naturally, coming to the city after seeing only that, her eyes had to widen in surprise, explaining one by one the things she didn't know, and putting in my mouth the things she bought for me to eat. Before I knew it, the time had approached midnight. This full moon festival isn't as bad as I thought. Maybe I'll do it like this later too. I think it would be better than offering beasts as sacrifices. Isn't it a bit gloomy? The old fogies will have to listen to me well. They can't kill me just because they don't like it. It was a natural thing to say, but Adele seemed quite displeased with it. Come to think of it, it was the same when I was by her side. Although Adele's influence as the Grand Duchess of the North was strong, her authority didn't extend to all the tribes in the frontier. So once or twice a year, we would go out together to subjugate them. Now that I think about it, I wonder how I endured those forced marches. It wasn't just one tribe, but she would stir up dozens at a time. No matter how much she lived as she pleased, I think it would be difficult even if I did it now. Is today's event already over? I thought it would last until dawn, but it only goes until midnight. People need to sleep too. By the way, when do you plan to return, Grand Duchess? Whenever I feel like it. I thought you would say that. We could part ways after midnight. With that thought in mind, as I was about to move, Adele pointed to one side and opened her mouth. Following the direction of her finger, I saw a large crowd of people gathered there. Given that location, there was only one possibility. It was one of the few famous spots of this full moon festival where the fireworks display would soon begin. What are fireworks? I bought a sparkler and handed it to Adele, who genuinely seemed to have no idea. If you light the end, you'll know. Just don't hold it too close. Aha. Sizzle. After trying to light it a few times, Adele's eyes sparkled as she lit the end. As the bright red sparks crackled and burned, a red line began to be drawn on the pitch-black curtain where there was nothing. As her hand moved as her heart desired, Adele, who seemed to be seeing this for the first time, swung it around several times with fascination, then muttered while gazing at the sparks. "So this is what bursts in the sky. It will be much more spectacular, incomparably so. I guess I'll have to see this before I go, but where are you trying to go?" As I tried to slip away, Adele's eyes narrowed, sensing my intention. I had tried to leave now to do my own thing. I felt I had to stay here until she disappeared first. Looking at Adele with a slightly dissatisfied expression for a moment, I opened my mouth with a slight hope. If I just leave like this, your feelings will be the same as before, right? Yes, I'll be disappointed. I'll remember it for a long time and torment you. I don't recall you saying you would torment me before. I'm doing it because I'm displeased. A man who tries to leave a weak woman behind first. Seeing Adele not yielding a single word, I felt like my head was throbbing. Since I had already taken on the role of a nanny, I had no choice. Thinking I would just watch this fireworks display, I stood beside her, and Adele smiled softly and patted my shoulder. Yes, that's better. It will probably burst soon, probably when the moon is fully revealed from the clouds. Come to think of it, I had never leisurely watched this fireworks display either. The clouds, clinging like fog, slightly obscured the moonlight, enveloping this area. As the clouds move, the light flowing through the gaps seemed to be dancing. When was the last time I simply watched this scene with a relaxed mind on a night when the moonlight danced? You don't look well. Did you recall a bad memory? Something like that. It's nothing much. Whenever this full moon rose, something always happened that determined my fate. It was also at this dawn that I saved the alchemist Jay, and whenever I died in my past life, such a large moon always rose. People might say this moon was simply beautiful, but for me, this night was not a good thing. So I couldn't even see this brilliant light as merely pretty. As always, I remained silent, quietly gazing at the moon that rose without a word. Before long, the clouds parted, and a complete moon was revealed in their place. People's exclamations were brief. Soon, fireworks began to shoot toward the sky from somewhere, making a thunderous sound. Whoosh, drawing colorful trajectories, they reached the center of the moon and emitted a dazzling light once again. During the full moon festival, it was not easy to see stars, so these fireworks were humans' attempt to imitate the moon with their own power. Bursting, bursting, and bursting again, the lights began to draw countless constellations like stars. Turning my head, I saw Adele blankly looking at the sky. What imagination would she have, seeing the various lights reflecting in her eyes and becoming a star again? For me, it was now a light without any meaning, but for her in this turn, it would be quite an impressive scene. Perhaps it was the same for me. Things that had never happened in my previous lives were happening one after another, so those fireworks could be called a signal flare. This time was different. I had built a personal friendship with the saint whom I had never met, and Adele had come to the full moon festival for the sole reason of me. This time is different. I could clearly see the difference. Despite going through countless lives, I had never experienced this before, so I cherished the hope, even if small, that I could fulfill my wish this time. I didn't know the probability of it being fulfilled, but I could at least make a wish, couldn't I? The fireworks went out, and silence settled over the square once again. Gazing at the extinguished fireworks, Adele muttered softly, "It's pretty." As she said, the start of this full moon festival was more beautiful than ever. It was only natural. How many times had I seen this beginning? The beginning had never been distorted even once. However, when that moon was veiled by clouds again, people were unaware that the darkness would begin to squirm again. Darkness that only I knew. Because it was my job to step on that shadow, I could not smile at Adele like that. Wasn't it natural? Soon it would be dawn. Drip. I watched the water droplets falling onto the beaker. Colorful potions falling onto the green water. An alchemist's day was nothing special. Although the original intention of doing this was not for alchemy, making and selling these potions was quite profitable. Yawn. I'm dying of sleepiness. Unable to fall asleep until dawn, I eventually failed to lie in bed. The problem was that it was too noisy due to the full moon festival and whatnot. Earlier, a firework exploded, causing me to spill a beaker. That one beaker could make several potions. Thinking I had wasted gold for no reason, my brows furrowed. With an unusually small physique, it was not easy to move. If someone else saw, they would probably think I had the build of a 12-year-old girl. Jay, who had tidied her hair tied back once more, jumped off the chair and picked up the glass pieces that had fallen on the floor. I thought I had picked them all up earlier, but one was still left. Through the open window, the moon was visible, and Jay rubbed her eyes and let out a sigh. Now it was time to go to sleep. Tomorrow she would leave this city and head south. This life as a fugitive would soon end. While her mind was at ease, a sense of unease rose for no reason. Surely nothing would happen on this last day. I'll think about it after waking up tomorrow. If they had found me, they would have killed me already. If the pursuers chasing her had figured it out, she would have been slaughtered long ago. But it meant she was still safe. Above all, with so many people around, if a suspicious person appeared, they would be caught by the patrol. Thud, as the festival lights slowly went out, the place where Jay lived was also engulfed in darkness. Thus, silence arrived. Darkness where no sound could be heard, only the sound of snoring echoed. Jay, lying on the bed, soon surrendered to the approaching slumber. At dawn, when the once bright light disappeared and the stars gradually revealed themselves, the moon was veiled by clouds, and only a hazy light spread like fog in the streets. In the midst of it, the shadows began to move. Shaking off Adele was quite easy. As she was lost in the afterglow of the fireworks, I simply said I had a place to stop by for a moment and quickly slipped away. In the process, I obtained a weapon and headed in the direction of where Jay lived, remembering the location. Swinging the sword in my hand, a heavy sensation was transmitted to my arm. As expected, this body was not accustomed to wielding a sword. Was it because I had never held a sword in this life? Although it was natural since it was a body that had never held one before, it wasn't a big deal. There were times when I had stopped it without a single weapon. It was close to being the same, but the engraved experience would be of great help in dealing with those assailants. Couldn't I even confront them barehanded now? Although I didn't want to take such a gamble. She should still be alive. The time Jay was attacked was always the same. After the fireworks ended and the lights were completely extinguished as people dispersed, there were still a few street lamps left. If I had to estimate the time, it would be around 1 a.m. As a few drunks were visible nearby, I had plenty of leeway. Walking through the alleys, I suddenly thought of Adele, whom I had left alone. Although I had tried to avoid going to the north as much as possible, it seemed necessary to visit at least once. I could go and warn her about the false accusation of treason. Then the debt of gratitude I held would also be cleanly resolved. Come to think of it, she was quite different from the woman I knew. Previously, when we had lived together, she was just the Grand Duchess of the North herself, cold and occasionally showing a cruel side. But in this life, she was close to being capricious, saying she would be disappointed if I just left. She really seemed to mean it, so I couldn't refuse. I had a sense of how she thought of me. It was probably a question about my conduct that was completely different from the rumors. But that was all. It was obvious that her words about being interested in me stemmed from curiosity. I never expected to get involved with her, not once, but twice, and even directly coming here because I hadn't gone to the north last time. In other words, it would end with visiting her once. If I appropriately agreed with her words, her interest in me would also cease. The connection ends here. Getting deeply entangled with a woman who would lose her life due to a false accusation of treason was never good. Didn't I have to delay my death until I cut off the crown prince's lifeline? Lost in thought for a while, I realized that the lights around me were disappearing one by one. Soon, when the light completely disappeared, this city would sink into darkness again. That was precisely the moment for me to move. So I hid myself, so that no one would notice my presence here. The place where Jay lived was the building right above my head. It looked ordinary for a place where an alchemist lived, but the inside would be filled with unusual items. Usually, selling potions or herbs at a general store was her job, but in reality, she was a woman who could be called the best information dealer in this empire. No, perhaps it was ambiguous to even call her a woman, because she would have the physique of a young child at most due to her twisted mana from birth. That was why she couldn't deal with this kind of attack. Her ability was purely non-combat, wasn't it? It was thanks to Jay's help that I had found out and collected information about what the Crown Prince had done, using illusions to infiltrate. It was an ability that was hard to understand even after hearing the explanation, but it was undeniable that she was important in every turn. I felt fortunate to have learned various things in my previous life. Wasn't it all thanks to the previous runs that I could wield a sword and fight, and calmly think about the situation of an attack? Others might see me as just an immature young man, but inside was a cunning old fox who had lived for hundreds of years. I could predict most actions, and if it was something I knew, I wouldn't make mistakes. So I could be confident this time as well. The alchemist Jay would live, and this time, for sure, I would sever the crown prince's lifeline with my own hands. As I closed my eyes, the faint mana in my body began to resonate with the surroundings, penetrating the darkness, drawing out faint threads to envelop the surroundings. Like a spider web, dominating the space and simultaneously grasping the movements around, an application of mana. The amount of mana in my body was not much, but if I wanted to utilize it, I could apply it better than anyone else. That was how time worked. Even if I didn't intend to, time naturally advanced these skills. I could sense presence even without touching these threads. Observing the surroundings for a moment, I only felt a few passers-by who were still drunk and making a fuss. The assailant was probably among them. As it had been in the past, my gaze was always directed towards those people. However, that concentration was soon shattered. It was because I felt a presence that should not have existed at this time. Cold mana flowed through the threads and was transmitted. As if angry at something, my body trembled at the intense and violent mana. Why on earth is this person here? Adele Ygritte. I had no idea why I could sense her presence. I also felt the presence of several people beside her, scattering and gathering repeatedly around as if they were looking for someone. When I sensed something strange and spread the threads, Adele's mana suddenly reacted strongly. I've been caught. She must have realized that someone was sensing the surroundings with mana, but she didn't know that this was my mana. Should I escape? After repeatedly contemplating, I shook my head and accepted the situation. Now that it had come to this, it would be difficult for me to even get away alone. But it was not the time to move recklessly, as the moment Jay would be attacked was approaching soon. So I stood there quietly and waited, and Adele approached from beyond. Seeing my face, she was slightly surprised, then began to glare at me with furrowed brows. "So you were here. I wondered where you had run off to, leaving me behind. Why on earth are you in a place like this? Didn't I tell you earlier? I said I have urgent business." I didn't know that urgent business was hiding in a place like this. "Robert, do you perhaps have a hobby of peeping into others' homes?" "It's a misunderstanding." Shing, the eyes of the woman who drew her sword turned cold. She must have been displeased that I had lied to her and that she had been deceived. But she was not a woman to draw a sword for just that reason. It might be my hasty judgment, but it was certain that my existence was quite interesting to her. The reason she drew her sword was not simply because she was angry, but rather to demand an explanation for why I was here. The nature of a woman named Adele Ygritte was simple, as she wanted, as her heart desired. But that animalistic instinct was unpredictable, so she must have realized that there was definitely something here. It was the first time someone other than me had learned about this matter. I had tried not to tell as much as possible, but if it was Adele, I could trust her. Didn't she, even if she didn't remember, used to be a comrade in arms at one point? "Someone will die here tonight." Then her arm stopped right there. In the posture of pointing her sword at me, Adele, with narrowed eyes, asked back, "Someone?" "Yes. If we don't stop it, it will probably become an incident and be known to the surroundings tomorrow. So you came to prevent that. I see, I understand." After contemplating for a moment, she nodded and lowered her sword. It was quite an unexpected reaction that I was the one who was taken aback instead. I had been preparing, thinking she would ask how I knew and who would die. But seeing her sigh as if relieved, it seemed like the questioning was over. So I stared intently, and Adele, who chuckled, sheathed her sword and opened her mouth. "Why are you making that expression? Were you moved that I didn't kill you? You're not going to ask anything. Why should I ask?" As if it was natural, she answered nonchalantly and continued. The man beside her just laughed hollowly as if he had expected it. I knew who he was too. The bespectacled man was Adele's scholar, surely the man named Lathos. "Everyone has secrets. Judging from the fact that you didn't tell me right away, it's probably that kind of matter. I have no intention of finding out every little thing like that. For a woman like me to be left alone to do something, it must be a very important matter, Lord Taylor." Although her tone was close to an interrogation, it seemed certain that she was not taking it too seriously. Was I nervous for nothing? So I let out a sigh of relief, and Lothos beside me clicked his tongue and glared at Adele. "Didn't you just search for him out of worry? We don't even know who Robert is, but you made a fuss saying he disappeared and told us to find him few. Anyway, I'm glad we found him. Be quiet, unless you want to die early." As Adele rebuked him, Lothos tightly shut his mouth and grasped his neck. Nothing had changed at all. Well, I had experienced this situation dozens of times. Lothos would blurt out something inappropriate and nearly die, and Adele would draw her sword and cause a commotion. I almost laughed at that familiar situation, but I suppressed my expression and looked at Adele. Adele seemed quite bothered by what Lothos had just said. Glancing at me, she averted her gaze slightly and added, "I wasn't worried. I just looked for you because you disappeared. Is that so? It's better not to listen to the words of this blabbermouth beside me. There's nothing helpful even if you listen. Remember that when you come to the North later." I realized it was her way of resolving her embarrassment. Nodding as if I understood, Adele looked at me silently and turned her head. Now that it had come to this, it would be far-fetched to say that I could avoid going to the North. So I nodded, and Adele glanced around and opened her mouth. Come to think of it, I realized that only one light remained in the surroundings. Soon, the attack on Jay would begin. "But if you're going to prevent someone's death, can you do it alone? If it's all right, we can help. We've done that kind of thing many times." I appreciate the sentiment, but this is something I have to resolve myself. If there's something I need, then I noticed Adele's sword. A sword far better than the one I currently had, one that wouldn't break no matter how much it was swung. If I received help, things might get complicated because of her presence, but borrowing one item should be fine. "May I borrow the sword you have?" "The sword? I don't mind, but haven't you never wielded a sword?" I did say that. After hesitating for a moment, Adele handed me the sword and spoke as if puzzled. Indeed, I had said I had no interest in swords when we met last time. In this turn, I had rarely held or swung a sword. But I never said I couldn't handle a sword, did I? Crack. Something I couldn't do with the old sword. Mana surging from my heart flowed through my arm and was transmitted to the sword. As a blue flash erupted in the darkness, Adele blankly watched the scene. Of course, it was nothing to me. The light that cut through the shadows was a natural thing for me, who had lived through a turn. There was a time when I lived solely relying on the sword, so even the me of the 101st run had no choice but to be familiar with the sword, because I had swung it so many times that I was sick of it. Sword Saint was a title that had been attached to me in one of the runs. That. Recalling that Adele and Lothos, who were blankly staring at me, did not know about my previous runs, it reminded me that something like this had happened before. In that cold, snowy field, the two who had witnessed this blue flash had also shown such expressions. Back then I was quite arrogant, calling myself a genius and dismissing it. Should I say the same this time? But seeing their faces demanding an explanation, my heart strangely softened. There were many awkward aspects to simply calling it talent. There are many awkward aspects to calling it talent. If you had wielded a sword without my knowledge, that could be the case, but your hands are soft. It's difficult to explain right now. As my gaze turned upward, Adele's eyes also turned towards the building where Jay lived. She must have realized that the time was approaching soon. There were probably people moving towards that place. We need to save a life, don't we? Is what you're trying to tell me also a secret to you? A secret? I wasn't particularly trying to hide it. It was just that I didn't find it pleasant to be treated as a mentally ill person. The absurd reality of a person dying 100 times and regressing. Always returning to a summer day at the age of 20, repeating a miserable death. Even if I borrowed the power of a relic, who would believe that? Speak. Don't just stare blankly. The woman named Adele was someone who had been entangled with me through countless fates. If such a person saw me as a lunatic, well, it wouldn't feel very good, so I was hiding it, because I wanted those eyes not to hold disgust and contempt towards me. I had no choice but to call my past a secret. It's a secret. Is that so? Although her face showed dissatisfaction, Adele, who understood, nodded and smiled brightly. I was grateful that she smiled like that. If any suspicion had remained, I might have made a mistake out of discomfort. Then I won't ask. Should we wait here? You're planning to wait. Don't leave until I tell you to. After staring at me for a moment, she added with a faint smile, and don't run away alone again. All right. I felt indebted to her in many ways. If she had asked about each detail, it would have been troublesome, but I never imagined she wouldn't ask just because it was a secret. I bowed my head to the woman, gazing at me with as much courtesy as possible, thinking that someday I would definitely tell her about my past. Tap. The footsteps climbing the building were light. I had become so accustomed to this covert activity that perhaps I could even climb with my eyes closed. Taking 2 steps here and 1 more step, I could reach the window. Indeed, the balcony was caught at my fingertips, so I pulled my arm and headed upward. I had experience wielding a sword, but my body was clumsy. Just climbing up made my arms ache like this. I always thought this, but wasn't this a terrible body? Fortunately, it wasn't a lack of stamina. If I added the realm I had achieved to that, I would be able to splendidly subdue the assailants who would soon arrive. Climbing onto the balcony and looking inside, I noticed Jay still asleep. Lying on the bed, wrapped in a blanket, snoring softly. Was it her original fate to be stabbed to death while sleeping like that? She was a woman with a truly strange destiny. Perhaps not as much as me, though. If I move 1 more step here, the alarm will go off. Her mana was specialized in barriers and illusions. Although each person had mana specialized in a certain field, I knew it was rare for it to be focused on such auxiliary abilities like hers. A barrier that would sound an evacuation alarm to her if I stretched out my hand even a little. Since I had touched it and woken her up before, I needed to move carefully this time. Because Jay was not someone who could easily calm down once she realized her life was threatened. I didn't know how I saved her last time. Didn't I even knock her out and fight just because she made a fuss when I was only holding a sword? Waiting for a moment to sense any presence around, soon shadows began to squirm from below the building. It wasn't just a feeling. They were really moving, seeping into this building while squirming. No matter when I saw it, it was a truly mysterious movement. Although I could guess the employer because of that movement, it was quite tricky to deal with at first. 4. This number didn't change. Deploying 4 assassins just to kill 1 woman, they must have been asked to handle it definitively. None other than by the Crown Prince. I found out about this fact in the previous turn. When I investigated the people who could hire assassins 1 by 1 and didn't find an answer, I searched from the top and found the Crown Prince's name. Why did that name come up so many times? Adele, me, and this alchemist. We all died because of the Crown Prince. What would he gain by killing so many people? The Crown Prince held an absolute advantage in the succession to the throne. Since the current emperor had only 1 son, there was only 1 heir. There were many possible reasons, but that wasn't enough to explain it. Thud, I can think about it later. Before beheading the Crown Prince, I could ask him then. No matter how much I pondered over it, nothing would change unless I did it directly. Wasn't that the lesson I had learned through countless lives? Pressing my forehead, I moved my steps to follow where the earlier shadows had gone. It was easy to remember the location of the barrier. Avoiding it, I took a position in the passageway leading to Jay's room. Click, click. Perhaps they had no intention of hiding even their own footsteps now. The moment I drew my sword, they must have noticed it too, that there was an uninvited guest here. I also had no intention of hiding, so the flames that burned the darkness flickered in the air. What appeared in that darkness were 3. Even as our eyes met, they still maintained their silence. I had always experienced such things, but if there was a difference from before, it was that this sword could withstand my mana. Swoosh, a line was drawn in the air in an instant. Like a butterfly landing on a flower, the assassins couldn't react to the movement that was too natural. That was their mistake, letting their guard down for a moment. When that fleeting moment passed, blood spurted from the neck of 1 assassin. As the assassin's body, staring at me with bloodshot eyes, crumbled like that, A sword surged towards me. Two swords pouring towards me, no, three. I watched as even the assassin who had been hiding revealed himself and attacked. While the sword on my wrist sprang out and sprayed poison. If it touched me even a little, my body would be paralyzed, so I twisted my body. As if spinning, my body rotated in the air, and the sword moved along with it. It was different from my prediction. My body reacted because it was an attack I already knew. If they had truly used an unpredictable attack, I might have reacted. However, even in the few runs I had repeated, the assassins always used the same moves. One dies, and three stab their swords simultaneously. I avoid that attack by twisting my body. Whack. Only after one assassin's arm was severed did their eyes turn serious. They must have let their guard down because they knew my face. Robert Taylor couldn't deflect their attacks. How did I know? The answer to that question was simple. Crown Prince. I beheaded the assassin who momentarily flinched. Two remained, and I chuckled at the gaze that seemed to ask how I knew that name. They must not have liked that smile, as the assassins simultaneously lunged at my chest. I avoided it by dragging my foot back. Kicking off the ground, I simultaneously lowered my head to dodge the sword slashing from behind. The same. Whoosh. The sword drawing a circular trajectory headed downward. My gaze still lingered on the tip of the sword, because I knew it would change its trajectory here too. The reaction wasn't much different from before. Quashik. I thrust upward before the sword touched. The sword imbued with mana pierced the heart, and the body of the assassin spitting out blood crumbled. Then silence fell. Only one person was left to point a sword at me, but even he had lost his fighting spirit and was just standing there blankly. Was there no difference this time too? As I turned around, scattering the blood on the sword, I saw the face of the masked assassin. Who the hell are you? As I wiped the blood from my face, the assassin who had been staring at me in a daze asked back. Even if it was just a moment, three had died in that good timing, but I was not included in those three. It must be surprising. The Robert Taylor they knew was just a foolish young master. Sighing at the answer I had heard too many times, I opened my mouth. Robert Taylor. I know, but are you really Robert Taylor? You won't believe me anyway, no matter what I answer. Whack, I knew the following dialogue, so there was no need to listen. As I approached, the assassin, momentarily startled, gripped his sword, but that was all. His head had already fallen to the ground. I looked at the head that had died with eyes wide open. I had already found out everything I needed to know from them in the previous run. Torturing directly wasn't a good experience in many ways. I was the one doing the torture, but wasn't it just as painful to recall the memories I had experienced? I didn't sense any more presence around. Those far away would be Lathos and Adele, so I could let my guard down. Just as I was about to back away, thinking of Jay who would wake up soon, I felt movement behind me. You, what? When I turned my head, I saw a woman who was no different from a child. I didn't expect her to wake up now. Frowning as if it was a blunder, I thought about my current situation for a moment. A hallway stained with blood, a man holding a severed head and a sword in one hand. I wasn't wearing a mask, but what would she think of me who had entered without triggering the barrier? After observing those round, wide eyes and seeing her mouth open wide, I answered. I came to save you. I didn't know if she would believe me, but if I didn't say at least this much, she would scream. Ah, my room. Jay sobbed as she looked at the hallway that was not just stained but drenched in blood. She did scream at Robert's words, but she only quieted down after seeing that man trying to swing his sword. If he were an assassin, he would have killed her long ago. But if he wasn't an assassin, how did he get in here? There were many strange aspects, but she didn't ask any further. That man had killed those assassins alone. It was a familiar face, but could it be that even that was actually concealed by magic? Various delusions swirled in Jay's mind. Fortunately, the potion bottles were not damaged. Only this hallway was splattered with flesh. Of course, it wasn't comforting, but the important thing was that she had been saved from the threat. And by Robert Taylor, no less. Jay knew about this man well too. She had definitely heard he was the black sheep of the Taylor family, but was he really the same person? That suspicious face was quite strange, so Robert narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth. I am the Robert you know, The black sheep, the troublemaker. You're not mistaken. I see. You should be able to clean this up quickly. Hurry and clean it up, someone is coming. Robert's gaze turned towards the window below. Adele and Lathos, who said they would wait, were seen coming up, unable to endure the wait. There was no need to show them this scene. It would be enough to have saved a person to a reasonable extent. But why did you save me? When Jay asked, Robert turned his head while wiping his blood-stained face with a wet towel. Although she flinched for a moment at those emotionless eyes, she couldn't help but be curious. An alchemist, but originally an intelligence agent. Jay's eyes did not waver. She was better than anyone at telling lies, so it was not easy even for Robert to read her true intentions. But this was the truth. Her real past that she had directly told him and that he had as data. You used to belong to the imperial family, but you betrayed them, and now you're a fugitive under the identity of the alchemist Jay, a runaway magician. How do you, Arwen, I need you. Jay frowned at the eyes she was witnessing for the first time in her life. No emotions could be read from them. Not like her telling lies, but eyes that were simply empty and filled with only void. What on earth did he mean? She felt a sense of incongruity, as if he were a completely different person from the Robert Taylor she knew. When she answered the question that he needed her, Robert replied while wiping away the last remaining bloodstain. I'm going to kill the crown prince. And at that answer, Jay dropped the beaker she was holding. Clang contrary to the noisy sound, only silence flowed between the two people. From the way you speak, it doesn't seem like. You don't know the meaning of those words. Jay, her real name was Arwen Tarsila. For her, who had betrayed the imperial family and was on the run, how would she interpret the meaning of saying I would kill the crown prince? I knew the answer to this question. If I were to name the common denominator between her and me, it would be the crown prince. Since it wasn't the first time I faced her, it was better to speak directly to the point from the beginning instead of beating around the bush. Although it might be quite surprising from her perspective, it was always easier to get to the main point faster when I spoke this way. Her rabbit-like red eyes unmistakably wavered. She seemed to want to probe my true intention, but she couldn't easily do so because of the appearance I had shown just now. You said you would kill him, right? The crown prince. Yes. I don't know how you found out about me, but I can't answer right away. Although I know you, this is the first time I've met you in person. Arwen, who had been staring at me intently, nodded once and continued. It seemed she needed time. It was always a sudden meeting, but this time was different, so it made sense. I need time to think. I'm grateful that you saved me, but I can't make a decision lightly if it's related to the crown prince. Above all, I'm not sure if your true intention is really that. I understand. When you change your mind, you can contact me where I am. Glancing sideways, I felt that Adele had come quite close now. I didn't expect this meeting to immediately lead to the main point anyway. The deal would likely be made a few months later, or at least a month later. Still, it was certain that I had saved Arwen in this run as well. Since the possibility was open, if I acted calmly, the harvest would follow. As footsteps were soon heard from below, Arwen, with narrowed eyes, looked at me. Are they your companions? You can think of it that way. I told them to wait, but it seems the time has been delayed too much. Looking around, the corpses and bloodstains had completely disappeared. There was a scent of blood, but this could hide the carnage to some extent, couldn't it? Then, when Adele burst through the door and entered, she made eye contact with me and thoroughly examined my body for a moment. You're here. I told you to wait. Did you do well what you intended to do? It took so long that I came up thinking something might have happened. Her eyes then turned to Arwen. Is that the person you were trying to save? What a hidden lover. I don't have such tastes. If that were really the case, I would have killed her here. The world doesn't need people like that. Grinning mischievously, she then approached me with great strides. After staring at me blankly for a moment, Adele reached out and carefully felt my body. As if shaking off raindrops or smoothing out wrinkles, she checked every nook and cranny of my body, then stepped back and added, You're not hurt. It would be strange for you to get hurt somewhere with those skills. Did you check? There was a guy who hid his wound and died from it getting worse. If you have a wound, don't hide it. It's nothing to be ashamed of. As I stared at her blankly at those words, Adele turned her head and looked at Arwen. Arwen also seemed to know who Adele was. Of course, there was no one who didn't know Adele Ygritte, but more precisely, she knew her past. The tyrant Adele who had killed countless people in a way close to a massacre. But there was no need for her to tremble like that. Seeing her body trembling so pitifully, I let out a small sigh. I think it's about time we left. She probably needs to rest too. Is it already dawn? Yes, it can't be helped. As Adele looked at Lothos, he nodded his head vigorously and disappeared alone. He probably intended to leave with the subordinates spread out beside him. Adele wouldn't stay long either, so we wouldn't meet again until I headed to the north. Arwen also glanced around and hurriedly cleaned up the broken beaker, and I also had to return to the ducal estate. Arwen's gaze fell on me, then fell away again when our eyes met. It must have been because the image of me from earlier overlapped. I had no ill feelings towards her, but once she felt her life threatened, she would likely have that attitude for a while. If I wouldn't meet Arwen or Adele for a while, maybe I would occasionally run into Yuria and Teresa. Just thinking about it made me feel bad. As I was about to wipe my haggard face, I realized that Adele, who was about to leave the room, had suddenly stopped. Then she looked at me and quietly moved her lips. "Aren't you coming?" "I will. Just a moment, my head hurts." It was refreshing. But it was also true that I felt conflicted. I had saved Arwen, but wasn't this always the first thing I did when regressing? I thought a lot of time had passed, but I had only taken the first step. If I couldn't finish it in this run either, I felt like I wouldn't be able to keep my sanity then. That was why I had tried a completely different route, but would this method work? Shaking my head for a moment, I moved to follow Adele, who was walking ahead. My head hurt. Frowning at the pain piercing my brain, I smiled bitterly. If time passed quickly, maybe this pain would disappear. My honest feeling was that I wanted this end to be seen before my eyes, so I could die as soon as possible. Forever, so that I could never think again. After saving Arwen, I always walked this alley to return to the ducal estate. I had no choice but to hide my appearance since I was always soaked in blood. I had prepared spare clothes, but this time things went well in various ways, so the outside was clean. I never expected Arwen to wake up from that commotion. She had never woken up before. It must have been because I used mana. "You don't look well. Did something happen earlier?" "Do I?" "You look like you want to vomit." I think something must have happened, but perhaps recalling what I had called a secret earlier, Adele swallowed her words and didn't continue. Come to think of it, I wasn't walking alone now. I had coincidentally met Adele and enjoyed the full moon festival, and we ended up meeting just before saving Arwen and coming here together. Who would have predicted that meeting at the ball last time would lead to this? I didn't particularly like the word coincidence, but it didn't seem like my connection with Adele in this turn would be easily broken. I felt conflicted. It was because I couldn't understand what this meeting meant. What I had seen while going through the previous runs was that those connected by fate always turned their backs on me. My family, my fiancé, even my close friends. The lover I found instead of my fiancé ended up stabbing me with a knife, and the one I thought was my close friend was actually the one who had ruined me the most. I remembered that twisted smile. I remembered the face that mocked me, saying there was no way they would sincerely consider me a close friend. How could I remain indifferent while recalling that? Betrayal was an emotion that one could never get used to. The sensation of one's heart shattering, blood vessels twisting, and all the blood in one's body draining down. All I could do was breathe out. That's why I hated it. Whenever I walked this street alone, I hated being tormented by those memories and used to run. I'm fine now, much better than usual. Thanks to her, I was too embarrassed to say it was because of her. I didn't know that just having someone by my side could alleviate the symptoms. Although I had to hide it saying it was a secret, just her eyes not despising me were a comfort to me. Adele stared at me for a moment, then turned her gaze towards the sky. The night sky without lights always evoked admiration just by looking at it. I didn't know how much the sky here differed from the one in the north, but the starlight in this stillness always moved people's emotions. It was a little later when Adele, who had been blankly looking at the sky for a while, opened her mouth. I will be returning soon. We probably won't meet again until you come to the north. Probably. When autumn comes, I will visit you then. I hope you do something about those eyes by then. They make me uncomfortable whenever I see them. You look like you'll die at any moment. Is that why you were worried? That I might really die and disappear? I thought she would naturally deny it, but Adele unexpectedly said nothing. Those blue eyes touched me as if trying to pierce through my inner thoughts. After a while of looking into each other's eyes, Adele answered with a faint smile. I was for a moment. I thought you might really die. Pardon, so don't die. I hate hearing that someone I know has died the most. Adele's cloak fluttered as she turned her back. Mixing with the darkness, only her silver hair illuminated by the moonlight shone brilliantly. She looked at me like that, as if she had something to say. Her mouth opened slightly after looking at me several times. Make sure to come this time, don't run away. I should. I have a debt to repay too. Just the fact that she had let it go when I said it was a secret was a great debt. If I thought about my actions, it would just look suspicious from the perspective of someone who knew nothing. Nevertheless, I had to repay her somehow for believing in me. Recalling what she had said yesterday, I retorted by quoting her. Because you would be disappointed if I didn't come. Adele laughed at those words. It was just like the appearance I remembered from a certain run. Wasn't it fortunate that the only thing that had changed in this world was me? If everything had kept changing, I might not have been able to endure it until now. As if she had said everything she wanted to say, Adele disappeared into the night shadow. When I realized that I was the only one left on the empty street, there was an emotion that surged again. I walked to forget that. I walked through the pitch-black alley without a single light, increasing my pace to erase my thoughts. Relying only on the moonlight in the sky, I walked forward. I wasn't even sure if the direction I was going was correct. I just walked, thinking my body would remember. After a long time passed like that, it seemed like calmness finally returned to its place. Wiping the cold sweat running down my forehead, I slowly raised my head. The building that came into my sight was, quite absurdly, the main gate of the ducal estate. Many people must have fallen asleep. Under the many rooms with the lights off, there was only one room with the light on. It was probably where Yuria was. She must be quite busy in her own way. Since it was the first full moon festival she was managing, she must have had a lot to do. That was better for me. It was most comfortable for me when she didn't pay attention to me. She won't notice. It was rare for Yuria to be awake until now. Thinking there would be no chance of running into her, the moment I entered through the door, a low voice penetrated my ears. You're finally here. It's past 3 a.m. now, and the festival ended a long time ago. There was a woman looking at me from the doorway. With her characteristically cold gaze, her eyes examining my appearance were completely different from Adele's. A gaze filled with negative emotions like contempt. As I smiled bitterly, Yuria began to speak. I have no idea what you were doing until now to come back at this hour. Did you not know that I had been looking for you for a long time? I thought my luck wasn't bad today, but was that my misconception? Seeing Yuria, who was still looking at me coldly, I let out a small sigh. Even though I heard you were participating in the festival, I thought you might come back late. But isn't coming back at this hour a bit too much? She herself must know it too. This situation of finding fault with me just for coming back late was quite ridiculous. I'm not a child. What problem would arise from coming back at dawn? There was no need to even discern Yuria's intention. She simply disliked me, felt irritated the moment our eyes met. If not that, she probably intended to find fault with me and say something to me. Although I knew this assumption was not ordinary, my sister Yuria's personality was originally like that. Arrogant and aloof. Thus, she looked down on those who could not meet her standards. Wasn't it natural that she wouldn't look kindly upon me, who had never been able to gain her favor since childhood? In the past, I tried to cater to her and endure somehow, but now not a shred of such feelings remained in me. If she wanted to hate me, it was better to fully accept that hatred. Through dying 100 times, what I realized was that Yuria and I could never coexist. Is that so? Not is that so? I'm asking if you have any sense of responsibility or not. Don't you know Father is in charge of today's full moon festival? If father is busy, you and I have to step up, and I don't quite understand what you mean by stepping up. Didn't you revoke all my authority to do anything? Directly, by the young lady. At my quietly uttered words, Uria's eyes narrowed. Even though it was something I remembered, the reason she couldn't recall was probably because that was all I had said to her. The one who took away my authority to act as a member of the Taylor family was Uriah. That was why I was looked down upon even by servants in this ducal estate. I had forgotten because I never made an issue of it. As I stared at her expressionlessly, Uriah clicked her tongue and retorted, "You don't really think you're not a member of the Taylors just because your authority was revoked, do you? And your authority was revoked because your mistakes were severe." "My mistakes," she said. "Come to think of it, back then too, my authority disappeared because she found fault with me coming back late. Then what would she say to me this time? I had no desire to listen either. If I just listened like this, it would only harm my emotions unnecessarily, so I wanted to simply apologize once and leave." "You're right. I was wrong." "What?" "I'm apologizing for coming back late. I'm sorry for causing unnecessary concern. I'll be careful to come back early next time. I never worried about you. That's none of my business. I knew she wouldn't care, so I just wanted to go to my room and rest now. I was quite exhausted both physically and mentally from saving Arwen and dealing with Adele in the process. If my emotions were provoked, my sharp feelings might burst out. So I bowed my head and apologized as politely as possible, then turned around. There was no need for a long conversation with Uriah. Although I was quite surprised to run into her today, that was all. That's what I thought. As expected of the son mother cherished. If only I hadn't heard those words, I would have returned to my room. The fact that the name mother reached my ears made my steps abruptly halt. "Always doting on you, not realizing your own role even now. Always minding your own business and never caring about the family. Is it true that love makes one resemble the other?" "Young lady, I always tried to make rational judgments, but not this time." I knew Uriah was also aware of what the name mother meant to me, and she uttered it knowing it was taboo to me. At that moment, with a crunch, my teeth gnashed together. I knew it was a ploy to anger me. If I showed no reaction, she would simply look down on me as pathetic. I knew her words were intended to provoke me. Still, there was a line that humans must not cross. No matter how much one disliked or despised someone, there were names that should never be uttered. "You were always like that. Whenever there was even a slight disadvantage, you would run away. That's why you're running away like this now too, aren't you?" Uriah had disliked Mother since long ago. She said Mother didn't suit her taste because she was too light-hearted and cheerful compared to the Taylor's atmosphere. To her, the family was more important than the person who gave birth to her. Perhaps the reason she disliked me was also because I resembled Mother's personality. If that was really the reason, it would be extremely childish. When I turned my head, Uriah faced me with a slightly surprised expression. I didn't know what my current expression looked like, but it was surely quite ridiculous. It was probably the first time in this run that I showed her an angry expression. My lips curled up bitterly. If I looked in a mirror, my eyes would probably be bloodshot. The heat rising from my chest filled my head. If I spoke, quite vulgar curses might pour out. But I suppressed that. If I erupted with passion here, it would be like falling for her provocation. Suddenly, something my father had said came to mind. Nobles must become more polite the angrier they get. Does it make you feel better to say that? What? I asked if insulting your own mother and disparaging your younger brother like that makes you feel a bit relieved. Robert Tail, if that is what the young lady wishes for, I should follow it, shouldn't I? I felt the temperature in this corridor gradually growing colder, as if warning me that if I made even the slightest misstep, frozen thorns would pierce each other and blood would flow. But it was fine. Bleeding was the one thing I was more confident in than anyone else. "I did not permit you to keep speaking to me," Uriah answered in a low voice. Her eyes, cold as ice that seemed about to shatter at any moment, pierced through me. Those were the eyes I had feared the most. In the past, having those eyes glare at me and berate me, saying I had insulted the Taylors, was what I dreaded the most. Now it didn't matter. She was just a mere woman. She merely held the position of young lady. The name Taylor was no longer precious to me, so I did not avert my gaze. Rather, I met her eyes and opened my mouth as if mocking. Is that so? I had no idea. I didn't know you had become so ill-mannered. Was the punishment you received last time not enough? Are you acting high and mighty just because you gained father's favor for a moment? I'm the one responsible for this ducal estate now. I know. That's why I'm being so polite, am I not? Even as Uriah drew the sword bestowed upon her when she was appointed as young lady, I still did not take my eyes off her. It was a truly familiar situation. No, it was a situation I had experienced several times before, when I was still foolish and had not given up the name Taylor. Even then, Uriah was looking at me with those eyes. You are the shame of the Taylors, Robert Taylor. I knelt down and cried miserably, begging. I pleaded for my life, even bringing up our sibling bond, trying to survive pathetically. If I survived like that, I thought I would have a chance to somehow restore our relationship. Like when we were young, a time I could no longer even remember, I tried to live believing we could be close again. Imprison Robert Taylor in the basement. Until his bad habits are corrected, his meals and water shall be withheld. But what was the result? Even though I survived, I was locked in a cold room and died without seeing another person's face until my death. I had tried to survive somehow, not giving up even when meals never came. I chewed on rats that slipped through the cracks and moistened my mouth with the blood of beasts. Nevertheless, I died. The moment I knelt before Uriah, my fate was already sealed. I died like that and lived the next run. What had I done so wrong? If it was wrong to beg because I wanted to live, that would be a truly ridiculous story. As my eyebrows distorted at the fleeting memory, Uriah looked at me with disbelief. She must not like this situation itself where I was saying something to her. To her, I was always someone beneath her, a coward who couldn't even make eye contact. With my authority as young lady, I can directly dispose of those who cause disturbances. You know that, don't you? Is what I'm doing now causing a disturbance? You just said with your own mouth that you were stripped of all authority, yet you dare to defy me. If that's not a disturbance, then what is? I'm serious, Robert Taylor. Drawing the sword bestowed upon her when she was appointed as young lady, she strode towards me. Did she think I would be intimidated by that? At my unfazed attitude, the hand gripping the sword trembled. Uriah let out a small sigh. Her furrowed eyes were directed at me. Ignoring the emotion in those eyes, I merely waited for what she would say. What words would this foolish woman utter next? The words flowing from her tongue were all her karma. Karma that would one day return to her as swords and poison. After a long silence, Uriah parted her lips while looking at me. You seem to dislike the Taylors. Since childhood, you never once showed any affection for the family. Is that what you think? A laugh escaped me inadvertently. Uriah frowned with displeasure at the sight of me chuckling, but it was a laughable statement. I did not dislike the Taylors. If I truly hated this family, I would not have repeated the regressions until now. I had simply given up now, knowing that nothing could be changed with my individual efforts. All I wished for was death, abandoning my longings. So I laughed, because her question was ridiculous, because the delusion she herself held was amusing. So that's what you thought. You thought I disliked the Taylors. Taking a large step forward, I stood in front of Uriah. She was much shorter than me, so it was the first time I looked down at her like this. When I knelt and looked up at her, she seemed quite tall, but thinking she was such a miserable woman made me inadvertently smile. You're wrong, young lady. What do you mean? I do not despise the Taylor family, however. I paused for a moment, then looked at Uriah again. I never thought I would directly utter these words. Words I had always thought but could never say. If I did, the longings I held would be distorted, and I had no confidence to deal with the aftermath. But there was nothing to be wary of anymore. After casting out Teresa, there was nothing left for me to fear. To Uriah, who was blankly staring at me, I slowly continued. My voice was so quiet and calm that it was like a doll speaking. I only despise you. This was my outcry, what I had wanted to scream out countless times while living my past lives, but could not utter and had buried in my heart. How would she respond to this silent outcry? The eyes that had always been frozen cold were not there. There was only a woman with a stiff face, wearing a merely stupid expression as she stared at me. No words came from her slightly parted lips. After looking at Yuria like that for a while, I turned my back and started walking. "I'll be going now, young lady." I no longer had any desire to maintain our sibling bond. Regardless of what she thought, even if she had a change of heart at these words, it had nothing to do with me. Just as spilled water cannot be gathered again, our relationship was like that. Leaving Yuria behind, even as I walked forward, a voice rang in my ears, whining. It was a voice I had ignored in one of my lives, a voice I had never acknowledged, seized by foolish lingering attachments. I disliked Yuria, realizing that only now made me feel like a fool. Ill fate is not determined from birth. It's just that while living together, hearts become misaligned. There was a time when my relationship with Yuria wasn't so bad. It's just that the period was so short, so long ago that I couldn't even remember it. We had both forgotten about it. A butterfly's fluttering could sometimes bring a north wind. Couldn't our relationship also be viewed from that perspective? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that a very trivial matter started it all, leading to my regression. My head ached. The headache that had been throbbing since I met Arwen was strangling my rationality as if it would shatter at any moment. Trying hard to suppress the urge to vomit, I squeezed my eyes shut at the spinning vision. Even as I bit my lips to endure the pain, I recalled the conversation from earlier. Perhaps this was the first time I had directly said such a thing to Yuria. Even throughout all my lives, I never thought of expressing such hostility. I should have said it and died in the previous run. Yuria's expression just now was quite amusing. Why was she shaken? Because I said I disliked her. If that was the extent of the reason, it was rather disappointing. If she was a woman who would be discouraged by that, why did she treat me like that? I knew she hadn't harmed me in this life. However, the way she had treated me since childhood remained unchanged. Part of the reason I had no choice but to become weak and cowardly like the rumors, trying to live miserably. It wouldn't be far-fetched to say Yuria was responsible for some of it. I didn't want to blame anyone. I didn't want to attribute my own cowering to someone else's sin, but it was undeniable that what I had suffered in the past had influenced me. Although the pain in my head persisted, I gazed at the empty air with narrowed eyes. This room was also chosen because I didn't want to run into Yuria. If it was a room in the corner of the second floor, I wouldn't have to see her passing by in the corridor. I avoided eating meals together too. I had memories of being dragged away by Yuria and beaten if I made a mistake while eating. I was bound by my sister, 4 years older, for quite a long time. It was possible because Yuria took on the role of the lady of the house after mother passed away. If I made a mistake, I was scolded, beaten, driven out to wander outside, then imprisoned again. It happened under father's tacit approval, but it was clear Yuria's will was involved. Nevertheless, that was what I endured in the past. Rather, I blamed myself, constantly agonizing over why I was so foolish. Stupid bastard. In fact, there was no need for that. I should have felt wronged by what was done to me and realized something was odd about the situation. Certainly, I had realized that quite long ago. After dying the first few times, I noticed something about Yuria was twisted. But even so, I didn't give up hope. Because of the words I had heard when I was young, words I wanted to cherish for a lifetime. If I loved and did not give up, everything would return to the way it was. There was a time I believed that. Now I knew it was wrong. Inadvertently, a bitter smile escaped, and my gaze turned to a picture frame. It was a painting with half the face obscured. Quietly looking at the painting of a woman smiling at someone, drawn quite long ago, I recalled the past I had forgotten. The reason I was so obsessed with relationships was because of a single phrase I held in my heart. If asked why I couldn't give up the Taylor family until the end, repeating 100 lives, it was simply because I couldn't forget the last words mother left as she died. Elijah Taylor, the woman who was called the lady of the Taylor ducal family. Yuria knew her well too. Of course she would. She was the mother who gave birth to and raised her. How could she not know? But Yuria disliked Elijah since childhood. She only expressed gratitude out of courtesy for giving birth to her, but she didn't particularly like the ever-smiling face. The tailors were the empire's sword. They had to devote their all to fighting enemies that threatened the nation, always loyal to the emperor. Thus, they had to always remain cold. The fact that Uriah rarely smiled was part of the teaching she had learned as a child. Smiling meant letting one's guard down, so one must always remain vigilant and prepared for emergencies. As the tailors, who held the greatest and most glorious position in this empire, they had to be a model for all nobles. Uriah, did you bully Robert again? I never bullied him. He just dropped his fork while eating, so I scolded him in place of father. She could never like Robert, who always ran crying to mother after being punished. He might have acted that way because he was only 3 years old, but Uriah found it foolish. She herself no longer did such things at the age of 3. When Robert was first born, she had felt quite sorry for him, but as he grew, he only resembled Elijah more and more. The children of the tailors must not be mischievous. They always had to hide their tears and even their laughter, only being cold and rational, handling all situations flexibly, was the tailor's spirit. But her younger brother did not fit that belief. Just how much punishment should she give him? At that time, Uriah thought that while looking at Robert, if he weren't her brother, she wouldn't even have this concern. She would have just let him live as he pleased and get ruined, not caring at all. Wasn't it a talent to make her pay attention like this? Elijah was staring intently at her. Was the emotion in those eyes concern? It wasn't even funny. Concern was for those who were lacking. She was not the target of that concern. Rather, it would be enough to direct it at her foolish brother. Uriah turned her back without answering that gaze. And that was the last time she saw her mother healthy. She remembered it as a sudden illness. One day, she suddenly felt sick and collapsed. She lost her life within a few days. It was an unexpected death for someone who had always been healthy, a death that even doctors, priests, and even the young saint at the time could not heal. It was a strange death, but later she learned that it was a disease for which a cure had not been developed. Mom. She saw her brother crying while looking at the already cold corpse. What answer was he hoping for from a corpse that could no longer speak? Uriah could not understand that sight. She was aware that her mother had died, but she didn't feel sad. It was natural for people to die, so even if it was her own mother, it was something that would eventually happen. It just happened a bit earlier. Her thoughts on that matter remained unchanged, both back then and now. Perhaps she had hoped that with her mother's death, her weak and foolish brother's attitude would change. But it didn't change. Rather, that behavior intensified. Around that time, she had been appointed as the young lady. In the end, she had no choice but to make a decision. Hoping her brother would improve a little, she tried to fix him into someone suitable for the tailors. The most important thing for a noble is etiquette, so she tried to correct him even by using corporal punishment. After a few years passed, it was splendidly corrected, and next, she simply wanted to make him a person befitting the tailors. She thought it was right, and even her father said nothing about what she did. She had lived until now believing it was right, because a person of the tailors should be like that. Robert, she muttered while looking at the now empty corridor, but there was no answer. He had already left, hadn't he? There was no possibility of her brother, who had gone to his room, returning here to answer. Her reason had already judged so, but Uriah was simply engulfed in a confused emotion for the first time. I do not despise the Taylor family. However, it was eyes she had never seen before, filled with hatred and disgust towards someone, as if those emotions would become flames at any moment and burn their surroundings. Eyes she never imagined seeing in her usually weak brother. But what was unexpected was that those emotions were directed at her. I only despise you. It was an emotion she felt for the first time. Was this what they called confusion? It was certain that she had been shaken by those words. Despise. The meaning conveyed by that word was clearer than any other. She had known something was different since a few days ago. When their eyes met, he used to be terrified, but now he didn't directly meet her gaze, did he? The way he stubbornly called her sister became young lady at some point, and when she got angry, he responded with a calm face instead. She felt it was strange, but left it at that, thinking the fundamental aspect hadn't changed, and with time he would return to his original behavior. That's what she thought. But it didn't change at all. As time passed, those eyes gradually grew colder and more indifferent. Recalling the eyes that showed no emotion at all, it felt like her vision was swaying for no reason. In her dizzy vision, Uriah, who had staggered for a moment, leaned against the wall. "You have no interest in me anyway, young lady." That's not true. That wasn't it. If she had no interest, she wouldn't have even tried to make him a person suitable for the tailors. That's not it. That's not it. Suddenly, she realized she was suffocating. Feeling a sensation of being strangled, she curled up her body, then exhaled while leaning against the wall. The eyes of the dying Elijah came to mind. There was no other emotion in the eyes that had been looking at her. Rather, only pity remained, eyes that regarded her as pitiful. Why had she looked at her with such eyes? She had no shame whatsoever about her actions until now. It was because she had done what she learned from her father. Because the tailors were not wrong, she believed everything would go well if she acted according to that belief. But why did Robert say he disliked her? If he meant to say what she had been doing was wrong. No, that couldn't be. Hadn't she been taught that way since childhood? She had lived up to the name of the tailors, not smiling, not crying. She tried to always show a cold demeanor, hiding her own emotions, even if it was family. To Uriah, their family was more important than anything else. There was something she had vowed as a girl, words she had engraved in her heart when she became the young lady, a declaration that she would follow her beliefs no matter what happened. She would become the empire's sword in the future, so she would adhere to her convictions in any situation. It was firm. It did not waver. Until now, to the extent that she could swear to that full moon. But if that was said to be wrong, wouldn't it mean her entire life was in vain? That couldn't be. Uriah, who had barely corrected her posture, stared at the empty corridor. Her eyes were still shaking, and her distorted expression remained the same. If someone saw her, they would surely be quite surprised. It was definitely the first time the face of the woman named Uriah Taylor had been so broken. "I am." Unable to continue the sentence, she repeatedly muttered only those words. They were words no one could hear. On this night when the full moon bloomed, in this stillness, there was not a single person to hear the words that reached her ears alone. "I am." As her voice gradually faded, Uriah closed her eyes with her lips tightly shut. She had been certain, but now she wasn't confident calling it certainty. Weren't they just trivial words? The brother she had always disliked simply said he disliked her. But why was she so perturbed? In this dawn when her heart was stirring, Uriah blankly gazed at the corridor where Robert had disappeared, until the dawn passed and morning arrived. Just like that, endlessly. Whenever I opened my eyes in the morning, I always woke up with a body drenched in sweat. This time was no different. Cold sweat flowed and dampened my forehead, and I frowned at the clammy sensation. It was due to having a nightmare. More precisely, memories of my deaths. Wasn't it a feeling that was truly hard to get used to no matter how often I saw it? If I could become accustomed to dying, it might be a bit better, but that was an emotion that never changed no matter how much I tried. If I didn't fear such a thing, I wouldn't truly be human. After clenching and unclenching my hand a few times, I let out a small sigh and got out of bed. What unfailingly appeared in my nightmares were the faces of those who had killed me. There were times I chose death myself, but that didn't feel like a nightmare to me, because it was really hard back then. It was just a time when I was struggling to end this regression by force, no matter what. I saw people everywhere who said they wanted to turn back time, even those who said if they could turn back time to a moment they regretted, to the moment their loved one died, they could do anything. Although I also chose regression, not being much different from those people, it wasn't that I had a positive view of this regression. This was a curse. It was a life like an execution, tying a person to the guillotine of time and endlessly dropping the blade on a neck that wouldn't be cut. Building relationships with people was only once or twice. If I only accumulated repeated experiences with the same people in the same events, what would happen? The woman who said she loved me in the previous run saw me as her mortal enemy in the next run. The assassin who tried to kill me became my lifesaver, and even if those twisted ties somehow changed back to how I first knew them, they couldn't be called the same person to me. It was only natural to go mad. There was a time when I prayed every time I died and time rewound. begging them to remember me, going straight to them after time turned back and asking if they knew me, but I was treated as a lunatic. The only one who knew about the regression of time was me alone, the only one in this world who knew time had rewound countless times. So I was mad for a while. I think that was the time I died the most. Killing myself, going crazy and beating people to death, getting caught and executed. That was the first time I saw Yuria die. I have various thoughts, but it was certain that about half of my deaths were experienced during that period. Then I came to my senses and spent a few more runs, which brings me to now. Having given up on many things, my honest feeling is that I want to end everything in this run, so I can't rest. I was curious what Yuria would say today. As the full moon festival was still ongoing, Father was still not here. I suppose only Yuria and I were left in this ducal estate. We would run into each other during meals, so I'd have to see for myself what she would say to me. After some time passed, Renaud knocked on the door. When he said it was time to eat and I went out, I realized the ducal estate was strangely quiet. It was always quiet, but this was not just quiet but chillingly so. Glancing at Renaud, I opened my mouth. Did something happen? The atmosphere is a bit strange. Ah well, the young lady is feeling unwell. Unwell. She appeared with a pale complexion in the morning and said not to bring her any meals today. Is that why everyone is tense? When someone who usually doesn't act like that shows such capriciousness, those under them are bound to tremble in fear. Yuria, who had been diligently living her own life more than anyone else, did that, so they must all think they did something wrong. It seemed she wasn't entirely unresponsive. On one hand, it was also amusing. If she was shaken by just these words, with what state of mind did she intend to endure what was to come? Laughing so softly that no one would notice, I soon moved my steps with an indifferent expression. Tell everyone there's no need to be tense. It's just that she's really feeling unwell. Is that so? Yes, since I confirmed it, she probably won't say anything else. If she really reacted to my words, she would probably be quiet for a while. It was fortunate. Since I had many things to do separately for a while, it was better not to have her interference. Then I suppose there was only one thing to do today. I thought I should meet Arwen one more time. As expected, the door is closed. The house of Arwen, whom I went to see right after eating, was completely blocked. There was a door, but the problem was that it was enclosed by a barrier she had made herself, so I couldn't see any reaction no matter what. Since she said she needed time to think, it might have been natural. The issue was that this barrier showed no signs of being lifted. I could undo it myself, but even if I touched it carefully, it seemed like it would take a full month. If I had known this situation would come, I should have worked on magic. Unfortunately, I had only touched weapon types, so I didn't know much about magic. Then there was nothing much to do today. The next schedule came right after the full moon festival ended, so I had some leeway until then. There was no movement from Teresa yet, and Yuria was holed up in her room. Thinking that, I realized this life was quite free. If it were like before, I would have followed Yuria around the full moon festival, inspecting here and there. Just wandering around like this was something I couldn't even imagine in the past. The festival was still in full swing, so the streets were packed with people. I took back Alice to avoid mingling with those people, but it was still not easy to move with so many people. How would it have been if Adele were here at this time? She might have drawn her sword and swung it around, or she might have pouted her lips but walked diligently. Thinking through a few such thoughts, I realized my impression of Adele was quite good. It was strange. It wasn't just meeting her once or twice, but I didn't have even a slightly bad impression of her. What I experienced through regression was the many hearts a person had, like seeing someone I thought was only kind actually told lies all the time, or someone I thought was gentle killed children. The aspects of that person I encountered in different situations were bound to change countless times. But Adele Ygritte, no matter what situation I saw her in, she wasn't very different. She always lived as she wanted and always moved as the wind blew. She was free-spirited, but rarely did it harm anyone. There was a time when I lived swayed by that, and that life, I remember it as probably the most peaceful time I lived. Back then, I had the mindset of rather starting anew in the north, so it was possible. But in this life, I didn't want to live that way, at least. I had to wrap things up, didn't I? Unless the day came when I directly strangled the crown prince's neck with my own hands, there was no need to flee to the north. Walking like that, I soon reached the outskirts of the city, a place far from the depths where the full moon festival was held, unlike other places, with many trees and flowers. I knew there was such a place, but actually coming here, the scenery was quite nice. Instead of paved roads or buildings, a place covered with grass and trees, standing in the midst of lush greenery with an unobstructed view, and looking beyond. Flower petals fluttering in the wind fell gently, and small animals were moving among the rustling grass. Was it a place created as a green space according to the planned administrative district? Until now, I didn't have many occasions to come here, but thinking about it, it seemed this was the first time I had come here during this period. Wouldn't this leisurely greenery be better than a city so crowded that there was no room to set foot? Following the path, I came across stone steps. Climbing those steps and then ascending a steep staircase for a while, there was a large tree visible to the eye. A willow tree with long branches drooping alone, surrendering its body to the wind. I caught my breath and moved to sit under it. The fluttering leaves tickled my hair, but my gaze was directed at the scenery visible below the willow tree. Since it was a high elevation, climbing up here allowed me to see the entire view below. Before I knew it, the sky was turning bright red, and the scenery of the city where I lived came into view at a glance. I was lost in thought for a moment. As if mocking my expectation that it would be just ordinary, the city in the midst of the full moon festival was elegant as if painted. Light flowed, not simply in appreciation, but the lights connected by people's hands filled the streets like flowing water, sometimes emitting a red light, sometimes a blue light. The colorful lanterns swayed over people's hands. The true beginning of the full moon festival could only be seen at night, but the daytime full moon festival was different. It embodied this sunset, blessing the rising of the moon. Thus, the streets were gradually turning red. Preparing for the later time when night would come, the color of the lanterns also changed little by little, following the setting sun. Around the time I was blankly looking at it, the sky also began to sink into darkness. The name City of Light only then revealed its true colors, and the city's light emitting a brilliant glow made the starlight lose its brilliance. Only a pale white light similar to moonlight remained in the city, drawing this night sky instead of the stars in the sky. And only after that baptism of light disappeared did my mind finally return to reality. The wind that had become a little chilly brushed my cheeks. Summer was coming to an end now. The sky was rising, and the moon that had been closest was reaching the highest sky, far from anyone, and moving away from the empire. Autumn, my reason that had touched reality, was in a slightly dazed state. The fact that time had passed and autumn was approaching was not well felt. Until now, there were always many things happening around this time, so I never had even a bit of leisure, and this was the first time I calmly thought about what was to come. Many things had changed. Teresa was no longer my fiancée. I met Adele again, and I formed a sort of connection with Saint Adriana. And didn't I bluntly tell Uriah I disliked her? The me of the previous run was now directly doing things I couldn't even imagine. The 101st, huh? Since I had died 100 times, this time I must be living the 101st life. 100 times of foolish acts were enough. So this time, I decided to live differently. There was no need to hesitate or worry about anything, because if I really died this time, it would be the end. Surely, eternal death would come to me. Glancing down for a moment, I slowly raised my head and closed my eyes tightly. Willow leaves fluttered in the wind and got caught between my fingers. Despite seeming like they would be blown away by the wind, they stubbornly clung between my fingers and wouldn't fall off, making me inadvertently laugh. It felt just like seeing my past actions. If I just slightly parted my fingers, they would be blown away by the wind and disappear, but the sight of them trying to endure somehow was just like. It was like looking at myself, but I had to let go. It would be the natural way for them to be carried by the wind. I had to let go of the lingering attachment these leaves held. Whoosh, the leaves flew towards the sky with another gust of wind. They danced like that in the air for a while, carried by the wind, then disappeared towards a place out of sight. Where would those leaves go? That was something no one knew. It was certain that it would be a completely different world from the branch they had always clung to. Wasn't I no different? Now was the time to let go of lingering attachments and move forward. The future of me, who had abandoned the ties of the past I cherished, was now unknown even to myself. It would be filled only with new things that I didn't know, and no one knew whether the end would be a tragedy or a comedy. But what was amusing was that I still felt refreshed. I grabbed the leaf caught in my hand once more, then sent it flying towards the sky again with the wind. Like that, I sent away my lingering attachments as well. The wind blew again, brushing my forehead refreshingly. Summer was ending, and the day when that moon would thin out again was approaching. A faint smile appeared on my lips as I thought of the season that could be called the biggest variable in my life. Autumn was coming. An autumn that no one would know, and even I wouldn't know. The 101st autumn was coming. Huo, at a time too early for anyone to be awake, Uriah slowly opened her eyes to the sorrowful cry of an owl. Her body was hungry from not eating for a day, but her mind, lost in thought, could not recall the hunger. She had faced Robert, and a day had passed like that. Shutting herself in her room was to have time alone. Did she really make a mistake? Uriah stared blankly at the wall that reflected nothing. To steady her shaking heart, to correct her own thoughts, she reflected on the fact that her heart had wavered, if only for a moment. For a very brief moment she had shown an emotional side to Robert's words. There was no need to waver at all. Hadn't she always made the right judgment for the family? If she questioned her conviction, the reason was, well, Uriah pondered while staring at the wall. Her long hair had become short at some point, short hair barely reaching her shoulders. Uriah shook her head once and let out a faint sigh. I'll admit it, I was wrong. She thought she knew why Robert said he disliked her. It was because she had been too weak-hearted, because she had held the words of her late mother in a corner of her heart. What she had done under the pretext of caring for her younger brother was wrong. What she had done, saying she would rehabilitate him into a suitable member of the family. Who would have known it would break Robert to this extent? She should have been harsher. She should have treated him so that his eyes would hold only reverence and loyalty towards the family, not emotions like resentment. Didn't she blame her brother for being weak? But in the end, it was she who had been weak-hearted. Cutting her hair was to repent for this sin. She thought he had changed because he hadn't shown a pathetic sight recently, but he disliked her. Just saying such a thing to the young lady was a sin in itself. Should she punish him? Uriah pondered for a moment and shook her head. There was no need to punish him right away. Even if he had committed a sin, shouldn't he be given time to atone? Because I am the young lady. A generous side towards a family member was also an aspect the young lady should possess. She closed her eyes for a moment, then slowly opened them again. The scene in the room illuminated by the faint moonlight was cleaner than before. On the night when the full moon had disappeared, blue eyes glowed in the distorted moonlight. That light was so pale, it was cold and chilly as if frozen. After the full moon festival ended, various events were lined up. There was the family head meeting where the heads of each family gathered, led by the Taylor ducal family, and there was the hunting festival where animals were caught and offered to the ladies. I had no authority to not participate in those events. In the first place, even if they told me not to, I had intended to participate. If I had to give a reason, it was because of the princess. The princess was closest to the crown prince. Our relationship was much better than mine and Uriah's, but it was still awkward between us. But to approach the crown prince, I needed her. What I needed was preparation to become close to the crown prince, and with the Taylor family behind me, it wasn't too difficult to approach him. But my goal was to become the crown prince's loyal subject. That way, I could see his every move, watching him from the closest position, and when the time came, stabbing him in the back without hesitation would be the best. It was a thought close to treason, but in fact, the empire held little meaning to me. Rather, wouldn't it be better if the empire disappeared? But my individual power was not enough. I needed forces that would fully align with my will, at least. I did need those forces to assassinate the Crown Prince. So for now, starting with Arwen, I had to gather information first. Then the last place I'll head to is here. On the map depicting the geography of the Empire, my gaze turned to the imperial capital drawn in the center. The imperial capital, Eden, the human paradise created by the descent of the moon god in ancient times. Since it had never been invaded by foreign enemies, the times the imperial palace had been stained with blood could be counted on one hand. Perhaps it could be called the city symbolizing the empire's prosperity. I had a strange feeling. If my wish was fulfilled, wouldn't it mean the imperial palace itself would disappear from the empire? The crown prince would die, and naturally, the imperial family that would become my enemy would not fare well either. With the quill pen in my hand, I drew a line at the location of the imperial palace. This map could be considered my own plan. Since I had to gradually gather forces to deal with the crown prince, I had no intention whatsoever of marching straight to the imperial palace. At best, I would be no more than a mere moth to a flame. I had the experience of the previous runs. The reason I wasn't particularly nervous, despite making the grandiose plan of overthrowing the imperial family, was because of that. Even if it was difficult to fully recover my realm, if it returned to a certain level, it would be quite helpful. I had caught the assassins earlier because their level was low, but it was still too much for me to fight several knights at once. How many imperial soldiers had set out to subjugate me before? I remember it was easily 500. I killed them all and the princess appeared and died, but this time I had no intention of fighting alone, so it should be fine. The only problem was who would align with this intention of treason. I couldn't do anything alone. I realized this fact only after going through several runs, but the more I thought hastily about such things, the bigger the problem tended to become. Perhaps it was fine to think slowly now, because a few names immediately came to mind, and the person I considered most important among them was Adele Ygritte. My gaze, which had been on the map, turned to the handkerchief I hadn't returned last time. As I had promised to go to the north, I intended to visit before the end of this year. If I didn't go this time either, given her personality, there was a high probability she would get angry, so it was natural. But what I was agonizing over was whether to warn her about what she would experience. My intention to save her remained unchanged, but if I wasn't careful, she might suspect me. Compared to a few days ago, my thoughts and attitude had changed quite a bit. It was because I had abandoned thoughts filled with indifference and neglect. Even though I was living my 101st life, after letting go of my lingering attachments, didn't I resolve to think of this life as my first life? In the first place, so many things had changed that it wouldn't be far-fetched to say there were no commonalities with my past lives. Being bound by the past only made my thoughts complicated, so I slightly modified the plan. Rather than an assassination-like method, I decided to change everything by destroying it all instead. Thus, I resolved to save Adele. The false accusation of treason against her was a certain future, and whether she would follow my will in that situation was unknown. It was better to think about this part when that situation arrived. Then what should I start with first? I had already sorted out my thoughts on this part to some extent. What I need to use are the princess and the tailors. I had no ill fate with the princess, but it was true that I had some doubts about her recently. Did the princess really know nothing about the crown prince trying to kill me? If she knew, she had hidden that fact from me, and if she didn't know, that was strange in itself. So I had no guilt. Rather, if I approached her this way and found out her true colors, it would be a greater gain for me. It was better to bite my tongue than to be used by someone. It would be better for me to find out first and use her instead. As for the tailors, I had agonized over this quite a bit, because I had never touched the Taylor family before. I had tried erasing the name Taylor by killing everyone, but I had never personally ascended to the position of family head. As if my place was determined to be only here, I never even thought of moving up. But there was no need for that in this life too. Uria no longer held any meaning to me. so there was no need to consider her, and my current position was a bit low to properly use the name Taylor. Thanks to our young lady revoking my authority, my status within the ducal estate was also ambiguous. Me becoming the family head. Thinking about it suddenly, it was quite amusing. I was thinking of bringing down the imperial family with my own hands, and the family head who should be most loyal to the imperial family was taking the lead. Although it wasn't a definite future yet, if I made up my mind to do it, there was nothing I couldn't do. I no longer had any hesitation, so if I wanted to do it, I would do it. Yes, as Adele had said before, because I decided so. Thud, covering the map engraved with various markings with a board again, I surveyed the surroundings. It was a map that would be quite troublesome if someone saw it. Drawing a line straight at the imperial family, wouldn't anyone see it as planning treason? A smile inadvertently appeared. It was certain that my heartbeat, which I felt for the first time in quite a while, was beating faster than before. After completely hiding the map and confirming there was no presence around, I plopped down on the chair. I seemed to be getting tired from using my head in various ways. Now that I had roughly made a plan, there would be no problem moving forward, but what awaited me was a future I had no knowledge of at all. The variables that immediately came to mind were more than just one or two. At least it would be clearly different from the future I originally knew. The closest schedule was the family head meeting held in the imperial capital. I don't remember any particular incident happening there, but it was certain I could meet the princess. Meet her, gain her friendship, and become close to the crown prince. This could be considered my current goal. I plan to meet the crown prince before the end of autumn. That way, the plan will proceed to some extent. Of course, he might have bad feelings towards me at this point since he had falsely accused me of treason, but it would be difficult for him to easily dismiss me, who appeared to be just a loyal subject on the outside. At least it was better to maintain my outward appearance as close to an incorruptible subject without a single flaw. While I was lost in such thoughts, the wind suddenly blew through the open window. Come to think of it, it was autumn now. When the full moon festival ended, the weather always changed quite abruptly, and the wind that seemed like it would always be hot quickly turned chilly. I closed my eyes at the wind cooling the sweat on my forehead. Leaning my head on the backrest, I enjoyed the momentary leisure that had come. Only then did I recall a variable I had forgotten. I had forgotten for a moment, but it was what St. Adriana had told me last time. Did she say Merigen and Adriana were friends? I knew that, but this time it might be quite effectively applied. Didn't she say last time we met that we would meet again someday? If we were to meet again, wouldn't this trip to the imperial capital be the time? If we meet again, maybe it will be fate this time. Adriana was always someone I couldn't meet, as if something was twisted and we couldn't quite connect. It felt like our meeting was not allowed in that turn. Whenever I needed to find her, she was always absent. But this time was different. Even if I didn't particularly try to meet her, even if I had no intention of meeting her, as if it was meant to be this way, we naturally ran into each other. Adele coming to the full moon festival and running into the saint on the street again. I didn't know what these events were trying to tell me, but if it was an opportunity, I had no intention of letting it slip. If it was an opportunity, if this was really fate, this time for sure I would see it through to the end. Robert will also attend this family head meeting. Understood. I already knew this, so I nodded my head without surprise. There was no need to show a frivolous attitude in front of my father. As before, since I had to obtain the position of family head, I needed to be cautious of my behavior and attitude. There were many things that needed improvement. The only thing that bothered me was Uria's change. The last time I saw her, her hair seemed quite long. Now it had become so short, almost like a bob cut. The eyes that used to waver when looking at me had also disappeared, and Uriah, who briefly made eye contact with me, raised her head with an expressionless face. I had thought she was shaken for a moment, but perhaps that was my misconception. It was better that way. Since I had not yet attempted anything, I hoped Uriah's heart would remain steadfast. Come to think of it, I thought I could now understand Teresa's feelings. When one thinks they have reached the highest point, witnessing the fall of Icarus who has finally plummeted, It must be quite an amusing pastime. Father's gaze turned to me, then soon shifted back to Uriah. Unlike previous meetings, the topic of this family head meeting was quite important. It was about the southern subjugation that the empire had been planning for a long time. The South had always been a territory where different races and barbarian tribes coexisted. It was conquered but not developed, likely for that reason. A land filled with grass, forests, strange plants and people. Come to think of it, the children Adriana had been taking care of last time also had ties to the South. Children who had escaped from becoming sacrifices and were rescued. The more I thought about it, the more I felt there was quite a significant connection between this family head meeting and the saint. Despite that, the reason I couldn't meet her until now was probably because she had directly heard the news through the princess. "Robert, is this your first time attending the family head meeting?" "Yes, I will not make any mistakes." "There is no room for mistakes. You won't have many opportunities to speak there anyway, but make sure to familiarize yourself with the faces present. Those attending that meeting are all influential figures leading the empire, so it won't hurt to know their faces." "I will keep that in mind." As I bowed my head, Father nodded as if he understood and ordered us to leave. I had come just to hear about attending the family head meeting anyway. Checking Uriah's condition was merely a part of that process. As I left the room, I felt Uriah's gaze on me. That gaze did not waver at all, only cold and indifferent. I was certain that Uriah's mindset had changed. However, that was all. Even if her mindset had changed, even if the cold-bloodedness she harbored had grown colder and turned into frostbite, she was a woman I would eventually break. Then, I shall take my leave first. In the new future I would create, there was no place for a woman named Uriah Taylor. That much was certain. The location where the family head meeting was held was the imperial capital. Whether it was the ducal estate or the imperial capital, in fact, it was a distance that could be crossed by just passing a border. Nevertheless, the difference was quite significant. No matter how prestigious a duke's territory was, it seemed to fall short of the emperor's majesty. Simply passing through a gate, the visible scenery changed drastically. Beyond the gate made of gold and adorned with ivory and jewels, the gate of the sun, was the gate of the moon. This time, beyond the gate decorated with platinum, the final gate to enter the capital, Eclipse, finally came into view. Only after entering through it could one see the capital Eden, so upon seeing the abruptly changed scenery, the coachman let out a small gasp of admiration. The vibrancy of the capital was incomparable to any other city. No matter how much it was called the City of Light, it could not match the vitality this city exuded. The moon tower I had seen last time was also located here. The place where the saint lived, a peculiar feeling lingered, but it was not merely an impression. If my intuition was not mistaken, we would surely encounter each other at this meeting, whether it was of my own will or not. However, the main purpose was to meet the princess, so it was better to set aside thoughts about the saint for now. After riding the carriage for quite a while, we finally arrived at the venue where the family head meeting was held. From the outside, it looked like a forest, but it was a garden that only those with proven identities could enter. The vine of a tree that seemed alive wriggled and moved, eventually stopping the horse from proceeding further. Then, as if out of nowhere, a knight appeared and began verifying our identities. The knight, whose face was completely covered by a helmet, looked at the crest engraved on the carriage and asked my father, "Are you from the Taylor family?" "That's right. Could you open the gate for us?" "Identity confirmed. May peace be with you." Everything that appears in this garden changes every year. This year, that knight always appeared, but next year, a naked barbarian might appear, and the year after that, an archer might appear. This garden was a mystical garden that had existed since the founding of the empire. Thus, the beings that appeared within it were all entities subservient to the spirits. That was why even my father paid his respects. Except for the emperor, there was no one equal to these beings. As I stepped out of the carriage, a sensation different from ordinary grass was conveyed. A soft and cozy feeling, as if stepping on clouds. As water droplets floating in the air touched my body, they burst with a pop. Yuria stared at that scene with an expressionless face, then opened her mouth while looking at father. Shall I infuse mana? No, there's no need for that this year. They will appear on their own soon. With those words, the other side of the garden began to move. Trees, grass, and flowers slowly moved their roots, and the forest opened up like a gate, literally opened up. The nobles on the opposite side were quite surprised to suddenly see each other. Amidst this, only our side maintained composure, and father looked at the other nobles with a contemptuous gaze. Among these numerous nobles, the only duke was the Taylor family. Thus, although it was called a family head meeting, the Taylor family undertook the role of presiding over it. However, the presiding officer of this meeting was not father, because the imperial family was also participating in today's meeting. Her Royal Highness the Princess is entering. Following the shouts of the knights lined up in the empty space, gazes naturally shifted. At the end of it was a woman, but upon seeing her appearance, the nobles each bent their knees and bowed their heads. It was only natural, fluttering black hair that only the imperial family could possess, with eyes resembling the moon. That woman was indeed the most supreme being in this place. Thank you all for gathering. I know you are all busy with official duties, but since the topic of this family head meeting is quite important, I have also decided to participate. As the princess spoke, silence instantly fell upon the garden. It was a familiar voice. I had heard it dozens of times already, even heard that woman whisper words of love to me. Merigen de Arten. The woman with that name opened her mouth once more. Well then, let's begin. The meeting regarding how to deal with the South, that is. As the princess raised her arm, a brilliant light immediately soared above the garden. It could be called the signal flare announcing this imperial meeting. However, my attention was not on that light but elsewhere. It was on how to approach the princess. There was the method of secretly approaching her like before, but it seemed quite difficult this time. It seems she has been staring this way for a while now, because Yuria was paying quite a bit of attention to me. I didn't know why she was looking at me like that, but it was clear that Yuria's attention was on me. However, that didn't mean there was no way to escape. Since I knew well how this garden moved, I could probably easily slip away during the meeting. Although the princess had convened this meeting, those leading the discussion were the ministers who had come with her. Obtaining the right to speak in the princess's name, the princess only needed to hear the conclusion of the meeting and report it to the emperor, thus ending her role. She always disappeared midway through the meeting and wandered around this vicinity. As I briefly made eye contact with Yuria, I smiled slightly at her gaze that soon fell. What could she be thinking? But that was not something for me to worry about. What Yuria wanted was for me to interpret her true intentions, so there was no need to engage in such things. My stance on the South has always been the same. There is no clear solution other than subjugation, is there? I agree with that. We need to deal with the barbarian tribes and different races anyway, right? On this occasion, we should drive out what needs to be driven out and develop the great forest to accommodate the different races. Will you also accommodate the barbarian tribes? No, they should be subjugated. In the first place, they are not a group that reveres the sun. Shamanism, there must be children that the saint rescued last time too. The discussion on how to deal with the South, which began with father's words, was progressing towards subjugation, just as I knew it would. The subjugation of the South was a foregone conclusion. It would only be blocked later. The shamans living in the South were not to be taken lightly. They used magic focused on slaughter even more than ordinary wizards, so unless they were struck down at once, it would not even amount to a meaningful subjugation. Of course, I had no qualification to utter such words here. Rather, I would be reprimanded for being presumptuous. Thus, I quietly observed the progression of the discussion. As the heat of the meeting intensified, the ministers of the imperial palace and some nobles finally began raising their voices. Oh my, then doesn't that mean only the private armies of the nobles will be sacrificed? Didn't the imperial palace say they would dispatch wizards? We believe that should be sufficient. The main purpose of wizards is rear support. Isn't this? an attempt to reduce the authority of the nobles on this occasion. What nonsense are you spouting? It was always a pathetic quarrel no matter when I saw it, but there was no better opportunity than now for me to conceal myself in this meeting room. Uriah was also diligently representing the position of the nobles, so I briefly surveyed the surroundings and drew out mana. The mystical beings in this garden reacted to the mana possessed by those who were granted permission. Since even the confirmation when the carriage entered was based on Father's mana, if I applied this, I could manipulate this garden as much as I wanted. Quietly, the vine imbued with mana began to gradually conceal my body. If someone saw it, it would look like I was being devoured by a tree and disappearing. However, there was a place I could reach only by hiding my body like this. The back of this mystical garden, where the princess was probably wandering around diligently. Conveniently, there was a paved path, so I followed that path and looked around. I was already prepared for what to say if I encountered her. I could say I tried using mana and truly coincidentally ended up here. This interpretation of the mystical garden was thanks to Arwen's help, so at this point it was impossible for anyone other than me to freely utilize the garden. Arwen's reply should arrive soon too. In that case, contact with the Crown Prince had to be made before then. I knew the kind of story that would pique the Crown Prince's interest, so if I met the princess and exchanged a few words, I would naturally meet him. So now I just needed to find the princess. Suddenly, what caught my eye was a butterfly wandering around this garden. Amidst this garden filled with green, my gaze was momentarily captivated by the lone, elegant, pure white color it displayed. Whenever it flew through the air, a golden line danced as if it were painting. Realizing from that sight the butterfly was not a being of this place. Holy power! No living creature could exist within here. Even the night I saw earlier, and these trees were ultimately created by spirits. However, that butterfly was moving of its own will. As I gazed at the light embracing the sky, I then shot mana towards the butterfly. With a pop sound, the butterfly that collided with the mana staggered for a moment. Then the aimlessly wandering butterfly began to circle around me. As if trying to discern my identity, a sudden thought occurred to me and I muttered blankly, "It can't be Adriana. No way." At that, the butterfly's movement stopped and its fluttering body slowly dispersed, transforming from something with form into light, and then into a light condensed with holy power. That light whispered to me. Literally, a familiar voice rang in my ears. Could it be Lord Taylor? It was a well-known voice. Of course it was. It was such a gentle and soft voice that I could immediately identify it upon hearing it. It was just quite unexpected to hear it in this place. Quickly regaining my senses, I opened my mouth towards the light lingering in the air. "Is that you, Saint? I didn't hear that you would be participating in the meeting. Actually, I was looking for Meridian. I thought she would be around here." "Is that so? I was also looking for Her Highness the Princess." When I asked if she knew where the princess was, Adriana instead exclaimed in a delighted voice, saying it was perfect timing. "Ah, is that so? Then I will separately inform Meridian, so could you come to the Moon Tower a bit later?" "Am I allowed to enter the Moon Tower? It should be fine if I say I'm letting you in. And I also have something to say to Lord Taylor regarding the South." I nodded my head at her slightly serious voice. The topic of the South was quite a sensitive one for Adriana. She would probably discuss it with me in private or in the presence of the princess. It was even better. There would be many opportunities to converse with the princess. As I turned my head, I saw a large tower visible beyond the garden. A tower that was noticeably closer than the one I had seen during the last full moon festival. Going there wasn't a problem, but wasn't it quite sudden? However, I couldn't refuse to go. I couldn't miss the opportunity to meet both the saint and the princess at the same time. I had considered various possibilities, but in the end, I met the saint again. Now that it had come to this, it would be better to slightly adjust my thoughts. It seemed certain that there was a connection between Saint Adriana and me, at least in this life. The god worshipped by the empire was the god of the moon, so this tower closest to the moon was named the Moon Tower. There was a time when I wondered if one could really see the moon up close from the top, but now I was actually going to ascend to that highest floor. At the invitation of the saint, no less. Below the moon tower was the cathedral, and as I headed towards the entrance of the moon tower through the cathedral, a holy knight guarding the entrance was blocking the way. As I briefly made eye contact and smiled faintly, the holy knight who approached me quietly moved his lips. "Could you be Lord Robert Taylor? I've been wandering around the vicinity. I was wondering if the moon had risen." Upon hearing this inexplicable question, the holy knight eventually smiled slightly and answered while opening the way. "Today is the full moon. Please go in." It could be considered a kind of code phrase. Only those with permission could enter the moon tower, so only those who had received the saint's permission could question whether the moon had risen. The mention of a full moon meant the saint was present. I bowed my head and entered, and soon the interior of the moon tower came into view. In fact, despite the grandiose name of the moon tower, this interior was merely a part of the cathedral. There was nothing special about it, even though many people were curious. I had entered here a few times before, but the answer I received each time was consistently a waning moon. However, this time I could definitely meet her. As I ascended the spiral staircase to the top floor, there was a single door that looked quite special even at a glance. It was a door I was well acquainted with. I had often waited for the saint in front of this door for a long time before. After a moment of contemplation, I gently knocked on the door and opened my mouth. "It's Robert. May I come in?" Crash. "Wait a moment. Eureka will open it for you." Instead of an answer, what I heard was the sound of something spilling inside. Hearing Adriana's voice, which sounded quite flustered as if startled by something, I could roughly understand the situation inside. One cannot be perfect in everything. No matter how much she was the symbol of nobility as a saint, I had learned from our last encounter that she did not always act in a precise manner. This time, too, she must have dropped something. So I waited calmly, and soon the door slowly opened and the saint peeked her head out. "I didn't expect you to open it yourself. Eureka is tidying up inside. It can't be helped since she's cleaning up glass shards." "I see." As if my expression could be read just by hearing my voice, Adriana, who smiled awkwardly, walked towards the sofa inside. Even if it was the saint's room, there was nothing special about it. It was similar to a room where a woman lived, and if there was anything unusual, it was that the moon could be seen quite close, and the fact that there were few windows. "Do you live here?" "Yes, this moon tower is my home. I heard that Her Highness the Princess also comes here, but it seems she hasn't arrived yet." I put a time gap. "There's something I want to tell you privately." The private matter she wanted to discuss was probably about the South, as she had mentioned earlier. However, there shouldn't have been any incident in the South during this period. Since the meeting had decided on subjugation, the South had no choice but to remain quiet for the time being. After hesitating for a moment, the saint eventually told me to sit on the sofa and took a seat. However, it didn't immediately lead to the main point. Since it was probably a heavy topic, Adriana began by bringing up the fact that I had come to see her. "This is the first time I've let a man in here. Usually even the holy knights don't come in." "Is it an imposition?" "No, it's fine since I permitted it. And if it's Lord Taylor, can I say that I know you well now? You helped me out last time too." There was goodwill mixed in Adriana's gently smiling attitude. Perhaps our time together before had given her a positive impression of me. It was not a bad thing, but it was a bit burdensome to be unconditionally thought of as a good person. If asked if I was truly a kind person, I would have no choice but to answer negatively. By the way, she said she had never let a man in before. I wondered if it was all right for me to come to a place like this. Didn't it mean this was a male-restricted area until I came? I was worried that some strange rumor might spread, so I looked at the saint, but there was not a hint of worry on her face, only joy that I had come to see her. "By the way, Lord Taylor, do you have any plans for the winter?" Startled for a moment by that sudden question, Adriana soon showed a slightly serious expression and continued. With that smile, slightly different from the warm one a moment ago, I thought she was about to discuss the main topic. "Is it about the South after all?" "Yes, that's right. It's related to the children we saw last time, and it's also something I can't avoid as a saint. Adriana's complexion seemed a bit dark, as if the story she was about to tell was not a pleasant one. Adriana sighed softly and hesitantly moved her lips. "You said you already know about the shamans in the south." "Yes, I don't know the details, but I know they are different from wizards. The sorcery used by shamans basically requires sacrifices. Animals, plants, anything imbued with life can be used in their rituals. I know the children we saw last time were like that too. When you asked if I had something to do in the winter, is there perhaps something you want me to do?" Helping the saint was a good thing, but the problem was that I already had a schedule set for the winter. Even if it wasn't for the entire winter, I had already decided to visit Adele, so that wouldn't change. Adriana nodded her head, but I couldn't readily ask what it was. Honestly, I thought the winter would be quite busy, not only approaching the crown prince, but I also planned to stay in the north for at least a month. Getting acquainted with the northern figures was something I had to do. That way, when I later said I would strike the imperial family, wouldn't they respond? I decided to head to the south this winter. I'm thinking of saving people in similar situations to the children we saw last time. I see. I want to go too, but it seems difficult. What? Come to think of it, the church had some movement during this period, and that was heading to the south. When I said I couldn't go, Adriana was startled and asked back. I did have a purpose for going to the south, but I couldn't postpone going to the north. If the schedules were different, I would make an effort, but this time, the trip to the north took priority. I have to go to the north in the winter. The schedule is already set. When you say the north, are you going to meet Lady Adele? Yes, I have a personal debt of gratitude to repay. In fact, the purpose was to return the handkerchief she had personally given me, but in my own way I was grateful to her. Just for the fact that she didn't ask much about me, it could be considered the greatest favor to me. Upon hearing my words, Adriana's expression darkened even further and she pouted her lips and bowed her head. "Then it can't be helped. I didn't know you had a friendship with Lady Adele. We were together during the last full moon festival too. It was just a brief encounter." Lady Adele came to the full moon festival. She seemed genuinely surprised by those words. Well, it would be surprising for anyone who heard it. The fact that she, who was always cooped up in the north and rarely came to the imperial capital even for events, suddenly attended the full moon festival was quite astonishing. Yes, she had some business with me, so we were together for a while. Going to the north is also related to that. You were together. Her voice was a bit cold, and unlike before, her eyes narrowed with an expression devoid of any trace of a smile. Adriana, who stroked her shadowed face, continued with a slight smile. The shadow that had briefly passed was gone afterwards. "Actually, I had met Lady Adele before. If you enjoyed the festival together to that extent, could it be considered a friendly relationship? We're not close friends. We've just seen each other a few times, so this time I'm going because something came up by chance." "Aha!" She smiled again, as if she had obtained some positive reaction from my answer. Adriana, who smiled softly once more, sipped her tea. That action was so natural that even I couldn't read any discomfort for a moment. What part of my answer saying we weren't friends was there to be happy about? Although her face was not much different from the beginning, it was clear that she was strangely delighted. Come to think of it, when Adele said she knew Adriana, she also had an unsettled expression. Perhaps the relationship between the two was not very good. "By the way, exactly when are you going?" "Probably after the new year arrives. Since the subjugation will take place in the summer, I'm planning to go before then." For some reason, it would be better to refrain from talking about Adele. I didn't want to create any unnecessary conflict. So when I brought up the topic of the South again, Adriana responded with a serious expression once more. "I don't think it will be that dangerous. Last time, we didn't encounter any shamans or different races, and I will only be doing treatment from the rear, and Lord Taylor will probably accompany me. Then you don't need me. Treatment would be done by the saint, and to the outside world, I was known as just an unremarkable son of a ducal family." When I asked in puzzlement why she readily asked me to join such a position, Adriana's cheeks flushed red. Her white cheeks turned crimson, and after hesitating several times to speak, it was a bit later when she opened her mouth. I waited, thinking she might say something embarrassing, but the words she uttered were quite unexpected even from my perspective. "I wanted to repay you for last time. You didn't need to look after the children, but you stayed with me until late because I was injured. I didn't do it to receive repayment. Besides, it was also my way of repaying you for healing me. Healing is something that doesn't bother me at all. I can't consider that a favor. Actually, I heard some rumors about Lord Taylor." My gaze fell on Adriana. Even if they were rumors, there wouldn't be any good stories. If she heard such stories, would she harbor negative emotions towards me? However, there was not a single crack in her expression. Her flushed cheeks remained the same, and she was only embarrassed about the current topic. "I heard the rumors about Lord Taylor. That you're weak, have a bad personality. I know it's rude to say this in front of you, but what I want to say is that I've come to realize that Lord Taylor is a different person from these rumors." Her voice gained strength. As if wanting to make sure I was still listening, Adriana, whose voice had risen slightly, made my lips move faintly. "It was not a lie that I was a different person. Even if they were rumors, didn't I live a completely different life before and after those rumors spread? I wanted to dismiss it as a misunderstanding, but I couldn't readily open my mouth at the words that followed. "There's something I've been wanting to keep asking Lord Taylor. It was something I wanted to say if we met again, but I didn't know we would meet like this today, so I haven't been able to say it until now. There's not much I can hear from you. This is a simple request, or maybe it might be a bit of a difficult request." Even though she couldn't see, her gaze was accurately directed at me. Perhaps it was due to her holy power, the ability to feel even without seeing. What did she see in me? So after waiting for a while, Adriana slowly continued. Her gentle and quiet voice, gradually becoming softer as if embarrassed, reached my ears. "Would it be all right if I met Lord Taylor again later? Not by chance like now, but I want to meet again and talk for longer. Well." As if struggling to find the words to continue, Adriana, who kept moving her lips, hesitated and opened her mouth. "I've been thinking, what if Lord Taylor and I could become friends? So I want to see you a bit sooner. Today Meridian will come, so I can't do that, but if there's an opportunity later." "Friend, you say?" A laugh inadvertently escaped. Was this the reason she asked me to go to the south together? It was quite a saint-like appearance. Who would have thought she would hesitate so much just to say she wanted to become close friends? The south. There was no reason not to go. There was something I wanted to find there too, and there was no reason to refuse the saint's help. Moreover, if it was after the new year, I would have already visited the north, so I had some leeway. Adriana's attitude as she waited for my answer seemed a bit anxious. As if worried that I might refuse, I gently grasped Adriana's slightly trembling hand and answered, "If that's what you want, I will do so." I thought it was fate, so I decided to continue that connection. However, I didn't know it would become a friendly relationship. As I smiled slightly, I noticed Adriana smiling as well. It was the brightest smile I had ever seen from her, to the point where I thought it was unexpected. Giggle, giggle. Occasionally, seeing Adriana smiling to herself was quite peculiar. Although she wasn't looking in my direction, she seemed quite pleased with the earlier conversation. Come to think of it, she didn't say we would become friends, but merely that she would respond if I called for her. I wondered what was so great about that. However, it was quite unexpected that Adriana was showing interest in me. Since I had spent little time with her, I never imagined she would react this way towards me. Friends, considering she directly mentioned it, it was quite a valuable word coming from her mouth, although it was still unknown whether she and I would become that close. In many ways, Adriana's attitude seemed quite unusual. "I just wanted to do it for you." I didn't know what Adriana saw in me. I had merely treated her ordinarily, and this was the first time I had formed a personal connection with her. If a situation arose where I had to use her, I would use her, and if a situation came where I had to abandon her, I might have to give up on the saint. My goal was ultimately the act of treason to kill the crown prince. Since I didn't know what the saint would think about that, I still needed to approach her carefully for now. Moreover, There was no possibility of the saint getting caught up in a false accusation of treason and dying. As my intentions were not purely innocent, I felt strange whenever Adriana smiled. If we had been bound by ill fate, I would have used her mercilessly, but even that was not the case, so I smiled bitterly. Will Her Highness the Princess be arriving soon? I told Merigen that you had something to say to her, right? She'll probably be here soon. I told her a slightly different time. The reason for telling a different time in order to talk to me was quite amusing, but since Adriana seemed to be in such a good mood, I didn't mention it separately. Let's think about it a bit calmly. My main purpose for coming here, it was none other than to talk to the princess. Although I had inadvertently increased my schedule for this winter, my main objective was still to meet the crown prince through the princess, gaining friendship with the princess, and in the process, bringing up a topic that would pique the crown prince's interest. That was what I was aiming for, and it would probably be the flow of the conversation that would soon begin. By the way, how did you come to meet Lady Adele? When I was lost in thought for a while, Adriana's question scattered my thoughts. How should I answer the question of how I met Adele? I had intended not to bring up Adele in front of her, but it was a bit unexpected that she kept asking about Adele. If they had an awkward relationship, she wouldn't have asked, so it seemed there was something I didn't know. After pondering for a moment, I told her about meeting Adele by chance during the ball, excluding the part about getting injured on my neck. Just saying we met by chance while slipping out during the ball, this level of story should be fine. After nodding her head for a moment, Adriana answered with drooping shoulders. So you met her before me. I was relieved thinking otherwise. Lady Adele also said she had met you before. Do you perhaps have a bad relationship with her? It's not that we have a bad relationship. No, it's not bad. It was a strange answer, but Adriana didn't stop there and continued. It's just that there are people who are hard to get along with even at first sight. While there are people whose personalities match well, like Merigen or Lord Taylor, Lady Adele's aura is something I find hard to endure. Did our personalities match well, Lord Taylor? At my mischievous question, Adriana, with a flushed face, pouted her lips. Seeing her getting angry with her eyes closed, I chuckled slightly. Since when did I simply define this woman as a saint? Now, it seemed I needed to change that thought a bit. For a saint, her demeanor was not always solemn. Rather, she could show a light and even foolish side at times, but when it came to her own affairs, she displayed a saintly elegance, didn't she? As the image of Adriana I had drawn in my mind was gradually changing, she corrected her expression and began to speak again. Anyway, you can think of it that way. Lady Adele probably doesn't consider me very comfortable either, so we both have aspects that don't suit each other. I see. Even when Adele talked about the saint, her expression was also not quite settled. Although I couldn't fully understand what they meant by feeling something upon seeing each other, since what the two said matched, it was probably not a lie. So I didn't ask further. Now that the person I was waiting for would be coming soon, I spent time like that to calm my mind. How much time had passed? When a brief silence followed, the attendant named Eureka spoke up. Her Highness the Princess has arrived. Shall I open the door? Open it. And don't forget to tell her we've been waiting. As I heard the sound of the attendant opening the door, soon the clear sound of heels approaching was heard. Since I was well acquainted with the owner of that sound, I quietly gazed in the direction where the woman would appear. Adriana, I heard there is someone who wants to meet me. Here is Lord Taylor. He said he has something to say to you. It was one of the few voices that remained in my memory. A voice I had heard sometimes in bed, sometimes on the executioner's platform, sometimes on horseback. A voice that always enchantingly enveloped one's ears, as if gently wrapping them belonged to only one person I knew. When I raised my bowed head, I saw eyes filled with curiosity, a golden gaze. It was eyes I was not at all familiar with, looking at someone she was meeting for the first time today. This was the reason I disliked regression. I knew everything about that person, but the person in question knew nothing about me. However, this was an unavoidable process. There was always a greeting I used to give when meeting the princess after dying and coming back to life. There was a woman who found the existence of a man in the Moon Tower curious. Her name was Merigen de Arton. To the woman who had been my former lover, my executioner, and my nemesis. Nice to meet you for the first time. My name is Robert Taylor. Thus, I gave the 101st greeting. I heard you wanted to meet me. I didn't expect you to be acquainted with Adriana. Originally, I should have sought you out separately, but it ended up like this due to circumstances. I apologize. I'm not ill-tempered enough to receive an apology for something like this. And since Adriana seems to view you quite favorably, you don't need to apologize. As she said that, the princess's expression clearly showed a hint of surprise. Since I had seen such reactions enough to be sick of them by now, I could see through how Merigen viewed me to that extent. The reason she made such an expression was probably because of the rumors about me. Rumors. I was curious to see how long these rumors would spread. Although I was trying to act differently, it would take quite some time for something that had already spread to disappear. Adriana left, saying we should talk alone, and only the princess and I remained in this situation. In this situation, what attitude should I take? The easiest way was, of course, to bring up a topic we could talk about in common. Putting down the teacup, I opened my mouth towards Merigen, who was staring intently at me. Do you think the saint views me favorably? Well, yes. If Adriana thought poorly of you, she wouldn't have called you to the Moon Tower. Come to think of it, it's the first time she's letting a man in. You're not in a strange relationship, are you? How could that be? She just said she would observe me a bit more. At those words, Merigen blinked her eyes and stared at me for a moment, then muttered. Adriana must have really viewed me favorably, she said, then soon moved her lips. The eyes that had shown surprise at first became even clearer, as if trying to discern whether Robert Taylor and I were really the same person. Nothing had changed at all. After regressing, the best way to confirm that time had turned back was to meet the princess. Since I knew her actions better than anyone else, I could tell from the expressions on her face that this was the first time she met me. The eyes that widened into circles and the lips that trembled, about to ask who I was at any moment. Even the expression that suppressed that question. There was not a single thing that had changed, so I inadvertently felt a bitter taste in my mouth. Starting again from the beginning, I recalled those words in my mind and adjusted my expression. I thought it was better to consider this as meeting the princess for the first time. For a moment, Merigen looked at me with a puzzled expression, but soon cleared her throat and opened her mouth. So, may I ask what you wanted to say to me? I wanted to talk to you about the content of this family head meeting. At the mention of the family head meeting, her brows furrowed. It was a natural reaction. The topic discussed at this meeting was the subjugation of the South. Since it was a matter my father had already decided, she would feel quite uncomfortable with me bringing up that topic again in many ways. At least in terms of political sensibility, Merigen was not lacking. The eyes that had been indifferent until just now sparkled and soon pierced through me coldly, as if trying to grasp my true intentions, but there was no need to deliberately show my inner thoughts. However, I had to make an effort to seriously bring up this topic. Correcting my posture, I took out a map of the South that I had been carrying and unfolded it on the table. Right now, I don't understand what this means. It was a flat and hard voice, but there was a faint hint of curiosity mixed in it. She would be curious about the South that Robert Taylor, who was swayed by his father's words, was bringing up. It might seem like I would affirm the subjugation like my father, but that was completely wrong. I said I would make an excuse to approach the crown prince. Wasn't the reason the imperial family had been opposing the subjugation of the South simple? The emperor, the crown prince, and Merigen. They all had negative thoughts about it. However, due to the strong opposition from the nobles, they had no choice but to order the subjugation. The crown prince and Merigen's thoughts on the matter were the exact opposite. Do you really think the subjugation of the South is right? Lord Robert Taylor, I am asking what this means. As if deliberately angry, Merigen glared at me and I quietly looked at her. Given her personality, she must have already realized what this map meant long ago. A map that only marked the South and the symbols marked throughout the map. If she had noticed that it was a distribution map of the different races existing in the South, there was only one thing I could say with this map, wasn't there? After looking at Meridian for a moment, I slowly answered. Wouldn't it be right to say it's the grounds for opposing the subjugation of the South? Where did I get this? It was information Arwen had provided me in the previous cycle. Using Meridian's friendship to approach the Crown Prince was a method I had thought of before, although I failed to execute it due to being falsely accused of treason. In this life, I thought I could make good use of it. Meridian's gaze was still fierce, but that intense light was slowly dissipating. The wariness towards me was disappearing, and only a soft gaze calculating gains remained. Eventually, when her lips drew a smile, Meridian quietly opened her mouth. Adriana has made a good friend. Then will you listen to me? I will listen. And one more thing before we start talking, let me tell you in advance. What is it? When I asked that, Meridian sighed and answered as if wiping her face. It was an expression as if a common sense she had known had been shattered. That Robert Taylor is completely different from the rumors. What should I say in response to that? After pondering for a moment, I shrugged and retorted. The rumors were not entirely false. Weren't they just referring to me before the regression? However, the one Meridian was facing was Robert Taylor, who had gone through regression. The rumors might not be entirely wrong. Well, the rumors might not be entirely false. There's no way that's true. Meridian merely looked at me with an absurd expression. Did it seem like I was lying? Of course, it didn't matter. From the moment she showed interest in this story, I could say I had definitely achieved my purpose in bringing it. The more I explained about the map, the more Meridian became absorbed in the story. I wondered what kind of relationship we would have in this life. Sometimes we were bound by ill fate, sometimes we became lovers. But this time, I couldn't predict at all what kind of relationship we would have. However, I hoped that she would remain in the future I would create. Only then would the imperial family of this empire not be cut off. After the crown prince died, Meridian had to become the empress of this empire. The moon tower was the closest place to the moon. When feeling the wind while in contact with the moon, Adriana was often caught in the illusion that she was seeing the moon with her own eyes. Of course, it was just an illusion and merely feeling a simple impression, but the sensation of the cold light brushing over her body always felt new to Adriana, because she could only feel the brightness and darkness of light. Adriana thought tonight was particularly dark. Yet why was she here? Didn't a strange pull call her and lead her to the top of this moon tower? Adriana called this feeling the voice of God, the sense that led her towards her destiny, but tonight, she couldn't tell what that voice would guide her to. Could it be that Lord Taylor would come here? Adriana, who laughed at the thought that it was ridiculous, listened intently to the clear footsteps she heard. It was quite a familiar footstep she had heard today. When she realized the owner was Robert Taylor, suddenly the wind blew. It was a cool but quite soft wind that held moonlight. The reason the imperial family opposed the subjugation of the South was not only because everyone held opposing views, but also because there was something in the South that should not be disturbed. Development was fine, but subjugation was not. Although Meridian's reason for opposing the subjugation was slightly different, there was something only the crown prince and the emperor knew. That was precisely what was marked on this map. Meridian probably thought it was simply a place where different races lived. But in fact, there was a separate reason for marking the places where the different races lived, because the relics are there. Originally, most of the continent was owned by the empire. Now, after going through decline, it only occupied the northern part of the continent, but the relics that had been hidden throughout the empire in the past still existed. The moonstone that started my regression was also one of them, and the Temple of the Moon that Adriana had mentioned was also a part of such relics. Meridian was unaware of this fact. Whether the crown prince or the emperor had hidden it, or whether the crown prince had secretly found out, I didn't know. But it was certain that she did not know of the existence of the relics at this point. However, the reason she considered this a basis for opposing the subjugation was that the different races were distributed in quite a large area. Even if they dispatched the imperial army with this much, it would be difficult. That's why you showed this to me, right? To oppose it with this. That's one reason, but I also wanted to show you that I'm on the side of the imperial family. Is there a reason for that? To show that the Taylors will change in the future. When I smiled slightly, Murigen stared at me blankly. There was no puzzlement like before. Rather, she seemed to be searching for what my ulterior motive was, what I truly desired. Of course, these words were sincere. The Taylors until now had been the Taylors of my father and Uriah. But I couldn't say it would continue to be like that in the future. Since I had made up my mind to become the family head, I had to take the position of family head before striking the crown prince. So I chose to approach the princess in this way. It was a kind of expedient method, using what I had obtained in the previous run, but there was no more effective way than this. Before Murigen could grasp my intention, I opened my mouth first. I'm thinking of becoming the family head. It doesn't sound like you're joking, because it's not a joke. I will take away the position of young lady held by Uriah Taylor, and the one to inherit the Taylors will be me. Murigen seemed surprised by my quite assertive attitude. She would be curious about the basis for me saying this. To do something with just the map I had given her, the position of young lady that Uriah had solidified was too firm. However, there was no tree that would not fall when cut down. No matter how enormous an old tree was that it seemed to pierce the sky, if struck endlessly, wouldn't it eventually fall? The means to pull down Uriah from the position of young lady. I had plenty of them. However, I had no intention of using them. Even if I directly attacked and pulled her down, the probability of Uriah's heart crumbling was low. It doesn't seem like you can become the young master of the Taylors just by giving this one map to the imperial family. I have ties with the North. Adele Ygritte, although it was not yet a confirmed matter, it was certain that I had a connection with her. Murigen's eyes narrowed as she understood what I meant. The word North was another way to refer to the Grand Duchess, and just having ties with her was something that could not be ignored in terms of influence. When I showed her the handkerchief Adele had given me before, Murigen laughed hollowly and held her forehead. I had to return it, but there would be no problem using it now. And she knew I was quite close with the saint. Although I couldn't call us close friends, we were about to become close friends soon. Adriana, the saint of the Sun Church that dominated 90% of the empire, and I had a friendship with Adele, the guardian of the North. On top of that, my position was already the eldest son of the only ducal family, the Taylors. Although my current position was unstable, could it be said to remain so in the future? And soon, I will also have ties with the imperial family. Tapping the map and pushing it forward, Murigen laughed and accepted the map. The ownership of the map wasn't very important anyway. Since I had put it in my mind, how to utilize it would be her role. It was certain that it would flow to the crown prince, so I would soon receive contact from him. That was how the connection with the imperial family was formed. At this point, who was more suitable to be the head of the Taylors than me? At least from the imperial family's perspective. They would want me, who was friendly to their side unlike the current family head or young lady, to become the family head. Could they refuse? These words of mine saying I would become the family head, could they really dismiss it as a joke even now? As I looked at Murigen with that intention, she sighed deeply after wiping her face for a moment. As if completely defeated, she raised both hands wide open and smiled brightly. All right, I'll acknowledge it. It seems much better for the imperial family if you become the family head. So what you need is our support, right? I don't need it right away. I will slowly start moving from next spring after finishing all my winter schedule. Okay, I never imagined I would hear such words today. You know what I thought when you said you wanted to meet me? What did you think? I thought the Taylors would pressure me again, and it would just give me a headache, so I was going to grab Adriana and talk to her all day. But now, after gazing at me intently for a moment unlike before, she added with a seductive smile, I wouldn't mind making you my lover. What do you think? Are you interested? Unfortunately, I have to decline that. It hasn't been long since I broke off my engagement. So you're saying not now? Then Murigen nodded, saying she knew it would be like that. However, I felt that kind of talk would continue. Given her personality, there was no possibility of her saying such things as a joke. She got up from her seat and strode over to me, jabbing something into my chest. After examining it for a moment, I soon realized what it was and laughed. A small artifact that allowed us to contact each other. I knew it was quite expensive. I wondered if it was okay for her to give me something like this. Contact me. Even if it's not about this kind of talk, I'll listen to your idle chatter since it's you. Merigen said, lightly winking one eye. Even as I shrugged my shoulders at those words, my mind was filled with thoughts about the achievements I had made today. Although interpreting this goodwill would be a matter for later, one thing was certain. My plan to approach the imperial family had achieved quite a splendid result. As I was about to leave the Moon Tower, I looked for Adriana and learned that she was on the rooftop. Even if I was leaving, I should at least say goodbye, shouldn't I? Climbing the spiral staircase again and heading to the rooftop where the sky was wide open, there was a woman blankly gazing at the sky. A white cloth fluttered in the cool breeze. The pure white robe she had worn when we met last time. I gazed at the golden hair dancing above it for a moment and carefully opened my mouth. The wind is cold. It was already late autumn with the traces of summer slowly disappearing. When I asked, as the saint's clothing was quite thin, Adriana turned her head towards me and smiled slightly. It was you, Lord Taylor. I heard a sound coming from below and wondered who it was. Thanks to you, I finished talking with Her Highness the Princess well. I should express my gratitude. No, originally you would have met in that garden, but I insisted on calling you to the Moon Tower. She said that, and her gaze turned back to where the moon was. Was there a reason for her to keep looking at the moon she couldn't see? Around the time I had such a question, Adriana moved her lips. Is the moon still white? Are you suddenly asking that? The last moon I remember was white, always rising so large, a bright white that filled my eyes. Come to think of it, Adriana had not been a saint since birth. When she reached a certain age, the church that realized her existence designated Adriana as a saint. And even God chose Adriana, so blessings poured in from all over the empire at the existence of a saint born after a very long time. So she would remember. The last moonlight she had seen with her own eyes must have been the last moment she saw the world. After pondering what to answer, I eventually looked at the moon with her and replied, "It will probably remain white. Since it was white when the empire was born, it will likely be that color until we die." You're kind. Usually people don't answer. Merigen would have answered, but people tend to treat me too specially. Because you are special. Lord Taylor doesn't seem to consider me that special. You even teased me last time. If she meant last time, was it when she screamed in surprise? I had no intention of teasing her. I was just a bit surprised that a woman called a saint would make such a sound. That was all. It did make my attitude towards Adriana a bit more relaxed. It made me think of her not simply as a noble saint, but as a woman of that age. I had no intention of teasing you. You may not believe me, though. I'll believe you just this once. If you do it again next time. I don't know. I don't particularly want to punish Lord Taylor. Adriana, who laughed softly, took her gaze off the sky and looked at me. The faint moonlight shone, making her face look a bit pale. She had a gentle smile, but did I imagine that she still looked a bit sorrowful? After gazing at me quietly for a while, Adriana soon opened her mouth softly. I said I can see things even if I can't see with my eyes, right? Yes, I heard that earlier. Do you know what I see when I look at Lord Taylor? After pondering for a moment, I answered that I didn't know, and Adriana slowly moved her steps towards me. The top of the Moon Tower was not very wide. Just a few steps and we would be completely close to each other, so she was soon right in front of me. A distance where we would bump into each other if she took one more step, but she didn't touch me, as if she knew I was in front of her. I don't see anything, as if you're a dead person. A voice that trembled gently, as if creating ripples, was heard. Even as her hand touched me and brushed over my chest, there was a faint uneasiness on Adriana's face. Adriana's hand touched my body. As if trying to confirm that I was still here, I watched her arm continue to move. It's strange. A person can't disappear in an instant. Whenever I see Lord Taylor, I have that thought. Because I can't see anything if I can't hear your voice. I wonder if you've disappeared somewhere. You now know why I always say let's meet again later when we part ways. I think I understand a little now. I hope you won't be injured the next time we meet. See you next time. I don't know where we'll see each other, but I have a feeling. Come to think of it, Adriana always added that she would see me next time. I had thought it was just a polite remark to add at the time, but in fact, there was a deeper reason. The reason she couldn't see anything in me was surely because of the regression. Perhaps it was because I had lost the attachment to life that a person should naturally possess, becoming empty like a dead person. Adriana, who had removed her hand that was touching me, mumbled softly when I didn't say anything. I believe you'll still be in front of me. You can believe that. If I were to leave, I would tell you. Then, as if she was a bit relieved, Adriana, who had moved a little farther away from me, looked in the direction of my face. She was looking a bit higher because she couldn't see, but it was clear that she wanted to make eye contact with me. Unlike a moment ago when she was pale, Adriana's cheeks were slightly flushed red. Waiting to see what she would say, when a long time passed again, her mouth opened. When we meet next time, at that time. Yes, go ahead and say it. At that time, please call me Adriana. Adriana was her name. What was the true intention of the woman who asked me to call her by her name? But no matter how much I thought about it, her true intention was simply pure. Just asking me to call her by her name if we meet next time. The intention of wanting to become friends. I faced the eyes that could see nothing, yet saw more than anything else. Unable to tell a lie to those transparent eyes, I answered readily with a smile. I will do so. Perhaps if we meet next time, I may no longer be able to call her a saint. The smile in return had a brighter light than anything else. Although today was a day when the moon was barely visible, I faced the most brilliant light. None other than in the moon tower. It was quite a good harvest. Not all of my 101 lives were wise. There was no purpose, and I merely wanted a future where I could smile and be with everyone. For such a vague and unclear wish, what exactly did I have to do? I never found that answer in the end, because it was a wish I had already given up on. I no longer wanted to live for others. If asked if I did my best in the previous turns, I would definitely answer yes. At least it was certain that I had diligently lived for the goals I had set. Of course, it wasn't that I had never given up. I also regretted such lives, but I no longer cared about that. So when I thought about how to live this life, I could finally make one thing clear, that I would not hesitate this time, that I would not miss important opportunities by being attached to family. I thought I had already passed 2 turning points, saving Arwen and meeting the princess at the family head meeting. How did I utilize these 2 turning points? In conclusion, I considered it personally successful. Although Adele was involved in saving Arwen, she didn't know much about the matter, and through the family head meeting, I had grasped a sort of connection with Meridian and Adriana. Wasn't it a gain that exceeded expectations? Having passed these 2 turning points, what was my goal? Family head. On the desk, there was something occupying the highest position in the diagram depicting the hierarchy of the tailors. Erasing my father's name written there, I wrote my name instead. The false accusation of treason against me always occurred 2-3 years later. Variables. I had at least a year of leeway no matter what. So in that year of leeway, there was only one thing I would have. Driving out Uria and gaining recognition from my father to legitimately inherit. Creating my own force in that way could be considered my biggest goal at this point. Gazing at that diagram, I soon muttered softly, at least in this life, I will become the family head. Adriana said we could meet again next time and saw me off to the front of the moon tower. There was no need for that, but since the princess also came to see me off, it was a bit burdensome, even including her adding that I should contact her again. After staring at the artifact inserted in my pocket for a moment, I soon put it in and let out a sigh. Truthfully, it was quite complicated in many ways whenever I saw Meridian. If I had to name the woman with whom I had the closest relationship in all the turns, I would definitely pick her alone. Teresa was my fiancée, but she was a woman who had tried to use my family, and with Adele, we only had a subordinate relationship, so I couldn't say we had a meaningful relationship. But Merigen was different. She had been my lover, and I had even risen to the position of her paramour. Although that turn had also failed, those memories still remained with me. That's why it was complicated. The next time I met her, I was in the position of being chased by her, and later we had even become enemies. In the turn when I was called the Sword Saint, she was the leader of the subjugation army that pursued me. Perhaps because we were entangled in many relationships, whenever I saw Merigen, I felt strangely uneasy in a corner of my heart. There's no need for that anymore. It was true that Merigen had taken an interest in me, but that didn't mean I had to take her words at face value. Even calling me her paramour was just part of her tricks to draw me in. If I could only attract the attention of the Crown Prince, whom I had set as my target, Merigen was not such an important position. It might be a bit rude to say to her, but my only concern was the Crown Prince. Unless Merigen did something separately, it would be difficult for her to have a position beyond being a stepping stone to approach the Crown Prince. Of course, it would be different if she had been involved in my death in some way. Still, the current situation itself could be considered quite leisurely. When winter came, I would suddenly become very busy, but until then, I would only need to worry about Arwen and Yuria. I had placed quite a lot of importance on the family head meeting, but things had turned out surprisingly well. If I were to summarize what remained from now on, I would discuss with Arwen about future plans, receive contact from the princess again and meet the Crown Prince, and below that, I would start laying the groundwork to obtain the position of young master. To explain that groundwork a bit, it would be making the servants of this ducal estate take my side. When I called his name, the door soon opened and Renaud entered. The bundle of documents tucked under his arm was what I had asked him to prepare. Considering he had prepared more than I expected, he must have put in quite a bit of personal effort. It was a satisfactory result. If Renaud cooperated like this on his own, there would be no problem continuing to work with him in the future. Are these the things I asked you to prepare? Yes, I brought all the information related to the families of the servants in the estate. Well done. If you used any expenses, let me know. I'll handle it separately. Thank you. The reason I asked him to prepare information on the servants was simple. If I knew about their families or households in advance, I could approach them by using that. Of course, I didn't mean to use this to threaten them or anything like that. I intended to make them misunderstand in a favorable way from their perspective. If there was a joyous occasion in their family, but in fact, it happened with my help. If their family member was sick, but by chance, they received medical support and recovered, and if that medical support was by my instruction, the gratitude would likely be directed towards me. Human nature was amusing in that people were more grateful to the origin of the help rather than the person who directly helped them. Just as the emperor received praise even if a policy was made by a mere minister, what I intended to use was such a habit of people. If I put shackles on them by oppressing them, they would only struggle more. If I made my people in this way, I believed I would soon have quite reliable allies. However, it was uncertain whether those people would follow me even in an act of treason, but it was still better than having none. Becoming the family head was also part of creating my own forces. If I somehow became the family head, the members would have to follow my orders whether they liked it or not. Of course, I was reluctant to give such forceful orders, but there might be situations where I had no choice but to do so. By the way, it seems the young lady has been looking for you for a while. What would you like to do? For me? Yes, she asked the other servants if you were home. I didn't know what she was looking for me for, but I had a rough idea. What happened in the Moon Tower had remained a complete secret, so she probably wanted to find fault with my disappearance during the meeting. She might have noticed to some extent what I had done based on the princess's actions. If it was the Merigen I knew, she would have likely made a move by now. Citing the map, she would have expressed concern about the backlash from the different races and changed her stance to gradually educate them rather than subjugate them. Since it was a matter decided at the family head meeting, the relationship between the nobles and the imperial family would be strained. It was time for the imperial family to think about tightening their discipline. Then how would Yuria react? She said she was looking for me, so it would be better for me to show myself first. Renaud looked at me with a worried expression, but I said it was fine and stepped out into the corridor. And I went to the room where Yuria was staying and slowly knocked on the door. Knock, knock, it's Robert. I heard you were looking for me. Come in. When I entered the room, as expected, Yuria was glaring at me with a chilly gaze. This time she seemed quite angry, and Yuria, who had bitten her lips slightly, abruptly opened her mouth. What on earth are you doing? Why is the princess, who had been submitting to the subjugation until yesterday, now opposing it based on the different races she had never even heard of? I don't know why you're asking me that. Ha, did you really think I wouldn't know? Robert, it's better not to think that I'm the only one watching you. She tapped the table for a moment, then unfolded a copy of the map the princess was arguing for and opened her mouth. I knew you had recently obtained a map that depicted the southern terrain in detail. Did you not know that the records remain even if you use your own money? I know that. So, you think it was me who gave the map to the princess? It's no use making excuses. I'm telling you because I already know everything. It's true that I gave her the map. I wondered if she really knew everything when she said she already knew, but I nodded my head and readily answered. There was no need to hide everything from someone who came at me with such an attitude. However, Yuria's brow furrowed even more, as if she was even angrier at my attitude. Why on earth? You should know well how importantly Father regards this subjugation. Oh well, since it's not related to the succession, were you trying to find a way to survive for yourself? Father probably knows too. Even if the young lady knows, there's no way Father would say nothing about it. Rather, the moment he saw the map, he would have known my actions. Then, if we think about the reason he still hasn't said anything to me, he must have realized that it would benefit the Taylors. At this family head meeting, the positions were quite clearly divided. The imperial family opposed the subjugation, and the nobles insisted on carrying it out. Although it seemed the subjugation was approved for now due to the overwhelming power of the nobles, the imperial family was trying to delay it as much as possible and somehow appease the situation. In such a situation, if the Taylors stepped forward and opposed it, how would the imperial family react? They would almost see us as their lifesavers. Of course, they wouldn't take active measures, but if we changed our attitude a bit regarding the subjugation, the imperial family would pay a corresponding price. The tug-of-war between the nobles and the imperial family was something only the Taylors could do. Yuria's face turned pale for a moment, then gradually regained its color. She must have realized that this matter was turning out quite strange. The wind was blowing in my favor. The one who unfurled the sails and set the boat toward the sea was also me. She must have also realized that I had intended and done all of this. What are you scheming? I don't know what you're talking about. Don't try to play word games with me. I'm asking why you suddenly intervened when you had never done anything related to the family until now. Her trembling shoulders showed that she was quite enraged. When her tightly closed lips turned white, I slowly opened my mouth, in a monotonous tone, as if I was thinking lightly of what I was saying now. I'm trying to become the family head. What? When I thought about it, I also still have a legitimate right to the succession. Although it's true that the young lady was chosen in advance when we were young, the Taylors had one rule. Unless chosen by the will of the dying family head, anyone still had the right to become the family head. This was the reason why the Taylor family had shed so much blood, but it was also the reason why they could maintain their prestige until now. Yuria's gaze grew even sharper. Those freezing eyes pierced through my brow, and the coldness in them seemed to assault my entire body. But that was all. She couldn't harm me here, so all she could do was get angry. I want to become the family head and lead the Taylors as I see fit. Until now, I had no interest in power, but there's no need to be like that forever. Smiling once, I tilted my head slightly and added, "Could it be that you lack confidence? You crazy bastard." "I guess not." Her eyes looked at me with contempt, but I couldn't help but laugh. I didn't see any wariness in her eyes. She just looked at me as if asking what nonsense I was spouting, and that was it. Based on what had happened until now, She clearly thought there was no possibility of me becoming the family head. Well, since it seems the conversation is over, I'll be going now. But would she be able to maintain that expression even a year from now? I had always resented the flow of time, but this time was different. If time passed quickly and I witnessed a future where I had become the family head, and if I saw Yuria crumble, young lady, I wondered what emotions I would feel then. That was what I was most curious about. Thud, the door closed, and silence flowed for quite a long time. A stillness that seemed like it would explode at any moment. If I were to unravel the relationship between Yuria and me, it was always closer to me being on the receiving end. To her, the family was everything. Even if she compared herself to the family, Yuria would choose the family. She said the choice to kill me was because my existence was detrimental to the family. It's not because I hate you. I've never disliked you. It's just that the name Taylor was too much for you. Because it didn't suit you, you had too many shortcomings to be called someone with the name Taylor. The most important factor I considered while going through the previous regressions was not only my survival, but also trying to change the hearts of Yuria and Teresa. For Yuria to turn her eyes to family rather than the household. For Teresa to abandon her own greed and repent. Someone might call it foolish to wish for such things, but they were quite precious to me. Even later, when my feelings changed, and they were no longer precious to me as before, I believed Yuria and Teresa would change. If I had targeted the crown prince, the cause of my death, by overthrowing my family, I probably would have finished it after a few regressions. But the reason I didn't do that was because I wanted to move forward while embracing everything. Even if I looked like a fool or an idiot, I thought that was right. I didn't think Yuria would change in this life. I had long since abandoned such assumptions, so it was right to think that Yuria would remain the same in the future. Since I had already given up on that possibility in the previous turn, let's think about how things would flow if she followed her true nature. She probably wouldn't do anything right away. Even if I declared my intention to become the family head, from her perspective, it was still a statement without much issue. My position in the ducal estate was truly miserable. There was no one to support me, and even Renaud might be supporting Yuria. Let's think that I had absolutely no support base. Although I had the imperial family, it didn't have much meaning now without contact from the crown prince. Then what should I do right away? After confidently throwing out those words, what exactly should I do? The answer to this was simple. Go to the head of the Taylors and clearly state my position. They say to catch a wolf, you have to enter the wolf's den. It was time to meet the biggest wolf. What were you thinking, moving like that? Those were the words that greeted me as soon as I entered the study, as if he had seen through the fact that I had been in contact with the princess. His voice was filled with certainty, making me ponder for a moment. Now that I had made up my mind to become the family head, my judgment had to be solely for the family in the eyes of others. The reason for contacting the princess was to create my own power, but the apparent reason was for the benefit of the family. After a moment of silence, I casually opened my mouth. I thought it would be advantageous for us. I didn't think the subjugation would succeed anyway. Why? There are too many different races. If the elves and orcs unite to block us, even if we succeed in the initial subjugation, it will definitely fail. This could be considered a story already confirmed in the future. The subjugation that seemed successful at first would later fail completely, and the imperial family that had opposed it from the beginning would gain the upper hand in power. Considering what was to come, it was definitely not good for the Taylors' power to diminish. So I thought about taking the initiative, and that was the result of this harvest. As a result, the Taylors would side with the imperial family, and the subjugation would be postponed for the time being. The benefits the family would gain here, even if I didn't explain, wouldn't Father already know well enough. The reason you thought it would fail is because of the distribution of different races you independently investigated. I don't know where you got it from, but is it reliable? I am confident the subjugation will definitely fail. Then, what benefits will we gain from that? The the support of the imperial family, and the ability to maintain the highest position among the nobles in the future. In reality, after the subjugation failed, the prestige of the Taylors was greatly shaken. Since the Taylors had been at the forefront of advocating for the subjugation, they had directly received the repercussions from it. Did father really not anticipate this? He probably did. It was just a bit of a gamble. Those cold eyes were still staring at me, but it was clear that he was definitely intrigued. He wouldn't be able to find any flaws in what I had said. Also, it was natural since it matched what father himself had been thinking. Just when he was pondering away, I had taken the initiative and said I had contacted the imperial family, so his evaluation of me must have been revised, from a foolish and weak incompetent son to someone who could think for himself after all. However, I had no intention of stopping here. That's why, without stopping my words, I added the next thing. And in order to become the next family head, I needed to gain the support of the imperial family in my own way. The next family head. It must have been quite amusing as he laughed hollowly and glared at me. His narrowed eyes, as if trying to determine if I was serious, soon returned to normal. He must have realized it was not a lie. He was probably thinking about why I had uttered those words now. I, who had never been interested in the position of family head until now, was saying I would become the family head. Wouldn't it be quite difficult to find the reason behind such actions? I won't ask why. You still have the right to become the family head. However, I'm curious if you're capable of it. I plan to head to the north in the winter. Shouldn't I repay the favor for the handkerchief I received last time? Originally, it was a card the Taylor family had intended to use to gain benefits, but as I changed my mind, I also changed my thoughts about it. It was better for me to go to the north directly. Not only did I have a reason to meet Adele, but above all, considering the future, there would be nothing more helpful to me than the military power of the north. And after that, I will go to the south with the Saint. The Saint. I have a personal friendship with her. When I mentioned Adriana, his slightly strange expression was briefly tinged with surprise. He must have thought it quite unexpected that I had a friendship with the Saint. The weight carried by the name of the Saint was quite immense. Her support meant the support of the church, and if the support of Adele and the imperial family were added to that, at least the way I was evaluated from the outside would change at once. The imperial family's support for me could be considered a coincidence. There must have been some deal between the Taylors and the imperial family, and it could be dismissed like that. But if the North and the Saint supported me from then on, his evaluation of me would have to change. It seems a lot has happened without my knowledge. I've been quite busy in my own way. The decision to become the family head was made quite recently. This change of heart, was it your own choice? I was momentarily at a loss for words at that question. My decision to become the family head was made after going through the previous runs, but father would think it had suddenly changed in just a few days since he knew nothing about my regression. My own choice. Laughing at the thought that followed, I slowly opened my mouth. Someone once told me, when I was doing something pathetic, they came to me and said this. This was a memory only I knew. When I first died, it was what father, who had come to visit me in prison awaiting execution, had said. Those words stuck with me and I began the regression. With the determination to never do that again, I kept the moonstone in my body. In the end, everything is your own fault, and no matter how much you regret and repent, nothing will change. Even if you meet a miserable death, it's a mistake you made, so who will you blame? Those are quite arrogant words for someone talking to a tailor. I realized something after hearing those words, so I want to prove it. What I realized through my numerous regressions was that no matter who I blamed, nothing would change. The people around me did not change. Neither Uriah nor Teresa. In the end, their true nature was set, wasn't it? So in the end, it was I who had to change. Father stared at me for a moment, then leaned back on the sofa and looked into the void. Anguish was evident in his eyes as he endlessly pondered something. What was he agonizing over? For what purpose was that anguish? Before I could even guess that, father soon muttered in a small voice. Then prove it. Although the anguish in his eyes remained, his tone was firm, unlike before. The disdain for me had faded, and it was a serious gaze I was seeing for the first time since I was born. Finally facing those eyes that saw me not as a pathetic son, but as someone who might become the family head in the future, I slowly nodded. Prove to me that you can become the family head. Go to the north and go to the south, if you gain the qualifications to be the young master over Uriah. Piercing through the momentary silence, fierce eyes reached me. I will give you the tailors. Come to think of it, this was the first time I had received such recognition from father, but I wasn't happy. Rather, a strange feeling filled my heart, and I nodded my head a bit late. Suddenly, a thought came to my mind. It was the imagination of what would happen after I inherited the tailors according to those words and became the family head. If I inherited the tailors, what would father say then? My tailors, who would point their sword at the imperial family and sharply bare their fangs at the empire. What expression would you look at them with? My heart raced for no reason. If I called this emotion welling up now exhilaration, what was I feeling exhilarated about? Barely hiding my pounding heart, I managed to escape from the study. Young master, is it true? With this, rumors would spread throughout the ducal estate that I was trying to become the family head. The rumors spread so fast, as if they had wings, that even Renaud, who had not heard the story, was surprised enough to ask me. He was so startled that he came running with his hair disheveled, and when I laughed, Renaud opened his mouth with a serious expression. You know well that the position of family head is not so easy. Did you really mean it? I have never lied to you while talking. The same still holds true. Renaud bit his lips as if frustrated for a moment, then soon let out a deep sigh. Seeing that, I wondered if he was really worried about me. Didn't he look down on me before? But it didn't seem like such actions were simply false, so I was just watching. I knew better than anyone the impact of what I had said. Just looking at the rumors, I could tell that public opinion of me was not good. So what would they say if I said I would enter the competition for family head in this situation? They would probably say something like, "That guy's head is filled with flowers again." I think it will be like that until the winter is over. That's why winter was important to me. If I thought everything would go well in the winter, my forces and Uriah's supporting forces would soon become roughly equal. Then the problem was what I would do until then. But fortunately, there was one piece of good news. A letter brought by Renaud. I smiled slightly upon seeing the name written at the end of the letter. J. It was the alias used by Arwen, and the name of the only alchemist living in this area. The fact that a letter with no content had arrived now was proof that she had made up her mind in her own way, wasn't it? Now all that remained was to find her and finish the conversation about the crown prince that I had started last time. The role Arwen played in this run was quite simple. If the Taylor family was likened to a wolf, the crown prince was the tiger I had to catch. And what I needed to find out how to tighten that tiger's throat was none other than Arwen. I have a slightly strange feeling. There were times when intuition made people feel uneasy. Suddenly arising when one had no thoughts, it often manipulated people's emotions for no reason. It couldn't be. At least as far as she knew, such uneasiness shouldn't arise. Adele rubbed her forehead and frowned. It had been nearly a month since she returned to the north, and the cold surrounding her was also becoming fierce. It meant that winter was coming again, but unlike usual, she was a bit glad to hear this news. Because a guest would come this winter, unlike other winters. Since he said he would come to her, he would come. If he didn't come, she was thinking of using slightly rough methods. Looting was a good culture in the north. Would it be a problem to loot a man from the Taylor ducal family? Recently, there had been rumors that he was saying he would become the family head, but none of that mattered to Adele. She only thought about whether Robert would keep his promise, and the head of the Taylors was someone she didn't meet often anyway. But it was certain that this strange feeling that had recently arisen was disrupting Adele's peace. Seeing Adele like that, Lathos muttered cautiously, "Are you jealous? Have you gone crazy?" Jealousy. For what reason would I? No, it just looks like you're anxious that the man you like will meet another woman. That man named Robert, he didn't seem to have many women around him though. I know that too, and I've never worried about such things." Adele answered with a frown. Why would she be jealous? In the first place, they weren't in a relationship to harbor such feelings, and the feeling she had now was slightly different from that. This strange feeling of something she had claimed in advance being tainted. How should she describe this feeling? As Adele clicked her tongue slightly and glared at Lothos, Lothos bowed his head and closed his mouth. Come to think of it, it was a bit irritating for no reason. She didn't ask further because he said it was a secret, and she didn't say anything about the realm he had been hiding. She, the Grand Duchess of the North, if it were someone else, they would have trembled just hearing the name Adele Ygritte. She didn't like this situation where she had given the upper hand to a mere man like this. Of course, it wasn't that she disliked Robert himself, but it was true that the situation was a bit irksome. But there was nothing she could say either way. What could she say to the man who would be staying near the capital around this time? Contacting him first felt like losing, but she couldn't just wait quietly until winter came either. Come to think of it, didn't he say he was acquainted with the saint? Adriana. She thought it was quite remarkable that he was well acquainted with that pure woman. Based on what he said, it didn't seem like they had just met eyes, and there was probably a personal friendship. She was a woman who stood on the opposite side of herself. She who had led a mercenary group since childhood, and Adriana who had led the church. Wasn't the difference in their nature stark? This uneasy feeling was especially frequent when she thought of the saint, so Adele was particularly suspicious of the saint. Given her personality, it didn't seem like she would do anything, but her intuition had rarely been wrong. Around the time Adele was lost in thought, Lothos suddenly opened his mouth. "There's something I heard, but I'm not sure if it's true. It's about Lord Robert Taylor. Don't beat around the bush and tell me quickly. Is there something else I don't know? There are rumors that he will go to the south with the saint this winter." For a moment, Adele's body stiffened, and Lothos swallowed dryly as he watched her. How long had it been since he saw her so flustered? But knowing that the reaction that would come next would not be kind, Lothos coughed and backed away slightly. Maintaining a safe distance was important in any situation, especially when near Adele, who would soon be angry. "Ha ha, going to the south," he says. Adele slowly wiped her face as she chuckled. She didn't mind him going to the south with the saint. However, the timing was the problem. Didn't he say he would come to the north in the winter? He had said that in front of her, yet he made another promise to go to the south. Well, I don't think the timing will overlap. Since he said it would be after the new year, Lord Taylor will probably come and stay around the end of the year. That's not what's important. Then what is important? My mood has turned sour. Very, extremely, terribly so. She had intended to make him stay in the north until the end of winter. Both his ability to handle Mana and being with her would allow her to quickly end the sluggish subjugation of the minority tribes. She had thought of persuading him well and keeping him with her, but the saint had taken the initiative. Was this the ominous feeling she had been having all this time? Ha! Adele laughed hollowly and looked at Lothos. "Find out exactly when he's going to the south and report it to me. It will be difficult to cancel the schedule. Isn't it something the church is handling? I have no intention of canceling the schedule, even I have things I can't do." Then, seeing Adele grinning, Lothos felt the tension rising in his head. Didn't she always bring up absurd things when she smiled like that? As he was anxiously waiting for what she would say, Adele continued, "But there's no problem with going together." "What?" "Find out the schedule. I'll make the judgment. There's no schedule after the new year anyway." If she went and met them in the south by chance, no one could say anything about it. Adele thought. Even if she luckily met the saint and Robert in the south, it would not be a situation she had intended. As Adele stroked the wolf lying beside her, a faint smile soon bloomed on her lips. The barrier guarding Arwen's house had disappeared at some point. Now that the signboard of a general store was hung again, people occasionally entering and leaving the store could also be seen. Perhaps she had made up her mind to return to her daily life. Of course, she wouldn't be hiding like before, but it was because she had something to do with me. I was about to enter the way I used to infiltrate before, but I headed back to the main entrance. I didn't want to see her faint again from being startled. If she screamed for no reason, it could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. So I knocked on the door and waited for a while, and eventually Arwen peeked her head out. From the outside, her height was similar to a child who had just started growing. I had to look down quite a bit to make eye contact with her, and Arwen let out a sigh at that gap. "You came after all. You told me to come from your side. I had no reason to refuse. Come in. Let's talk a bit first." The interior had changed a little from before. This must also be one of her abilities with barriers, but she probably changed the internal environment every day after that. It was a good habit to always prepare a place to hide. Especially for her, who was always under the threat of assassination, it was even more so. Arwen, who created a teacup out of thin air, moved her hand, and the teapot floating around began to fill the cup with tea on its own. It was an amazing sight no matter when I saw it. Ordinary wizards couldn't use mana so flexibly. So as I examined the tea, Arwen stared at me blankly and added, "I didn't put any poison in it, so it's okay to drink. And someone like you should be able to tell if there's poison, right? My level of mastery isn't that high yet, so I have to check it several times. I wasn't suspecting you. I was just a bit amazed. The person I saw. No, you came to see me because of what you mentioned last time, right? That you would kill the crown prince." Arwen's voice was trembling, but it didn't seem to be out of fear. Rather, it would be more accurate to say she wanted to confirm if that was really my main purpose. As I firmly nodded my head, Arwen, who had put down the teacup, quietly looked at me. "You probably already know, but I originally belonged to Icarus, which was in charge of gathering information in the imperial family. An intelligence agency that collected information. Such organizations existed everywhere, but the one she belonged to was a bit closer to the underworld. If the country ordered it, they would jump in even if it was enemy territory. It was the perfect place for Arwen, who specialized in illusions and barriers, to be active, and that's why Arwen had continued to be a part of that intelligence agency. The story that followed was also similar to what I knew, and the reason Arwen left Icarus and was being chased by the Crown Prince was the same as what I knew. While being a part of Icarus, I carried out various missions. There were simple intelligence missions and information gathering, but among them, there were also assassinations of civilians. Arwen's expression was always dark when she brought up that story. In terms of Arwen's personality, she was definitely not someone who could be called evil. Rather, it was questionable how she belonged to an organization like Icarus to the point where I had doubted her Icarus affiliation before. Arwen, who had been staring at her clean hands for a moment, rubbed her cheek and continued. "It wasn't a pleasant thing to kill someone who had a family. I even killed a mother in front of her daughter once, so at some point I felt uncomfortable with what I was doing. Is what I'm doing really right? Although it was for the sake of the country, I had my own sense of morality. One of the reasons I continued to work at Icarus in the beginning was that they didn't cross that line very often. But Keitel finally started crossing the line. The story she brought up was about an entire village disappearing. An incident where they tried to erase an entire village on the grounds that a dangerous person was hiding there. It was not known because it was carried out in secret, but the reason Arwen gave up the job and ran away was precisely that. If I hadn't informed them in advance, hundreds of people would have died just like that. Does that make sense? Hundreds of people died. And seeing him order such a thing without any hesitation, I felt it. The Crown Prince was no longer the brilliant person he used to be. Are you saying the Crown Prince has changed? It was a story Arwen often brought up in previous turns as well. The story that the Crown Prince's brilliance had dimmed, that unlike before he had a glint of madness in his eyes. Of course, the Crown Prince I had met in person remained the same, so I couldn't feel any strangeness, but seeing it repeated, I thought there must be something to it. First of all, I have something I want to ask you. Why do you want to kill the Crown Prince? The reason. I stared at Arwen for a moment. I couldn't explain about the regression. I had brought it up once before, but even then, Arwen couldn't understand what regression was. The reason I wanted to kill the Crown Prince was simple. It was because the point where everything in my life had become twisted was when I was falsely accused of treason and died. Before stopping this regression, I just wanted to destroy the starting point of my regression. Come to think of it, this was the first time I had said I would kill the crown prince first. I didn't know what answer would come back. However, the answer that suddenly came to mind was quite vague. Too many people have died. Even excluding myself, quite a few of those I considered precious had also died. Even Adele was killed by the crown prince, wasn't she? I smiled bitterly. For a moment my lips trembled as the emotion welled up, then soon tightly closed. No matter how much I wanted to forget, there were things I couldn't forget. Even if I forgot my own death, I couldn't forget others dying in front of me. So as I looked at Arwen, she rose her small body and drew letters in the air. I knew those letters well. Magic that could record and save something. As I stared at it intently, Arwen answered. This is magic that can record and save what I say. What I'm about to tell you now is something I've never told anyone before. It's a fact that I've been investigating independently. I had no memory of hearing such words before. This was exactly the 10th time I had met her, but Arwen had not given me much information. She always gave information only about what I had requested, and only after I paid the corresponding price. Independently. The reason the crown prince is trying to kill me is simple. It's not only because I ran away from Icarus, but also because I know something I shouldn't know. As I narrowed my eyes at the story I was hearing for the first time, Arwen continued with a rather serious expression. By any chance, do you know about the dead dragon? The dead dragon was a being from legends, an ancient dragon that appeared long ago and tried to steal the moon, the legendary dragon most feared by the Empire, but I couldn't understand why Arwen was talking about it. Even if it existed in the past, it was a being from legends that had not been seen for 1,000 years. Wasn't the mainstream atmosphere now that it was just fiction? Even after regressing many times, I had never heard that the dead dragon actually existed, so I looked at Arwen with a puzzled expression. What did the crown prince's blurred mind have to do with that? You seem to know about the dead dragon. Then the story might be a bit easier. Although they seem completely unrelated, I actually think the connection between the two is quite deep. When you say there's a deep connection, do you mean the crown prince is related to the dead dragon? As I said earlier, this is a speculation I'm trying to make based on my investigation. It may not be accurate, and it could be a completely absurd story different from reality, but I think the possibility is very high. Arwen, who paused for a moment, then placed a piece of paper on the table. Glancing through it, it seemed to contain the contents she had investigated. What stood out was the content of a mural located in a southern temple, and as I slowly examined it, Arwen continued. The moon of the Empire is unique. The full moon that rises once a month in other places sometimes rises twice a month in the Empire. The full moon festival is held to coincide with that period. Since the Empire was born with the blessing of the moon, I've never thought it was strange. In the past, when the dead dragon tried to steal the moon, there was a time when Eden, the god of the moon, tricked the dead dragon into stealing darkness instead. As a result, one new moon disappeared and a full moon took its place. You probably know about that. The legend of the dead dragon was a story that had spread quite widely like a fairy tale. Even young children must have heard it at least once, so I had no choice but to know the legend in detail as well. As I listened to Arwen's story and thought of the full moon festival, I looked at the contents of the mural again. It was quite interesting. It was a mural depicting the legend of the dead dragon as it was, but there was a different story than the one in the legend. Resentment. The dead dragon is dead, but it hasn't completely disappeared. The resentment held by the dead dragon ultimately grows stronger according to its own will to survive. Are you saying that now that it's dead, the remaining resentment has grown even stronger? Perhaps to an uncontrollable extent. I think now is the time when it has grown the most. Arwen's words sounded like the crown prince was being swayed by resentment. However, The bloodline of the imperial family was not something that would be swayed by mere curses. The bloodline of the moon wasn't there for nothing. It was so pure and clean that it could purify ordinary curses just by breathing. Even if it was the resentment of the dead dragon, wouldn't the probability of him enduring it himself be higher? Arwen also nodded at my question, but it seemed she had already thought about it, as she soon pointed to another part of the mural and opened her mouth. Bear the shadow as you go, but never be swayed by the abyss. Is that an interpretation of the text written on the mural? I think it's about resentment. The picture before this text is about the dead dragon dying. Perhaps it means that even if you come into contact with resentment, don't be swayed by the madness that resentment harbors. If you think about it simply, you could think of it that way. But why was the crown prince, who had nothing to do with the dead dragon's resentment, exposed to it? Arwen provided an answer to the question I had this time. Keitel's goal is quite different from the current emperor. Unlike trying to maintain an appropriate balance between the nobles and the imperial family as it is now, he is trying to concentrate power in the imperial family. Is that why he created Icarus, to build his own organization? Icarus has existed for a long time. Keitel just distorted its purpose. He probably tried to build his own power using Icarus, and up to that point it was probably his own pure will. Arwen let out a small sigh and then held her forehead as if her head hurt. To summarize the story so far, it was like this. The crown prince was being swayed by resentment, and that resentment, combined with the will the crown prince had, was causing things that didn't need to happen. Then the things that would happen later meant that the crown prince's mind was being devoured by resentment. But was that really the case? No, I remembered the look in the crown prince's eyes. Those eyes that were colder than anything else, showing nothing but reason and no emotion. There were such reasons, but it was a story that was not convincing in many ways. If he was being swayed by resentment, at least the saint would have noticed it first. If it was her, who had been directly granted holy power by God, she would have realized that a special energy was entangled with the crown prince. I knew she had met him recently, but if she still hadn't noticed it, wouldn't it be more correct to think that the crown prince didn't have such resentment? So when I mentioned the saint, Arwen said she had also considered that possibility. Then what about the connection between the crown prince and resentment? When I asked, Arwen frowned as if she had a headache and answered, maybe it's not resentment. It's not that Keitel's actions are being consumed by resentment, but he might be trying to use resentment. After a brief pause, Arwen, who had her eyes tightly closed, added, for the resurrection of the dead dragon. The dead dragon was an existence that stood at the opposite end of the empire. Since it was a being that originally tried to steal the moon, it could be said that it was an existence the empire could never accept. Especially since the imperial family had even tried to erase the name of the dead dragon from history, it was safe to say it was a complete enemy. That's why it's even stranger. Arwen, now alone in the space, narrowed her eyes and gazed into the void. Everything else was speculation. Even if there was data, it was ultimately speculation based on that data, so it could be wrong in any way. So she said she had excluded it, but there was still one fact that remained, wasn't there? The crown prince was trying to use the existence of the dead dragon. The crown prince's secret that she had accidentally learned before leaving Icarus. It was the reason she had been pursued until now, and also the reason she had almost died. What would have happened if a person named Robert Taylor had not appeared in that situation? She probably would have died. Those assassins, who were now corpses, would have killed her and buried her somewhere no one would know. No matter how many times she thought about it, it was a chilling memory. But on the other hand, she also had doubts. How did Robert Taylor find out about that attack? It must have been top secret. There was no way the crown prince would have leaked that assassination to anyone else. Even if he was a duke, it was something he couldn't have known. So how did he, who had been practically abandoned by his family, find out about this? And wasn't he quite different from the person she had known before? When she first saw him, she doubted he was a different person. The Robert Taylor she had known from investigating before could be said to be a gentle person in many ways. He could be called the epitome of a good person. He sympathized with the death of mere beasts and was known for taking special care of those around him. Despite receiving various punishments in the family, his nature did not change easily. Although he was on the verge of falling into a twisted path a few times, it was only for a moment, and Arwen knew well that some of the rumors that had spread widely were quite exaggerated. He was known to be weak despite being roguelike, but Robert Taylor was just a good person. The only problem was that he had such a gentle personality that he was used by others many times. So even when meeting the current Robert, she could only doubt if he was the same person. How could a person change so much? As if he had been hiding his true nature, unlike when she had seen him before, his empty eyes bothered her. It could have been an act. Wasn't he preparing to completely change his behavior when the time came? The ability to kill 4 assassins alone was not something that could be built overnight. For Robert, who had never held a sword since birth, to possess such martial arts, just how much training did he have to go through? If he had really been secretly preparing everything, it was truly amazing. Wasn't it as if he had even predicted this entire situation? He had prevented his own assassination and even prepared to go south in advance. The resurrection of the dead dragon. We can't know for sure right now. I'll have to go to the south and investigate a bit more, but the Temple of the Moon is a place only the saint can enter. Then I'll go and find out. I'll be going to the south in the winter. To think he had a friendship with the saint. Last time he was also with Grand Duchess Ygritte of the North. But even so, the rumors about him were still going in a negative direction, with the background of the North Grand Duchess, the saint, and the Taylors. What was he aiming for? After striking down the Crown Prince's neck, what on earth was Robert Taylor thinking? If Robert Taylor was also the same kind as the Crown Prince, Arwen was willing to stop him even at the cost of her life. If she thought he would also cause bloodshed like Keitel, she would have stopped him the moment he declared he would kill the Crown Prince again. That's why she asked the reason. What was the reason for wanting to kill the Crown Prince? She thought it was a simple rebellion for power, but the answer that came back was unexpected. Too many people have died. For a moment, Arwen's expression became strange as she recalled his blurred eyes. His eyes were calm even when he killed the assassins, even when he said he would kill the Crown Prince. They didn't waver at all, as if they were engraved there like a doll, empty eyes. But it was different when he said that. They wavered with countless emotions, as if they would crumble at any moment, as if they would shatter right away. She couldn't answer to that expression. Sorrow, hatred, regret, lingering attachment. Unable to find the words to describe the other emotions, she ended up telling him what she knew instead of answering. The moment she saw those eyes, she had no choice but to believe him. As far as she knew, the only person who had died by Robert's side was his mother, but the feelings he held were genuine. What kind of wind would the words she had uttered today bring? Robert likened the Crown Prince to a tiger. Then he said he was someone who knew how to tighten the tiger's throat. What did he know to say that? As if he knew everything about her, as if he had known her for quite a long time. Arwen, who barely got down from the chair with a groan, moved her steps towards the window. The sky that should have been her last time. But she was saved and survived like this. What would this salvation mean to her? Arwen just blankly gazed at the sky. The wind blew. As winter approached, the wind flowing from the north grew stronger. That cold wind, so cool and chilly that all the warmth she had felt for a moment disappeared. After facing that wind for a while, she eventually closed and locked the window. Keitel, Robert. She didn't know what kind of ill fate existed between the two, but what was strange was that the two were aiming for each other's throats. Arwen, who laughed softly, stared into the darkness. Perhaps the reason Robert was starting to move now was also because of that. Because he realized that Keitel was trying to kill him someday, he was also trying to take the initiative. But how did he know that? When she found out that the Crown Prince was trying to use the existence of the dead dragon, there was one thing she had been ordered to do at that time. To find out everything about Robert from the Taylor family. What she knew about him now was also from that investigation. So through that investigation, she realized that the Crown Prince's interest was in Robert Taylor, and that he would kill him someday. What on earth did Robert Taylor have? Arwen pondered for a moment, then shook her head as if she didn't know. It was something she didn't need to know. As Robert said, she just needed to focus on tightening the crown prince's throat. The breath she let out again was heavy. Only the time of eons can endure the coming dawn. Recalling the last line of the mural, she gazed into the void like that. There are things that cannot be reversed. When was it? When I had heard those words. Now it was such an old memory that I couldn't even remember the time, but it was a voice that still vividly came to mind. Looking at the object held in Uriah's hand, I was denying that it was me. Saying why would I do that there was no way. But the answer that came back was only too cold. All I could do was be dragged away to receive punishment. My feet dragging on the ground, my heels getting scraped, being dragged like that. You have lost trust, Robert. I think it happened not long after Mother passed away. I denied the ridiculous accusation that I had tried to sell Mother's keepsake, but no one took my side. Uriah was already the young lady at that time, and I was just a boy who had lost his mother. No one said that I was telling the truth. No one at all. Still, I tried to believe in people. Mother always said that if I approached first, they too would change. Wasn't her last wish similar too? To never give up on family, on people, on those around me. There were a few more things, but it was certain that what I had heard then had a great influence on me. Trust. Hearing that word, I inadvertently laughed. Had Uriah ever trusted me? She should have known that I would not treat Mother's keepsake like that. Now that I think about it, I could see that I had put in quite a lot of effort without realizing it. But why did she put in so much effort to exclude her young brother? I realized later that Uriah had never thought of me as her brother in the first place. Like the Taylor family's motto, everyone was a competitor until becoming the family head. So I was waiting for the reaction after the last incident. How would Uriah react to my words that I would become the family head? And what came to mind was my brief thought about this situation. There are things that cannot be reversed. If I were to describe my relationship with Uriah like that, wouldn't it be a truly fitting expression? My gaze that had been blankly staring into the void was obscured for a moment. After wiping my face with my hand for a moment, I soon let out a heavy sigh and rubbed my eyes. Perhaps because I had a lot on my mind lately, I suddenly started worrying about this and that. Before autumn came, I was content with just saving Arwen, but now I had to deal with directly facing the Crown Prince and Uriah, didn't I? And the dead dragon. Although I didn't have the luxury to take Arwen's speculation at face value, it was true that it bothered me. I had never considered the relationship between the dead dragon and the Crown Prince. Naturally, it was because I had dismissed it as a completely absurd story. But if it was related to the mural, the Temple of the Moon, now I needed to think about it a bit more seriously. It was fortunate that I had already decided to go to the south. If I didn't go with the saint, even if I went to the south, I wouldn't have been able to enter the Temple of the Moon. Putting aside thoughts about that for now, the contact I was waiting for from the princess was a bit late. It had already been a week since I met Arwen, and during that time, except for completely mastering the investigation of the ducal estate's servants alone at home, I hadn't really done anything. I had received some more information about the Crown Prince through Arwen, but in fact, I already knew all of it. I thought it would come soon. There was nothing special even when I checked the letters through Renaud, so I just fiddled with the artifact on my chest, but even that remained quiet, so it only drained my energy for nothing. There was no way the Crown Prince wouldn't react to that map. I thought the Crown Prince would be intrigued the moment Meridian made the announcement. Was my thought possibly wrong? While I was thinking of another method, a strong vibration was felt from the artifact I was holding. Zing as I connected the mana flowing through my hand to the artifact. A voice soon came from the end of the long artifact. As they say, even a tiger comes when you talk about it. It was indeed Meridian's voice. Have you been well? I originally intended to contact you a bit sooner, but I was a bit late because I was making a deal with the Duke. Are you referring to my father? Yes, fortunately. It seems things will go well as Lord Robert wants. And there's one more thing I want to tell you, but it would be better to listen and judge whether this is good news or not. Murugan was a bit uncomfortable with the crown prince, so what she would say was probably about the crown prince. Murugan pondered for a moment and continued, and what came out of her mouth was, as expected, exactly what I had anticipated. His Highness the Crown Prince wants to meet you. Can you come to the palace urgently? If it's the palace, it seems he intends to see me directly. If it's burdensome, you don't have to come. Sometimes he calls like this and forgets about it himself. No, I'll go right away. Will you really come right away if I tell you to come like this? If it's an order, I have to go, don't I? If not, I'll have to consider it a bit. As you know, I'm a bit busy these days. The princess grumbled that she felt miserable, but there was a more important fact than that. The crown prince had called for me. Was this the first time in this life? But now it was the beginning. My goal was to become the crown prince's most loyal subject. It was almost evening now, but father didn't say anything about me riding a carriage towards the palace. He seemed to have no intention of stopping any actions related to the imperial family. It was a good thing for me, since I had to move frequently. If there were restrictions, it would cause various setbacks. Despite passing through many gates to reach the palace, no one stopped me. Even the guards immediately opened the gate upon hearing the name Taylor. It seemed it was true that the crown prince had called for me. I was wary of unexpected situations, but after glancing at the sword placed in the corner of the carriage, I took my eyes off it. There was nothing special when I sensed the mana around me. Well, it was unlikely that Murugan would play a strange prank on me at this point, but wasn't it better to be wary of unexpected situations? As I got off the carriage, I straightened my clothes. My first meeting with the crown prince, although it was just a personal meeting, not an official one, it was better to give him a good impression. We will guide you. As I followed the knights who approached me towards the palace, I suddenly saw a woman far away. I could immediately recognize her as her attire was not much different from last time. Murugan, had she been waiting for me all this time? As soon as she made eye contact with me, she strode over and dismissed the knights, then looked at me askance. You seem to have dressed up quite diligently. Do I? I just came out as I always do. As she flipped her hair once, the scent on her hair began to spread thickly. It was clear that she had come out with intention. I didn't know what aspect of our conversation last time she liked so much, but it became certain that her attention was focused on me through this action. This had happened a few times before, so I wasn't flustered and just quietly looked at Murugan. She had put in quite a lot of effort in her own way, but to me it was close to what I had always seen before. It really meant nothing to me. Perhaps she didn't like my indifferent reaction. Murugan tossed her hair a few times and then folded her arms and began to stare at me intently. After pondering for a moment at that sight, I let out a small sigh and opened my mouth. It suits you well. It's the scent of lavender. Right. You're not completely clueless after all. If you hadn't said anything, I was going to say something. Is that so? Murugan's eyes that were looking at me widened slightly, then narrowed, showing a strange expression. As if examining something about me, Murugan, who had been staring at my face for a while, smiled and distanced herself. I guess you have someone similar to me around you. Usually people who talk to me are all surprised, so I was surprised that you weren't that surprised. Someone similar. It seemed my calm attitude was the problem. Murugan's personality was a bit light for a princess, so even people close to her mostly found it unexpected. But I had been watching her for a very long time. Perhaps there were parts she didn't know, but I might know them, so I wasn't surprised. After pondering what to answer, I just smiled slightly and replied, I did. I'm sorry. There was a lover from a very long time ago, Murugan, but she was gone now, wasn't she? But Murugan misunderstood something from that answer and bit her lip, then gently tapped my shoulder. She seemed to have mistaken it for something else, looking embarrassed. Should I correct her thought? But it wasn't bad to see her feeling sorry like this, so I just left it. Let's say it was because I was upset that she didn't contact me. I was quite anxious, wondering if the contact would never come, so she should taste at least a fragment of that emotion. Murugan, who said she would guide me and stayed by my side, remained silent for a moment and then opened her mouth. She looked much better than before when she was apologizing. I guess the map you gave me wasn't ordinary. His Highness the Crown Prince's eyes widened so much when he saw it, even though knowing the location of the different races wouldn't change anything. Who knows? I'm going to talk about what His Highness the Crown Prince saw now. Don't you know, Your Highness the Princess? I'm not very knowledgeable about these things. Well, as you know, I'm not that extraordinary. A faint anguish was evident in her playful, smiling face. The power not being greatly distributed to her would always be a concern for Meridian at this time. Even if her older brother became the emperor, it was a problem that there was no room for her to be active in the era that followed as long as she was of imperial blood. In the previous run, I didn't meet the princess, but before that, I used to give Meridian various help, because I judged that it would be helpful for me if her power grew. What about in this life? If I helped Meridian's power grow, would it be helpful to me? I didn't know what she would think of me after the crown prince died, but it was certain that Meridian had to be the next emperor. As she had inherited the bloodline of the moon, any other legitimate heir besides her would only bring chaos. As I was lost in thought, I called out to Meridian, who was walking ahead alone, and she tilted her head at me. "Do you have something to say? It would be good to continue to have interest in the Northwest. Aren't you doing a development project there now?" "Oh, how did you know?" "I am doing it, but I'll probably give up soon. I guess the Taylors were interested in that area. I recommend you don't give up on that. It will surely be helpful to you." The Northwest was full of mines that produced Terranite used to create artifacts. Currently, the development had been temporarily suspended because the results were not coming out. But as soon as next year, Terranite would explode in abundance. It was advice I gave because I knew the future, but I didn't know how much she would listen to it. If she took it to heart, it would be a way to increase her power, and if not, wouldn't she just keep declining? Meridian, who had been listening to my words blankly for a moment, soon stared at me and muttered, "Just now you were concerned about me, right?" "I wasn't concerned. Since we've already joined hands, I just gave you a bit of advice." Meridian abruptly grabbed my hand and clasped her hands together. It was quite burdensome the way her eyes sparkled as if she was moved. I should have expected this reaction, but realizing it was a blunder, I smiled hollowly, and Meridian continued, "Make sure to come see me next time." "Okay, as I said, I happen to be quite busy lately." "It's an order, so just come. If that Northwest thing really works out well, I'll repay you, understand?" "I understand. Should I come once more next time?" I let out a sigh as she enthusiastically nodded her head. Did I say that for nothing? I didn't want to get excessive attention from her. As I turned my back to head towards where the crown prince was again, Meridian added once more, "Make sure to come." "Definitely. Don't forget I said it was an order." She was still bothersome as always. Well, if she changed, that would be even stranger. There was a time when I thought the reason for ruining everything about me lay within myself, that I had made mistakes, that I had erred. I believed that if I corrected those, I could finally return to the starting point. But looking back, wasn't there something twisted from the beginning? The charge of treason was not something that could be simply imposed, as it was too heavy a crime. How difficult would it be to falsely accuse me, the eldest son of the Empire's only ducal family, of treason? What was surprising was that the crown prince had splendidly succeeded in that attempt no matter the situation. The number of times I had died, unable to ultimately avoid that accusation, was several. Thus, what I had realized was that everything was not simply improvised, a meticulous scheme that even my own preparations could not overcome. Only then did I realize that the crown prince had intended to kill me from the beginning. But the question that arose was why he had targeted me of all people. I could understand why he killed Adele. As the ruler of the North, her power was so strong that if he planned to concentrate power in the imperial family, it made sense to cut her off, even if reluctantly. But I was just a pathetic person with no power, a mere good-for-nothing. So why did the crown prince target me? That's why I was trying to find that out. To show loyalty to someone with whom I could not live under the same sky. To drive a dagger into his heart from the closest position. I could feel I was a bit tense. Although I always tried to remain calm, now that I was told I would meet the crown prince, I couldn't help but tremble slightly. In a way, it was meeting a mortal enemy, and from another perspective, it was meeting the person to whom I would have to pledge my loyalty from now on. The princess grinned and pushed my back, tapping my shoulder and telling me not to be too nervous. I didn't feel nervous when I was with Merijan, but somehow the pressure the name Kaido gave me seemed considerable. But what could I do? Now that I had come this far, I had no choice but to confront him. Even if he intended to kill me, he would have no choice but to keep me by his side since the crown prince was genuinely interested in me. Although the variable of the dead dragon's resentment existed, I was not so weak as to die easily. At least I could take him down with me, couldn't I? There's no need to be too nervous. If you treat him like you treat me, he won't like it, but if you show proper courtesy, there's nothing to dislike. And in the first place, you responded to his summons. I'm not nervous. Yes, let's go with that. Anyway, are you going to leave right away after you're done talking? If you want, you can spend some time with me. I'll think about it. At that, Merijan frowned and pouted, saying I was mean. I couldn't laugh at that reaction. My mind was too preoccupied. What should I start talking about first, and would I be able to manage my expression properly in front of the crown prince? After pondering that for a moment, I slowly took a step forward. Rather, as I passed through the door, my mind became at ease, and my expression softened considerably. Kaido, that name was tied to me in many ill-fated ways. I didn't know how I would remember these steps I was taking now in the future, but by the time I exited this door again, I had to become a close associate of the crown prince. Of course, the probability of immediately becoming a close associate was almost none, but it was always important to sow the seeds, to become an important person to him, to make it so that Robert Taylor could never be discarded by Kaido. Exhaling softly, I moved forward like that. His room was quite different from other places. A cold and solemn atmosphere had settled in, and although it wasn't as suffocating as my father's study, there was a strange tension in the air. An atmosphere where it wouldn't be strange if my throat was slit at any moment. As I closed my eyes and opened them again, I noticed a man sitting in front of me, brushing back his black hair the same as the princess's. Those indifferent golden eyes turned towards me. As our gazes met briefly, Kaido, who smiled soon after, rose from his seat. "Ah, was it Lord Robert Taylor? It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm also sorry for calling you at such a late hour." "It's all right. Shouldn't I come right away when you call for me?" I like that attitude. The Taylors are all good, but they're a bit difficult to deal with. I'm glad you're not like that. This was the kind of person the crown prince was. On the outside, he seemed gentle and kind, but inside he was coiled like a snake, hiding something. What was he hiding behind that warm expression? Someone who didn't know him well would not realize that he had issued orders close to massacres several times. Kaido, who smiled brightly, tilted his head for a moment at my silence, then grinned and offered me a chair. "Come to think of it, I didn't even tell you to sit down. I'm sorry, let's sit and talk first." As I sat down, I felt a gaze staring at me intently. As if examining something, the gaze contained a clear observation of me. I didn't know what he was curious about. At this point, it was certain he had made up his mind to kill me, so was he perhaps trying to probe my inner thoughts? But from Kaido's perspective, I was just a prince whose behavior had recently changed. Even if he tried to find something special, there would be nothing in particular, so for now, he could only probe me. Thus, my attitude was quite confident. The tension I had felt earlier had completely disappeared, and I merely faced Kaido's eyes that were staring at me. After a brief silence, Kaido was the first to speak. "Actually, the reason I called you like this is to discuss the main point. There are many things I want to ask you, but what I'm most curious about is the source of the map. You probably know what this map means, so where on earth did you obtain it from?" "I found out about it personally." "If you found out about it personally, did you use your own information network or something? But I don't think that's the situation. Don't you know your own position well?" His tone was still gentle, but the meaning contained in his words was not gentle at all. It was Kaido's unique way of speaking, smiling while jabbing thorns. Although he seemed to consider it quite important where I had obtained the map from, there was no reason for me to answer that. and there was no way for him to find out either. This was information provided by Arwen from the previous run. Even if the Crown Prince tried his best to find out, it was information that only I could organize in this world. I just personally organized it. As you know, I have a lot of spare time these days, and I recently became acquainted with the Saint as well. Well, if you say that much, I can't help it. I wanted to personally reward you. This information was of great help to me. Merigen simply considers it information about the different races, but I think you know. Then Keitel chuckled and shook his head. What he had just said flowed so smoothly that it could have been dangerous, but he was probing whether I knew about the relics. If I had simply said I knew, I wouldn't have been able to leave this place. My gaze briefly turned to the sword placed in the corner of the room. Keitel pondered for a moment, then pointed to the map and continued. The South was originally one of the most prosperous cities during the Empire's heyday, to the point of being called the second capital. If the City of the Moon is the current Eden, this place is the City of the Stars. It's a very old story. Isn't the Temple of the Moon still remaining there? Someday, we will reclaim it. His Majesty, the current Emperor, is a wise person. That's right. If I become the Emperor, I plan to recapture this southern region. It's already a widely known ambition, but people believe it to be a bit absurd and reckless. Keitel, who had been pacing with his hands behind his back, suddenly stopped and looked into the void. A glint appeared in his gentle eyes, and a slightly eerie smile was drawn. Then his gaze turned to me, and Keitel spoke again. Do you also think that way? I'm not sure yet. I've had many things to worry about lately, so I haven't given it much thought. Hua, if you really think that way, it would be a lie. Tap, tap. Keitel, who had walked right in front of me, narrowed his eyes. Eyes that shouted to tell the truth as if looking at me. It was clear that he was probing me now. But what answer did he want from me? It seemed evident that what Keitel was trying to say was that he would become the Emperor and recapture the South, and he intended to explain the reason in connection with the relics. If he mentioned the relics after that, he would probably talk about his own plan to some extent. Then what attitude should I show? Should I submit and surrender? A sudden thought crossed my mind, and my brows furrowed. There was no need to go that far. Rather, if I took the initiative to back down in this situation, wouldn't it be too submissive an attitude for the eldest son of the only ducal family? What is a lie? So I retorted with a bit more confidence, to make Keitel more interested in me, not just as luck that had rolled into his hands. It was a move to make him think that there was no better card than me. You suddenly bring a map that I've never heard of before, subtly throw your support for the imperial family, and recently said you would become the family head. And you're acquainted with Adele of the North and have a friendship with the Saint. Can you really say you have no interest in my affairs? Your connection to the imperial family was not aimed at Merigen. Lord, you actually needed my connection, didn't you? I hold the real authority, so if you want to obtain the tailors, you would need my power the most. Keitel, who pointed to himself with his finger, smiled. That smile contained certainty. Thankfully, he hadn't realized what I had been thinking. There was no need to argue even in this situation. Sighing once, I showed a troubled expression as if my inner thoughts had been completely seen through. At my bitter smile, Keitel chuckled softly. I can't hide it if you say that much. Yes, I was actually thinking that I needed your Highness Keitel's power. My forces are still weak. Until now, I had been keeping a low profile, but to make a leap, I need a solid connection. So you chose me, but what were you going to do if I didn't show interest? I would have thought it couldn't be helped, but I didn't consider that possibility. My gaze turned to the map again. Although I had answered that I didn't know about the relics, not even being able to make a guess would be showing myself as a fool. I'm not calling Merigen a fool, but at least as the eldest son of a ducal family, it was information I could deduce. If I connected the South with the Crown Prince, wouldn't it be natural to think that the Crown Prince would show interest in this map? The locations of the relics and the different races are probably related. Did you consider even legends? I thought you were brilliant for a moment, but it seems I was completely wrong. Aren't you convinced it's not a legend? I didn't miss his eyes shaking for a moment. What I said was just a guess after all. Of course, I said it knowing everything, but to the Crown Prince, my words had to be a guess. It was absurd for me to know the exact locations of the relics. As if pretending to be angry, I smiled slightly at his glaring eyes. The moment he harbored such emotions, the advantage was mine. So the Crown Prince soon chuckled and shook his head, answering, "Why do you think the relics exist? Isn't the South the city of stars, as you mentioned earlier? The reason for wanting to recapture such a place, the distribution of different races unusually clustered in one area, and the Temple of the Moon still remaining. Anyone could have guessed, but now I'm convinced. Indeed, different from the rumors." Xing, the Crown Prince, who drew his sword, swung it in the air a few times, then quietly approached me. What was contained in that silence was genuine murderous intent. Of course, I didn't tremble. Knowing this murderous intent was false, I merely waited until he opened his mouth. I ask, what would you do if I said I would behead you here? Behead me. I ask, if I don't behead you here and let it pass, what do you think I will order after that? You will order me to secure the relics in the South. The smile on his lips deepened, and before I knew it, the sword that had been held in his hand was thrown to the floor carelessly. At the same time, I knelt down. An oath to be loyal to him, placing my hand on my heart, I closed my eyes and bowed my head. It was not humiliation. If the day came when I no longer had to kneel before him, that day would be the day when everything ended. Keitel spoke in a very gentle voice like the first time. "Then, can you secure the relics? If you wish, I will do so." The moment I said I would go to the South, the gears that had started turning finally began to mesh. The South, where I would go with the saint, the Temple of the Moon related to the dead dragon, and the relics scattered everywhere. Keitel, who had been smiling alone for a while, then held my hand, lifted me up, and answered. "That was a good answer, Lord Robert Taylor. No, I should call you differently." With a smile even kinder than when we first met, he looked at me like that. "Isn't it Lord Taylor?" It was truly a pleasant answer, so I also smiled and nodded. This was just the beginning. The first step of the rebellion to kill him had finally taken one step forward. "How much do you know about the relics?" "I only know that they exist." This was just a guess, but not anymore. Keitel, who had me sit again, nodded his head. It was absurd for me to know the details about the relics. Even I only knew about the moonstone, but I didn't know what abilities each relic possessed. A question that suddenly came to mind was whether the moonstone still remained. Since I had used it, it should have disappeared, but at this point in time, I had not used the moonstone. Was it gone, or did it still remain? Around the time I was pondering that, Keitel opened his mouth. "The power possessed by the relics is enough to capture an entire city, according to a book. I think it's necessary to obtain them to achieve my goal. What do you think? If we can have them, it's better to take them. But the problem is whether we can bring them. Wouldn't the church keep an eye on relics related to the moon? If they were relics related to the moon, that would be the case." The Crown Prince, who chuckled slightly, soon glanced around and fixed his gaze on me. Then, as if uttering a quite light topic, he opened his mouth in a cheerful tone. "But the Empire's relics were not related to the moon. Rather, they might be the opposite." "I'm not sure what you mean." "Think a bit deeper. If they were relics related to the moon, why hasn't the church been searching for them all this time? They tried to protect the temple at all costs, even during the process of the South being consumed, so why didn't they take any measures?" His words made some sense. If it was related to the moon, the church would spare no effort, but considering that even now, with the saint appearing, they showed no interest in the relics, wasn't there definitely something? After pondering for a moment, I gasped at the word that suddenly crossed my mind. "No way. If they are related to the dead dragon, they wouldn't want to find them." "That's right. The Empire's relics are like that, because they are related to the dead dragon. No matter how powerful they are, they weren't used." The idea that the relics were related to the dead dragon was something I had never thought of until now, so I could only blankly listen to Keitel's words. Then did it mean that the moonstone I had used was also a relic of the dead dragon? If I had regressed using the power of the dead dragon, why on earth did the dead dragon create such relics in the first place? Before my questions were fully answered, Keitel pointed to a part of the map and began to speak again. "I plan to use the resentment of the dead dragon. If we control it and contain it, we can use it in a beneficial way. It's still in the experimental stage, but if you bring just one relic, I think we can use it a bit more actively. What happens after I bring the relic? What do you mean what happens? It will happen as I call for it. After a brief pause, Keitel added with a small smile, Lord Taylor, should I call you that then? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Although it was a bit disturbing that the relics were related to the dead dragon, it seemed there was no need to think deeply about it. If the regression of the moonstone was related to the dead dragon, wouldn't I have been affected by it long ago? Even putting that aside, if I thought about the immediate gains, it was that I had gained a connection with the crown prince. The humiliation of kneeling was nothing. Right now, he would be pleased that the son of the Taylors had bowed to the crown prince to that extent. But if the situation turned around, I would never have to bow my head before Keitel. Now that I had finished my business and was about to leave, I noticed a figure standing in the corridor. I could recognize her immediately because she was wearing the same clothes as before. As I slightly bowed my head, Merigen smiled brightly and approached. I see you're done talking. I was just passing by. I didn't expect to run into you like this by chance. Is it really by chance? It is by chance. You didn't think I would wait here until you finished talking, did you? I thought Merigen was capable of doing that, but I shrugged my shoulders and walked forward. Perhaps because the conversation with the crown prince had been quite long, the sky had already turned completely dark. Although the streets were still bright with lanterns, there probably wasn't time to do anything. Merigen must have known that too, as she didn't repeat what she had said earlier. She tended to do anything if she thought it would benefit her, but she probably didn't want to hear rumors about socializing with a man late at night. So we walked for a long time. Neither Merigen nor I had much to say, so only silence flowed. Then, as if she found this quietness boring, Merigen's elbow nudged my side. Why aren't you saying anything? You're making me feel awkward. Did you get scolded earlier or something? It's not like that. But what can I say to your Highness the Princess? The difference in status is clear when it comes to making small talk. Ugh, do I seem like someone who cares about that? No, you don't. She would probably engage in small talk with commoners if they got along well. In the first place, the reason she became close with Adriana was for that reason, so Merigen really disliked such formalities. But it was still better to draw a line. There were quite a few things to question about Merigen in many ways. You can just call me by my name. There's no one around now, so try calling me Merigen. I'll just call you Your Highness the Princess. We've only met twice, haven't we? You said you're friends with Adriana. I'm not that strict with my friends' friends. How could a person not change at all? Of course, it was Merigen at a point where she couldn't possibly change, but seeing her speak so familiarly, as if it were natural, made me feel strangely emotional. Our first meeting was in the Moon Tower last time, and this was the second time. Even if it was awkward to the point of being shy, it wouldn't be strange, but I kept my distance from Merigen, who kept approaching me. It was more comfortable being with Adriana or Adele. Since she approached me so blatantly, I couldn't easily brush her off, so I soon let out a small sigh and opened my mouth. I think I should get going. It's late, so you should go in first. We're not even at the main gate yet. It wouldn't be good to set a precedent of the princess coming out to see me off at the main gate. I don't mind, but someone might find fault saying it lacks dignity. Perhaps she took my words as concern again. Merigen stared at me intently for a moment, then nodded slightly. But since the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch, I laughed bitterly at the sight. I knew she had an interest in me. But it wasn't romantic feelings between a man and a woman, so there was no need to think too deeply about it. So we walked for a long time again, and Merigen, who thought she should stop following me now, halted her steps. Then she tapped her chest and took out the artifact she had given me last time, adding, "Keep that with you. I might request something of you next time. Adriana might call and contact you on my behalf, so don't ignore it." Why would I ignore your message? If you contact me when you need to, I will always answer, but please refrain from saying anything too difficult. Die difficult, what do you mean? If you mention the word paramour again, it will be troublesome for me. Wouldn't the saint misunderstand as well? Then Merijan waved her hand, telling me not to worry, and quietly said goodbye, telling me to leave now. Seeing her smiling face, I turned around, and the princess, who seemed to have no intention of following me anymore, was seen getting farther away. Then I should go now. There were many things to do even if I returned to the ducal estate. Now it was about time to start working on the servants' families as well. If this matter was over, it would be better to prepare to go to the north. After going to the north, it would be the south again. Only after visiting the south would my forces be complete, so only then would the preparations to bring down Uriah be finished. So I walked for a long time, and suddenly, hearing the sound of a carriage coming from far away, I raised my head. The pattern on the carriage that had stopped near the one I was riding was truly familiar. After staring blankly at the Taylor family crest for a moment, I smirked upon seeing the woman who got out of that carriage. The reason our young lady had come all the way here was too obvious. "Robert, I hope you didn't cause a scene. I didn't expect you to come out to see me off. Were you worried?" When I said that sarcastically, Uriah frowned as if displeased. Seeing her furrowed brows, the purpose of her coming all the way here seemed clear. She probably heard that I had gone to the palace and came. Since I could make connections without her knowledge, it must be a part of her keeping me in check. "I was worried you might have done something foolish again, like you did before. Do you know there are things you can't whine about like a child?" "Whine? That's a ridiculous analogy. Did you think the princess would listen if you did it like you did to mother? I believe you wouldn't have done that. You were young then, but now you're a grown adult. Even after experiencing what happened last time, this attitude was simply to provoke me." My expression hardened for a moment, but Uriah sneered at that face and continued. "I don't know what business you had at the palace today, but no matter how hard you try, nothing will change. Even the imperial family can't directly intervene in the succession of the Taylor family head. Then, why did you come, if not to keep an eye on someone as insignificant as me?" "I came to see Her Highness the Princess, to apologize for the foolish act you committed regarding the subjugation last time, thinking she must have misunderstood." "Do you think it was a foolish act?" There was a limit to foolishness. Seeing her caught up in the thought that what I had done was simply wrong, my brows furrowed. Where would I even start correcting her, and whether she would even listen to me in the first place was questionable. I had to show her some evidence to pressure her, but there was nothing to show in the current situation. So as I was pondering, the evidence to show her appeared in an unexpected form. "Your tone sounds quite sharp. Are you really siblings?" At the sudden voice, I turned my head to see Merijan walking towards us. I didn't know how she had heard this conversation. She would probably make an excuse that she just happened to overhear it while passing by. But with Merijan appearing here, the advantage had shifted. Seeing Merijan's expressionless face as she passed by me, I couldn't help but smile inwardly. Merijan only made that expression when she was quite angry. "The young lady of the Taylors, may I call you Lady Uriah? I don't know what this is about, but if it's about business, I'll go first. I didn't come to talk about that. But do you have some business with Lord Robert? We were in the middle of discussing family matters. It will be over soon, so if you wait inside, I'll be right there." Even though it was merely an interruption, Uriah bowed her head and replied without showing any such intention. Seeing this side of her was admirable, but unfortunately, her wish was unlikely to come true. Merijan, who grabbed my arm, narrowed her eyes and stared at Uriah. If she had heard the entire conversation earlier, she must have realized that it was quite an aggressive remark towards me. What Merijan, who was favorable to me, would say was too obvious. "Unfortunately, there will be no discussion with you today." "Pardon." At the solemn and serious tone, Uriah looked at Merijan in surprise. Unlike the playful tone she had with me, the widely known voice of the princess filled the surrounding stillness. Uriah barely managed to answer, but Merijan pulled my arm, pressed it against her body, and continued, with dangerous words that could be quite misunderstood if someone saw. "I'm thinking of borrowing Lord Robert." Probably. When her rolling eyes finally stopped, I couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh at what she said. All day long, I didn't know how she would handle these words. She probably just blurted out whatever came to mind. but Merijan seemed quite pleased with the fact that she had taken a jab, so I couldn't say anything about it. Of course, Uria's expression as she blankly stared at Merijan was quite refreshing. "Are you really going to do that?" Uria, who had struggled to move her lips, asked back. It would be difficult for her to understand that answer. Putting off talking to her, the young lady, and choosing to go back with me. It sounded like she was completely taking my side. Of course, Merijan had probably said it on a whim because she was feeling unpleasant, but it must have been quite a shocking statement for Uria. "Yes, I have something left to discuss with Lord Robert. I thought you had something to discuss with me too. We can do that later. I don't think it's urgent enough that we have to do it right now." Merijan, who seemed to have guessed what Uria wanted to talk about, answered in an even lower voice. She probably thought it was quite awkward to talk about that matter too. The imperial family's position was on the opposing side regarding the southern subjugation, so wasn't it obvious what Uria had come here to talk about? Uria, who had bitten her lips tightly for a moment, glared at me. She looked like she wanted to say something, but she couldn't do that in front of the princess. Moreover, since the princess also seemed to be taking my side, she would be confused in many ways. As I grinned and shrugged my shoulders, Uria's fist trembled. Certainly, connections were good. I didn't expect the situation to be reversed like this, but when I made eye contact with Merijan, she winked at me and smiled slightly. In the end, the one who backed down first was Uria. Since Merijan had refused, there was no more justification, so she would try to find another opportunity later. Uria, who bowed her head to the princess, then made eye contact with me and opened her mouth. "Then I will take my leave first. I hope my brother doesn't cause you any inconvenience." "It's all right. Lord Robert is not that kind of person. I understand." Her eye muscles, trying hard to feign calmness, trembled for a moment, then Uria turned around and immediately disappeared, riding the carriage. By the time the sound of the horse grew distant and out of sight, Merijan stuck out her tongue and grinned at me. How was it? I was quite helpful, right? Can you handle it?" Uria Taylor was probably desperate to talk to me in the first place. She'll probably try to make a move to smooth things over regarding this subjugation. It seems she was on the opposite side from you. "I'm asking about what you just said, not that." She had declared that she would borrow an outsider man all day long. Any other time would be fine, but wasn't the current time completely dark night? When I casually pointed at the moon, Merijan, who had been blankly staring at it, blushed slightly. "Ah, I knew this would happen." As I let out a small sigh, Merijan's wavering eyes met mine. What she was imagining, even a fool could probably tell. Merijan's attitude as she reached out to me was quite bold. With a resolute expression and a resolute tone, Merijan, who had reached out her hand as if to touch my chest, opened her mouth. "First of all, don't misunderstand. No matter how light-hearted I may be, I do have a line I know to keep." "I see. What's with that tone, as if I don't know anything? Anyway, when I said I would borrow Lord Robert, I didn't mean it that way. You can think of it as me throwing you a lifeline." A lifeline, it wasn't wrong. If it weren't for her, I might have argued with Uria, and she might have said something that crossed the line. Moreover, it felt like she had taken a jab at Uria. My feelings towards Merijan were purely gratitude. She, who was busy taking in what she had done, eventually asked me as if something was strange. "But you don't seem to get along very well." I didn't hear everything, but it felt like she was deliberately getting on your nerves. "I don't pay much attention to that now." I was going to retort too, but thanks to your highness the princess helping me, I was relieved of one worry. At those words, Merijan seemed to be in a slightly better mood, staring at me with twitching lips. It was an expression that said it was okay to praise her more. If she made that expression, I should stop praising her now. As I stopped talking, Merijan's spirited face gradually turned sullen. "Well, I'm glad it was resolved well. So what are you going to do now?" "What do you mean? When I said I would borrow you, I meant to help you. I can't keep you with me late at night. Are you going to go back to the ducal estate?" "I don't mind staying outside. Anyway, there's no one who cares much whether I'm there or not." She looked like she wanted to refute something at those words, but Merijan, who knew my situation to some extent, soon shut her mouth tightly. My situation could be said to be quite unfortunate in a way, so from her perspective, she probably wouldn't want to bring it up readily. In fact, I didn't really care where I stayed. If she wanted, I could stay at the palace for a day, but it was better to avoid that. I didn't think Yuria would go around gossiping about what the princess said, but unnecessary rumors could arise. If I was going to return to the ducal estate anyway, it was better to go back early. There was no reason to avoid Yuria in the first place. If asked who was more confident between Yuria and me in the current situation, wouldn't it be me who had shown the princess's support? I think it would be better to just go back. I thought so too. There's no need for you to go through the trouble because of me. If it's in return for the advice earlier, I've received enough with what just happened. I didn't do it with that intention, but I have no choice. If you need a carriage, let me know. I can call one for you. It's all right. Don't I have the carriage I rode to the palace? When I pointed to the carriage standing alone, Murugan finally nodded as if she realized. Yet she looked a bit curious about my affairs. Even though she knew my reputation was bad, she had probably seen for the first time that my relationship with Yuria was not good. I had appeared with Yuria in public, but it was all just to accompany her as her assistant. From others' perspective, it would have looked like a younger brother assisting his older sister who had become the young lady. Even though I was incompetent, there were rumors that we had a good sibling relationship because I tried to assist my sister. From my point of view, there was no more absurd rumor than that. Will you be okay? Murugan said, looking at me getting on the carriage. After pondering for a moment at the voice that contained many meanings, I smiled slightly and nodded. It's fine. And this? I lightly tapped the artifact on my chest. Originally, I had no intention of contacting her privately, but I had received help in many ways. It would be fine to occasionally give her advice about the Northwest. Murugan, who understood my actions, waved her hand with a noticeably brightened expression. I'll be waiting for your contact. It's okay to chat sometimes. You can just do it occasionally. Bowing my head slightly to her brazen response, I entrusted my body to the carriage. As the carriage jolted and moved, I saw Murugan heading back to the palace. I had always thought that I often got entangled with Murugan in many ways. Our first connection was made when we met at the ball, and in this run, I couldn't meet her because I was busy meeting Adele and Adriana. I always met Murugan for the first time on her birthday. At first, I considered it an honor to have met her, and later, I tried to seduce her to use her. When I think of the time we became lovers, I don't think it was bad, because I found some comfort in the fact that she was the one who grieved the most when I died. If even she had betrayed me, my regression might have stopped there and been stuck forever. Even when I was insane, it was also Murugan who directly took up the sword, and she always had a sad expression then, as if she knew I was not someone who would do that. She had an expression that looked like she was about to cry at any moment. So in this run, I wondered what would happen if I avoided her. I had questioned what would happen if we became completely unknown to each other and erased our connection. But in the end, we met like this, so that too could be considered a failure. I didn't believe in fate, but if connections were predetermined, I thought there was a high probability that Murugan and I were connected in that way. In the end, didn't we have quite an interesting relationship in this life too? Fiddling with the artifact on my chest, I put it back in with a bitter smile. Winter is coming soon. To be precise, there were not many days left until I headed to the north, but there were definitely things to finish before that. Raising my support within the ducal estate could be done slowly without any problem, but Yuria's attitude was an issue. She thought everything I did was wrong and was simply moving forward according to her own will in the current situation. Even if she did that, she would stumble on her own mistakes, but that was not the ending I wanted. She had to think of me a bit more seriously. She had to feel like I was a serious competitor to her, enough to be bothered by the path I was taking. What I wanted was for her to fall from the highest place. When she became complacent, thinking she had obtained everything on her own, when she thought she had finally reached the peak through the plan she had set up, the fall that happened then would be true despair. While I was away, she would prepare in her own way, but by the time spring arrived after winter ended, wouldn't I be preparing even more than that? I thought I would be able to finish the preparations to bring her down by then. I didn't think Yuria would regret her past actions. There was a high probability that she genuinely believed all her actions were right. Recalling her actions, my brows furrowed for no reason. When I was at an age where my feet didn't even reach the floor under the chair, I was locked in the basement and had my nails pulled out. They stuffed my mouth full of cotton, and I felt the pain fully while suffocating and coughing. The thick pliers grabbed my nails, and each moment they were pulled out was engraved in my mind. I had begged them to pull them out quickly. Even if I asked them to stop, I knew they wouldn't listen, so I thought it would be better to feel the pain quickly if possible. Even as they sprinkled salt water on the spots where my nails had been pulled out, I suppressed my screams, believing I could be forgiven next time. Blood flowed from my clenched teeth, and my teeth shattered, with fragments circling inside my mouth. I think I was probably 10 years old. I knew quite well how Yuria viewed that incident, so I never had the slightest thought that she would regret it. My aim to become the family head was just a preparation process for rebellion. But at the same time, one thought occurred to me. What expression would Yuria look at Lord Robert Taylor with, if the family she cherished so much was taken away by the younger brother she always considered pathetic and tainted by rebellion? What kind of face would she make then? What I wanted was not for her to regret her own sins. I just wanted her arrogance and carelessness, which she had harbored herself, to ultimately grab her ankles and crumble everything into futility. Wouldn't that be a fitting end for a woman named Yuria Taylor? It was time to plant a seed in Yuria, just as I had done to Teresa. A seed that would someday sprout more brilliantly than anything else. T/N. WTF, revenge. What I wanted was probably quite a dirty and sticky emotion. Even if it wasn't something I felt from simply repeating the regression, my feelings towards Yuria could never be clean. Why did it become twisted? I didn't know the reason. Yuria's heart had been twisted since birth, so from the beginning, the world she saw was close to being monochrome. She did not distinguish between the blood shed by humans and the blood shed by animals. And if she thought she was right, she would simply push forward regardless of what was sacrificed. Even when Mother passed away, I felt a momentary chill upon seeing Yuria's expressionless face. It would be foolish to harbor resentment towards such a person. No matter how much I appealed to a woman who did not consider her own actions as sins, in the end, it would be no different from shouting at a wall with no one around. Yuria Taylor was an obstacle to me, the most awkward and long-faced opponent I would eventually clash with. How should I bring her down? In what way should I get rid of her so that she would crumble and never be able to stand up on her own again, cowering forever? The method that came to mind was quite simple. Even if I couldn't classify the method itself as simple, it was one of the things I had experienced before. Just as the name Yuria Taylor was a nightmare to me, maybe I could make the name Robert Taylor feel like a nightmare to her. Tap, tap. I tapped the armrest of the chair, lost in thought. As my thoughts became organized, I felt a sense of refreshment in my heart. It was quite a strange feeling, considering I was looking forward to someone's downfall. Club. As the horse stopped, I soon realized I had arrived at the ducal estate. At time close to midnight, Yuria had probably arrived earlier, as her carriage was already parked. The light coming from inside would be hers. I had pondered quite a bit to avoid running into her at the entrance like last time, but what greeted me was an empty hallway. "You're back. Did the young lady say anything?" When I asked if she had said anything about my actions, Renaud shook his head and answered. "She just came in, but she didn't say anything in particular. Did something happen?" "No, it's fine if not." She must have thought it would be a self-inflicted wound to mention the princess. No matter how much she was the young lady of the Taylors, since father had tacitly approved of my actions, it would be difficult for her to say anything about the imperial family and me. I shook my head at Renaud, who asked if I would return to my room. It was better to face Yuria when her thoughts about me were complicated. If she faced me in a confusing situation, it would be difficult for her to make a rational judgment. When I said I should see the young lady, Renaud hesitated for a moment and soon nodded, saying he understood. Perhaps Yuria was not in her room, as Renaud led the way to the dining area where I saw Yuria drinking tea alone. "You've seemed quite upset since earlier. Are you all right?" "I'm fine. There's nothing to be upset about." Then, as I was about to move forward, I stopped for a moment and spoke again. "Since the surroundings might become noisy, take measures to keep it quiet." "Understood." Even if he couldn't create a barrier, he could at least silence the servants who heard strange things. Renaud disappeared and I moved my steps inside again. As the door swung open with a creak, Yuria raised her head. Seeing me, she chuckled slightly, then quietly opened her mouth. "You said you'd be together all day long. Did you get stood up?" "It's not my taste." "Were you Gilo? Oh my." Clang. I quietly looked at the teacup that flew and hit the wall beside me, then turned my gaze to Yuria. The face that had been smiling was now gone without a trace, leaving only cold and desolate eyes. The dining table without a single light on, as even the precariously burning candle was extinguished, was covered in darkness where we could barely see each other's eyes. Yuria, who had thrown the teacup at me, continued as if nothing had happened, as if regretting that it didn't hit me, glancing at the fallen teacup. "I never told you to avoid it. You never told me to get hit either. You've become quite bold lately. I guess you have someone to rely on." "Robert Taylor." "Someone to rely on, huh?" Shrugging my shoulders once, I grinned brazenly. Right now it was only Meridian, but I planned to create more in the future. Moreover, wasn't this a matter Father had tacitly approved of? All Yuria could do to me was get angry like this. No matter how many teacups she threw, nothing would change. "Didn't you see it earlier? The one I rely on. Just because the princess takes your side doesn't mean much will change. I wonder how long the support you gained by opposing this subjugation as a condition will last." "I think about a year." "What can you do with just a year?" "With just a year, do you think you can bring down my position as the heir that I have built up all this time?" "Yes, that's right." For a moment, Yuria's brows furrowed deeply. A year would be around next winter. By then, I would probably be thinking about the false accusation of treason, so I had to have ownership of the Taylors. That's why I planned to make my move this winter. I had to finish everything before next fall arrived. Perhaps because there were no more teacups to grasp, Yuria's hand trembled and shook in the air. Exhaling through her clenched teeth, her eyes glaring at me as if to devour me were visible. Yet the one who remained calm was still me. Picking up a piece of the teacup that had fallen to the floor, I spoke like that. "You said before that there are things that cannot be reversed." It was a saying about trust, but now it had a slightly different meaning. A broken teacup does not return. Because Yuria herself threw it, even if it was put back together, it would not return to the teacup it once was. Wouldn't her fate be similar to this teacup? Although it had not been thrown yet, by this time next year, it would surely be shattered miserably. So it was a warning. For her to have at least a little sense of caution, to be wary and afraid of me. To monitor my every move so that she herself would be bound by my movements. I plan to be away for a long time in the winter. I need to prepare to become the family head in my own way, don't I? Huh. In the north with Adele Ygritte and in the south with Saint Adriana. Yuria's complexion, which had been laughing in disbelief, briefly turned cold. As if trying to see if what I had said was a bluff, her eyes that had been staring at me intently soon narrowed. It would be better not to utter such words even as a joke. Who knows? You'll soon find out whether it's a joke or not. Aren't you always watching me? Watching you. You're really good at saying things I've never heard of. Are you perhaps delusional? Delusional, huh? Fiddling with the piece of teacup I had picked up, I then threw it towards the curtain. With a brief swoosh, the piece of teacup that cut through the air soon hit something and stuck. It was not the sound of hitting a wall, the sound of penetrating something soft. So as I quietly looked that way, the maid who had been hiding finally revealed herself. "Yo, young lady," the maid, who covered the piece stuck in her arm, opened her mouth. It was a familiar face. She was the maid who always brought me tea or snacks when Renaud was not around, so I knew well from the beginning that she was watching me. So I paid a little attention when I was outside. I deliberately went to crowded places and tried to shake off the tail whenever possible. So she probably didn't know I had gone to the Moon Tower. If she had known, she wouldn't have doubted my friendship with the saint. Seeing the maid who had revealed herself, I began to speak again. I pretended not to know about those who had been by my side all this time for the sake of the young lady. Isn't it embarrassing to be caught like this, ignoring me like that, yet keeping an eye on me? Yuria did not even answer. She merely stared at me coldly, silently listening to what I was saying. But the emotion she harbored would be close to humiliation. She must have been a little flustered, as she had never expected me to be aware of such things. I approached Yuria, who couldn't say a word. Step by step, much closer than when she threw the teacup at me, now at a distance where we could fully see each other's faces. Deftly lighting the candle, I placed the broken teacup piece in front of her and opened my mouth, smiling softly as if whispering, "Were you perhaps afraid of me?" Robert Taylor. Yuria, who had jumped up from her seat, grabbed my collar, but that was all. Her wrist, trembling and shaking without any strength, fell off as I tapped it lightly. Brushing off her hand, I continued as I tidied my clothes. "If you weren't, you could have just said so. There was no need for you to act so rough. I have never been afraid of you. I have always considered you pathetic, relying on Mother and unable to do anything on your own. I have only despised you." As if she couldn't believe it, Yuria chuckled and glared at me roughly. "Become the family head. Try all you want. Whether you go to the north and gain the support of the Grand Duchess or go to the south and gain the support of the Saint, nothing will change." "Is that so?" "I am Yuria Taylor, the young lady of the Taylors and the one who has sought to become the family head before you could even speak properly. You can't do anything." "Robert." Looking at Yuria, who made eye contact with me, a strange feeling blossomed. Even looking at Yuria Taylor, I no longer felt any emotion, just an empty feeling as if looking at someone else. Yes, just like when I looked at Teresa. In the past, I was afraid. When I first started this run, I tried to become indifferent to Yuria, and later, I harbored hatred for a while. But now, I didn't feel anything at all. A woman who couldn't control her immediate anger and confusion and had lost her senses. I was convinced she could no longer be my match. Then we'll find out after the winter passes, whether I'm qualified to become the family head or not. You can't become it, Robert. No, I will become it. Gaining the support of Adele, the support of the church, and gaining the support of the imperial family to make the Taylors mine. In the process, I plan to create my own forces to prepare for the future and to regain my own realm to a certain level. When winter passed, when the bitter cold melted away and only warmth remained in the spring, would I still call Yuria the young lady then? Smirking at Yuria, who had clenched her teeth, I slightly distanced myself and politely bowed my head. It was an etiquette I had never shown before, fully observing the rules. Yuria stared at me at the greeting. "Before, you asked me if I was confident." It must have been what she said before I went to the palace. It was something I said to provoke her. Wondering if she still remembered as I looked at her, Yuria drew a dagger and cut her palm. Pressing her bleeding hand tightly, she glared at me and moved her lips again. "I will definitely become the family head, and I will make you take responsibility for what you said." Responsibility, I knew well what that word meant. How many times had I died entangled in that responsibility? But I was not afraid. I had long ago made up my mind to choose where I would die in this life. I had not lived carelessly enough to die by Yuria's hands. As such, there was no need to even harbor fear. Is that so? But her wish would not be able to continue. Because I had made up my mind to become the family head, Yuria, who had only lived once, could not defeat Robert, who had lived 100 times. It was a predetermined story. In this fated play where the script, lines, and even the ending were set, the fate she would face was only one: tragedy. Muttering softly as I recalled that word, my expression was now simply serene, as if I had nothing more to say. "Then let's try it. When we meet next time, we'll roughly have that answer." When I turned my back and left the dining room, the sound of something breaking loudly echoed from behind. For a long time, the sound that seemed to shatter everything inside finally stopped. Instead, only the roar of a woman screaming in agony remained. She covered her ears at the rough tinnitus ringing out. Shattered teacups and plates were scattered all around, and she quietly looked at her bleeding hand for a moment. She felt no pain from the palm she had cut to make a vow. What really stung was her chest, stained with shame, so Yuria chuckled softly and put away the sword. "Yo, young lady." Ah, come to think of it, she wasn't alone. Yuria's gaze turned to the maid who had sunk to the floor. She had been assigned to monitor him, but she was a woman who couldn't even do that properly. Monitoring was only meaningful if it went unnoticed, so if he had noticed it long ago, didn't it mean she had failed to do her job properly? After pondering for a moment, Yuria soon rang the bell on the table. As the maids entered, startled by the sight of the table, Yuria ordered them, "Clean it up, and this too." "Pardon, I said clean it up. Bury it somewhere appropriate or divide it and throw it away." Her answer flowed like water, and the maid was dazed for a moment, but she soon realized it was an answer regarding her treatment when her arm was grabbed. It is said that when one is too shocked, even words don't come out. Ignoring the desperate gaze looking at her, Yuria sat on a chair as she looked around. The maid being dragged away was wailing, but it couldn't be heard. The tinnitus ringing in her ears drowned out the sound, and she was just staring blankly into the void with an expressionless face. Her passion from moments ago had completely disappeared. She had momentarily lost her senses due to her erupting emotions, but that was all. The sight of her instantly regaining her composure was quite chilling, but it was a familiar reaction to Yuria. Hiding her emotions was quite an easy task. How could she reveal her own anger and passion to just anyone? Yuria, who let out a small sigh, rubbed her brow. As the maid who had been dragged away disappeared, the tinnitus ringing in her ears seemed to vanish as well, and the thought that settled in her mind was, of course, Robert Taylor. Although she had let the last incident slide because he was her younger brother, she could no longer overlook his arrogant behavior. Did he ask if she lacked confidence? Ha! Yuria let out a snort. She was already the young lady. If she wanted to become the family head, there was nothing she couldn't do. Whether he went to the north or the south, nothing had changed. It had been a lifetime of living for the family. To become the family head, she did not hesitate to stain her own hands with blood. In such a situation, for him to dare provoke her. No matter how much he had gained the support of the imperial family, if he thought something would change with that, it would be a miscalculation. Until the family head leaves a will, everyone has the right. Yuria, who recalled that family motto, chuckled softly. Depending on the circumstances, depending on the situation. By using that motto, she could become the family head first. As she thought of her father, Yuria's expression deliberately turned cold. She had lived for the family, because that was what she had learned since childhood. She had learned the lessons she had given to Robert first, and the purpose she had harbored while doing so was to become the family head. She had no intention of leaving those who interfered alone, even if it was family. As long as the family remained, what did it matter if they were family? Yuria, who thought so, laughed coldly. Her eyes, which had been shining with a freezing light, soon turned hazy and lost their light. The autumn, which I had expected to be very long, ended, and now the winter when the north wind blew had arrived. The red-stained leaves touched the ground and withered, and only the bare trees shivered in the cold. But for me, it could be said to be the most important season, as this winter could be said to determine most of my current run. The first place I had to go was the north, and I thought I would have to stay there for about 1 to 2 months at most. Even if it took longer, I had to return before the end of the year and go to the south, so that I could match the timing. Recalling the message I had received from Adriana a few days ago, I swallowed dryly. She said there was a high possibility we would move together while in the south. She was happy, saying it was fortunate, but I wondered if I should be happy about that. Time was tight. I needed to have as much personal time to move as possible. If necessary, it would be better to move alone using the early mornings. 1 month in the south. 1 month, excluding the time to travel between the south and here. Within that time, I had to find and secure information about the relics, so I would have to move urgently. All information about the relics was managed by the imperial family and the church. However, the relics in the south were not even touched by the church, and the information was also lacking, so it was quite difficult to find unless one had a direct connection to the imperial family or the church. It could be said that it was truly a stroke of luck that I had obtained the moonstone. Of course, I had found some information about the relics through Arwen. I would ask her to continue investigating even while I was in the north, so that was a matter for later. The issue I had to worry about now was purely how to move in the north. It was easy to belong to a group. I already had the experience of being with them many times, and Adele was lenient towards those she liked. But the problem was how to warn her about the treason. If she had sensed it, it would be fine, but if not, I was quite afraid of how she would view me. It was inevitable that Adele would be falsely accused of treason. If I could prevent that and make her my ally, I could at least bring the North, which occupied 3 out of 10 parts of this empire, under my power. It might be too optimistic, but I thought I could prevent it. If it was the Adele Ygritte I knew, she would at least not ignore my words. What if I had warned her a bit more strongly before? Not just saying it might not be the case as a passing remark, but seriously warning her that it was dangerous. Would I have heard the news of the Crown Prince's death instead of Adele's? But it was a meaningless assumption. In the end, what mattered was this life. So I smiled bitterly and checked the sword at my waist. It was a sword I had asked the blacksmith to make to withstand a considerable amount of mana. Although it wasn't as good as the sword I had borrowed from Adele last time, I thought I could use it quite well if it was of this level. As I was examining the sword this way and that, Renaud, who had loaded all my luggage into the carriage, approached me. He seemed to find it quite strange that I had brought a sword. It was natural, since I had never even held a sword in front of Renaud. Even if it was for self-defense, he probably thought something else would be better. "I don't think you'll have to use a sword. Aren't you going to meet Lady Adele?" "That's true, but I might have to wield a sword unexpectedly. The North, protected by Lady Adele, won't be such a dangerous place. In any case, have a safe trip." "Well, I hope you haven't forgotten what I ordered you to do." At those words, Renaud's eyes became more serious. Renaud's role while I was away was simple: to monitor Uria's every move in case she went astray. Rather than closely monitoring her, it was more about reporting to me when there were suspicious actions. But with Uria's current state, there was a high possibility she would head in a twisted direction. Rather, it would be better for her to move in that direction. It would make it easier for her to self-destruct, so I hoped she would take a few more drastic measures. Renaud had now become the only trustworthy person in the ducal estate. Since he had constantly watched over me and had not done anything particularly troublesome, I could judge that he could continue to be trusted in the future. Tapping Renaud's shoulder, I quietly opened my mouth. "I trust you. While I'm gone, you have to do well." "I understand." Renaud, who took a deep breath, nodded with a slightly more solemn gaze. Perhaps it was okay to express trust occasionally. If it made the work cleaner, there was nothing more I could ask for. Renaud bowed his head politely to me as I got into the carriage. Smiling slightly at that sight, I turned my head and looked forward. The wind blowing through my hair was cold. I would probably have to live in the origin of this wind for the time being, but it didn't bother me. The north was the place where I had lived most comfortably. The wind blows. The carriage, rattling and shaking, began to run against the wind. Soon, a snowy field covered in white snow would come into view. A place where fierce wolves live, a place where numerous tribes and blood flow. That pure white hell was the warmest place for me, so my eyes, which had been shining, soon closed tightly. My mind had already reached the north. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. From now on, we are issuing a state of emergency alert. Not long after the letter arrived saying that Robert was heading north, Lothos took the opportunity while Adele was away to gather the defense forces. It was possible because Lothos held the highest position in Adele's absence. Upon hearing the news that an alert close to a state of emergency had been issued, the soldiers began to murmur among themselves. An alert when there wasn't much time left until the subjugation of the tribes, and there was no event that would cause someone to invade the territory, so they were puzzled. Amidst that, Lothos opened his mouth. "I'm sure you've all heard the news that Lord Robert Taylor is coming to the north, and I think you've also heard that our Grand Duchess is preparing to go out to greet him." Greet him, you say. As the soldiers became noisy at the mention of greeting, Lathos raised his hand to calm them down. Of course it would be surprising. He himself had been dazed for a moment upon hearing the news that the Grand Duchess was preparing to go out personally. But it was his job to make judgments faster than anyone else. Lathos, who tapped his temple once, narrowed his eyes. He had already thought that the relationship between Robert and the Grand Duchess was unusual. He didn't know what kind of connection they had, but it was extremely rare for the Grand Duchess to easily forgive someone. She had even said a few times that she liked him, and she had even worried about him. That Grand Duchess, directly worrying about a man, wasn't it obvious? Lathos swallowed dryly and scanned the crowd. Perhaps realizing the seriousness of the situation now, everyone's expressions were equally serious. Do you understand a little why I said the situation is urgent? Yes. Lathos, who smiled satisfactorily at the energetic answer, nodded his head. Although it could not be considered a state of emergency, they could not show even the slightest disrespect to the guest coming to this north. If the Grand Duchess started to find fault with him, she might order the subjugation of the tribes alone. If they refused that, they might have to fight the Grand Duchess directly with swords. Adele's military prowess had been considered something beyond common sense since the days when she led a mercenary group. The girl who had snapped the neck of a troll alone. Didn't that girl's mercenary group grow up to occupy the north and gain recognition, rising to the position of Grand Duchess? Seeing that legendary journey, there was no one here who disregarded Adele, so they each had thoughts about the man named Robert Taylor. And after a brief silence, one soldier carefully opened his mouth. Is it all right to judge that he might become Her Excellency's lover? Yes, I thought you would ask that. With a slightly gloomy expression but then with a serious face, Lathos looked ahead and answered. That's what I think. Perhaps the Grand Duchess seems to be trying to take a lover soon, so we'll have to be careful with our actions from now on. Gasped the soldiers, who gasped became noisy again, but Lathos thought it was about time. The Grand Duchess was about to turn 24, and if she was 24, it wouldn't be strange for her to take a lover. But her situation was so harsh that she had never had a relationship with a man. She used to slit the throats of the men who approached her, so it was rather surprising that her connection with this man named Robert had lasted this long. So Lathos thought. Perhaps Robert didn't think badly of the Grand Duchess either. Even if he seemed to be hiding many things, didn't he seem excellent in other aspects besides that? He recalled the swordsmanship he had seen that night, and Adele's gaze blankly looking at Robert. Lathos smirked. After all, feelings tended to bloom without one realizing it. His own wife had also been connected through such a meeting, so now it must be time for the Grand Duchess to experience that as well. Suddenly, a gust of wind tickled Lathos's cheek. The wind was always cold, but today it felt unusually warm. Was it just an illusion? Lathos, who had been looking at the lined-up soldiers, soon began to explain how they should move forward. It was a story about Adele's lover, which only Adele didn't know in the north. Something doesn't seem right about this. It was the cloak she always wore, but for some reason, it looked awkward on her today. Adele frowned with a dissatisfied expression. After flapping the cloak several times, she eventually sighed and fiddled with the fur attached to her shoulders. The letter that had arrived earlier was from Robert Taylor, saying that he would soon arrive in the north. Although she found it irksome that he came in winter when she had told him to come in summer, she didn't think too badly of it. After all, there wasn't much to do this winter anyway. Using that as an excuse to keep him here would suffice. The reason for keeping him. Adele smiled slightly. She liked him, but she also knew that he was hiding many things. She had no intention of letting him go until she heard those things, so it could be said that he was walking into the wolf's mouth of his own accord. Woof! When the wolf beside her barked, Adele patted its head, saying she understood, and took a step forward. It wasn't often that she personally went out to greet someone like this. Lathos had disappeared, saying he had something to take care of alone, so she ended up going out by herself, but it shouldn't matter. Rather, it was something Robert should be grateful for. For her, the Grand Duchess, to personally move, wasn't it something she rarely did? Just as she was about to go outside, a sudden question occurred to her, and Adele showed a strange expression. Come to think of it, there was no need to go out to greet him, was there? Why was she preparing to go out? Whenever she got involved with Robert Taylor, she felt like she was being swayed. The same went for his secret, and there were too many things she didn't know about him. Feeling annoyed, she tried not to go, but in the end, she sighed and took a step. She thought this winter would be busy, and it would be better to be busy. That way she wouldn't have these pointless thoughts. It was better not to ride a carriage in the north. Knowing this early on, he didn't bring much luggage, but even that was barely enough for the sled pulled by wolves. Would they be able to reach their destination before sunset at this slow speed? Recalling the contents of the letter he had sent earlier, he slowly began to worry. Although he had said he would arrive soon, it seemed like it would take a bit longer, didn't it? Knowing Adele's personality, there was a high possibility she would send someone to wait for him in advance. Surely he wouldn't be late. With that thought, he traveled for a long time, and before he knew it, the sun was beginning to set. In the distance, he could see a procession waiting for them, so he stopped the sled and began approaching them. Just as he was about to bow his head slightly, apologizing for being late, he noticed a familiar face. For a moment his footsteps stopped with a thud. The woman waiting on a wolf in the distance was indeed a very familiar face. As he stared blankly for a moment, the woman riding the wolf approached, opening her mouth. A slightly angry, sharp gaze fell upon him. "You have some nerve. I always thought you weren't ordinary, but to make me wait like this. I had no idea you would come out personally. I came out for a change. I was bored." Adele, who replied nonchalantly, shook her head as if dumbfounded. He wondered how long she had been waiting. As he smiled awkwardly and looked at her, Adele tapped the wolf's back and opened her mouth. "You'll have to take responsibility for making me wait. So, I'm curious, how long are you planning to stay?" "I'll probably stay for about a month. Although it's an informal visit as a member of the Taylors, there are things I need to tell you." "A member of the Taylors, that's none of my business, though. If the Grand Duchess said she had no interest in such things, what would become of my words?" As if finding my words uninteresting, Adele clicked her tongue and glanced at the sword on my waist, her eyes sparkling. As expected, she would be interested in this. Since I had shown her last time, I thought there would be at least one occasion to fight, but her reaction came faster than anticipated. "You brought a sword this time. Do you think you'll have a chance to use it? It's for self-defense. You never know when it might come in handy. You're not going to run away this time saying you can't handle it. Good, then get on. We can talk after we arrive." Saying that, Adele tapped her saddle and gestured to me, turning her back. Did she want me to ride behind her? As I looked at her puzzled, Adele replied curtly as if frustrated. "What are you doing? Get on behind me. If I keep riding that sled, I feel like I'll die of suffocation first." "Should I ride it? Then are you telling me to let someone else ride? Don't make me say it twice, just get on." Then she tapped the saddle again, making me smile bitterly. I didn't expect her to tell me to ride behind her, so I got on and settled into place. Adele, holding the reins, signaled to depart. I had ridden a wolf many times, but riding behind Adele was quite a peculiar experience. The swirling snow didn't touch me at all, so I absent-mindedly felt the wind while looking at the fluttering cloak. Soon, we would enter Adele's territory, and sure enough, the huge winter castle was soon revealed before our eyes. The castle, built with ice magic, would always regenerate on its own, no matter how much it was destroyed. The walls of the north that had blocked foreign enemies for over 1,000 years, wasn't it one of the reasons the north wasn't frequently invaded by other races? Indeed, its majesty was considerable, making even the attendants, including myself, widen our eyes. These days, there aren't many instances of our territory being invaded, so those walls aren't being properly used. I don't think there will be such occurrences while you're here either. If that's the case, it's fortunate. There was another reason I had deliberately prepared a sword. Since she wouldn't postpone the subjugation of the tribes scheduled for winter just because I had come, I thought she would probably force it through. I planned to accompany them, and in that process, my original plan was to belong to this group in the north. Although Adele was the leader of the north, it was better to have an appropriate friendship with the likes of Lothos and other executives. If not Lathos, then Toby. If those who had been with Adele since her mercenary days acknowledged me, establishing my position in the north afterward would be a piece of cake. In fact, it was easiest to showcase my martial prowess. I still couldn't use mana for a long time, but I thought I could at least finish off a decent opponent in a few exchanges. If necessary, it shouldn't be a problem to demonstrate my skills to a certain extent. Moreover, glancing at Adele, she didn't say anything further, concentrating on holding the reins. I thought Adele must have also considered my martial abilities to some extent. It was already thankful that she didn't pry into it, but someday I would have to explain it to her. I believed there were no eternal secrets. Once I had made up my mind to save a woman named Adele Ygritte, I believed it was right to tell her a bit about the secrets I held. Whether she believed in regression or not, even if Adele's personality made it highly likely for her to dismiss it as nonsense, I thought it would be better to speak about it to feel a little more at ease being with her. Of course, there was no need to say it right away. After some time had passed, when she finally sensed the danger of treason, I would be able to talk about it only after that time came. The snowflakes falling from the gloomy sky touched my forehead. Frowning at the sudden chill, I quietly looked at the sky with a small smile that had inadvertently escaped. Now I felt that I had arrived in the north. Realizing that my fur-clad body was shivering from the cold, I smiled slightly at the faint scent of blood in my nose. A place where I could feel most at ease, at least for a while. A place where I had escaped from my family and barely reached to meet a woman named Adele. This is unexpected to think that Lord Robert Taylor would be here. Please spare my life. I couldn't even remember how many times it had been, but I had definitely been here. Quietly looking at the snow falling on my palm, I clenched my fist. I had come here again. This time not to run away, but to return to that place again and change everything, and for my eternal rest. The north was cold and desolate. Corpses wandered around, unable to find their place to die, and wolves dug through the snow piled up to their necks in search of prey. Blood always flowed between people, but such things were quite familiar to me. Boo, along with the sound of trumpets, the people welcoming me were all familiar faces. Adele's subordinates who had been with her since her mercenary days, and those who had subjugated the tribes with me. However, to them now, I was just a stranger. Briefly swallowing the bitter taste in my mouth, I got off the wolf and extended my hand for a handshake. Lathos, who was standing at the very front, looked slightly surprised when I offered my hand and grasped it. The greeting of clasping each other's hands rather than bowing, this was one thing I clearly remembered. "Oh, are you familiar with the greeting of the North?" When Lathos asked, I smiled and answered, "I know it well, very well." This was probably the third time Lathos' hand was still soft, a humane hand that didn't suit the North at all but would be missed if absent. "This is where you'll be staying. You won't complain about being disappointed, will you? Can I be honest? As much as you want." I didn't think I was such an important guest, but the room Adele showed me was more luxurious than I had imagined. I had been to Adele's room a few times before, so I knew, but it wasn't as extravagant as the room I would be staying in. The fur laid out everywhere, and even the bedding on the bed was of a high-quality material that could only be seen in the capital. Adele also seemed slightly surprised as she pressed down on the bed I would be sleeping on and opened her mouth. Actually, I didn't prepare it myself. Lathos said he would take care of it. I let him do it since he was working hard for a change, but what on earth is he thinking? Lathos always had a tendency to misunderstand in strange ways. I thought this case would be the same, but I couldn't easily guess what he was thinking. I had expected he would have felt something when he saw me last time, but I didn't know he would prepare so diligently. It shouldn't be a big problem. After thinking for a moment, Adele shrugged her shoulders, saying it didn't really matter. In fact, it wasn't a big deal. It was just burdensome, but if Adele said it was fine, that was the end of it. Adele, who seemed to be leaving now, strode towards the door and turned her head to me, opening her mouth. "Come to think of it, there's something I didn't mention." "What is it?" "You must have had a hard time coming all the way here, Lord Taylor. It's been a long time since a guest has come, so I forgot for a moment. Perhaps she had recalled that I had come from the capital. After all, most people found it quite difficult to come to the north, so it was understandable for her to say that. However, what was awkward was the title she used to address me. I didn't want to be called Lord here, even if it was fine in the capital. Gazing at Adele, who had turned her back, I quietly added, "You can call me Robert. Aren't you the highest-ranking person here, Grand Duchess?" Although Adele might not remember, she had always called me Robert. I liked that she had called me that, considering me who disliked the name Taylor. Adele, who had been staring at me intently, smiled and nodded. "All right, Robert, I'll see you in a bit." With those words, Adele, who had been leaning against the door, closed it and disappeared. I quietly looked at the gently closing door. For some reason, my heart fluttered at that name I hadn't been called in a long time. Blinking for a moment, I stood up and quietly looked around the room. Unlike the humble room in my memory, this room could be considered the epitome of luxury, a sight rarely seen in the impoverished North. It was quite enjoyable to imagine what Lathos had been thinking. Even though many things had changed from the room I had stayed in before, I felt strangely comfortable being here. Hanging the sword on the wall, a faint smile appeared on my lips as I looked around. To be honest, I preferred this place to home. Much, incomparably more. The culture of the North was more free-spirited compared to other places. Considering a mere mercenary group had swept through the region and gained recognition, it could be said to be worlds apart from the noble culture of the central region. If the central banquet was a place for socializing and all sorts of schemes, the banquet in the North was completely different. It was a small festival in itself, celebrating the fact that a new connection had been made. To put it simply, it meant there was no harm in emptying one's mind and just drinking. As I was putting on the clothes hanging in the room and heading out, a particularly large person caught my eye. Anyone could tell he wasn't an ordinary person. His body alone seemed twice as big as others. He was too big to ignore, so I approached him and greeted him. Slightly surprised by my greeting, he then grasped my hand and shook it gently. With his build, it was closer to me being swayed, but I was used to moving my body to barely avoid falling over. "You have quite a strong grip." "Oh, you're the first person I've seen withstand this. My name is Robert Taylor. If you're heading to the banquet hall, shall we go together?" "Sure, call me Bunta." Although I already knew his name, I shrugged my shoulders and greeted him happily. He could be said to be a rather unique hybrid with orc blood mixed in. If he went to the central region, he would face persecution. But he had joined Adele's mercenary group and put his unique brute strength to good use, rising to the position of a close aide. Of course, since his intelligence was low, Adele and Lathos handled most of the administrative tasks. Bunta's job was mainly to liven up the atmosphere at banquets. As Bunta occasionally glanced at me, I looked at him, curious about his gaze, and he awkwardly scratched his head with a smile. When he did that, it meant he was hiding something. Judging from Lathos and Bunta's reactions, it wasn't hard to guess what it was. They probably thought I was someone close to Adele, and if the misunderstanding had deepened, they might think I was her lover. Since they had decorated the room like that, I had thought about it, but I wondered what they were trying to do if Adele found out. Knowing Adele's personality, she would quite sternly punish such misunderstandings. I thought it would be a light punishment if only the head was left and buried. If it got worse and Adele felt uncomfortable, she would personally take up the sword and deal with it. By the way, Adele's lover. Even before, Adele's subordinates had tried to connect me and Adele unusually. They must have found it quite interesting that I, as a foreigner, was close to Adele. However, getting close to Adele was not a difficult task, especially if she showed interest herself afterward. Even if I just agreed with her words, I could maintain the relationship. I remembered Lathos' dumbfounded expression when I asked what was so difficult about it. I thought I would see it at least once today. The reason I had brought a sword was because I had somewhat anticipated what Adele would do today. Coincidentally, my seat was right next to Adele's. It was quite blatant at this point, but Adele just stared at me with a curious expression, as if she didn't know or care. Well, since I was a guest, there wouldn't be any problem even if I sat next to Adele. The only problem was that the seating at this banquet was first come, first served. Adele must have taken her seat first, but only the seat next to her was empty. Lathos, who was sitting next to me, smiled and offered his hand. His goat-like beard was the same, so I felt strangely unpleasant. I introduced myself earlier, but my name is Lathos. Is this your first time in the north? Yes, I just know a bit about the greeting customs. Usually, there are often people who come here without knowing anything, but I'm glad that the perception of the north seems to be improving these days. It seems there are people who have come to visit besides me. Then Lathos, who had been smiling for a moment, pointed to the northwest and continued. Recently, Her Highness the Princess visited. She hasn't left yet. She said she would personally inspect the Terranite mine in the northwest. It was quite a sudden event, so I was a bit surprised. Aha. The northwest, it was too obvious what Meridian was thinking when she made a move, so a hollow laugh escaped me. I told her to take an interest in the northwest, not to go directly and even inspect it. If she had just stayed still, there would definitely have been results around the new year. It was my fault for overestimating Meridian's intelligence. I should have added that she shouldn't go directly, and it would be better to observe the situation. If it was the northwest from here, would it barely overlap with Adele's territory? If I had some spare time, I thought it would be good to head towards the northwest as well. Adele's subjugation of the tribes would probably extend to the northwest as well. In addition, there was a possibility of the tribes occupying the mines, so if I didn't warn her, she might be stuck there for a while. By now, she would be anxiously waiting to see when the Terranite ore would be discovered. As I let out a small sigh thinking about Meridian, Lathos looked at me with a puzzled expression. Well, Lathos probably had a high probability of not knowing about my connection with Meridian. Even if he knew, it would be a public relationship. He wouldn't know exactly how close we were privately. Were you acquainted with Her Highness the Princess? We know each other to some extent. I received help from her in various ways. You know the princess too. Hearing Adele's voice, I turned my head to see her looking at me with quite an interesting expression. Come to think of it, she had a similar expression when I said I knew the saint. Although she seemed to be smiling softly, her eyes contained a faint chill. Adele, who had drunk the alcohol placed in front of her, quietly moved her lips. You know the saint, you know me, and you know the princess. You have quite a wide network, unlike what I know. There were various circumstances. Since I've spoken about becoming the family head, I couldn't just stay still. Yes, that's understandable, but that's your situation. Do I have to pay attention to that as well? Staring blankly at the empty glass, Adele then poked my shoulder with her finger and continued. The only thing I'm concerned about right now is you. Since you're the only one I'll keep in the north, whether you're close to the princess or the saint, it's better not to talk about other people here. Did you say you'll keep me? Yes, isn't that the reason you came this time? As Adele calmly drank her alcohol, a strange silence fell over the banquet hall. It was clear that what she had just said could lead to various misunderstandings, but what was more problematic was what she said next. She said she would keep me. Did she mean she was thinking of keeping me in the north? Didn't I tell you before that I like you? I was thinking of making you my deputy, didn't you know? I think I just told you that I'm going to become the family head. Strictly speaking, I'm the Grand Duchess. If I wanted to, I could make you my deputy. Her words, spoken in a serious tone, seemed quite sincere. However, she wouldn't really say this. I was just a bit surprised that she brought up this topic so lightly. If someone in this place were to spread it outside, it could spread widely. Did it mean she trusted the people here that much? I believe you're not saying this in earnest. I am serious. Staring at me, who was slightly taken aback, Adele then chuckled and poured the alcohol. She poured half in her glass and filled mine to the brim, then raised her glass and opened her mouth. The serious atmosphere from earlier had dispersed in an instant, leaving only a playful smile. Of course, I'm just saying it. I know well why you came here, and I have no reason to interfere with that. Is that so? I was about to be quite disappointed. Just bring your glass closer. Don't say anything unnecessary. Clang as the lightly colliding glasses were emptied, Adele took a deep breath. It was puzzling that a hint of regret had passed by, but soon her eyes that had returned to normal turned to me. If I were to say your purpose for coming here, wouldn't it be a trick to return the handkerchief and take various things with you? Various things, you say? You probably need my support too. Robert, didn't you say it yourself that you're going to become the family head? She had indeed seen through it to some extent. Although I didn't think it would go unnoticed, I was a bit surprised that she had realized it faster than I thought. Saying this meant she had been certain since the moment I sent a letter saying I would come to the north. Since it must have been known that the family head competition had started here as well, she must have inferred it in her own way. As I didn't particularly deny it since it was true, Adele glanced at my sword and continued. I think I've already sufficiently repaid the debt between you and me. Although I feel sorry for slitting your throat, I ended it by not asking about the secret you mentioned. Yes, I remember. I can't say it's bad for you to seek my support, but to obtain such a thing you'll have to pay a proper price. So I have a proposal for you. Are you willing to hear it? Looking at Adele with a serious tone again, I nodded and answered. Actually, I had somewhat anticipated this conversation. Since Adele would realize my true purpose at some point, there was a high probability that she wouldn't think favorably of that purpose. If there was a chance, she would set conditions, and if her interest was directed towards me right now, there was only one thing left that she would propose to me. During your stay in the north, be my deputy. Listen to and follow my orders, but I promise to treat you on par with other deputies. Depending on how you act during that period, I will decide whether to support you or not. If I'm a deputy, there will be times when I have to participate in battles. Are you not confident? You don't seem to have such skills. It's not like that. I'm just curious about when you prepared this proposal. Then Adele answered with a small laugh. It was quite a natural response, as if she knew I would ask this. From the moment I first saw you, didn't I tell you that I would make you my deputy? It wasn't a joke. If you do too well, I won't let you go, so you'll have to behave well. Adequately so that I can let you go, but well enough to gain support. Isn't that too difficult a request? As I laughed slightly at the absurdity, Adele emptied her glass while drinking, unfazed. She must have meant it sincerely in her own way. She would set a standard and say she wouldn't support me if I couldn't surpass it. Making me her deputy meant she would take me to the upcoming subjugation of the tribes. However, the atmosphere around us was slightly chilly. Although they completely followed Adele's decisions, her deputies had an air of not being able to accept me. From their perspective, I was just a rolling stone, so I could understand their reaction. What could a young master who had been living luxuriously in the central region do? There were even rumors about me that I had never held a sword since birth, so some openly expressed their discomfort. A typical example was Bunta. He had been smiling well until earlier, but now he was glaring at me and panting heavily. Lathos, who had seen my sword energy, understood Adele's thoughts and remained still, but even he seemed to have noticed that the people around were feeling uncomfortable. Lathos, who had been making a troubled expression while looking at me, then let out a deep sigh and opened his mouth to Adele. Your Grace, I think there will be quite a few objections to this decision. Is that so? Then what do we do? There's only one thing, isn't there? We'll have to follow our way. Then Adele's gaze turned to me. I smiled bitterly at the look in her eyes, as if asking what I was going to do now when she knew it would turn out this way the moment she said she would make me her deputy. Last time, I had shown a single sword energy and said it was a secret. This time, it seemed she wanted to properly see my skills. The gazes pouring on me were plentiful. The noisy banquet hall had become quiet in an instant, and a suffocating silence descended upon me. The overwhelming pressure weighing on my shoulders, the dismissive looks, and the wary attitudes. I had always received such gazes whenever I came to the north. However, the reason I had become quite close with them was simple, because I had the skills. Standing up from my seat, I looked at Bunta and opened my mouth. Bunta snorted at my playfully moving finger. We just need to fight once. Fight and win. I see. My attitude was still relaxed. That was because it wasn't the first time I had experienced this situation. My first time was Bunta, the next time was Bunta, and this time it's Bunta again. In fact, even if everyone here attacked me, I was confident I could survive. If Adele intervened, it would be a bit overwhelming, but I could still somehow endure it. I didn't wield a sword. I had little mana, and compared to before, my body was so pitiful that it could be called trash. However, I was still the one who was called the Sword Saint. If I had a sword, defeating someone was not that difficult. That was the Sword Saint, so was that title false? I smiled slightly. It was a more relaxed smile than ever. The situation continued to flow according to Adele's thoughts, but Lathos, who was watching it, still felt uncomfortable. He wondered if this was right. Although he had seen the sword energy last time, it wasn't a level that Bunta could ignore. Even though his head was stupid, wasn't he the one closest to Adele in terms of skill? Choosing Bunta of all people might have been a mistake. Worried that he might be embarrassed for no reason, Lathos let out a small sigh. Then he quietly approached Robert and cleared his throat. Ahem, ahem. Robert quietly looked at Lathos. He roughly knew what he was going to say. He smiled slightly as he heard words like, "Are you sure you'll be okay? Wouldn't it be better to choose someone else?" Although Lathos would normally find him quite uncomfortable, he would accommodate him since he judged Robert to be Adele's lover. He knew that Bunta had the best skills here. Rather, that was why he had chosen him. If he chose someone else, it would drag on due to various tricks, so it was convenient in many ways to demonstrate the skill difference by fighting a simple-minded person like Bunta. His current self, with not much mana accumulated, couldn't fight for very long, so it was better to show it briefly and intensely if possible. Tricks, if he used them, he could extend the time. However, it was difficult to leave a good impression on them. Fiercely like a wolf, sharply like the north wind, that was the strength that was easy for them to acknowledge. His heart pounded slightly as he left the banquet hall and headed towards the empty yard. Even though it was just the usual verification process, he always felt this emotion when this moment came. It will be fine. Pardon. At least I won't disappoint you. It means you can trust me and watch without worry. Saying that, Robert drew his sword. A strange wind blew with his light and nimble sword. Lathos shook his head and sighed at his expression that was still relaxed to the point of being nonchalant. Didn't he look just like the Grand Duchess when he saw that face? Although they must have been born in different places and lived different lives, Lathos, who had narrowed his eyes at the strange déjà vu, eventually raised both hands as if he had lost. Do as you please. I clearly stopped you. It's not my fault if things get twisted later, right? I understand. So are we fighting here? Yes, Bunta will be here soon. Robert looked around at the yard surrounded by people in a circle. The faces of those who had been enjoying the banquet until just now were filled with a strange delight. Since the foreigner who had arrived today was engaged in a fight like this, from their perspective, it would be seen as an enjoyable spectacle. If possible, they would hope for Bunta to crush the foreigner. Robert, who had laughed slightly at the sudden thought, then quietly began to draw out the mana within his body. A blue streak of light rose in the darkness. The people's eyes were filled with wonder for a moment, then they gasped again at the giant figure visible in the distance. The giant axe, large enough to split a person in half with a single blow, was a symbol of terror in itself. Lathos, who had swallowed dryly, checked Robert's complexion. He wondered if he might have gotten scared, but soon he just stepped back with a bitter smile. Are you really a young master? To think he would be unfazed even after seeing that. Who should be called the young master now? Even as he stepped back and blended in with the people, Lathos' gaze was still directed at Robert. The situation was very different from when he faced assassins. At that time he had fought while properly controlling himself so as not to wake up Arwen, but this time it would be right to fully demonstrate his skills. Of course, he planned to hide them to some extent depending on the situation. Even if he hid them, he was confident he could overwhelm, so he slowly injected mana into the sword and looked around. He still uses an axe. Dozens of people died with each swing of that axe. I had directly watched that scene from the side, but that was why I was confident I could avoid that axe. My physical condition, well, it wasn't bad at this level. At least it was much better than when I first regressed, wasn't it? Since I had been consistently exercising along with facing the assassins, My senses had returned a lot compared to before. Still, it was far from being as good as when I swung the sword all day long back then. Even throughout all my lives, it would be hard to find a time when my body was as good as it was then, so wasn't it unavoidable? Tuck tuck, I jumped into the air a few times and swung the sword. Horizontally, vertically, when mana was imbued in the thrusting sword, a blue trajectory was drawn, and a small exclamation burst out. This was a movement I wanted to show Bunta. Be vigilant, don't swing recklessly but clash with all your might. Imbuing mana into the sword was not something anyone could do, so I noticed Bunta's gaze had become much more serious and stopped moving. I think we can start slowly. Is that so? I guess I don't need to lend you a sword this time. This one is quite useful too, so it doesn't matter. Adele, who had nodded, also checked Bunta's condition. He grabbed the axe, which was much taller than him, swung it a few times, and seeing that there was no problem, he began to return to his original position. In the round yard, Adele, who was sitting in the highest position, opened her mouth in a crooked posture. The fight ends when one side declares surrender or drops their weapon. In any case, I hope no one gets hurt. Then there shouldn't be any problem starting right away, right? No one answered, but Adele soon signaled the start of the fight. Boo-woo, I grasped the sword again at the sound of the trumpet blowing once more. By the time the trumpet sound ended, the surroundings had become quiet, and only the sound of my own heartbeat could be heard. Rustle, the sound of feet moving and brushing the ground. The wind blew, and the feeling of it gently sweeping over my entire body was vividly felt. Tack. I could see Bunta kicking the ground, but it only seemed endlessly slow. The awakening of the brain due to mana, the sensitive senses showed the path of how Bunta, as a human, would move. There were things I could see even with my eyes closed. The weeds trampled and twisted by the feet, and even just the sight of them being torn and scattered, couldn't I read the direction. As I lowered my head, a huge gust of wind swept by. The axe swung by the 9-foot giant was close to destruction, so Bunta, who realized he had narrowly avoided it, snorted through his mouth. HMPH. Thud. When the axe hit the ground, small cracks appeared. There was no need to put much effort into avoiding it. Moderately, barely. This gap, as if it would touch but not quite, was something that couldn't be faked. While preserving my strength at the same time, it was a way to make the impatient Bunta a little anxious. Whenever the axe brushed past the surrounding air, my sword also tapped on Bunta's armor. I didn't cut. I could have cut if I imbued mana, but this was a spar in the first place. Even if I took advantage of an opening and cut here, the others wouldn't look favorably upon it. And I didn't have overflowing mana. If I used mana and imbued it into the sword, it would be at the most certain moment. When I could seize the upper hand and press the attack, it would be sufficient. It was a little later when I, who had only been avoiding attacks, began to mix in sword strikes. Partly because Bunta's attacks were a bit simple, but also because I had now grasped the sense of swinging appropriately to match Bunta's strength. Clang, whenever the weapons collided with a roar, it was Bunta's body that was pushed back. One step, then another step. As I advanced, I could see Bunta's brow furrowing. Are you having a hard time? Never. Kang thrusting the sword towards Bunta's arm, I then smiled slightly. As time passed, it would be Bunta who would run out of strength. He had concentrated on trying to hit an opponent who narrowly avoided him, so it would have required much more attention than recklessly swinging on the battlefield. Buang, it doesn't reach. Even though I was wearing a cumbersome cloak, Bunta's axe couldn't even graze the hem of that clothing. Whenever I moved my feet, Bunta's body was pushed back. As I thrust the sword towards his staggering body, Bunta, who had let out a small roar, greatly distanced himself from me. Looking around, they seemed to have realized that the tide of this fight itself had been greatly distorted. It was still quiet, but their faces no longer held the confidence to affirm Bunta's victory. Rather, they were looking at me, looking at the sword I was wielding. I stared intently at Bunta, who was panting and exhaling breaths filled with anger. Phew! Exhaling the rough breathing once more, Bunta, who had shown a quite serious expression, corrected his stance. With one hand stretched forward, the axe held behind him savagely sliced through the air. It was a stance Bunta often used when fighting one-on-one. The mana rising from his body rose like steam and soon mixed with sweat, emitting a blue vapor. Ooh! Like a living flame, it was a moment's work for Bunta's body, exuding a fierce energy once again, to approach. Clang! Exclamations burst from people's mouths at the completely different strength compared to earlier. Sparks flew whenever the sword and axe clashed, and the ground where their feet moved was deeply gouged, creating pits. The ground, which had always been neatly arranged, was now dug up and made messy, so it was quite dizzying to see the surrounding soil flying whenever the sword was swung. Bunta's body no longer fell back. However, even that would be humiliating for him, so Bunta's body, which had always only thought of charging, hesitated for the first time. Kyug, kick, the victory was decided in a moment. With a moment's hesitation, the body's balance collapses, and an attack with a collapsed balance cannot contain its full strength. A chuckle escaped me. Following the trajectory that had briefly passed my eyes, I moved my arm in that direction. Swish! The armor cut from the chest was smoothly sliced off. Since I had cut it to the extent that no wounds were created, no blood flowed, but Bunta seemed quite surprised by that attack and swung his axe widely to push me away. The sound of panting breaths was all around. However, it was solely Bunta's. Bunta's eyes, looking at me who hadn't shed a single drop of sweat, momentarily wavered. The appearance of a warrior who had lost confidence was truly pitiful, a primal instinct towards the unknown which one was seeing for the first time, where the methods he had been using all this time didn't work. Bunta, who had gritted his teeth once more, grasped the axe again. People started cheering for him again at the sight, but that was all. Most of them, at least those who had some knowledge of combat, would have realized it. The upper hand had already passed to me. Thus, I gripped the sword. Holding the sword that I had been fighting with both hands in one hand, I resonated the mana harbored in my heart. As I took a step, a blue flash soon enveloped my body. On the snowy field of pure white, a cluster of blue light began to rise. It was a flash paler than moonlight and bluer than the color of water. Originally, mana was such a pure thing. It was not mana to simply wrap around the sword. Sword energy was just one of the ways to use mana, so why focus only on that? The sword was a tool, just a means to aid the intention to cut, wasn't it? Then, I shall go. At my murmur, Bunta corrected his stance. However, the next attack was not of the nature that could be blocked. The reason I had saved mana was for the sake of this single strike, so I took a step forward as it was. There was a time when I was obsessed with the sword. There was a time when I felt skeptical about everything I had pursued in life, abandoned everything, and lived only looking at the sword. What I had realized just before dying to Murugan, only at the moment when my life depended on the sword was ending did I finally realize what the sword meant. If one wanted to cut, there was nothing one couldn't cut. Even if what was held in hand was just a branch, if one wanted to cut, one could even cut a mountain, let alone if it was a sword. What could one not cut? Swish! The sword that drew through the air left a trail of light. Like a shooting star crossing the night sky, a brief silence fell upon the sword that drew a long and lonely trajectory. The cheers of people who had been rooting for Bunta, and even the sound of applause for my performance, were all cut off and disappeared. Only the single line drawn by the sword remained. Only the result of cleanly slicing off the armor without a single wound shattering the axe remained. Silence flowed. In the stillness where no one could even exhale a breath, the one who finally opened her mouth was Adele. Slightly flushed and with a quite satisfied voice, she cut through the crowd. "It's over." Bunta, who had dropped his weapon, and me, still holding the sword. Even though the blue flash had been withdrawn, the result that remained unchanged caused the suppressed cheers to burst out. I lifted my head, which had become stiff from using mana, and looked at the sky. The stars had not changed. The fact that it was me standing there on that day I remembered had not changed either. When Bunta collapsed with a thud, I exhaled with a faint smile. My eyes were filled with nothing but the pitch-black night sky, no different from that day, so I could smile, even if only slightly, at the rising sense of satisfaction. Although it was good to have defeated Bunta, The sense of exhaustion that came afterward was quite serious. Was it because it had been a long time since I had operated mana like this? Even though I thought it would be fine and used it, it seemed like it was quite a reckless move to even slice through the armor. So when I was barely holding the sword and steadying my body, someone approached and supported me. You must have overdone it. Did you want to impress me that much? Adele asked playfully with a smile. I couldn't say I had no desire to impress her. At least, I thought I had to show enough to gain her support. As I smiled awkwardly, she tapped my shoulder and flowed a bit of mana towards my body. So that others wouldn't notice, I looked at Adele with the mana that was enough to steady my body. Adele lightly brought her index finger to her lips and moved away from me. As if telling me not to say anything, I just nodded at that gesture and silently gazed at her. I didn't know you could defeat Bunta, but I still think he has the best skills among my deputies. The problem is that he sometimes gets excited. It was a close call. If it had dragged on longer, I would have lost. Don't say that in front of Bunta. It's better to tease him that he can't fight. I knew Bunta's personality well. If I acted humbly, he would rather get angry, so it would be better to say he couldn't fight. His pride was so firmly established that it would be best to refrain from offering a hand to the seated Bunta unless absolutely necessary. Crack! Those thoughts were momentary as the sound of the sword in my hand breaking, unable to withstand the mana, was heard. I blankly watched the blade crumble, dropped the sword with only the handle remaining, and laughed slightly. I thought it would endure at least once, but at this rate, wouldn't I have to get a new sword? I remember my sword being intact. It's not an ordinary sword, is it? Anyway, I'll have to get a new sword. Then Adele shook her head. Saying there was no need for that, she added with a faint smile. There's no need to get a new one, it's something you can just request from me. What do you mean? Don't tell me. Now that you have to serve as my deputy, do you think I can't even buy you a sword? Don't worry about that. Adele, with her chest held high, approached me and whispered softly as if boasting. Although I may not look like it, I have quite a lot of money. Is that so? Unable to figure out what to say, all I could do was agree with her. Subtly bragging about having a lot of money was the same as before. Well, it would be strange if that changed. Once things were roughly wrapped up, all I did was lie in my room and spend time. Although I had become Adele's deputy, the official appointment would be a bit later. If I were to make a move, it would be after the subjugation of the tribes, so I had some free time. Not answering the call. I tried contacting Merijan, but she showed no sign of answering. I thought she would be busy in her own way, but I didn't expect her to come all the way to the northwest without a plan. I told her not to act recklessly and to prioritize her safety in case of any unforeseen situations, so I thought she would at least take care of her own body to this extent. The tribes in the north were much more brutal beings. Adele had unified this place, which had been close to a lawless zone, to establish this system. Originally, it wouldn't be strange for the tribes to be hanging people on pikes and walking around by now. Merijan must have known that this was such a place, but I wondered if she was pondering more about her position than I had thought. Sigh. The sigh that inadvertently escaped was due to the helplessness lingering in my mind. That was the reason I didn't often wield a sword. When I believed I could do everything with a sword, there was a time when I repeated several regressions, ultimately unable to do anything. By the time I was called the Sword Saint and had even attained enlightenment, I had the confidence that I could do anything. Just by wielding a sword, I easily captured several decent knights, so didn't it establish the assumption that even if assassins came, they couldn't kill me. So I thought death was quite far from me. Around that time, I got along well with Uria's temperament, and my relationships with Teresa and the princess were also good. I thought I could overcome any crisis that came. The problem was that I thought too easily. Even if I was falsely accused of treason, I could just run away. As I repeated the regressions, there was one thing I felt. Things I didn't know kept appearing, and unexpected variables popped up. If it was simply because I was stupid and couldn't think of it, I wouldn't have found it strange. But even when I encountered the same situation several times, there were occasionally special situations that occurred. For example, Uria's madness intensifying, or Teresa quickly revealing her true colors and engaging in unexpected schemes. The reason I got rid of Teresa a bit quickly in this life was to erase such variables. It no longer mattered what kind of variable it became. Since I wouldn't have any lingering attachment even if I killed Teresa now, I was just wary of my life that had been strangely entangled in each regression. 100 lives were by no means few. It was enough for someone without talent to become a sword saint, and for a fool to achieve great things and still have time to spare. 300 years, if I were to convert the life I had lived into time, wouldn't it be about that much? However, even so, I couldn't twist my fate. It wasn't even that I had lived to avoid death. It was a life lived simply to gain trust, with the thought that perhaps the already twisted people might change. At least until my last regression, I had the expectation that Uriah or Teresa might repent. Resolving the false accusation of treason and surviving was secondary, so that feeling remained the same. Surviving was not my purpose. No matter how miserable, I simply lived to gain trust. Just as I believed in them, I wished for them to believe in me as well. All I wanted was for them to step forward for me when I was in the most dangerous situation. Of course, now I had completely let go of such expectations. However, the question was why my death alone wouldn't change, as if it was predetermined, as if it was unavoidable. Whenever I thought success was almost near, hope always crumbled in an instant, so throughout my lives, I could never let my guard down. It was the same now. Am I doing well now? Even if the path I'm taking is different from before, can I really extend my sword towards the crown prince's neck? That alone could still be considered an unknown. Should I have lived for myself? A sudden question occurred to me as I briefly looked at the ceiling. Perhaps that was the easiest way to avoid death. If I had proceeded by thinking of people as means and using them, discarding them if necessary, I could have stopped the regression long ago. But then, what would be the difference between me and Uriah? What I thought as I started the 101st regression was not to live for myself. I just wished for an eternal death. I just wanted to put an end to this regression I had started. So I wondered, have I done well so far? Although I couldn't say I was completely satisfied, it was certain that I was moving in the direction I had thought. I just needed to keep going like this. Although living to die wasn't very pleasant, death would be the best ending for me. As I closed my eyes again and was about to empty my mind, I suddenly felt a vibration from the artifact I had placed on my chest. Thinking it was Meridian, I answered the call, but the voice that came from it was unexpected. "Ah, can you hear me?" I was told Lord Taylor would answer. The voice that asked cautiously was Adriana's. Wondering why I could hear her voice, it was momentary, and then Meridian's voice was heard loudly from the side. Maybe the two of them were together. If it was Meridian, she must have come out on an outing, but I didn't expect her to come all the way to the northwest. However, it seemed she wasn't in the northwest, as I heard Meridian talking about the magic tower in the background. The magic tower, it made sense to hear Adriana's voice. Since the moon tower and the magic tower were close in distance, if she responded from the magic tower, she could use this artifact to transmit her voice remotely. "It doesn't seem like you're in the northwest. It's been a while. Greetings to you." "Ah, it is Lord Taylor." I was surprised when Meridian said she would connect the artifact, but since it's Lord Taylor. Did Her Highness the Princess say that? I was surprised to hear that she had gone all the way to the northwest, but it seems she keeps surprising me in various ways. Aha, Meridian is a bit like that. Rather, I think it's good. Because of her personality, it's always fun when I'm with her. If we were to talk about fun, there was no woman like Meridian. She always turned people's minds upside down with ideas they had never thought of, so when I was with her as a lover, I smiled quite a lot. Adriana, who had been talking about Meridian for a moment, then asked about my well-being. "Come to think of it, I heard you went to the north. If you had been near the capital and then went, it must have been difficult to adapt. Are you doing all right?" "I'm fine. Fortunately, the Grand Duchess is taking good care of me, so I'm staying well without any discomfort." "Aha, the Grand Duchess is taking good care of you. That's a relief." Although her voice was a bit darker than before, Adriana laughed brightly and continued, "Meridian is also in the northwest right now. Do you happen to know that? I'm aware, but aren't you together with her? I thought I heard her voice. It's coming from the crystal ball next to me. Meridian needs to teach me how to connect the artifact. I see, so Adriana was in the capital, but Meridian was still in the northwest. If Adriana had also come to the northwest, it would have been a headache in many ways. I didn't know why, but the relationship between Adriana and Adele was very bad, so if they were together, I didn't know what kind of discord would arise. By the way, I didn't expect you to contact me like this. Saint. Ah, that. I told you to call me something else before. Did you perhaps forget? At that cautious question, I pondered and was able to recall what I had heard last time. She had told me to call her by her name now. However, calling the saint by her name was quite a difficult task. Others might misunderstand if they found out. Still, I couldn't go against her request, so after a moment I carefully opened my mouth. Then, is it all right if I call you Adriana? Yes, I'd like that. Can't we say we're a bit more comfortable with each other now? I think it would be fine for you to call me Robert as well. In fact, it's discourteous of me to call you like this in the first place. When I said that, a rather long silence flowed from the other side of the artifact. Occasionally, there were sounds of row row, and when I called her name after a long silence, Adriana's voice continued again. Ah, yes. I'm listening. Robe no, Lord Taylor. If it's difficult, just call me comfortably. I didn't mean to force you. I'm sorry. I'm not used to calling someone else by their name. It was natural for her to feel awkward with me, even though she had been close with Meridian since childhood. It was a strange situation where I called the saint by her name and she called me Lord Taylor. But what did it matter? The fact that the more progress this relationship made, the better direction this regression was heading and remained unchanged. As I chuckled like that and was about to continue the conversation, a voice was heard from beyond the door. It was Adele's voice, who had disappeared earlier, leaving me in the room. Robert, it's about time for you to come now. I understand. I'll be right out. It was probably the finalization of my appointment as her deputy. Just as I answered Adele and was about to wrap things up, a chilling voice came from the artifact. Calling you by name, I see. Pardon? No, I heard a woman's voice earlier. She called Lord Taylor by name. I was wondering if I might have misheard. Adriana, who said that, then laughed slightly and moved her lips with an even colder voice. Although her voice was still gentle, for some reason it made my back shiver. Would it be all right if I learned about the whole story? Faced with that gentle threat, I had no choice but to open my mouth. So that's what happened. For the time being, I'll be working together as the Grand Duchess's deputy. Aha. Are you perhaps angry? No, why would I be angry? Even as she smiled, she had some doubts about whether she was sincerely laughing. Even she thought her tone wasn't gentle just now. Wasn't it just that another woman had called his name? It was too early to call it jealousy since their relationship wasn't that close. Then what should she call this? Then I'll contact you again later when I have time. I'm sorry if I bothered you today. It's all right. I have plenty of time anyway. Adriana, who had been pondering for a moment, opened her mouth with a small laugh. From a certain point, her mind had become complicated, so it was quite difficult to continue the conversation. As the contact with the artifact was cut off, Meridian's voice came from the crystal ball. You said you had something to say, but you just hung up. Yeah, it's a bit hard to believe. It's just a bit difficult to talk about it right away. Is it that prophecy-like thing you mentioned before? Don't worry too much, there was never any problem. Could what she had seen be called a prophecy? It was too old to be called a prophecy. It was like something from a very long time ago. However, the timing was close to the present. She didn't know how to judge this confusion of time, but what was certain was that it was related to Robert Taylor. Yeah, can I rest for a bit? Okay, I was busy too anyway. I'll contact you again in a bit. The room became quiet as the connection with the crystal ball was cut off. The words that came to mind were the name Robert had said earlier. Adriana, that voice that sounded so gentle. She had no idea why she couldn't say that name in the end. Why was she acting like this alone? In the silence that followed, her lips parted slightly. Robert, Adriana, who was about to murmur that name, shut her mouth with a bitter smile. Who knew calling someone's name would be this difficult? In fact, Lord Taylor was calling her comfortably. Wasn't she the only one making a fuss like this? Adriana, who had been touching the place where her eyes should be, let out a small sigh. These eyes could no longer see light. The last thing she had seen was the bright moonlight at a very young age, but with eyes that had lost color and light, she could face a completely different world, looking not at the exterior but at the interior. Adriana herself did not know whether this was a blessing or a curse. When people's intentions and words differed, it hurt her heart, but when she met someone who truly cared for her, her heart would feel warm. Of course, it wasn't all good things. Seeing someone's heart was always a chilling experience. If the person looking at her actually harbored different feelings, wouldn't it be most difficult to trust that person? And when she looked at the interior, she could also see things like that person's destiny, the future that person would live, their fate, their path. So she didn't look. Murugan was the only person close to her, and even with her, she had lived while deliberately avoiding looking at her interior. Adriana no longer used the eyes bestowed upon her by God. If she hadn't looked at the interior of the man named Robert, could she have treated him normally? Adriana, who laughed slightly, wiped her cheek. A chance encounter, a connection that was reconnected by chance again. Even as she was startled by the chill she felt whenever he was by her side, on the other hand, she could see the gentleness in his voice. He wasn't a bad person, but why were the rumors so bad? As time passed and the intensity of the rumors increased, she wanted to see his interior. If he was truly a bad person, there was no way he would treat her so kindly. Yes, at the Moon Tower, the interior of Robert that she encountered there seemed almost empty. She couldn't feel anything, not even a ray of light or warmth. She was already familiar with people who had this, so she couldn't help but be surprised by his interior that was almost like a living corpse. When she reached out and touched his chest, she could finally feel relieved by the faint pulse at her fingertips. This man was alive, but his heart was dead. Why? When he spoke to her, the gentleness in his voice remained the same, warm and kind. The interior of such a person was simply empty, so she couldn't even guess what kind of past he had lived. And on top of that, what else these eyes showed her. Holding her throbbing head, Adriana slowly recalled what she had seen. She hadn't seen much. What she had seen was probably just a fragment. Memories that were too vast for one person to hold, and memories that were too cruel. There's no way one person can die multiple times. Dying by his sister's hand, having his throat slit, being hanged, being abandoned by the person he loved, and starving to death locked in an empty room. She thought it was an illusion, but she knew well that it was not just an illusion. But could it really be called reality? What should she think of these memories where one person remembered several deaths? It was neither the past nor the future. The saint's ability was not to read prophecies or memories, but simply to see that person's destiny and interior. But this man named Robert had gone through several deaths alone. Russell, cold sweat flowed from the forehead of Adriana, who had clenched the bedsheet. If the memory she had seen were true, was that emptiness a result of the several deaths? The anxiety that suddenly rose was one of the emotions that had been tormenting Adriana since then. If the man named Robert suddenly disappeared, if his existence was forgotten at some point. Even though she knew it wouldn't happen, this anxiety didn't go away and kept lingering around Adriana. When she suddenly turned her head, the direction Adriana's gaze was facing was where the north was. The cold north wind was tapping on Adriana's cheek through the slightly open window. Robert. What were those deaths she had seen? She wanted to ask but couldn't. If she asked about this, what would Robert answer her? Her hazy gaze turned towards the void. Although she couldn't see anything, she slowly clenched her fist at the sensation felt at her fingertips. She could feel the faint pulse at the fingertips that had touched his chest that day. Perhaps this strange anxiety wouldn't go away unless she saw him in person, but she had to endure it. She was the saint of the church who shouldn't leave her place carelessly. Adriana smiled bitterly. The fact that she was the saint made her feel resentful for the first time. You're unexpectedly calm. I'm not too worried. I think they'll all be good people. What made you judge that? Adele's footsteps, which had been walking forward, stopped. She seemed to find it quite surprising that I was unexpectedly calm, as if she thought I would be scared thinking about the deputies I would meet this time. It was natural. I already knew them. Lathos, Toby, Bunta, and Adele. In addition, There were several occasions where I had been quite close with many people. They weren't bad people. They were people who had been serving Adele as their leader even though she was several years younger than them in the first place. If one had good skills, they would welcome them, not dislike them for that reason. However, since I couldn't answer that I already knew them, I pondered for a moment and carefully opened my mouth. Intuition. Adele clicked her tongue as if dumbfounded but still had a convinced expression. Since she was the one who relied on intuition more than anyone else, it would be difficult for her to refute. Adele, who had been staring at me blankly for a moment, soon began walking forward. Then, as if she had remembered something again, she opened her mouth while still looking ahead. "By the way, who were you talking to earlier? As far as I know, no one entered the room." I had received an artifact from Her Highness the Princess before. It's an item that allows us to talk even when we're apart. Was there such a thing? Would you like to try using it? When I asked, Adele stared blankly at the artifact in my hand. Normally, there should be one more artifact, but if I used a little mana, it wouldn't be impossible to have a short conversation. The artifact in the shape of a long rod about the length of a fountain pen, Adele's eyes narrowed as she took it. "How do you use it?" "Just slightly bring the tip to your ear." As I gestured appropriately with my hand, Adele then awkwardly brought the artifact to her ear. As I chuckled at her suspicious expression, she gestured to me as if telling me to do it quickly. The mana that rose from my hand began to vibrate slightly as it touched the artifact. When Adele operated the artifact as I had instructed her, I quietly whispered to the hand where the mana had risen. "Can you hear me?" Twitch Adele, who had hurriedly removed the artifact from her ear, blinked her eyes several times. If what I had just seen wasn't a mistake, did she tremble in surprise? Eventually, Adele, who had been staring intently at the artifact, carefully brought her hand to her ear again. "It seems you can hear me properly." Twitch. This time, she trembled a bit less than before, but she still seemed surprised. A faint blush appeared on her pale cheeks. She also seemed embarrassed about being surprised as she returned the artifact to me and muttered softly, "It seems like a useless toy. It's unexpectedly useful because it's faster than sending a letter. I'll just use a messenger pigeon. This doesn't suit me." "Aren't you just surprised?" No way." As I laughed slightly at her unusually grumbling appearance, Adele glanced at me and turned her head abruptly. Was she sulking? Even after calling her name a few times afterwards, she didn't answer, so it seemed she was angry. Still, the office where the deputies would gather soon was just ahead. Although they were subordinates of the group connected by her friendship rather than deputies, their influence in the north could never be ignored. Those who had belonged to the mercenary group led by Adele were all skilled enough to subdue a region. Even Bunta, who had lost to me, had been the leader of a mercenary group that had rivaled Adele. Their power was not limited to just martial prowess, so as soon as the door opened, their gazes poured onto me. "You've arrived. You came together." Lathos, who smiled slightly at me after seeing Adele, and Bunta, who had a sullen expression. Toby, who was looking at me blankly, and others like Argos and Amanda were all at the top of the army she led. Adele, who had left me in one place and walked alone, then plopped down on her chair and looked around. The Grand Duchess's throne made of wolf's head and bear skin. It was a little later when Adele, who had been keeping silent for a moment, opened her mouth. Unlike just now when she was sulking, a quite serious voice flowed out from her. "As you all know, a temporary deputy has been appointed. The reason for appointing a deputy this time is, well, even though I made excuses, you all must have noticed. It's probably because of the upcoming subjugation, right? But are you sure about this? Isn't he a nobleman?" Lathos, who glanced at me, answered. He seemed to expect me to be surprised at the word subjugation, but I already knew about it before coming to the north. By the time I arrived here, the plan for the subjugation would have been somewhat established. The reason for appointing me as a deputy would be simple. Didn't she think my skills would be helpful for her subjugation? So there was no reason to refuse. As I continued to show a calm expression, Adele stared at me intently and opened her mouth. "I think it won't matter. From the looks of it, it seems you had already noticed to some extent. Am I wrong?" "I had expected it. Why else would I have come in winter?" "Clever, good. If you had already expected it, there's no need to hide it further. Sling, Adele, who had drawn her sword, thrust it into the map placed in front of the throne. What was drawn on that map was the territories of the tribes that Adele, the Grand Duchess of the North, had not yet exerted her influence on, outside of the area she had occupied. The reason for trying to bring in a new deputy this time is simple. First, Robert Taylor's skills are outstanding. Second is, as Adele spoke, the deputies waited for her words with serious expressions. Even when she led the mercenary group, Adele's speeches were short and concise. That hadn't changed even after she became the Grand Duchess, so when she gave orders most of the time, only the main points were mentioned. Adele, who grasped the sword and cut the map, then quietly murmured, "To subjugate the tribes." Winter always brought a cold north wind. The winter in the north was the same. An even more severe and biting cold approach, a cruel season where they tore each other's throats to survive. So I came in winter. Participating in this subjugation was the optimal way to gain Adele's support. The cold wind blew in through the slightly open window. It was the north wind whose chill reached the bones even with a slight touch. I blankly looked at the pale sky in that coldness. Soon, it was time for the hunt. I had something I wanted to say. I guess I should say it now. I shook my head at the vaguely audible voice, a voice I had forgotten yet couldn't forget. There was a moment when I tried to somehow cling to the fading breath while holding onto the limply hanging body. Tears filled the face, caressing the cooling body. Even as my chest heaved with overwhelming breaths, there was a moment when I forcibly smiled while grasping the hand reaching out to my face. I had experienced it. It's okay, it's all right. You can do it, just, please, live. Passing through 30 deaths and then 5 more. Wouldn't it be one of the few memories I clearly remembered, even the order of the runs? I smiled with a sobbing face, desperately pulling up the corners of my mouth to hide the fact that I was crying, but my face was already drenched, unable to hold back the flowing tears. My body had been cut for a long time and was bleeding profusely, and my mind was hazy, seeming like it would fly away at any moment. Nevertheless, my gaze was solely directed at one woman, a woman who originally shouldn't have died, who absolutely shouldn't have died in my numerous lives. That woman was cradled in my arms, bleeding. I could see the sword embedded in her chest. Unable to even pull it out, she was looking at me with a small smile as I fidgeted anxiously. I didn't know why such a situation had occurred. I thought everything had gotten twisted. I thought everything was going well and progressing successfully, but the variable had exploded from an unexpected place. No, it wasn't that I didn't know. Even though I knew, my mind had turned blank due to the suddenness of the situation. The person I thought would be safer than anyone else had been ambushed, so how could I maintain composure in that situation? But for me, who had lived through 30 lives, that was just an excuse. I could have been calm. If I had lived the previous lives a little more diligently, if I had resolved to live for myself even once, I would have been able to handle that situation. At first, when we met, I should have said this, but the situation kept getting tangled, so I couldn't. So, you don't need to say it. I can hear it later, so just you don't need to say anything. It's enough to just focus on breathing. That's all that's needed. No, if I don't say it now, I think I'll regret it so much. Even as I felt the strength gradually loosening, I didn't give up hope, because I believed she could live. I believed her death was not fate. But wasn't fate already twisted? I don't know what I was expecting. I was weak. The reason my 20 lives were wasted in madness was probably because I realized my own weakness. I closed my eyes at the voice that still remained vivid. The memory of that day when I heard it, when I vowed to hold a sword for the first time. I wiped my dry face and let go of the memory with a sigh. I thought I had let go of all lingering attachments, but it seemed I was still living in my memories. Can I love you, Robert? The only 35th time when Meridian died, the last day when the full moon was full and pale without a single cloud. The lack of certainty remained the same. Even if I died a few more times and repeated the regression, even if my mind twisted again and I let go of everything, could I completely forget this memory? The moonlight penetrating the thin curtain was cool. It dyed the dark room blue for a moment, but I gazed at the light that disappeared again with the shadows. I couldn't even tell why I had woken up at this early dawn. The suddenly rising anxiety was so abrupt that even after blinking for a moment, my remaining drowsiness disappeared. I didn't know why this memory had suddenly resurfaced. If the reason was hearing the news that Meridian was in the Northwest, wouldn't it make sense to understand this anxiety? The Northwest, didn't I hear there were a few tribes there? I told her it was better to take care of herself, so I believed she would be careful on her own, but I was still worried all the same. She should have just stayed put in the Imperial Palace. If she was going to be like this, I should have told her about the mine after returning from the north. Now it only made me unnecessarily worried. What I had just recalled was my past memory, a memory that remained quite intense, instantly changing my attitude about regression. The 35th time when Meridian died, and after that didn't I die at the hands of the 55th Meridian? Thus ended my madness. When I finally held a sword and reached the pinnacle, I regained my sanity by dying to Meridian. It was certainly a memory I didn't want to recall. Sighing softly, I rubbed my eyes and forcibly scattered the memories. Even though I was the one living in the past, I knew well how to dispel this emotion. Getting up from my place, I grabbed the sword. At times like this, it was better to do something. Completely emptying my mind, it was better to somehow release the suffocating feeling inside. Otherwise, I would go crazy, so I started walking towards the dawn like that. Until the sun rose, I had to keep moving without rest. My whole body was drenched in sweat, and the flowing sweat had completely soaked the surrounding soil. I quietly looked at the soil that had turned black from the melted snow. The melted snow surrounded me in a circle with me at the center. The sun that had risen at some point touched my sweat and sparkled, so I wiped my hair and put down the sword. Since I had come out and walked since dawn, I must have been walking for several hours. My stamina had already been pushed to the limit, so it was barely manageable to even stand. But I had no choice since this was how my stamina would increase. Being able to use mana for a long time was an important factor, so if I didn't increase my stamina like this, there was a high possibility I would be overwhelmed later. Wasn't my goal rebellion? Since rebellion was a race against time, it was better to prepare to finish everything within 24 hours at least. If I used mana now, I could probably move for about an hour. Even that was limited to just moving, so it was a bleak situation in many ways. That's how it was for now. I thought my stamina would be resolved in about a year. Since the climate and terrain of the north and south were quite harsh, if I moved around using the subjugation of the tribes as an excuse, wouldn't my stamina naturally increase? As I sheathed the sword and exhaled, I felt a presence nearby. Turning my head to the gaze blankly staring at me, I saw a giant figure. Greetings. Do you always train like that? Pardon. I asked if you always train like that. I'm not interrogating you, I'm just curious. As if he thought his way of speaking was a bit concerning, Bunta scratched his cheek and cautiously asked again. Indeed, there was no one with a bad heart. By the way, training. Rather than training, it was closer to an action to simply empty my mind. If I didn't move my body like this and empty my mind, it would be difficult to come to my senses, buried in the rushing memories. After pondering for a moment, I nodded, saying yes. It would be better to keep moving like this in the future. The time to increase my lacking stamina was quite tight. Then Bunta looked at me blankly, as if slightly surprised. He must have been constantly worrying about losing to me. That's why he came all the way here to find me. You can join me if you'd like. We're both deputies now anyway, right? Is that okay? I thought you would be conscious of status since you're a nobleman. Even though we're already speaking informally, what status? The North is quite different from the Central region in the first place. Unless it's someone from the imperial family, they're below the Grand Duchess, right? Even a high-ranking nobleman was just a hollow name here, so the fact that I was the eldest son of a ducal family wasn't of much use. I've already told the Grand Duchess, but here, I'm just Robert. If we're both deputies, what does status matter? I like those words. Then I'll be going now. I think it's about time I washed up. We need to prepare for the subjugation, don't we? Bunta grinned and approached me, patting my back hard with his large hand. It was a habit he always had when he took a liking to someone. Bunta, who laughed with a ha-ha-ha, opened his mouth. Seeing the gaze full of goodwill looking at me, it seemed the words I had just said were to his liking. "I thought you were just a mannerless young master, but you're more refreshing than I expected. All right, will we see each other every morning from now on? I'll probably come out around dawn every day. I'm not one to sleep much." "Very good." I was worried he might have had a different feeling about yesterday's incident, but as expected, wasn't Bunta's reaction just as I predicted? There was no change in this, so I was half relieved, but now it seemed I could relax. As Bunta moved away from me and disappeared into the training ground like that, I could finally go wash up alone. Putting my head under the flowing warm water, I emptied my thoughts like that. Erasing my thoughts was the most important factor for my composure. It might have been a habit I developed at some point while repeating my regression, a natural response from my body. If I had lived with complicated thoughts, the madness might have hit me again at some point. Actually, my memories from that time were not very clear. In the first place, it was a time when I ended my own life, so there was no need to remember it all right. The only thing I remember is the run when I held a sword. I was glad I held a sword then. If I had still been ignorant of the sword, I wouldn't have been able to find even a bit of connection with the North. The place where I could feel most at ease was the North. There were the fewest bad memories here, so sometimes I could forget everything and laugh comfortably. Shaking off the water on my body, I found some appropriate pants and put them on. As I walked down the corridor, casually drying my hair with a towel, I suddenly felt a presence in front of me. Looking up, there was a woman staring intently at me. It was Adele, with her hair tied up unlike usual. "What is this behavior?" "I just washed up. I was on my way to my room," I answered calmly, thinking there was no problem, but Adele's eyes were clearly shaking. Tilting my head, wondering what the problem was, I soon realized I wasn't wearing anything on top. That was the reason for her wandering eyes. Fortunately, I hadn't neglected building my body, so there was no flab to be found, but the scars all over my body were a problem. The burn marks Uria had made, or the self-inflicted scars, would look strange on a young master's body. As I briefly covered myself with the towel, Adele's wandering eyes found their place again. Ahem. Adele, whose ears had turned slightly red, let out a fake cough. Then, glancing at me, she muttered in a chilly voice, "I didn't know you had exhibitionist tendencies. Aren't you cold?" "It's fine if I wrap mana around myself. And about the clothes, I'll be careful. Don't forget the fact that there's a woman here. It's embarrassing for me too." Weren't most of the deputies men anyway? I was a bit puzzled by those words, but soon nodded and answered. A woman, it was a fact that could be forgotten when I was with Adele, but I was the one who was most aware of it. Even though she acted like that on the outside, wasn't she actually quite a sensitive person? "You tied your hair up today. I don't know why you're suddenly mentioning that." As I asked with a small laugh, Adele stared at me intently. Her eyes were clearly filled with displeasure, probably due to my appearance. The way to appease Adele was simple. I had always been the one to resolve such situations before, so I answered her question again, casually, as if just mentioning it in passing. "I think it suits you well." For a moment, Adele's eyes stopped. It might have been my imagination, but at least that's how I felt. Around the time I thought she might not like something due to the continuing silence, Adele, who had been staring at me intently, naturally retorted, "Is that so? Anyway, come to my room after you put on clothes." "Understood." Adele, who answered nonchalantly, turned her head with an indifferent expression. It was the reaction I had expected. Even when I praised her like this before, she always reacted dryly. As if she had nothing more to say to me, Adele, who had taken her gaze off me, passed by me again. I watched her disappearing figure like that, but if there was a slight difference from earlier, it was that her footsteps seemed a bit lighter. I think her mood had definitely improved. "It seems you've been tying your hair up often these days." "Is that so?" Adele touched her hair at Lotho's question. She hadn't been paying attention to that, but had she been tying it up quite often recently? She had just tied it because the hair tie was visible. Deliberately leaving the hair tie visible before going to bed was something only she knew, so Adele shook her head nonchalantly and closed her mouth. "It suits you well," he didn't say that out of concern. She really just tied it because she saw it. Adele's eyes blinked as she thought to herself. In fact, the person who said it suited her hadn't said anything else since then. Even as she slightly furrowed her brows, she soon organized the thoughts that had sprung up in her mind and focused on work again. It had already been a week since she had ordered the subjugation, and as progress had been made to a certain extent, it was about time to order the expedition. How much time should be spent on the subjugation of the tribes? Adele, who tapped her lips with a pen, began writing something on the paper. Even calculating the time appropriately, the northwestern and western regions to be subjugated this time were not very wide. Even considering the important strongholds, there was only the Terra Night mine, where the princess was staying. It would be better to clear it out first, even considering the possibility of the tribes moving and striking there. And the western tribes were the most troublesome, and she was hung up on not finishing them last year. Wouldn't it be right to say there were several reasons for going west? The only thing certain right now was that the expedition would begin in a few hours. When the deputies gathered and the army was assembled, that would be the start of the subjugation. As for the speech, well, Lithos would prepare it. In fact, there wasn't much for Adele to prepare. She just needed to bring her sword and some meat to feed the wolves. "It's about time for you to depart now." "Yes, I know." Adele's hand holding the sword reached for her hair. She thought it might be time to untie it now, but soon smiled bitterly and withdrew her hand. It would be better to just watch and see if he would say anything again today. If he didn't say anything, then he wouldn't say anything. What's the big deal? After tapping her waist for a moment to erase her thoughts, she began heading towards where the soldiers were gathered again. This was my second time participating in the subjugation of the tribes with Adele. The first time I was with Adele was when the subjugation of the tribes was being wrapped up, and the second time was when I went to the north and joined Adele early in the regression. Although I didn't feel this awkwardness then, since I had been a deputy for a long time. How many people would act friendly to a deputy who had just joined a week ago? Fortunately, at least Bunta treated me quite well. Lotho's intentions were obvious, so he wasn't treating me well sincerely. From what I heard the deputies say, it sounded like I was the one who had chased after Adele. Come to think of it, it was Adele who asked me to be her partner for the full moon festival. Lotho's wasn't there at that time, so he might not know. There were a few things I wanted to correct, but I didn't step up and say it. Anyway, if time passed, it would be revealed that we had no relationship, so it was possible. Adele didn't seem to care much about it either. "Robert, don't be too nervous. It will all be wrapped up in a week anyway." "I'm not nervous. It's just that I didn't expect us to go to the west first. I thought we would clear the area near the northwest where the princess was staying, but the west. Although I knew Adele's personality of living as she pleased previously, she had cleared the south first and then moved counterclockwise, not the west, so I couldn't understand the reason for going clockwise this time. When I asked, Lathos shrugged his shoulders as if he understood and opened his mouth. Originally, we would have started from the south and left the west for last, but since Her Highness the Princess came, the plan got messed up. I know we fought in the west last year, so I thought we would go to the northwest first. She was quite irritated in many ways. The one who should have received attention was herself, but an unexpected person appeared, right? Attention. For a moment before I could even understand what he meant, Adele's voice was heard from behind. "Is everyone gathered? You gathered quickly, even though there's still some time left before departure. You're here, Grand Duchess." Her tied-up hair fluttered in the wind. I quietly watched her silver hair swaying like a flag. I knew she had been tying her hair up often lately, but I didn't expect her to come out with it tied up today as well. What was the reason she was quietly staring at me? As I slightly avoided that gaze, finding it burdensome, Adele frowned and approached me. Swish, swish. A faint scent of roses was felt whenever her hair swayed. The presence of the wolf beside her was also huge, but the fact was that Adele's gaze on me was more concerning. Unable to endure her staring intently, I smiled bitterly. It seemed I had to find out why she was doing that. Did I do something wrong? No, did I say anything to you? Haven't you been staring at me all this time? I was in my room all day yesterday. Is that so? Adele answered nonchalantly, but I realized she harbored a faint dissatisfaction. If there was something she wanted to say but couldn't, she would usually be like that, so the key was finding the reason. Then what did Adele want? For now, it would be best to naturally continue the conversation. It seems surprising that we're not going to the Northwest first. Is there a reason? Her Highness the Princess will have an escort army, so even if some tribes leak out, it won't be a big problem. And I plan to finish clearing the West as quickly as possible. We're doing what we couldn't finish last year. Well, if that's the case, I have nothing to say. The reason Adele was particularly concerned about the West was because of the tribes there. To be precise, it would be her goal to clearly deal with the tribal chief Temujin, who had escaped every time Adele subjugated and had to be dealt with this time. But fortunately, she would probably be able to catch him this year. And catching that guy was only possible when I helped her. I barely suppressed the urge to become impatient. It would be a lie to say I wasn't worried. I couldn't help but be concerned about Meridian in the Northwest. I tried contacting her earlier, but she didn't answer, perhaps because she was busy. Right now, the only thing was to quickly clear the West. You should ride a wolf this time, too. Did you receive the reins? I did. I'm probably borrowing it, but it listens to me well. I see. Seeing her drag out her words, it seemed she was about to leave, but a thought occurred to me, so I moved my lips. I don't think it's this part, but just in case. It seems you've been tying your hair up often lately. Is it because of what I said? What a joke. Then Adele, who turned her head, narrowed her eyes and smirked. It was an expression asking if I really thought that way, so I could continue speaking while dispelling my suspicion. Well, I think having your hair down suits you well too. It's better to tie your hair when moving, but it looks more comfortable when you have it down normally. Choose one. Don't confuse people. Pardon. Never mind. I'll take care of it myself. As I asked again in a voice she couldn't hear, Adele shook her head and untied her hair tie. Her distinctive silver hair fluttered in the wind, and at the same time the scent of roses spread around. Adele, who touched her hair a few times, then grasped the reins and began walking forward. Follow me, it's time to set out now. Grrrr, the wolf made a small sound as Adele smiled softly. Her lips sparkled in the setting sun. Her eyes, which always shone blue, looked like lapis lazuli, so I could barely nod my head after blankly looking at her. The fact was, her outfit was far from that of an ordinary lady, because it was the attire of a monarch riding a wolf, wearing armor and carrying a sword. But would there be anyone else who suited this as well as her? I walked, watching the silver hair fluttering in the wind. By the time I rode the wolf and walked holding the reins, the distance between us had become quite close. I don't know how long we walked towards where the soldiers would be, but in the gently flowing silence, Adele was the first to speak. Are you worried about the princess? You've been constantly checking the artifact. I'm a bit worried. I think there won't be any problems, but it's still a dangerous area, isn't it? As I answered like that, Adele, who had been staring at me blankly for a moment, showed a strange expression. Her gaze, which seemed slightly dissatisfied, bit her lips and met mine. A faint sigh escaped, and white mist lingered. Adele, who had been looking at the rising mist in the sky, muttered softly, as if whispering in a small voice only I could hear. I shouldn't care at all, but... Adele, who laughed self-deprecatingly for a moment, then shifted her gaze back to me. I don't know why your words bother me so much. I don't quite understand what you mean. I'm saying don't show that you're worried about the princess in front of me. It's starting to annoy me a bit. I'm here, but you keep worrying about someone else. Tilting my head at her incomprehensible words, Adele soon smiled and pulled the reins first. As the startled wolf suddenly leaped forward, the distance clearly began to widen. Pondering the meaning of her words that it would be annoying, I soon smiled bitterly. Even in this turn, could it be? No, there's no need to think too deeply about it now. There wasn't enough time just looking at the end. Wasn't my wish in this life an eternal death? I thought there was no need to leave any lingering attachments by having unnecessary thoughts. Shaking my head vigorously a few times, I pulled the reins and moved forward like that. The wind blew and brushed my cheek. As the setting sun spread like splashing paint when I closed my eyes, it felt like the wind of this field was embracing my body. I thought my stuck chest would be cleared, but it wasn't, so I closed my eyes for no reason. In many ways, it felt like my mind was getting complicated. How is the Terra Night mine? I hope there will be some results. Well, there haven't been any significant results yet. Merigen frowned at the magician's words. She had rushed all the way here as soon as she was told to focus on the northwest, but even after a long time, the results were still not appearing. Was it a misjudgment to proceed with the research first? Even though it was a dangerous zone, she had somehow obtained permission and rushed here. But even after several days, the unseen Terra Night ore was only making her physically and mentally exhausted. Did Robert Taylor lie to her? She didn't think he would do that. He had even helped her when she was with that young lady, so would he have lied then? Merigen's thoughts about Robert Taylor soon led to the fact that he was in the north. According to what she heard recently, did he directly become Adele's deputy? As far as she knew, his military prowess wasn't outstanding, so she thought he would probably be in charge of administration like a person named Lothos. If he came this far, she might have been able to see him once. The fact was, she felt a bit regretful. She couldn't even contact him through the artifact if she was busy, so these days she couldn't contact Robert at all due to the twisted timing. It's better to take care of yourself. No matter what situation arises, you should prioritize your own safety, even if you have to abandon others. The voice recorded in the artifact was quite strange. It was worrying, as if she had been injured before. Was he saying that because she was a princess, or was he really worried? Merigen, who had been pondering that, soon stretched out her arms and yawned. What did it matter now, when the Terra Night ore wasn't coming out? So she fiddled with the artifact blankly, hoping Robert would answer or not. Beep, the ringing tone continued for a while, but soon it was cut off anticlimactically without any sound. She let out a small sigh. It didn't connect again. Until now she couldn't answer, but now it seemed Robert was busy. Is it the other side not answering this time? Merigen, who thought things had gotten twisted, lay down on the bed like that to fall asleep. She was planning to stay here for about 3 more days. If no results came out during that time, she would have to return to the center again. Nevertheless, feeling regretful, Merigen fiddled with the artifact again, until she threw it away in annoyance after it didn't connect several times. If the north were to be divided into regions, it could be largely split into 3 parts. Most of the north unified by Adele's mercenary group, the area people referred to as the north, could be said to be this region. In addition, there was the undeveloped area where people couldn't enter, and the remaining one was the land of the tribes they were going to subjugate now. Although the territory is very small, there's a reason I couldn't subjugate them all myself. As Adele spoke, Bunta nodded in agreement. The land where the tribes lived was a dangerous place among dangerous places. It was a land where people couldn't easily set foot, and those without wolves couldn't even move. Looking at the tribes who had built their base under the mountain range, Adele recited in a low voice, "I'm planning to handle them all this time, because at least the territory of the north should be controlled by our power." Handling meant the surrender of the tribes. In the past, it was close to a massacre, but wasn't what Adele was leading now a proper army? There was no need to kill everyone by force. If only the warriors of the tribes were dealt with, the rest could be brought in and used as resources. The north was a place that could never be completely unified. Although it looked like Adele was somehow managing it now, there was no way this place with so many minority races would be united as one. Wasn't it a characteristic of people that they couldn't be melted like a melting pot? Considering just Adele's deputies, they all had distinctive appearances, so it would be very difficult to govern everything as one. So what Adele chose was to move forward while acknowledging everything. Not to confine them within a fence and bind them as one, but to tolerate whatever they did as long as they operated within the stage of the north. However, the tribes they were trying to subjugate now refused even that, so they were a force that needed to be erased as quickly as possible. I think we could rush in tonight and end it right away. I think they'll notice an ambush. It might be better to do it during the day. As Adele answered Lotho's words, Lothos, who had been fiddling with his glasses for a moment, opened his mouth. That gaze fell on me, as if blatantly expecting my performance. I think it would be better to launch a surprise attack right now. Our mobility isn't reduced, and even if only a few of us go in, we can handle them except for the elite of the tribes, right? If I handle the elite warriors who will catch the chief, we have a new deputy, so we should make use of him at times like this. How could he say that so confidently? Although I had anticipated this situation when I came, I felt offended when Lotho said that. Was he still unpleasant now and before? Realizing my expression was unusual, Lothos, who laughed awkwardly, added, "No, your skills are good, right? I think you're the best force to use at times like this. You're not wrong, but I think it would be better for me to take the lead this time too. If you get hurt again this time, there won't be a handkerchief to lend you. Didn't you cut that yourself?" As I asked back, Adele avoided my gaze and pretended not to know, moving on with the conversation. Come to think of it, did I already receive an apology for that? I smiled slightly, recalling Adele, who had come to see me before going to sleep on the first day I arrived in the north. I thought it would end with just returning the handkerchief, but perhaps it bothered her quite a bit. I thought it was a rather unique experience. It wasn't a common scene to see her apologize like that herself. After laughing like that for a moment, I followed the others and looked down at the foot of this mountain range. With the wolves baring their teeth and growling, the first battle of the subjugation would probably begin soon. The most important factor in the subjugation of the tribes was speed. Even if one couldn't wield a sword well, with the mobility of the wolves, destructive power could be produced as much as desired. To catch the tribes moving freely in this rough terrain, it was important to keep up with their movements. Swish, the tribal warrior cut by the sword fell. As the seamless strikes continued like flowing water, someone else fell again, and the wolves that seemed to be rampaging left and right were showing quite precise movements. It wasn't being done by another veteran deputy or Adele herself. It was the appearance of Robert, who was participating in his first battle today. The deputies, each engaged in battle, could only blankly watch that sight. It was certain that today was his first time taking the lead in battle, but what was it about his ability to freely control the wolves? It wasn't an easy task even for those who had grown up with wolves since birth. In the central region, he would even ride a horse instead of a wolf. So why did Robert seem familiar with this kind of battle? Isn't it amazing? Around the time Adele was watching Robert and appropriately handling the remaining tribesmen, Lothos, who had approached from the side, asked. Lothos had been watching Robert since the start of the battle. Anyway, since his role here was to clean up afterwards, it was possible for him to have more leeway than others. The Robert Taylor that Lothos knew was a rather peculiar man. If judged only by rumors, no one would say anything even if he was expelled right away, but the person he actually met was rather firm and skilled. Look, even now, didn't he handle tribesmen at almost the same level as Adele? Especially the way he freely used mana as he wished was not something easily seen even among the knights of the central region. He seems familiar with fighting alongside us. It must be his first time fighting, but still, it must be talent. There are occasionally people like that. Adele retorted as if it wasn't a big deal. From Adele's perspective, it was rather satisfying to see Robert fight like that. Why would she have made him her deputy for no reason? If he met her standards, she was going to bring him along and be with him somehow, and the appearance she had seen so far was excellently meeting that standard. And in many ways, ambiguous thoughts were coming to mind. She still wanted to watch him for some time. It was Adele who had judged that if Robert couldn't get along with the deputies, she would have to boldly kick him out. She thought the group's solidarity was more important than what drew her interest, but Robert so far had been treating them quite well. If it's talent, it must be that, but it's still amazing. Because he's a completely different person from who I thought he was. Is that why you like him? What I saw was different, but it's similar. The reason Adele took an interest in Robert was originally for a different reason. The somehow detached appearance and the calm demeanor even when she held a sword to his throat. But the most annoying thing was his attitude of being composed even in the face of imminent death. It wasn't a lack of fear. It was the appearance of accepting death. Eyes that were indifferent even if he died right away, as if he would gladly accept death. Those hollow eyes had not changed at all even as time passed. What did he see to not harbor emotions in his eyes? What did he experience to be detached in the face of killing intent? It was an attitude that even Adele, who had lived in a rather rough place, saw for the first time, so she naturally couldn't help but take an interest in the man named Robert Taylor. And fortunately, an opportunity arose. Meeting at the full moon festival and spending time together, and even coming to the north like this. In the course of those encounters, emotions were gradually emerging in her. Deeper than interest, but something she couldn't identify, she was concerned. The anxiety she felt whenever she saw Robert still remained with Adele. Even though he was clearly in front of her, it felt like his gaze was looking far away, not at her. As if he would disappear just like that if she didn't hold onto him. Adele deliberately gave him a room near where she stayed so that she could frequently run into Robert. He wouldn't disappear. Adele knew that too. Unless a person was wind or dust, there was no way they would disappear in an instant. She reassured herself like that several times. She didn't know why she was acting this way. He was just a guest who had come to the north, so why was her mind getting so complicated? Tying her hair often at his words that it suited her and grumbling at his concern for the princess. It was not the behavior she usually showed, and confusion began to rise. What on earth did she want to hear from Robert? It caught her eye. Even when cutting down the tribes like this, her gaze turned to him, wondering if he might be hurt. Even when she tried to focus solely on slashing in order to steady her mind, whenever she came to her senses, she found herself looking at Robert. Out of worry, out of concern. No, it wasn't for that reason. Then what was it? Adele knew Lathos was staring intently at her, but she let out a hollow laugh at the rising emotion. It wasn't her business if Robert was interested in the princess or the saint. But she sulked for no reason and told him not to worry in front of her. The embarrassing memory that suddenly came to mind seemed to bring heat to her face. What kind of unseemly behavior was this? Adele's mind was just confused. Because she was overwhelmed by an emotion she felt for the first time in her life, she didn't even notice Robert approaching. "I've handled everything. If we keep going forward now," she was startled. Adele's body trembled greatly when she heard Robert's voice. She was quite surprised herself, so Adele, who barely suppressed the voice that was trying to escape through her lips, closed her eyes tightly. She had been thinking about him until just now, so what was she supposed to do if he suddenly showed up like this? Fortunately, composure was Adele's specialty. When she opened her eyes again with a nonchalant expression, Robert was looking at her with a puzzled expression. He had a gentle face befitting a young master, to the point where it was unbelievable that he had single-handedly dealt with the tribesmen beyond. Killing people for the first time. No, did he smell the scent of blood last time too? How on earth did he live his life? He was different from the typical nobles of the central region. That calmness and maintaining composure even in this situation. Adele, who had been watching Robert, then slowly moved her lips. "There's no way you handled everything. The tribes in the West are not few in number. I know that, but this is all that's here." Robert also felt something strange. Temujin was nowhere to be seen, when normally he would have shown up and clashed long ago. But he didn't appear even after handling all the tribal warriors, so he had asked Toby to scout. Looking around, there were no living tribesmen in sight. Why was that? The reason Temujin, who usually treated his subordinates terribly, had not appeared until now. He thought Temujin would definitely be waiting for a confrontation with him, but could it be that he appeared faster than expected, and their paths got twisted? No, that possibility was low. Their reason for moving later after declaring the subjugation was to draw out Temujin's reaction. He thought Temujin would definitely respond in the West, but around the time he was thinking about where he had disappeared to, Lathos muttered something with a serious expression. The Northwest. The atmosphere changed at that word. Bunta, who had been boasting about the success of the earlier subjugation, and Adele, who had been slightly confused, hardened their expressions coldly and stared intently at Lathos. The probability of them going to the northwest was extremely low. There were many directions to head from this west, so he judged that if Temujin were to confront him, he would fight in the rough terrain further west rather than here. There's a possibility he went to the northwest. That prideful guy went there. I don't think there's a high probability of that. He was a guy who would grit his teeth and charge even if it was a losing battle. Even if he fought, was there a reason for him to fight so desperately to the point of taking the imperial family hostage? To Adele, who questioned like that, Lathos responded with a slightly gloomy expression. It's winter, isn't it? They'll be short on food. It must have been a rather desperate fight. So he threw away his pride, deciding to strike the northwest where the imperial army is stationed. The number of imperial soldiers there is almost negligible. Didn't Her Highness the Princess come in a way similar to a secret expedition? Lathos also thought the probability of that was low. He had no grudge against the imperial family, so he was just considering the worst-case scenario. If such a thing happened, they would have to change direction immediately. Considering the time they wasted here, there was a high possibility that Temujin had already reached the northwest. Although soldiers were deployed in the northwest, wouldn't they definitely be broken through if Temujin attacked with full force? Thump thump, their anxiety gradually began to grow. The possibility of what if, but if that was true, the situation would turn worse. As Adele's complexion turned serious upon seeing Toby rushing fiercely from afar, Lathos clicked his tongue and began to give out orders to the army. When Toby came with that expression, it could only point to a single situation. We need to change direction right away. The reason is, as Adele asked, Toby answered in a low voice. A request for salvation has come from the northwest. The sun disappeared as a gloomy darkness blanketed the sky, and only the crescent moon obscured by clouds pitifully emitted its light. A curtain of darkness without a single star covered the light, and only the light of hazy eyes wandered around like fireflies. I looked at the sky where twilight was spreading like that. Auo, the sound of a wolf's howl rang out. The land resounding in this silence, this wind rushing forward without even letting one breathe, revived a memory in me. That day was the same, the night Murugan died. The night when only the crescent moon emitted an eerie light without a single star in sight. On the night of my 35th regression, Temujin ambushed us in the northwest. Was this really a coincidence? I ran while erasing the thoughts that came to mind. I had already moved far ahead from Adele, and I could no longer hear the voices of the others. They would probably tell me to join the ranks, but this time I planned to move alone. Otherwise, I would be late like that time. A piece of regret I held in my heart fluttered. The words I had heard on the last day of my 35th run echoed in my ears, and my emotions from that time were trying to resurface. But I endured. There was nothing good about recalling those emotions. I thought nothing would happen. Muttering that to myself, a slightly dry expression appeared on my face. Nothing would change even if I immersed myself in these thoughts, so I turned my head slightly, feeling Adele's presence following me from behind. Adele's expression was no different from before. It was an indifferent face, neither angry nor serious. We'll be in the northwest soon. You plan to move separately, right? I suppose so. Securing Her Highness the Princess's safety is the top priority. Other than that, is there another reason? For a very brief moment, I saw Adele's eyes wavering. There was nothing particularly special about me trying to save Murugan first. It was just the thought that if I didn't save her, I would regret it again like in my previous life. She didn't know about my previous lives, so I couldn't say I would regret it. After pondering how to answer for a moment, I quietly replied, "There isn't. Is that so?" Adele smiled slightly. Perhaps my answer was quite satisfactory, as Adele, who had been staring into the void for a moment, untied the sword she had and held it out to me. As I blankly looked at it for a moment, she plopped the sword on my waist and continued, "Take it. There's nothing more dangerous than your sword breaking during a fight." Adele, who said that, smiled slightly and tapped the back of my wolf to urge it to go faster. Surprised by the suddenly increased speed and the widening distance, Adele said to me as I grew distant. I'm lending it to you. Don't get hurt and don't die. That gaze was still directed at me. Perhaps she was looking at the gradually rising twilight, but with a slightly disappointed expression. She slightly furrowed her brows and added, "So go ahead and save Her Highness the Princess. I have to lead my soldiers." Her lips that had been moving closed like that. The distance between us widened due to the increased speed, and soon the distance between Adele and me became quite far. A distance where her face was no longer visible, but Adele's last appearance I saw somehow looked extremely lonely. She had told me to come back safely. Recalling those words, it felt like the suffocating feeling in my chest was slightly relieved. I rode on the wind and moved forward. The place where Muradin had died before was the Imperial Palace. This time it was the northwest. Because the location was different, I believed the outcome would be different. Moreover, the timing was different too, right? I closed my eyes for a moment, then opened them again and beheld the moonlight in my eyes. It was different from the night of the 35th run. It would definitely, certainly be different. This time, the one going to save Muradin was the 100th Robert. What's our current situation? We have completely surrounded them. We have annihilated all of the Imperial soldiers. So if we deal with the soldiers hiding inside, we can secure the princess's safety. That cunning woman must still be in the west. Well, she probably didn't expect me to ambush this place. Temujin, who thought of Adele Ygritte, showed a faint smile. It was a despicable smile, but the situation was already smiling upon him. If it were his usual self, he would have confronted them in the west or retreated a bit further to respond. It was just a coincidence that he found out the princess was in the northwest. No, perhaps it was proof that God was wishing for his victory. Come to think of it, that woman, did she leave right away? She only provided us with information about the princess and disappeared. She said if we wanted to find her again, we should come to the south. What was her name? Tyr, something like that. She called herself Teresa. We didn't hear her surname. Teresa. Temujin, who pondered that name, nodded his head. He wouldn't forget a favor. Since providing information about the princess in this situation had played a significant role, he thought he would be able to achieve results against Adele with this opportunity. The reason the princess had come to the northwest was because of the Terra Night mine. He didn't know what she would do with it, but it was certain that it was quite important to the princess. So he targeted that. No matter how much Adele Ygritte wanted to, she wouldn't be able to ignore the princess's safety and move towards the west. What will you do if you capture the princess? To that question, Temujin answered as if it were natural. Kill her, of course. So that Adele Ygritte would disappear from the north, he planned to capture the princess and kill her in front of Adele's eyes. What would that woman's face of despair look like? Temujin, who had been laughing for a moment, then began to lead the tribal warriors. Since the soldiers remaining in the northwest were all stationed by Adele, it wouldn't take long to break through. As Temujin reached out his hand, the tribal warriors charged forward. Squawk, and there was a bird watching this. Muradin, who heard Temujin's voice, swallowed slightly. Although she had brought a few artifacts in case of unexpected situations, she didn't expect to hear such words. Kill her. Knowing that the tribes had invaded the northwest, she had concealed herself, but at this rate it was only a matter of time before she was caught. She thought while pressing her temple, a way to overcome this situation, and furthermore, a way to get out of here safely. If it was going to be like this, I shouldn't have come. I should have listened to what Adriana said. Muradin's eyes narrowed as she cut off her mind connection to the bird. What was the reason Robert's words came to mind in this situation? The words that were selfish but clearly showed concern for her, saying to think only of her own safety in any situation. Could it be that he had anticipated this would happen? Muradin, who let out a small sigh, stared into the void. There were only 2 artifacts left. Excluding the one to contact Robert, there was only 1 artifact left to protect herself. Even that could only conceal her body for a moment, so she could probably use it only when escaping from here. The soldiers stationed by Adele still remained, so the commotion had not spread to where Muradin was staying yet. It should be fine for now. Wasn't there enough time to contact someone? So she carefully fiddled with the artifact, and then a buzzing vibration and a ringing sound followed. "Your Highness the Princess, are you all right?" Merigen's body trembled at the voice that immediately came through. She didn't expect him to answer right away like this. She was about to smile, feeling glad, but realizing the current situation, she moved her lips again. "I'm fine, but didn't you say you were also in the North, Lord Taylor? How is it there?" "I'm heading your way. Is anyone with you right now?" "Oh, wait a moment, this way." Surprised by the unexpected answer for a moment, Merigen barely managed to speak after coming to her senses. He said he was coming this way. Did he know how dangerous this place was right now? "No, you're not coming alone, are you? You have to inform Lady Adele and come together. I know how dangerous it is. And I know what situation your Highness is in. Lord Taylor. That's why I'm going. Her Grace is gathering her soldiers and heading this way, so she'll probably be able to join me and come." In the end, those words meant he was coming alone. Merigen, who barely suppressed her mind turning blank for a moment, slightly parted her lips. With what confidence before that, what was she to him? Although she was a princess, she wasn't someone important enough for a person to risk their life and rush over. If it were Adele Ygritte, it would be understandable. However, there was no need for Robert Taylor to come alone. "There's no need for you to come. It wouldn't be too late to come with others, but the tribes are all over the place here. Are you saying you'll break through here alone?" "That's right. What kind of nonsense is that? Even the Imperial soldiers had all fallen and died. The leader leading the tribes seemed far from ordinary no matter how you looked at it. So how could Robert Taylor, who had never held a sword, reach them?" She was grateful for his intention, but Merigen judged it as a futile act of courage. She couldn't let another person lose their life, so she spoke in a low voice. "Lord Taylor, I'm speaking as a princess right now. I appreciate your willingness to come, but it's impossible to break through here alone. Her Grace probably didn't give you permission either. I've already received permission. That's why I'm moving independently." "You received permission? It sounds like you're saying the Grand Duchess allowed that." As she said that, Robert's slightly laughing voice was heard. But why did that laughter make her feel at ease? After briefly grasping her chest, she carefully moved her lips. "Even if you tell me not to come, I'll go. I'm almost there, so I can't turn back now." "Even if it's an order from the princess, will you still do that?" "That won't be the order you'll give me." Robert's voice was gentle. For a moment, enough to forget about this situation, she blankly stared into the void at the voice that gently enveloped her body. When the tribes invaded, she thought for a moment that she might die. Didn't she just hear that if they caught her, they would kill her? Feeling strangely relaxed, Merigen, who grasped her staggering legs, opened her mouth. "Then what order should I give you? Just ask for help. Just ask me to save you. Tell me where you are, that's enough." "I can't give that order. How can you say that in this situation? Do I seem like such a bad person? I would like to say that I'm not." She thought he was an amazing person. Even in such a dangerous situation, he warned her as if he knew she would be in danger. Wasn't he rushing over here alone like this? She didn't know what he felt towards her. She knew that the reason he approached her in the first place was to meet the Crown Prince. They had hardly spent any time together. They had met by chance with Adriana's help and continued contact only because of her insistence. As heat rushed to her face, Merigen slowly covered her cheek. This wasn't the time to feel such an emotion. Blinking her eyes, she let out a faint sigh at the sensation that didn't disappear nevertheless. "There's a hidden entrance. I'll tell you where it is, so can you come from there?" Since it was made so that she, as a princess, could come, there were several secret passages. Apart from other things, there would be many passages that could be moved in underground. Merigen, who thought about the location of the passage for a moment, continued. "If you go east from the front of the building I'm in, it should be there. If I say it's a place with rough terrain, you'll know, right?" "Ah, I think I know where it is. If you're really coming this way, don't fight with others and come towards that direction. Probably no one else knows about that place." Around the time Merigen was puzzled by the voice that didn't continue for a moment, Robert quietly opened his mouth. "Can you hold out until I get there?" "Of course. Don't worry about me, worry about how you'll arrive safely. If you're alive, I'll save you." While smiling at those words, she couldn't understand what followed. A cold voice continued. But rather than being truly chilling, it felt like he was crying. "This time for sure," Robert muttered. "Did Robert leave?" "Yeah, he left." Lathos showed a complicated expression as he looked at Adele, who had returned alone. He thought she seemed a bit shaken since she found out the princess was in danger. Although saving the princess was the top priority, it was hard to readily understand her decision to act alone. Her attitude was so serious that he couldn't stop her, and moreover, didn't Adele also acquiesce to it? However, what bothered him was Adele's expression. It was an expression even Lathos saw for the first time, so it was difficult to grasp Adele's mood. The only certain thing was that her mood was terrible. He left. Adele, who answered like that, slightly bowed her head. She seemed a bit depressed, unlike usual. While she looked irritated, the light in her eyes was dimmer than ever. Lathos couldn't say anything to Adele. If he spoke to her now, it felt like Adele's emotions would explode. It was the first time he saw her showing a weak side, and only then did he realize that Adele was a woman before being the Grand Duchess. If she followed Robert and returned with that expression, even if it was a misunderstanding, various rumors might arise. She was probably worried. Adele could have followed him, but leading these hundreds of soldiers was solely her authority. There might be a group that would ambush the scattered soldiers, so she couldn't easily leave her position. So the only method was to move as quickly as possible and join Robert. If he went alone, it would take a few hours, but if they all moved together, it would take a full day. "I think moving quickly is our best option for now. Even if I don't think he'll lose to Temujin, he's not an easy guy to catch alone, right? What if we send the soldiers back from here and only a few of us gather and join him? Are you planning to go without soldiers? Even if they come together, you know they won't be of much help. The goal is just to rescue Her Highness the Princess. Killing Temujin can be postponed." If the situation were like usual, killing Temujin would have been their top priority. But now the princess's life was being threatened. If they prioritized other things while ignoring the princess, who could be considered a hostage, there was a high probability they would lose everything. So was she saying she would strike with a small number? Lathos, who realized Adele's judgment wasn't bad, soon nodded and opened his mouth. "Then let's do that. I think it would be better for Bunta to lead the soldiers and regroup with us later." "Yeah, then you and Bunta stay and lead the soldiers. I'll go ahead with the rest." "Wait, you're leaving me behind too. If you're dissatisfied, learn to use a sword. It would be difficult to protect you there. Do you want to die?" "That's not it. It would be better to stay by her side and help her maintain composure if possible, but who would do that if not him?" Lathos had no choice but to nod his head. If not him, perhaps Robert would play that role instead. But the problem was if a situation arose where Robert was injured or died. If such a situation really happened. Just imagining it, it didn't seem like something good would happen, so Lathos, who let out a small sigh, wiped his forehead. He hoped no one would get hurt. Even as he headed towards Bunta, he glanced at Adele, who was preparing to leave with the other deputies. He hoped it was just a feeling, but somehow he had a bad premonition. "Is there any sound coming from outside?" "No, there's none now. It was a bit noisy earlier, but now there's no sound at all." After riding the wolf for a long time, the Terra Night mine in the northwest, where the princess was staying, finally came into view. The tribes surrounding the area were not very numerous. Perhaps the imperial army had handled them to some extent. Plus, there were soldiers stationed by Adele, so it would take quite some time before the tribal warriors rushed to Murugan. Not cutting off contact with Murugan was to reassure her. Hiding in a space with no one to talk to could be quite difficult, so her anxiety might be amplified if left alone. Even if it was pointless talk, in this situation, it would be better to at least keep her company. The place he was heading to now was the entrance to the secret passage that connected to where she was, and he had roughly grasped the location after hearing various explanations. Now he just needed to go there and join Murugan, but looking beyond the horizon, he could see a problem had arisen. "I believe it's silent now due to the tribes and the soldiers clashing." "Ah, are they fighting now? How's the situation?" "Of course they're being pushed back. They weren't stationed here in anticipation of this situation in the first place." "I guess so. They had stationed them just in case, but no one had expected Temujin to decisively launch an attack, right? Even I had only considered the possibility. Since this was the first time such a situation had occurred, no matter how much I thought about it, it was right to consider one assumption. Someone had helped Temujin. The fact that the princess was staying in the northwest was top secret information known only to those above the rank of deputy in the north. Either someone in a high position in the imperial palace or one of Adele's deputies must have told Temujin about it. But it wouldn't be a deputy, so who on earth had told Temujin about the princess? Even after thinking about it a bit more, no distinct person came to mind. Although there was a possibility that the crown prince might have directly intervened, there was no reason for him to make a move on the princess now. In the first place, Muradin's death had only occurred once in all my runs. At that time, I already had a deep relationship with Muradin, so the situation itself was different from now. Still, it was a bit awkward to exclude it. Recalling the letter Renaud had received, I shook my head. There was no sign of the crown prince making any moves. Even if I considered the possibility of Renaud having a change of heart, there was no way the crown prince, who was focused on the relics, would have moved first in this situation. Finding out who he had contacted was a matter for later. For now, I had to focus on saving Muradin first. As I grasped the sword borrowed from Adele, I felt a cold chill. A sword forged of iron from the tundra, a renowned sword that could handle my mana no matter how much I used it. I thought she wouldn't lend it to me, but I never imagined she would be so generous to the extent of lending me a sword. She must trust me in her own way. Responding to that trust was probably what I had to do today. Even if Adele chased after me again, the distance between us had already widened considerably. By the time she arrived here, the situation would likely already be over. The sight Adele would witness then would be one of two things. Either I saved Muradin or we were both dead. As I slowly infused mana into my body, I thought, if I failed to save Muradin, there was a high probability that I would be pressured by various people. In that case, it would be better to die again and aim for regression. I was used to dying. I just wasn't used to others dying. I won't be able to talk for a while. Are you near here? Yes, I'll contact you again once things are sorted out to some extent. Until then, please wait and examine the situation. If I don't contact you, there was always the possibility of what if. Now that I hadn't fully recovered my previous level with only 10% of my strength, it might be difficult to face dozens of people. If Temujin joined too, I would definitely die. The best course of action I could think of was to defeat them one by one. If that failed, I would die, so I paused for a moment and slightly moved my lips. If a situation arises where I am unable to contact you, I'll fight to the death with the enemy commander. So run away as far as you can somehow. Find a way to survive. You talk about dying so calmly. I smiled at her slightly angry voice. After listening to Muradin scolding me for a while, I muttered softly, "Then I will stop communicating with you now." Oh, was I speaking too harshly? That's not it. I think it's about time I moved. What came into my sight was the movement of some of Temujin's forces. After failing to break through the blocked main gate, they were trying to find another passage. I needed to stop them. If they discovered the eastern passage like that, Muradin would be in danger in many ways. Don't get hurt. That's an imperial order. As I tried to answer the words that reached my ears, I quietly put the artifact in my pocket. It was better not to have a long conversation with Muradin. Especially in this situation, I might ruin things by being immersed in unnecessary thoughts. Thump. I closed my eyes tightly at my quietly beating heart. It was a kind of ritualistic action I did before devoting myself to something. There was a high probability that the luxury of hiding my strength, like before, wouldn't work. With full force, I had to squeeze out my strength to the limit if possible. As I grasped Adele's sword again, a blue light rippled. A brilliant light that could be seen at a glance even in this twilight spilled out. The tribes who discovered me soon changed direction and began charging towards me. Getting off the wolf, I shook the reins a few times, and it ran away in the opposite direction from the oncoming tribes. After the wolf went far away and disappeared from sight, I let out a small sigh. It was more comfortable to fight on foot than riding a wolf, and the wolf might get hurt, so I took a deep breath and stood in position. Whoosh, the wind blew. On this hill where I stood, my cloak fluttered like a flag. At the same time, my shining mana would probably look like the biggest target among them. I pointed my sword at the tribes who had approached within close range. Swish! The sound of swords clashing was not heard. I focused solely on slashing, unlike when I fought Bunta. It was not to confirm each other's skills, but simply to kill. Piercing through the heart, snatching the enemy's sword and thrusting it into another. The blue line flowing from my sword fiercely emitted light. The breath entering my lungs became vitality, and that vitality was connected to my muscles. I swung my sword while twisting my body and cut down 3 of them. 2, 3. Again, 1, 2. As the battle flowed, my series of actions of swinging my sword and inhaling were all supposed to be connected as one. Even if I gained the upper hand, it would just be arrogance with this number. If my movements were disrupted even for a moment, wouldn't I be the one to suffer? I thrust my fist into the solar plexus of a charging enemy. Grabbing his head that coughed up blood with a groan, I slammed it into the ground and trampled it to widen the distance. I created a gap with my sword so that the enemy couldn't enter the circle drawn by my arm and sword. Just letting them feel this gap was enough to break their morale. My reputation as the sword saint was not with me now. It was just a fragment of the previous run. To them I was just Adele's deputy. But there was still something that didn't change. It was the eyes of those looking at me. Fear seeped into the eyes of those who had initially looked down on me, and that fear caused them to hesitate in their actions. That was the difference between them and formally trained knights. They harbored emotions during a fight, thus allowing for them to be broken through in a single point. Retreat. Damn it, everyone run away. At the point when they blew the retreat bugle against one person, the upper hand they showed was already broken and would not recover. I bit my lip at my gradually quickening breath. I couldn't show my weakness even for a moment. Rather than letting them notice my stamina was dropping, it was better to grit my teeth and overdo it. Arg! I thrust my sword into the chest of the tribesman whose eyes met mine and tore it out. Turning my gaze from the one who had become a torn corpse, I swung my sword at the remaining ones. Arrows that were shot blindly embedded themselves in me, and their reckless sword swings hit my body, carving off flesh. I didn't stop. It was because I knew it would be better to forcibly hold them back and show that I still had leeway. Tuhi, as I spat out a lump of blood from my mouth and caught my breath, I realized there were no more enemies standing around. Had I cut down around 30? Only after the eerie moonlight shone on me could I see that I was drenched in blood. Fortunately, not much of that blood was mine. If poison had been applied, it would have been troublesome, but for now it was fine, so there was no problem. Frowning at the gradually increasing stinging pain, I began to move my steps like that. Now that they knew I had come here, their attempt to attack the gate would be delayed. I bought time, I just need to join her. Plop! As I pulled out the arrow stuck in my shoulder, blood gushed out. I roughly tied it with cloth to stop the bleeding, and suddenly, remembering Merigen's words, a laugh inadvertently escaped. I think she told me not to get hurt since it was an imperial order, but by doing this, I had already disobeyed her order as soon as I heard it. Will she be angry? Frowning, I could clearly imagine her standing with her arms crossed, ready to say something. Whenever Merigen got angry at me, it was always like that. It would be quite difficult to appease the sulking Merigen. Laughing at my suddenly rising worry, I moved my steps again like that. This time, I hoped I could see her getting angry like that. I thought about contacting Merigen again, but decided against it as it seemed like I would be fighting again soon. Even though I had just dealt with the tribal warriors, they would probably gather again and challenge me to a fight if some time passed. I had fought them as an example earlier, but if their numbers increased further, it would become troublesome for me. I needed to respond calmly. My purpose now was not to fight, but to save Merigen. Saving her and safely escaping to join up with Adele would be the best course of action. I checked my physical condition, but there wasn't anything particularly bad. My stamina was depleted, but there would be no problem facing a few more opponents. Temujin. Well, I had fought him before, and it was manageable. In the first place, the reason Temujin was tricky was because he would run away here and there using the wolf's mobility. The place where the princess was staying was indoors, so even if I faced him, it would obviously be inside. There was nothing to fear. Phew. Being accustomed to pain was helpful in many ways. I wasn't sure if it was thanks to urea or being stabbed so much all over my body, but these wounds weren't particularly painful. I roughly stopped the bleeding and walked slowly. Even as I exhaled breaths with white mist from the cold weather, my gaze was searching for a passage to enter this building. In fact, the distance from the building was quite far. I had deliberately circled around after fighting the tribes once, so they wouldn't have noticed that I had come here. Still, I needed to be careful. Looking around, I could only see snow-covered rocks. Rocks much larger than humans were piled up, surrounding this area like a mountain range. This was the reason it was called rough terrain. If one were to enter such a place, a single person would barely be able to move. After searching the surroundings for a moment, I discovered a rock in a strange location. That rock alone had shallow snow, and when I brushed it aside, a small hole leading inside appeared. If it was like this, it would be easy to find. When I covered the rock again, snow magically reappeared as if concealing it. Perhaps an illusion spell had been applied to it. Indeed, it would be difficult to examine each and every rock in this snowy field. If someone hadn't told me, it would have been impossible to even think of finding this area. After scanning my surroundings for a moment, I pushed my body into the hole like that. It's not as narrow as I thought. What was inside the hole could simply be called a building. As it was a building directly built by the princess, it was quite luxurious, comparable to having slightly better facilities than a typical research facility. The magic stones embedded here and there lit up the interior like lanterns. As I went straight down the corridor, I noticed stairs leading downward. The place where Murijin was hiding was down there. I spread out mana to detect any possible presence, but there was nothing distinct. They were probably all dead. I felt sorry for those who had sacrificed themselves to protect the princess alone, but there was no need to waste time thinking about such things in this situation. Their sacrifice would be completed by me saving Murijin. I started walking with slightly hastened steps. As soon as I went down, I felt the presence of countless overlapping barriers. It might take some time to break through. Since there had been no battles along the way, I took out the artifact again and called Murijin. "Can you hear me? Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" I felt slightly pricked by the question of whether I was hurt, but soon answered in a calm voice. There was no need to worry her in advance when we would see each other soon anyway. More importantly, I'm in front of the barrier now. If I try to break through it, I think it will take quite a lot of time, so is there a way to operate it from your side? Ah, the barrier. Wait a moment, I know how to dispel it. Even while waiting, Murijin kept asking about me. Am I injured? How many people did I fight? When I said I fought around 30 people, she was startled and persistently asked how much I was injured. She could just dispel the barrier and see for herself. Sighing softly, I spoke in a slightly hesitant manner. "I think I'm slightly injured." "You think you're slightly injured? How bad is the injury? Were you shot by arrows?" "I was hit a few times, but I think it's fine." "What do you mean it's fine if you were hit a few times?" Hearing her shouting through the artifact, I couldn't help but laugh. Was she like this before? It was because my relationship with Murijin wasn't limited to a single round. How many times had we met? And in several instances there had even been talk of marriage, although it had never proceeded that way. Come to think of it, I had been involved in various relationships with everyone except the saint. Even with Adele, strictly speaking, it wasn't an ordinary relationship. However, I didn't want to form any ties with anyone in this life. Even if the other person got hurt, I thought it would be better to reject them coldly. So the more I felt Murijin's familiar appearance, the darker my expression became. I could hear her grumbling and dispelling the barrier now. As the barriers disappeared one by one and I completely erased them with my hand, the door inside suddenly swung open. How badly are you injured, oh my? In fact, I hadn't expected her to come out so quickly, so I ended up showing her my blood-stained appearance as it was. My cloak would be a mess if I took it off midway. Merigen, who had been blankly staring at me for a moment, then approached me with a dismayed expression. Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? Really? I tried not to get hurt. This, now, it doesn't look like someone who tried not to get hurt. Am I stupid? Does a person who bled this much look uninjured to you? Not all of this blood is mine. You could say just a very small amount of it is. Merigen glared at me as if frustrated, then examined my wounds while tapping her chest. When she counted them one by one like that, there were quite a lot. There was no way to win against 30 people without a single wound, right? Around the time I felt a bit disappointed in myself, Merigen, who had uncannily raised her head, poked my chest with her finger. Don't make a disappointed expression. I even gave you an order not to get hurt, so what were you going to do if you came back wounded like this? Do I seem like such an easy person to you? Yes, you're easy. No, then what am I supposed to say to that? When I laughed slightly at that reaction, Merigen shook her head with a sullen expression. If I were to pick the person I felt most comfortable with in this life, I think it would be Merigen. In fact, wouldn't it be the same across all the rounds? I don't know if this relationship will continue in the future, but that's how it is right now. Even if I want to treat your wounds, I can't treat them now. Is that okay? If it wasn't okay, I wouldn't have been able to come here. I stopped the bleeding with Mana, so there will be no problem even if I fight a few more times. Merigen looked at me with a gaze of suspicion, then nodded as if there was no choice. Actually, there was no problem staying here for a while. We could wait until Adele arrived, and when Adele reached here, we could join up with her then. The problem was that our opponent was Temujin. If it was Temujin, he might come up with the idea of blowing up this entire place, right? I'll go out through the passage I came in from, but is there no other place besides that? Of course there is, but you're saying there's a possibility they discovered it too, right? Just in case, it would be good to consider the possibility of going that way. In the first place, didn't you not expect the tribes to come all the way to the northwest? But what happened to the other soldiers? When I didn't answer that question, Merigen, who had understood the meaning to some extent, smiled bitterly. As Merigen had said several times that she sometimes disliked her position as a princess, she probably wouldn't like this situation either. However, she had to lie. For the sacrifices of others to truly become sacrifices, she had to escape safely from here. Wait a moment. Merigen, who had stopped me from going forward, then put something on my chest and patted my back. When I asked what it was, she turned forward and opened her mouth. It's an artifact I brought in secret. It has the function to temporarily conceal the body. Wouldn't it be better for Lord Taylor, who will be fighting, to use it rather than me? An artifact that conceals the body. I wonder how it should be used during a fight. If we consider unforeseen situations, it would be better for Merigen to have it. However, her expression was so serious that I couldn't refute it and could only express my gratitude. As we walked along the corridor for a while, I noticed the blood trail I had left while walking. Even though I had dragged my feet to erase it just in case, Merigen frowned when she discovered it at some point. I couldn't help but bleed when I was bleeding, right? I don't think it's my fault. If we must assign blame, it would be the fault of the tribesmen who shot arrows at me. Merigen didn't say anything while walking. She only occasionally furrowed her brows while glancing in the direction the soldiers had fought, as if she was concerned about the people who had died to protect her. There was no point in saying anything in this situation. It was better to just give her time to think on her own. In the meantime, what I was doing was spreading out mana to examine the presence around us. Since the tribes might discover the passage, it would be right to attack them first before they noticed us. Not in a hurry, but slowly we moved. A strange atmosphere flowed as we walked together through the quiet corridor. Was there something she wanted to say? I shrugged my shoulders at Merigen, who was staring at me intently. Do you have something to say? No, well, it's just something I've been curious about. Merigen hesitated for a moment, then glanced at me and continued. Why did you come to save me? We barely know each other. There was no need for you to come alone, and it wouldn't have been strange for you to come together with the Grand Duchess. Wasn't there no need for you to come alone? There was a need for that. What did you just say, however? Merigen's words didn't continue. As my expression hardened upon suddenly feeling a presence, Merigen covered her mouth and held her breath. Until just now, there was nothing but a group had entered this building. Not just one or two, but several. Their purpose in heading this way must be to capture Merigen. It seems the tribes have infiltrated. It looks like the defense line has been breached. Merigen didn't answer. She just nodded her head as if waiting for what I would say. The direction the tribes had infiltrated was coincidentally close to the passage we were trying to head towards. Then it meant we couldn't go that way. Fighting while protecting Merigen at the same time would be nearly impossible. We had to find another direction. However, the problem was that I couldn't go with Merigen now. The large and powerful presence I felt must be Temujin's. No matter how much I thought about it, our probability of escaping together was low. We have to go in a different direction. Then we should change directions. Why are you standing there? Merigen grabbed my wrist, but I politely released her hand and replied, I can't go. I have to stop them here for your highness to escape. I don't understand what you're saying right now. You're not thinking of stopping the tribes alone, are you, in your current state? I didn't answer and just nodded my head. Merigen put on a deliberately angry expression. She said it was absurd not to go together and try to go with me somehow. However, that was impossible. Even if we went together, the tribes would surely block the way and surround this place. Even for me, it would be impossible to break through that while protecting Merigen. It's the only way. Don't you have to live? What about you? Are you thinking of just dying here? I won't die. I'm confident I won't die, and in the first place I can fight the tribal chief. It was half a bluff, but Merigen stared at me intently, hesitating. I thought the situation was the opposite of before. Merigen had opposed going together and died after going alone. Perhaps if I stopped the tribes here, Merigen would be able to escape safely. Temujin alone wouldn't be able to handle me, so he would definitely gather his subordinates here. I gently grasped Merigen's hand as she stared at me intently. It was an act to reassure her and at the same time to hand her the artifact. You can use it when you're in danger. If you escape, go north and join up with the Grand Duchess. I'll take care of the tribes and come out on my own. Ha! Merigen stared at me as if dumbfounded. Her eyes quickly turned red. Wouldn't it be a bit strange to stare at me like that? It's not like I'm going to die. It wouldn't be that difficult to kill the tribes. I might get slightly injured, but I won't die. Tap, tap. I tapped Merigen's shoulder to signal her. There was no more time to delay. If I drew attention, Merigen had to run in the opposite direction, and I had to stop Temujin here. Merigen must have known that too, as she turned her back without saying anything. She looked like she had a lot to say as she hesitated. However, Merigen didn't say anything more. She ran forward like that and disappeared from my sight. Only after confirming that Merigen had disappeared could I sigh and mutter, I don't think I'll die. There was a sense you got when it was time for you to die. I didn't feel that, and in the worst case, I had hidden measures. I've lived 100 times, so how could I die here? And this was why I had picked up the sword. If a situation like the last day of the 35th regression came, to finally be able to protect, to not regret, that's why I had picked up the sword. I deliberately drew out my mana to the maximum. As the blue mana emitted light, I felt Temujin's presence heading this way, realizing I was here. There was something I had thought about when I picked up the sword. The reason I had picked up the sword and the goal I would reach in the future. My reason was to overcome my own weakness, even if I had to use force, in order not to lose the one I cherished before my eyes, in order not to easily succumb under the excuse of powerlessness. That was my goal. Sling, there were a few things I had done for someone. Memories that remained vivid even now, that came to mind intensely when I reminisced sometimes. However, one thing was certain. The reason I had picked up the sword. Merigen. The life in which I had picked up the sword was a life for you. Recalling the Merigen of the 35th regression, the Robert of the 100th regression grasped his sword. There was a life I had lived for you. At least that much was an undeniable fact. She walked across the pure white snowy field. Her legs staggered from constantly running, and she shivered from the cold wind, but she endlessly walked searching for a group of people. Thanks to the artifact that concealed her body, her identity wasn't revealed. But at this rate, it was only a matter of time before the artifact's effect wore off, right? Merigen bit her lips slightly and sighed. Although she had escaped through the passage, problems still remained. The possibility of joining up with Adele Ygritte and the possibility of Robert Taylor surviving. No matter how much she thought about it, the probability of him breaking through all those tribesmen and surviving seemed non-existent. She felt powerless. Merigen's brow furrowed at that fact. How many people had died trying to save just her? And even Robert Taylor. To think he would plan to block dozens of tribesmen alone just to let her escape. Even the commander of the knights in the imperial palace wouldn't be able to say that. Someone with no particular ties to her had said that. He would buy time so she should escape and live. Couldn't they have run away together? What was she, a princess who was just barely clinging to a precarious position while being pushed aside by the crown prince, to say? I don't understand. There was a need for that. When she asked why he came alone to save her, Robert had answered like that. What need was there for him to say that? Merigen recalled Robert's eyes that were a bit more affectionate and gentle than usual. Because he often had such eyes when looking at her, Merigen couldn't easily understand Robert's heart. Merigen, do you believe in regression? Was it really a coincidence that she thought of what Adriana had said? If Robert and she had a special relationship in a time that no one knew about? If there was something that only Robert himself remembered because no one else remembered, perhaps she could have understood his attitude. The cold wind seeped in. The reason she could still endure it was because she had received a cloak from Robert. She hugged the cloak that she had received when he said it would be inconvenient for fighting. Feeling the faint warmth remaining in it, she recalled the determination Robert must have had. Sacrifice. No, Robert wouldn't die. He had said he wouldn't die himself, so she would surely be able to meet him again alive. In the intensifying snowstorm, a faint figure began to appear. Seeing a group of black wolves running, Merigen put away the artifact. As Merigen's appearance was revealed in the snowstorm, Adele, who had spotted her, led the group and ran straight towards Merigen. "Your Highness, the princess." While relieved that Merigen was alive, Adele's gaze confirmed that there was nothing beside Merigen. Merigen had arrived like this, but where had Robert gone? Perhaps he might join from the rear, so she waited, but Merigen spoke first. "We don't have time to stay here like this right now. Lord Taylor is blocking the tribesmen alone. We need to support him as soon as possible. Robert is alone, you say?" Suddenly, such a chilling voice was heard that Merigen stopped speaking and nodded her head. Adele's expression was no different from before. It was still an expressionless face, and even maintaining her composure was the same. However, her eyes, the eyes staring at where Robert would be, were trembling endlessly. Clack! Adele gritted her teeth and exhaled a faint breath. It was obvious that he wasn't facing Temujin alone. Wasn't Temujin a crafty and cunning person? He must be fighting against dozens of people. There was no time to waste like this. After briefly checking Merigen's condition, Adele opened her mouth upon seeing the cloak draped over her shoulders. Even if there was little of Robert's blood among the thoroughly stained blood, there was no way he didn't have any injuries. Adele's expression gradually darkened as she looked at the hole pierced in the shoulder. How was Robert's condition? He was badly injured. I think it will be difficult for him to fight for long. I see. Since she had lent a sword to Robert, Adele drew the remaining sword and looked at Toby. There was no time for everyone to move together. From here it would be faster for her to go alone. It would take about 10 minutes to reach where Robert was from here. After estimating that time, she moved her lips. "Toby, escort Her Highness the Princess and join up with the troops. I'll go to Robert and bring him back right away." "Are you going to go alone?" "Yes." Adele, who had bowed her head to Merigen for a moment, grasped the reins. Merigen also didn't stop Adele, who was trying to leave in a hurry. At least the thought that they had to help Robert as quickly as possible was shared by both of them. The thought that filled Adele's mind was only one: reaching Robert as quickly as possible. A cold wind blew. Unlike usual, it was chillingly cold, and Adele spurred her horse at that strange feeling. Numerical superiority was something that always provided a sense of stability in any situation. Even if three were up against one, didn't it feel like they would win? Moreover, now there were a total of 50. Looking at his warriors surrounding one man, Temujin slightly furrowed his brows. But why was no one able to approach? It was a fight that would end simply by subduing one person. Why couldn't they easily subdue him? Even Temujin, who thought that way, couldn't step forward, so this tedious exchange continued to drag on. Maybe they got scared. Robert mocked. There were already many wounds on his body. His shoulder was pierced by an arrow, and his once white shirt had long been dyed red. Wiping the blood flowing from his forehead, he thought. Perhaps the trick he had tried seemed to work well. Wasn't the situation of one against many something he had faced quite often? The number of knights Muradin had gathered to subjugate him alone was 500. His completed sword had reached the point of cutting down all 500, but in the end, he couldn't cut down Muradin. It was because he had hesitated that he couldn't cut her down. The name Muradin was still someone he couldn't help but hesitate about for his past self. As he cleanly beheaded a warrior whose head was grabbed, the body that fell with a thud collapsed. There was only one way to gain the upper hand in a disadvantageous situation, making it difficult to approach easily and leaving a strong impression. When he swung his sword with a whoosh, the startled warriors flinched and took a step back. What are you doing now? Are you afraid of just one person and taking a step back? But he's not an easy opponent. 7 warriors have already died. It's not easy to surround him in such a narrow place. Then just shoot arrows, damn it. Whenever arrows were shot, him cutting them down with a sword was like watching a display of marvelous skill. Out of over 100 shots, only 3 hit him. Was this a level that a human could achieve? While harboring such doubts for a moment, Temujin, who had made a decision, took a step forward. There was no use in sending his warriors who were already scared. Wasn't this the moment when he himself had to fight in this situation? There was a high probability of winning, in Temujin's eyes. After all, Robert's condition was critical. He must have already exhausted his strength close to his full power, so even if he just pretended, it seemed like he would easily collapse. Look, he was already panting heavily, wasn't he? Seeing Robert, who was panting roughly, Temujin grasped his stance. You don't think I'm tired, do you? Of course, Temujin's thoughts were plainly visible to Robert as well. It was true that he was tired. In order to gain the upper hand at the beginning, he had to show a bit of an overwhelming difference, so he had consumed a lot of stamina and was currently enduring. 5 minutes. The time he could use mana was so short that it made him want to laugh. If he dragged it out any longer than that, his body would crumble and he would die like that. It was a very short time. However, he didn't think he would die. Was it confidence? No, this should be called certainty, right? He hadn't lived a futile life to the point of dying in a place like this. Warwick, the mana rising like flames, enveloped Robert's body. Unlike before, it burned the surroundings like fire and seemed to absorb the mana fluttering in the wind. In fact, it was, when he mastered how to handle mana, he finally learned to use the mana existing in nature. Temujin, who realized that Robert still had no intention of swinging his sword, stomped on the ground. Quang! The ground where his foot touched cracked and dust rose. He intended to end it in one blow. Temujin's specialty was putting mana into his body at once, and the sword containing an enormous amount of mana swung and headed straight towards Robert. However, it didn't hit. Robert, who dodged it by slightly twisting his head, brought down his elbow like that. With a gasp and a groan, Temujin frowned. Then he swung his body again, but even that attack didn't hit. Robert's movements were like the flow of the wind, seemingly within reach but not quite. Ugh! Whenever he failed to land an attack, a blow would unfailingly come to his vital points, and Robert's leg swung towards Temujin's legs, which momentarily stumbled. Grabbing the collar of the falling Temujin, he pulled him up. Falling would only give more time. What kind of situation would it be after knocking down Temujin? Robert quickly scanned the area around Temujin and smiled slightly. Perhaps those dozens of warriors would rush at him. As they valued honor more than the life of their chief, they would surely pounce on him in the name of avenging their chief. So he had to show them. Even after the chief was down, he was still overwhelming. He had to make them realize that even if dozens rushed at him, there was no chance of winning. That was the reason for conserving his mana. Robert's fist slammed into Temujin's face. Even as his nose bone shattered and sank inward, he grabbed his collar again, pulled him up, and drove his fist in once more. Bang! Even as he crashed into the ground and the ground shattered, Temujin couldn't put up any resistance. The mana flowing through Robert completely enveloped his body, so whenever he moved his body it was immediately red and a counterattack came. The hand holding the sword trembled and shook. Quaduk, Temujin's body, which was slammed into the ground once more, writhed. Blood flowed from his nose and mouth, and rock fragments were chewed in his mouth. Nevertheless, Robert didn't stop. Even as the fragments of broken teeth pierced his fist, even as his side was cut by the sword Temujin forcibly swung. The burning mana moved like a flash and headed towards Temujin's body. When he swung his sword, he broke his arm. When he tried to move forcibly, he knocked him down by crushing his knees. When he tried to say something, he drove his fist in and crushed his nose. That's enough. Quang! Before he could finish his words, the crushed face screamed. In the midst of that, Robert felt his mana gradually disappearing. His reason for hitting him recklessly like this was simple. When he looked around, he saw the fighting spirit fading from the faces of the warriors. Some even wet themselves and ran away, and Robert's fists became even faster at the sight. There was nothing to find out. What Temujin knew, Robert already knew everything. The only thing he was curious about was how he found out that the princess was in the northwest. Robert, who paused his fists for a moment, slowly drew his sword. Sling, the mana on his body flowed into the blade. As the sword coated with mana pointed at Temujin's neck, small drops of blood formed. Spare me. You're still thinking about living. The moment he targeted Muradin, he was already destined to die. In the first place, he had no intention of sparing him at all. Robert, who scoffed slightly, pushed the sword in, and the blood that had been flowing a little gradually became faster. I have something to ask, and you can answer, right? I can, so please just spare my life. Let me ask first. How did you know that the princess was in the northwest? Did someone perhaps tell you? Then Temujin vigorously nodded his head. Saying that was right, he eagerly affirmed, and Robert's expression turned coldly stiff. The thought he had suspected had become reality. Then who on earth had told him that the princess was here? A woman named Teresa told me that the princess was in the northwest. Teresa. Robert doubted his own ears. Why was that name mentioned here? Hearing that he didn't know the surname, he let out a small sigh. If that Teresa was really Teresa Violet, he couldn't just let her live anyway. However, that was something to think about later. Since she would head south anyway, he had to decide Temujin's future first. She said if you want to receive help from her, come to the Sioux south. It's true, so please just spare me. Temujin begged to live. Knowing that the title of Great Chief was useless at this moment, he somehow dragged his unmoving body and knelt down. Quang quang, blood splattered every time he banged his head. Robert, who had been blankly looking at that sight, then only smiled bitterly. How would they have reacted when Muradin had asked them to spare her? They probably would have just scoffed. Thus, his sword didn't stop. When his sword that drew a clean line passed through Temujin's neck, the head that had already rolled away was heading towards the feet of the other warriors. Robert's gaze reached the warriors. His face was still relaxed as he looked at the dozens who had turned pale and were trembling, although he thought there would be no warrior with the confidence to do so. Robert, who fixed his grip on the sword, moved his lips. If you want revenge, come. Whether I was holding a sword myself or even fighting was blurry. Plop. Only when the blood flowing from my forehead dripped down and touched my arm did I finally realize that I was sitting against a wall. It was fortunate that several people had run away during the fight. Otherwise, if they had all pounced on me, it would have been quite difficult. I should have considered that my body was not yet in its complete form. Still, since Muradin had survived, I looked at the sky with a faint smile. In fact, there was no sky to speak of. It was just a gray ceiling, and looking down at the floor, it was all red with blood, so it was just better than that. Even breathing was quite burdensome. Frowning at the stinging pain felt in my chest, I managed to exhale and wiped my forehead. My problem was using mana until I was almost exhausted, killing Temujin and dealing with the guys who pounced afterwards. Since more pounced than expected, I used my mana to the limit. It could be said to be a self-inflicted wound. I should go out, but it seemed I wouldn't be able to move an inch until Adele arrived here. Looking at Adele's sword, it was clean without a single scratch. Even using it like this, it endured. Was it because a famous sword was a famous sword? Although I couldn't keep the promise not to get hurt, I was grateful that at least I could return the sword, and that I had properly saved Murugan too. While fighting, I kept detecting a presence. If the tribes had approached near Murugan, I would have noticed, but Murugan seemed to have escaped well through another passage. Since the tribes left outside would have also come in to catch me, she wouldn't have been caught if she had left. She had probably joined up with Adele by now. What I had to do now was simple, preserving my stamina here and enduring until Adele arrived. Feeling the blood flowing from my shoulder, I tore my shirt and roughly stopped the bleeding. Quite a lot of wounds remained. Even after returning, I would have to avoid moving for a while. It might look serious on the outside, but in fact, I wasn't seriously injured. If I had to say, it would be more accurate to say it was close to exhaustion. After panting for a moment, I slowly closed my eyes. The cold wind blew and touched my cheek several times. Then I felt a presence approaching from far away. "Robert, are you there?" Smiling slightly at Adele's voice, I gently tapped the wall with my head to make a sound. Thud, hearing the slightly echoing sound. Adele then ran towards me with hurried footsteps. As Adele appeared from the bending corridor and found me, she opened her mouth with a furrowed brow. "I'm sure I told you. I definitely did keep my promise not to die, cough. And yet, you look like you might die at any moment and you dare say that so well." Unlike her tone, the touch wiping my cheek was gentle. Adele, who wiped the blood on my face, stared at me intently. Looking at the wounds that had appeared all over my body, she sighed softly and opened her mouth. "Are there any symptoms of poison?" "No, no one used poison and Temujin is dead." "I won't say you did well. With these injuries, you won't be of any use anywhere." Adele, who was grumbling, then tore the hem of my shirt and slightly furrowed her brows, especially the parts with many sword wounds. Seeing the wounds that were cut and torn, exposing the bones, Adele's gaze turned to me. I thought she would be angry, but the corners of my mouth, which had been smiling slightly at her trembling eyes, slowly fell. "These aren't wounds to be calm about. It's fine. I've been badly hurt before." "I'm not fine with it." "Tusk." Adele took out bandages from her bosom, tore them appropriately, and began wrapping my arm. It couldn't be a proper treatment. She was just trying to stop the flowing blood, and Adele, who had been silently wrapping my arm, glanced at me. After making eye contact several times, perhaps annoyed by my calm face, she moved her lips slightly. "If it hurts, say it hurts. It's my first time doing this for someone else, so I might be clumsy. It doesn't hurt. If you wrap it that gently, I don't think it will even stop the bleeding." "Is that so?" Adele, who swallowed slightly, pulled the bandage and a sudden pain poured out. When I told her to wrap it a bit harder since she was wrapping it too gently, Adele, who was startled as my expression twisted, removed her hand like that. I tried to laugh, finding her startled appearance funny, but the pain I felt this time was real, so I could only grit my teeth. Are you okay? I did it hard because you told me to do it hard. The problem was that it was tied too tightly and the wounds touched each other. Wasn't it natural for it to hurt when the cut parts rubbed against each other? Still, I couldn't say it was Adele's fault. When I said I was fine, even if forcibly, Adele, who had been staring at me for a while, began wrapping the bandage carefully. "This should be enough. Isn't it enough to just stop the bleeding anyway? I'm not usually this clumsy, it's just because it's my first time. Let's go with that." Adele, who glared at me for a moment at my words, slowly opened her mouth while relaxing her eyes, joining up with the princess, cutting down all the fleeing tribesmen while coming here and coming for me. Her expression, which had been gradually darkening, softened a bit when our eyes met. "I'm glad you didn't die, and you did a reckless thing thinking of fighting the tribesmen alone. It was a choice to save Her Highness the Princess. Didn't I come here for that? Did you think of doing that even if you died?" After looking at Adele, who asked in a low voice for a moment, I couldn't answer in the end. I would have come even if I knew I would die. Because the last day of the 35th regression was always a regret I held, realizing that my silence meant yes. Adele's brow, who had been examining my wounds, slightly furrowed. She probably wouldn't understand. Why I, who had no relationship with the princess and wasn't even strongly loyal to the imperial family, cared for Meridian so much. It would look quite awkward to anyone. It was a fact that only I could understand in this world. As Adele's eyes, which had been staring at me intently, faltered, she opened her mouth with a small laugh. I had received a favor from her before. Although Her Highness the Princess probably doesn't remember, it was an unforgettable favor for me. I didn't want to hide anything from Adele. However, my regression was something I couldn't easily mention, so I explained it a bit differently. Wasn't it true that Meridian didn't remember and that it was an unforgettable memory for me? A favor? Did something like that happen? That incident changed many things for me, so I repaid it this time, since there was an opportunity. Is that so? If your grace were in danger, I would go alone. Are you still disappointed? Don't say useless things. When I jokingly retorted, Adele frowned and shook her head vigorously. When I laughed slightly, finding her serious expression funny, Adele, who had been staring at me intently, slowly got up from her seat. Now all my wounds were wrapped in bandages. When I tried to stand up together as my stamina had returned, Adele made me sit down again and opened her mouth. Stay seated. Everyone will probably come here soon. Let's rest. It will take time for them to come anyway. Then Adele glanced at the spot next to me and rejected it, shaking her head slightly. The only spots without blood were the ones right next to me. It must be quite burdensome to sit closely together. When I said I understood, Adele looked at me and continued. It's not that I'm burdened by being with you, it's just, well, I need to check the surroundings. It's uncomfortable for you too being with me. Why is it uncomfortable? It's not like we've only met a few times. Saying that, I slightly moved myself so that Adele could sit next to me. I tapped the empty spot with my hand and Adele stared at that spot. I'm fine. Just sit. What was so uncomfortable about being together when it wasn't just once or twice? As long as Adele was okay with it, I had no problem at all. Since there were times when we slept on the same bed while camping in the previous round, I wasn't in a state to feel any awkwardness. Adele, who hesitated for a moment, slowly approached me as I tapped the spot a few more times. Slide, Adele, who sat down smoothly, shuddered. Perhaps realizing that our arms were touching, she soon sat a little distance away. When I laughed slightly at that, Adele began to glare at me with furrowed brows. Come to think of it, it was indeed a strange situation. Even though it was a gruesome place with corpses scattered all around, she was actually feeling embarrassed about sitting like this. However, this was familiar to us, at least during the time we were together in the north. Adele and I were always together in places like this. After Adele settled into her spot, silence flowed for a long time. Now that the blood had stopped, the dizziness had also disappeared. There weren't many sounds that could be heard in my clear mind. Only the sound of melted snow dripping towards the ground or our faint breathing could be heard. Then when I turned my head, I realized Adele was looking at me. Even though our eyes met, Adele didn't avert her gaze. Rather, she was staring into my eyes, examining something. Blue eyes like mine, but her eyes were much clearer. Unlike me, who could no longer hold any emotions, the cool light felt rather refreshing. The wind of the north always made me think of Adele. Cold, yet on the other hand, being freer than anything else. It was a little later when she opened her mouth. I get strange thoughts when I see you. What kind of thoughts? Even when you're right next to me like this, it feels like you'll die soon. I can't take my eyes off you. Was she bad-mouthing me? Around the time I tried to laugh awkwardly, thinking it was a joke, Adele's hand touched my forehead. A slight moisture was felt in her blue eyes. Like a gentle ripple coming in, her eyes that softly swayed touched my face. Even when I touch you, it feels like an illusion. When you don't speak, it feels like I'm touching a ghost and I can't feel at ease. Once again, I felt the sensation of her hand stroking my cheek. Wasn't it ridiculous? To think that the hand of a woman called the Grand Duchess of the North was this warm. Adele's lips moved as she quietly looked at the blood on her hand. As if trying to say something, Adele, who had been hesitating for a while, opened her mouth again. I saw the scars on your body. Not today, but last time. If you mean my body, she must be referring to when we met after I had washed my body. I wondered if she had seen it by chance when I hadn't put on my clothes yet, but did she really see everything? The scars on my body were not ordinary ones. Some were inflicted by Uriah, and some were from punishments received from my father. They were natural wounds to me, so I didn't pay attention to them, but there must have been a clear difference in Adele's eyes. Unlike these sword marks, weren't they wounds that persistently dug into vital points? Adele's expression was dark, as if she had roughly grasped the origin of those wounds. She sighed softly and continued. Those wounds weren't received for ordinary reasons, right? Yes. I have no intention of asking how they happened. I always have to maintain neutrality, but if I found out about that, I think I would become hostile towards the Taylor family. Adele, who said that, smiled bitterly. Such things were common in noble families. Even if it wasn't as severe as mine, I had occasionally heard of cases where families obsessed with their houses harmed their own members. Perhaps she knew the moment she saw the scars that the Taylor family wasn't as noble as the rumors suggested. Adele no longer looked at me. Staring into the void, she quietly muttered like that. That must be the reason I feel anxious whenever I see you, and the feeling that you'll suddenly disappear. Why would I disappear? I'm not missed. When I laughed and said that, Adele stared at me with a cold face. I couldn't say anything at her rather serious expression. I felt like she would get angry at any moment if I continued speaking. Around the time I was enveloped in that strange feeling, Adele whispered, "Don't get hurt anymore from now on. In front of me, as far as I know. I don't want to see you getting hurt more." Her eyes were sad, at least in the memories I knew, eyes that Adele Ygritte had never shown. Eyes that seemed like they would burst into tears at any moment. After staring at me with such eyes for a while, she then muttered in a small voice, in a very soft voice that only I could hear, "I shouldn't be the one to say this, the one who hurt you." Adele, who had a slightly confused expression for a moment, slowly removed her hand. Biting her lips until they turned white, she then sighed quietly. I don't know why I'm acting like this either. Really, I don't know." Adele, who closed her eyes and leaned her head against the wall, didn't speak anymore, until the troops joined with the other soldiers arrived, and until Merijan and I met. We stayed like that for a long time. "Now say ah." I stared blankly at Merijan, who brought a spoonful of soup to my mouth. As if telling me to open my mouth quickly, she furrowed her brows, and when I slightly parted my lips, the spoon entered my mouth and poured out the soup. Anyone seeing this would think I had become disabled. It's just that I had a lot of bandages wrapped around my body, but there was nowhere I couldn't move. I can eat by myself. Your arm is injured, and I feel sorry because you got hurt because of me. I've never thought I got hurt because of your highness. Didn't I say I would block them in the first place? When I picked up the spoon in Merijan's hand, Merijan, who had been making a slightly sullen expression, stared at me intently. Still, I couldn't accept being fed one by one. It wasn't a serious injury, and it was just that I had bled a lot, enough to pass out for about 3 days. Merijan and Adele were quite surprised by that. I didn't expect to pass out either, but perhaps my stamina was quite lacking. I was receiving treatment from a priest dispatched from the church, and my physical condition was gradually recovering. They said I could move freely in 2 days, so from then on, I thought I should officially increase my stamina. But I'm not sure if it's okay for you to stay here. I heard someone is coming from the Imperial Palace. It will take them quite a while to come here. The distance between the north and the capital is quite far. The Grand Duchess is still engaged in the subjugation, so I should stay here. What does the Grand Duchess's subjugation have to do with your highness staying? Then will I leave a sick person behind? If I seemed like such a heartless person, I would like to let you know that you saw me wrong. I awkwardly laughed at her sulking and grumbling appearance. When I woke up, her eyes were swollen. I think she probably cried. Since my injury would have bothered her quite a bit with her personality, she must have been very concerned when she saw me pass out. Did I lose consciousness right after seeing Merijan arrive? Today was the first time I was in a clear state of mind since then. Perhaps because of that, it felt quite strange to see Merijan talking in front of me. Merijan was safe without a single wound. She was alive. Along with the impression that I had changed something, her voice that had been echoing in my ears began to blur. In fact, it was no different from an auditory hallucination. Hearing a voice I had heard more than 100 years ago again, wouldn't it be considered a mental illness? It was because it was a memory that remained in my mind so vividly. It was a memory I always regretted and firmly resolved not to repeat if such a situation came again. Did I succeed this time? I smiled slightly at the question that suddenly came to mind. Didn't I succeed splendidly? Both Merijan and I were still alive. Although I was quite injured, having a few more scars was nothing to me now. I have something to say. Can I say it? Oh, I had something I wanted to say. I guess I should say it now. I turned my head at the voices that I heard simultaneously. One was clear, coming from right next to me, but the other voice was gradually becoming blurry and slowly dispersing. It was a memory of the past. Something that couldn't be heard, that no longer existed. What the Merijan of the 35th regression had said. Blood was no longer flowing from Merijan's chest where the sword had been buried. Wasn't she just a hesitating woman now? When I blinked my eyes once, the illusion covering my eyes disappeared completely. Only Merijan was visible. Seeing her constantly moving her lips, hesitating about what to say to me, I smiled slightly. You can speak. There was no need to beg her to live anymore. If I said such a thing to her who was already fine without a single wound, I would rather be treated strangely. I felt strangely happy. The suffocating feeling that had been blooming in a corner of my heart disappeared, and it seemed to be filled with something refreshing. I thought I should repay you for saving me. Next time, I'm thinking of inviting you, Robert, to Can I love you, Robert? Their overlapping voices were endlessly minuscule. Since only Merijan's voice was clearly heard, the buried voice soon disappeared with the blowing wind. Many things were different. Even if their words were similar, the content she was asking, what she wanted from me, even the situation in which I heard these words were different. Looking at Merijan, who was waiting for my answer, I finally nodded and answered. What I couldn't answer in the 35th regression, so I finally opened my mouth after living the 100th. That answer was something I had always kept in my heart. It had formed a lump along with regret, an answer I had kept for decades. Even then, wouldn't I have conveyed such an answer? That's fine. When we first met, we ended without any relationship. When we met for the 35th time, I let you go without becoming lovers. In the 55th regression, I lived for you and died by your hand. And in the 100th regression, looking at you alive like this, I finally put the answer I couldn't give into words. Isn't it enough? It was enough to prove that my life wasn't in vain. Just the fact that you are still alive, I can be content with that. Robert, who looked at Merijan smiling brightly, smiled slightly. Her voice that had been echoing in his ear was no longer heard. Perhaps it wouldn't be heard in the future either. His regret and lingering attachment had already disappeared with the north wind, and only the cool breeze tickled his cheek like that. The subjugation of the tribes was expected to take a month, but after Robert directly killed Temujin, it could be said to have ended quite blandly. 1 week, that was the time it took for Adele, who had fiercely driven the soldiers, to complete the subjugation. The tribes that had lost their great chief Temujin collapsed too easily, so Lothos showed a bitter expression upon seeing this achievement completed in this short period. If it was going to be like this, we should have kidnapped and brought the young master. I would have been fine alone. I just got injured unnecessarily. Anyway, now that we've cleared almost everything except the undeveloped areas, there will be no need to waste resources in the name of subjugation for the time being. When Robert's name was mentioned, Adele's eyes instantly sharpened, and Lotho's body trembled as he made eye contact with her. It had been like that since Robert passed out. In fact, he should have told her a few days ago that he had woken up, but he deliberately hid it because the subjugation wasn't finished. If he told her now, Lothos wiped his strangely chilling neck. Still, there was no deputy who had been with her as long as him, so she wouldn't cut him down right. If there was one thing he had recently become certain of, it was that even if Robert wasn't Adele's lover, she definitely cherished him. Lothos, who recalled Adele's attitude when Robert passed out, smiled slightly. "Contact the church. I will request the dispatch of a priest. Call the saint. Don't forget to tell them that if they are even a little late, I will turn everything upside down." He didn't know if she really meant it, but the murderous atmosphere she exuded all day long only calmed down after Robert's condition stabilized. The feeling he had felt before didn't seem to be just a misunderstanding. Robert Taylor, no matter what he had said to the Grand Duchess, wouldn't he become the one to change the dynamics of the North in the future? Lotho's specialty was lining up, so he had already sent various communications to Robert. He had slightly mixed in information about Adele as well. After looking at Adele, who was advancing while holding the reins of the wolf, Lothos, who had made up his mind, slowly approached her and opened his mouth. "A letter arrived from the main castle a few days ago. A letter. It says the young master has woken up. They say Her Highness the Princess is taking care of him now." Thud. Adele, who had stopped like that, examined the letter Lothos handed her. Her eyes narrowed and her furrowed brows were visible. It meant that her mood was gradually worsening. It only took him a moment to distance himself in case sparks flew, and Adele, who had crumpled the letter into her bosom, muttered softly. He woke up. There was a clear relief mixed in those words. She was surprised to feel relieved even after saying it herself, but it was true that she felt relieved to hear that Robert had woken up, because she had been more flustered than ever when he passed out. To think he would pass out not just for a day but for several days, wasn't it truly infuriating? Increase the speed a bit. Understood. However, contrary to her thoughts, a faint smile was drawn on her lips. There wasn't much distance left to the main castle now. As Adele grasped the reins again and spurred, the other deputies also began to go faster together. What she thought when Robert first collapsed was simple. She was flustered, unable to understand the situation, and that fluster turned into anger, causing her to vent it in strange places. Now that she thought about it, it was true that she couldn't judge the situation calmly. If she had thought a little more calmly, she would have known it was just exhaustion. She couldn't remain composed in the face of an emotion she had felt for the first time in her life. The anxiety that had bloomed in her mind must have been the cause. She always felt like he would disappear. The strange feeling and anxiety she felt whenever she saw Robert, not anyone else, didn't disappear even as time passed. Rather, it only amplified, so wouldn't she be caught up in these emotions? Feeling anxious when they were not together, feeling irritated by the fact that he was with someone other than herself. These incomprehensible emotions. Adele, who arrived at the main castle, headed straight to where Robert was. The other deputies followed Lothos with puzzlement. Since Adele always moved as she pleased after the subjugation was over, most of them didn't have any doubts. Would he be with the princess now? Even though she had made up her mind not to care, Adele slightly furrowed her brows because of Robert's words that kept lingering in her mind. It bothered her that he had said he would throw his life away to repay a favor the princess didn't even know about. So she was in a bad mood. She was angry, and it would be fine to speak with him a little crudely. Knock, knock. When she knocked on the door, the voice coming from inside was cut off. "It's me, Robert." When a moment of silence passed, Robert's face appeared beyond the door that had swung open. His face was still pale, with a nose as sharp as a blade and gray hair similar to ash. However, the difference was that there was a glimmer in those eyes. What was the emotion dwelling in those eyes that had been empty? "I heard the subjugation was over, but you came quickly." Smiling slightly at the silly thought, she reached out her hand towards Robert's face like that. The sensation felt on her palm was still soft. Alive. Not dead, not vanished. He was alive like this in front of her. Why did that alone make her smile? She thought about touching his cheek like last time, but then lowered her hand and shrugged her shoulders. There was no need to be swayed by this nameless emotion. It wouldn't be unnatural if she didn't act the way she usually did. As Robert stared at that movement, Adele, who laughed slightly, opened her mouth. "You woke up so quickly. I didn't know you had the talent to make people worry." "I'm sorry. I didn't know I had pushed myself that hard either." Adele, who felt the presence of the princess inside, then stared at Robert intently and moved her lips. She didn't really like the two of them being together. He had woken up anyway, and besides, didn't he have things to do in the future? She needed a way to separate the two. Adele, who thought of that, added, "Change your clothes and come to the banquet hall. I'll hold a banquet in a bit." "Isn't today a day of rest?" "What is the schedule? A day of rest?" Of course it was, but there would be no one to object to this decision. This might not be the case in the capital, but the North was Adele Ygritte's land, a territory ruled solely by the Grand Duchess. Adele, who smiled slightly, then continued looking at Robert. "I decided that way. At least in the North, even the princess was no different. So far, I have not been able to find anything special about Teresa. The same goes for the investigation of the Violet family. It is true that Teresa Violet was briefly away from her position, but whether she had contact with someone still requires further investigation. Few." Supporting himself with one hand, he slowly lowered himself to the ground. His sweat flowed down and drenched his body while dripping down. The muscles supporting his body weight swelled, and rising from the ground like that he completed one repetition. It had already been 3 days since the bandages were removed. His body's balance and stamina had roughly returned, and now he could do this exercise without difficulty. The letter he had read was what Renaud had sent yesterday. Although he hadn't read it and just kept it in his mind, he thought he should think about Teresa's absence in various ways. If it was Teresa who had informed Temujin of Muradin's location, he had no intention of letting her go cleanly like before. It could be said that it was his own way of consideration to end his relationship with Teresa, not the Violet family. He didn't think much of the Violet family, and didn't he think Teresa alone could ruin them splendidly? However, this matter was different. Not only could she not avoid responsibility for touching the princess, but it also stirred up his personal feelings. His mind became cold every time his arms bent. There wasn't much time left for him to stay in the North. There were things he had to tell Adele during that time. The rebellion, a time when her life would be in danger, was gradually approaching, and only he knew that. Around the time the sweat falling towards the floor increased, his thoughts were dispersed by a voice that suddenly came from beside him. Wow! However, Muradin's gaze blankly staring at him was quite burdensome. When he told her not to mind and kept going, did she keep staring at him? He couldn't ignore it like this. He knew she would probably return to the imperial palace soon. How long was she planning to stay in the North? When he relaxed his posture and came down, Muradin approached and held out a towel to him. He wiped away his sweat and brushed back his hair. While wiping his body, he thought, was it really okay for Muradin to be here? "I'm not wearing anything on top. Doesn't she mind at all? You must exercise like that regularly, seeing how familiar your movements are. My stamina hasn't fully returned yet. I'll have to see when I wield a sword. So this was you when not fully recovered." Muradin, who nodded her head with a rather serious expression, then seemed to remember something and lightly clapped her palms together. "Come to think of it, the Grand Duchess called for you. I came to tell you that, but I forgot for a moment." "You're telling me that so quickly." It had been 30 minutes since she came to find me. If Adele got angry, it wouldn't be strange for her to come right away. What was she thinking, telling me that now? If Adele got angry, she would take it out on me. When I stared at Muradin, she smiled awkwardly and muttered as if making an excuse. "I forgot because the first thing I saw when I came in was this." "Shouldn't you go now, even if it's late?" "No, I don't think that will be necessary. She'll probably come here anyway." Bang! As soon as he said that, the door opened. It was only for a moment that his eyes met Adele's, who was staring at him and Muradin with an ominous expression. Adele's eyes narrowed when she saw me not wearing anything. After a brief silence of mutual embarrassment, a blunt voice followed as if displeased. "I called for you a while ago, but you still haven't come. I wondered what was going on, but it seems you were having fun." "I just heard about it." Her Highness had momentarily forgotten. "Is that so?" When Adele's gaze turned to her, Muradin, who had flinched for a moment, nodded her head with difficulty. Adele let out a deep sigh and pressed her forehead. If there was one thing Adele had overlooked, it was Muradin's memory. Since she tended to forget various things unexpectedly, it was better to write them down for her. "It's my fault. I asked Her Highness the Princess to do it when she said she was leaving, but I should have gone myself. So sorry. Then can you please step away from Robert now? If you stick so close to a man who isn't even properly dressed, it might cause a scandal. When Merigen distanced herself at those words, Adele, who had walked over with big strides, grabbed my wrist and pulled me. I was still not wearing anything, but Adele draped the cloak she was wearing over my body and tried to head outside like that. It was then that Merigen, who had been hesitating, opened her mouth. Wah! Wait a moment. Shouldn't the Grand Duchess be careful too? I thought it wasn't wrong. When I looked at her with an expression asking if it wasn't right since she was also a Grand Duchess, she smiled slightly and tapped the medal on her chest. This is the North. Your Highness isn't the Grand Duchess who rules, hear me. That's right. I'm fine even like this. If false rumors spread, I can just find the person who started them. Adele, who added that, headed forward again. She grabbed my wrist in an attitude of not accepting any more objections. When Merigen couldn't say anything, Adele proceeded without hesitation. Wasn't she going to ask for my opinion in the meantime? Sighing and removing my wrist, Adele, who had been walking, turned her head towards me. It was the middle of the corridor, and our distance from Merigen had already widened considerably. What is it? I need to get dressed too, don't I? Besides, I haven't washed up, so I smell. Ah, it was such an obvious fact, but Adele seemed to have just remembered it and bit her lips slightly. It was a habit she showed when she was flustered. What was she so distracted by that she forgot I hadn't washed up? Adele, who felt my gaze, let out a small fake cough. Perhaps she was embarrassed even thinking about it herself, and a small voice was heard from her moving lips. Then wash up and come. I have something to tell you. Are you uncomfortable with me being with Her Highness the Princess? It seemed that what Adele was concerned about was probably in that direction. When she looked displeased whenever I was with Merigen, I deliberately asked her directly, and Adele's brow furrowed. Even with a moment of silence, I kept looking at her without caring, waiting for an answer like that for a long time. When a little more time passed, Adele shook her head and answered, I'm not uncomfortable. Then, I'm just irritated. Adele, with a rather complicated expression, sighed. It was a heavy and thick sigh unlike her usual self, so I just waited for what she would say next without answering. Her answer that she was irritated was quite strange. It didn't sound like it was simply about me being with Merigen, but rather like irritation towards herself. I'll take the rest of your questions when you come back. I'll go ahead first. As if she didn't want to say any more, Adele turned her back and moved her feet. However, those steps were not as light as before. Although I didn't know if it was concern about something, it was probably certain that she had something on her mind. And I wasn't stupid enough not to know that her concern was about me. This wasn't the first time Adele and I met. To be precise, we had met in the previous rounds. It wasn't like this time when I came with the name of the tailors behind me, but perhaps the process of our meeting was similar. Coming to the North, meeting Adele, becoming her deputy and subjugating the tribes. After that, I was with her until Adele died, so in a way it could be said to be a little deeper than our current relationship. Adele Ygritte was a free woman. She always moved as her heart desired and moved only towards where her will aligned, like the wind. Perhaps the reason I particularly liked the North was because of that. Adele's North was special, so being here, I could enjoy a special freedom away from my family. Even if I made a mistake, they would laugh it off and we would consider and respect each other. Those who remembered me as Robert, not as a tailor. That's why Adele was special to me, despite our few encounters. She made me forget the name Taylor and was the first person to consider me simply as Robert. If Merigen's death was my first regret, Adele became my second. Rebellion. The fate that bound me, it wasn't limited to just me. It wasn't only me who died from the rebellion. An unnamed representative also died from the rebellion, and Adele also died from the rebellion. I already knew well that she had no interest in rebellion. Adele's territory was the North. Wasn't this snowy field the only land she cherished? Even if she was told to become the empress in the capital, she would remain here. That was Adele, and that was the meaning of the name Ygritte. Ygritte, the name of the highest mountain range in the north and the god called the guardian deity of the north. How could such a woman think of rebellion? I, who had watched over her for a long time, could deny it. However, I couldn't do it. I put on a shirt and draped Adele's cloak over it. It always felt like her warmth was seeping into me as she wore it. It was a warmth that didn't suit this cold, snowy field. Closing my eyes for a moment, I then opened them and moved my feet. The main purpose of my trip to the north was to solidify my support base and warn Adele about the Crown Prince. I had achieved the first to some extent through the subjugation of the tribes, but I hadn't warned her about the Crown Prince. I needed to carefully consider the timing to bring up such a topic. I thought I might be able to tell her just before leaving, but whether she would believe me was also unknown. Knock, knock, come in. When I cautiously knocked on the door, I heard Adele's voice. Unlike her low voice from earlier, it was the same as usual, so I could enter with a little relief. Adele was alone in the room. I thought there would be other deputies, but there was no one, so it felt quite unusual. As I looked around blankly like that, Adele opened her mouth while looking at me. "Didn't I say I had something to tell you? I'm not planning to do another subjugation or anything, so why would I call all the deputies and have them stand here? If it's what you have to say, sit down first. It's not something to talk about while standing." I approached Adele and took a seat. I tried to guess what she wanted to talk about by looking at Adele's expression, but it wasn't easy to think of something she wanted to discuss alone at this time. Around the time I was pondering like that for a while, Adele, who had been examining my complexion, slowly opened her mouth. "Thanks to your help, the subjugation that was originally planned ended quickly. As a result, the schedule itself has been brought forward quite a bit, so I can start various things a little faster." "Is that so?" There was something I had been thinking about continuously after the subjugation ended, and I was able to find it out in my own way. Also about the name Teresa you had told me before. My eyes narrowed at the name Teresa. As if Adele had also anticipated my reaction, she placed something on the table and continued. What was placed on the table was a familiar emblem. "It's the Violet family's emblem." "Yes, it must be what the woman who was your fiancée had. If the woman named Teresa you mentioned was really involved in this matter, it's probably the case. Did the tribes have it? It's something the guy commanding the tribes gave me during the subjugation." It was the moment when the thought I had only as a guess became a certainty. Teresa Violet, the moment when her name that had been divided into two was combined. To me, who was staring at the emblem with a coldly stiffened face, Adele moved her lips again. "The woman who gave them this emblem and left said for them to go to the south and find her, and I think you will probably head to the south. Am I wrong?" "You're right." I had been thinking of it as a task to be solved in addition to going with Adriana, to find out how Teresa knew the princess's location, how she escaped from the capital and contacted Temujin. To solve that question, I had to head to the south. Adele nodded her head as if she had expected that, then continued with a rather serious face. "I knew you and the woman named Teresa had been engaged, and that your relationship had become strained after breaking off the engagement. This is my guess, but I had somewhat guessed that this matter wasn't unrelated to you. So now I need to know too." Her gaze turned to me as she said that. Through her cold gaze, a faint heat rose, and her face seemed to be asking me for an answer. "Can you tell me what happened between you and Teresa? I believed that you loved me." Robert's voice echoed in her ears. With an indifferent expression, he explained his past as if it was nothing. It seemed like it no longer held any meaning to him. Even when he felt betrayed upon realizing it was a one-sided love, there were times he laughed softly, saying it was now a matter of no concern. Now it's something that doesn't matter at all. Swish, her sword sliced sharply through the air. It was a sword that emitted a fiercer and rougher spirit than usual, not hiding its savage energy. Grating, the sword that touched the ground drew a line in the air. Adele's sword always symbolized flow. Although born in the rough lands of the north, at least her sword always brought to mind gentleness. But today, she knew it was an unusually rough and violent sword. A sword stemming from emotion. What resided in her after hearing Robert's story was a little anger. Whoosh from dawn until morning. During that time, she swung her sword to shake off her thoughts. Still, why was her mind getting more complicated? "Ha! Looking at her sword that stopped abruptly in the air, Adele then slowly closed her eyes and tilted her head back. To put it simply, Robert's story could be called the tale of a man who was betrayed. The story of a man who fell for a woman who approached him when he longed for love. But the love she whispered to him was actually a lie, and he had been deceived by her approaching him to covet his family's wealth. In a way, it was a story heard quite often. The reason they grew distant and broke off the engagement was because of such circumstances. It was something she hadn't paid much attention to until now. She just thought it was someone else's business and didn't consider it particularly special. The reason she asked about the name Teresa was simply because she wanted to know if there was any connection with Robert, not because she was curious about that woman. Pressing her forehead, she then wiped her face. There was no reason to think seriously anywhere. It was the past of a man who had no connection to her at all. No, he was just her deputy now, nothing more. In the first place, there was no reason for her to ask, and even if she did, there was no need to think so seriously about it. But still, Adele, who slightly furrowed her brows, exhaled heavily. Anger was a passionate emotion. Once it exploded, it would burn up like a flame and continue to burst out until it died down. But what she felt now was different. Could it be said that it was a cold state where one's hand would freeze upon touching it? She was surprised at herself for being so calm that she could see more clearly what kind of mind she was in. It was true that she was angry. The behavior shown by the woman named Teresa was one of the things she hated the most, so she was angry together with Robert for what he had experienced. Of course, it wasn't just anger that she felt now. This emotion was more sticky than that. Rather than what happened to Robert, she was bothered by the words he had uttered before that. Even thinking about it herself, it was quite ugly, so Adele put down her sword with a bitter smile. A crude sound of metal clashing was heard, and the space was engulfed in silence again. No sound could be heard. Only the sound of her exhaling breath remained. For a while, there was a woman I loved. Those words shook her. Even though she already knew they had been engaged before, she inwardly thought it was a political marriage. Didn't she think it was an engagement between families without any feelings for each other? Come to think of it, it was ridiculous to think that way. For what reason did she think that? Jealousy. At the word that penetrated through her vague thoughts, Adele laughed softly. It was an emotion she felt for the first time in her life, but Adele knew her own heart. If she wanted something, she got it. If she wanted to do something, she did it. If there was something she liked, she somehow made it her own, even if it wasn't an object but a person. What Adele wanted was eventually achieved. However, there was one thing she wasn't sure about. He always looked at her with empty eyes and uttered words with unreadable emotions. But Robert's voice, when he spoke about the woman named Teresa, was quite...
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.